Chapter 1. The Beginning of Everything. In the year 767 of the Age of AI, outside the northern capital, amidst the vast, desolate mountains where few souls tread, at the entrance of a clandestine research facility, a figure cautiously emerged. Gero, who had once been utterly confident in his ability to vanquish Sun Wukong in retribution for his blood feud. Damn it, I never expected Sun Wukong to have grown to such an extent. Dr. Gero's aged face twisted with a hint of malevolence, his heart filled with resentment. After surveying his surroundings and ensuring his safety, Dr. Gero adeptly input the access code for the door and swiftly slipped inside. The expansive research facility was eerily silent, with a few unfamiliar machines whirring quietly in the corners. Shifting his gaze, he beheld the silver-white stasis pods marked with the numbers 17 and 18. Having narrowly escaped death, Dr. Gero steadied his mind, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Within those stasis pods lay the androids he had specifically engineered to confront Sun Wukong androids 17 and 18, endowed with limitless energy. However, during testing, an unexpected incident had occurred. The androids refused to obey commands, forcing Dr. Gero to hastily place them in stasis. But now, with no option left, as Vegeta and others were about to pursue him, Dr. Gero could only hope that the androids had completed their self-repair. After pondering for a moment, Dr. Gero operated another machine before stepping forward and, using his remaining left hand, pressed the switch on the stasis pod closest to him, number 17. Click, click. Accompanied by the sharp sounds of machinery, the pod's door slowly lifted. Hiss! Su Lang opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by impenetrable darkness and an unsettling silence. What is this place? Before Su Lang could grasp the situation, a torrent of unfamiliar memories erupted forth like a volcano, engulfing him completely. The sensation was agonizing, akin to being pierced by needles or carved by blades. Through gritted teeth, Su Lang endured the torment, uncertain whether eons had passed or merely a second. When he opened his eyes once more, a blue data panel materialized in his mind. Name: Android 17. Level: 60. Title: None. Tags: Android, Permanent Energy Core, Sibling-like Bond. Inventory: None. The sudden appearance of the data panel alongside the memories in his mind left Su Lang astounded, yet it became clear to him that he had transmigrated. His current identity was that of Android 17 from the Dragon Ball anime of his previous life. Having stayed up late, gaming only to awaken in this new reality, Su Lang could not help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. Yet, the quietly manifesting panel and the sensation of control over his body left no doubt in Su Lang's mind that this was indeed the truth. There was no choice but to understand that the key to uncovering all these answers lay in his survival. Outside, Dr. Gero, suppressing his impatience, fixed his gaze on the now open pod door, his mind racing with speculation. Could it be that it hasn't been repaired? Why has Android 17 remained silent until now? Inside the stasis pod, Android 17 observed his hand effortlessly passing through the panel, then attempted to manipulate it with his mind. Under 17's control, the panel's contents began to change. Android. Body transformed into a semi-mechanical new human. Attributes: attack, defense, and life significantly enhanced. Permanent Energy Core. One of Dr. Gero's grand inventions. Attributes: underrated output power, internal energy approaches infinity. Sibling-like bond. You share an extraordinary connection with Android 18. Attributes: when fighting together, damage slightly increases. The information regarding the tags left 17 in contemplation, while the title and inventory remained unclear due to their indication of none. After digesting the information, 17 mentally commanded the panel to close, causing it to vanish. This anime had mostly fast-forwarded to thrilling battle scenes, leaving the story's content rather vague in his memory. Based on his recollection, 17 deduced that he had just entered the period of his initial appearance. With newfound clarity, 17 pushed open the pod door and stepped out. Standing firmly, he surveyed his surroundings, and various pieces of information about the research facility echoed in his mind. With black hair, a tall stature, and a red scarf, His ordinary coat could not conceal the wild and unrestrained aura that emanated from him. The emergence of Android 17 filled Drive Gero with a palpable tension. "You've awakened, 17." Seeing the android take so long to emerge, Dr. Gero tightened his grip on the controller hidden behind his back, cautiously speaking to gauge the situation. Dr. Gero's subtle movements did not escape the notice of the formidable Android 17. "Hello, Dr. Gero." With a smile gracing his lips, 17 greeted the visibly anxious scientist. In his heart, he had already devised a method to eliminate Dr. Gero. Once the chief scientist and head of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero had been left alone after Sun Wukong had obliterated the army during his childhood. In his desperation, he had secretly captured a pair of siblings, forcibly transforming them into androids 17 and 18. His intent was to control the androids to eliminate Sun Wukong, revive the Red Ribbon Army, and ultimately conquer the world. As an android forcibly created by Dr. Gero, 17 harbored deep-seated animosity toward him. During subsequent training post-transformation, he had repeatedly disobeyed commands. Now, as the newly awakened 17, he felt it was his duty to send Dr. Gero to meet the King of Hell. Upon hearing 17's words, Dr. Gero secretly exhaled in relief. Well, that's good." Dr. Gero scrutinized 17 with satisfaction, noting that nothing unexpected had occurred, before turning to press the switch for the adjacent stasis pod 18. A cacophony of machinery announced that the long-awaited Android 18 was finally awakening and beginning her duties. "Hello, Doctor." Before she even appeared, a melodious voice reached their ears. Then, a vision of a stunning figure, with exquisite features and flowing golden hair, graced their sight and unforgettable sight. The awakened 18 also bore a smile, standing obediently before Dr. Gero, awaiting his orders. Yet, she subtly signaled 17 with a barely perceptible glance. As siblings with a profound mental connection, 17 instantly understood her intent. Without needing 18's reminder, he knew precisely what he must do next. "Oh ho ho, you even took the initiative to greet me. 18, it seems both of you have fully repaired yourselves." As he spoke, the previously still 17 suddenly lunged forward, seizing the controller tightly gripped behind Dr. Gero's back. Without hesitation, 17 crushed the controller in his grasp, reducing it to fragments. Now he would no longer be trapped in a dark, endless slumber. Observing the deteriorating situation, Dr. Gero hurriedly retreated, widening the distance between himself and Su Lang. 17, however, would not grant Dr. Gero that opportunity. The saying goes, take advantage of the misfortune to strike. Releasing his hold, 17 allowed the shattered remnants to fall, then accelerated toward Dr. Gero. In an instant, Dr. Gero felt a shadow flash before him. With ease comparable to slicing through old newspaper, 17 effortlessly pierced through Drive Gero's chest with his right hand. Slowly raising his hand, Dr. Gero found himself suspended in midair, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the arm that had breached his chest. Chapter 2, Mechanical Creations. Before Dr. Gero could articulate his thoughts, 17 nonchalantly tossed him aside like refuse, sending him crashing against the wall. The wall shattered, creating a large indentation, with spiderweb-like cracks sprawling across its surface. The thunderous echo of the impact reverberated throughout the research facility. With such power, it's no wonder you sacrifice control in pursuit of ultimate strength, Doctor. With his eyes closed, relishing the surging power within him, 17 expressed his admiration to the scientist, who was now entrenched within the mountain's debris. Suddenly, the overwhelming strength that could obliterate planets made 17 feel somewhat euphoric. Witnessing her brother's swift action and the destruction of the controller, 18 quickly shed her FOD, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. "Oh dear, Doctor, how did you end up like this?" Dr. Gero lay limp amidst the rubble, his body trembling from an uncontrollable mix of anger and fear. Despite having suffered such a fatal blow to his chest, he continued to cling to life. This was possible only because Dr. Gero had undergone modifications to become an android himself in pursuit of immortality. Look, this old man has also transformed himself into an android. Noticing Dr. Gero's continued struggle, 18 stepped forward in astonishment, revealing the reason behind the scientist's resilience. This old man lacks a heart. He is likely not of our kind. Dr. Gero could hardly fathom that the very artificial beings he painstakingly created would one day turn against him. At this juncture, regret served no purpose. Dr. Gero was acutely aware that he was not only no match for number 17, but also faced the predatory gaze of number 18. Fortunately, the procedures undertaken prior to activating number 17 rendered Drive Gero's demise a trivial matter, although escaping would be the preferable outcome. With this thought, Dr. Gero suppressed his feelings of discontent, rage, and resentment, and fervently exclaimed, "Do not kill me, Sun Wukong," and his companions are on their way to attack. Number 19 met his end at their hands. You two are not their match. To possess the means to make you even stronger. Upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, number 18's beautiful visage was marked by indifference, her gaze towards Dr. Gero tinged with disdain. Sun Wukong, is having hands all that matters? You cannot win. It is your weak abilities that lower the standards of us artificial beings. Casually toying with her delicate fingers, number 18 remarked nonchalantly. Initially, number 17 felt a flicker of concern, for the image of Sun Wukong as invincible was deeply ingrained in popular culture. For a prolonged period, he had been one of her favorite animated characters. However, upon piercing Dr. Gero's chest, the notification that flashed on the panel dispelled number 17's fears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the artificial being Dr. Gero. You have acquired the label mechanical creation. So, the label is obtained by vanquishing foes. Suppressing his inner delight, number 17 refrained from summoning the panel for inspection. With only a vague recollection of the storyline, number 17 understood that the immediate priority was to locate Cell and eliminate the greatest threat to himself before it could burgeon. Cell was a terrifying entity cultivated by Dr. Gero using microscopic robots to gather the cells of Z fighters and extraterrestrial beings, employing genetic technology. Moreover, it was stipulated that Cell must absorb himself and number 18 to achieve his perfect form. The thought of the scenes in the anime where Cell absorbed others made number 17 feel nauseated, inciting an intense fury within him. Hearing the tremendous commotion emanating from the laboratory, Krillin and the others outside were engulfed in anxiety. Gazing at the formidable door that stood before them like an impenetrable fortress, Vegeta, who had been observing coldly, could no longer contain himself. "Everyone step aside. Let me blast it open." With an imposing presence, Vegeta's face bore the marks of impatience as he chastised the perspiring Krillin at the entrance. In that moment, Vegeta's sole desire was to prove himself superior to Kakarot by vanquishing some pitiful artificial being. "I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Super Saiyan." Ignoring the earnest pleas of those beside him, he proudly raised his right arm toward the door, golden energy rapidly coalescing in his palm. The energy swiftly formed into a sphere with a slight tremor of his arm. He launched it forth. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion shook the very mountains, shattering the once impenetrable door into fragments. Before the thick smoke from the explosion could dissipate, Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, charged in boldly. Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan exchanged knowing glances, indicating their intent to follow closely behind. Trunks, typically cautious, felt a twinge of worry as he witnessed Vegeta's impulsive act. As the smoke gradually cleared, Dr. Gero recognized that the intruders were none other than Vegeta and his companions who had pursued him moments before. In Super Saiyan form, the golden-haired Vegeta stood not far away, arms crossed, surrounded by a dazzling aura of golden energy. Uncertain of the specifics, even the seemingly invincible Vegeta refrained from recklessly advancing. Courageous though he was not foolish. Catching sight of the young man and woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Trunks, he regarded them with cautious scrutiny. So, these must be numbers 17 and 18. They appear no different from the feeble trash he had anticipated. Vegeta casually dismissed them, an involuntary sneer emerging on his previously serious countenance. Behind him, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were not as brazen as Vegeta, remaining on high alert. Trunks, bearing his sword, gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar artificial beings, numbers 17 and 18, his expression momentarily lost in thought. As for the uninvited guests, number 18 merely cast a cursory glance in their direction, her interest waning. However, she did spare a few extra glances at Krillin's bald head nearby. Upon realizing that the artificial being had focused her attention on him, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety, swallowing hard, utterly clueless about number 18's intentions. He could only silently pray that when the fighting commenced, this seemingly youthful and vibrant artificial being would not fixate on him. Number 18, of course, could not hear Krillin's frantic thoughts. She found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. As this was their first encounter, no one knew to introduce themselves, leading to an awkward silence. Shifting her focus to the dormant pod resting on the ground, number 18 was the first to break the stillness.
What is this number 16? Could it also be an artificial human? Number 18 curiously examined the dormant pod marked with the number 16. Reaching out to explore it on her own. Do not touch that. It is a complete failure, Dr. Gero warned, having just spoken before Vegeta barged in, desperately attempting to conceal himself. As number 18 contemplated the pod, he immediately raised his voice to intervene. Number 17 remained relatively composed, aware of what lay inside. But Vegeta and the others were taken aback. Another artificial human? Piccolo turned to Trunks, seeking a reasonable explanation, but Trunks was equally bewildered. Having just defeated the unfamiliar artificial human number 19, the emergence of number 16 intensified Trunks' concerns. Noticing that number 18 ignored his warning, Dr. Gero's resentment towards her escalated dramatically. However, the insurmountable gap in their abilities left him with nothing but endless curses. Chapter 3. The fierce attributes in the distance. The group finally noticed Dr. Gero sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Had he not made such a ruckus, they might have remained oblivious until the very end. Acknowledging Dr. Gero's presence, number 17 snorted disdainfully and gathered energy in his hand, intent on dealing with the old man first. What a mess. Allow me to handle them all, he declared. Once he eliminated all the artificial humans before him, everything would be resolved. Observing the energy in number 17's hand, Vegeta scoffed and transformed into a blinding golden light, launching an energy blast toward number 17. A flurry of golden energy balls shot forth, prompting Trunks to follow suit. However, number 17's intention to eliminate Dr. Gero would not be interrupted by the father-son duo. With a cold, merciless gaze, Dr. Gero realized he could not escape his fate today. Yet his cautious and meticulous nature offered him a sliver of hope. Just wait, all of you. Struck by number 17's energy blast, Dr. Gero, in his final moments, embraced a mindset of defiance. Channeling all his energy, he resolved to detonate himself, believing that even if he could not annihilate numbers 17 and 18, there was still a chance, especially with Vegeta and the others around. Most importantly, his self-detonation would obliterate the entire research facility, concealing any evidence of his machinations. In his last moments, Dr. Gero cursed loudly, "Damn you, number 17. Damn you, Son Goku. Even in death, I shall not forgive you." With that, as number 17's energy blast struck Dr. Gero, who was left with only half a body, an immense explosion erupted, an outcome of his self-destruction. The massive energy sphere expanded from small to colossal, threatening to rupture the entire facility as it approached the exit. Inside the research center, it illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day, with terrifying energy consuming everything in its path. The air was already overwhelmed, crackling ominously. "We're going to die, run." The thought flashed through their minds, and with no time to contemplate confronting the artificial humans, everyone fled at the fastest possible speed to evade this fatal blow. The enormous energy sphere shone like the sun, annihilating all in its presence. The shockwave swept through, carrying countless fragments and dust in its wake, unstoppable. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, the mountains surrounding the research facility were laid to waste. "Hey, is everyone all right?" As a Super Saiyan, Trunks evacuated swiftly, suffering no significant injuries. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, the formidable Piccolo also emerged relatively unscathed. Only Krillin stood by, grimacing, blood seeping from his tattered clothing, looking utterly tragic. "Tien, how about you?" Cough. Tien, severely weakened by Dr. Gero's self-detonation, struggled to maintain his form, swaying unsteadily. "Quick, eat a senza bean." Upon seeing Tien's pitiful state, Krillin hastily retrieved a senza bean from his bag and offered it to him. "What about the artificial humans? I don't see them fleeing." Piccolo mused, casting a glance back toward the research facility. Surely, no one could withstand such an explosion. Krillin recalled the overwhelming blast with lingering trepidation. Regarding the artificial humans, Trunks tried to regain his focus. "I'm not certain, but they should be nearby." He indicated the previous location of the research facility. "Let's see how far they can run." With a heavy scoff, Vegeta, eager to locate the artificial humans, transformed into a golden streak and sped away. Left behind, Piccolo, Trunks, Tien, and Krillin exchanged glances, watching Vegeta depart. In the air, Krillin and Trunks sighed deeply. There's no other option. We must follow him like shooting stars. As the dust settled over the ruins, number 17 lowered his light green energy shield. The terrifying explosion appeared to have no connection with number 17, who remained unscathed. Even his hairstyle untouched. In the split second that the explosion threatened him, number 17 decisively activated his protective skill, the energy shield, reminiscent of those seen in anime. The effect was remarkable. Although he retained his striking demeanor, a fierce fire burned within his heart. He never anticipated that the odious Dr. Gero would resort to self-destruction, creating such a tremendous uproar. The meticulously crafted plan was utterly shattered. How infuriating. Summoning the interface, number 17 discovered a new tag obtained from defeating Dr. Gero earlier in his backpack. Mechanical creation, a newly formed species entirely modified by machinery. Attributes, life significantly enhanced, with slight improvements to attack and defense when equipped alongside Android. An additional tag of artificial life form is granted. Shall it be equipped? Of course. In an instant, number 17 felt countless warm currents surging throughout his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. With his hands tightly clenched, he estimated an approximate 20 increase in his strength. Lowering his gaze, he observed the emerging artificial life form tag. Artificial life form, a special life form synthesized through modification. Attributes, you will be exempt from 1 fatal damage, not yet activated. Gasp. Number 17 inhaled sharply. This tag was quite formidable. Particularly, the attribute of the artificial life form implied that he had gained a resurrection suit from this moment forward. He was astonished that the seemingly insignificant Dr. Gero had provided him such a delightful surprise. In the distance, number 18 cast a dark glance at her exposed, delicate skin. Her once resplendent attire, now tattered and torn. Cursed be it. The hibernation pod, under number 18's deliberate protection, remained unscathed. After all, her current appearance was all for the sake of this pod. Otherwise, she could have easily taken refuge within number 17's energy shield. Did I open the hibernation pod? Number 18 inquired, prompting a flustered nod of agreement from number 17, who was still immersed in joy. After a slight rustle, a tall figure emerged from the hibernation pod, sitting up with a bewildered gaze surveying the surroundings. Clad in heavy, dark green armor emblazoned with the iconic on his chest, and beneath a mohawk hairstyle were a pair of resolute eyes. Number 16, right? It is I, number 18, who has awakened you, with the addition of another android. Number 18 appeared quite pleased. From now on, you will join us. She earnestly pointed to herself and number 17, introducing them, with an indifferent expression. Number 16 gazed down at the two siblings and uttered a single word. Good. Then, wearing a subtly melancholic expression, he remained still, gazing into the distance at a 45-degree angle. Irritated, number 18 addressed the imposing figure before her. What kind of attitude is that? Can't you even say thank you? Thank you. This appears to be a rather foolish individual. In light of the current situation, number 17 hurriedly stepped in to mediate, for shortly. Number 16 would be relying on the esteemed presence of number 16. It seemed that number 16 had just emerged and was somewhat unfamiliar with the circumstances. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with him for the moment. Let us first find a suitable place for you to change your clothes, shall we? Upon hearing the mention of clothing, number 18's face lit up with delight, and she ceased to be troubled. A golden meteor abruptly halted above the trio of androids. At last, I have discovered you. You are quite adept at concealing yourself. Enduring the terrifying self-detonation of Dr. Gero head-on, you remain lively and unscathed. This exaggerated display made it clear to everyone the formidable power of the androids, except for our Super Saiyan, Vegeta. The one who had transformed into a Super Saiyan was indeed Vegeta, his golden aura enveloping him as he boldly declared to the three beneath him, "You three. Who will come forward to meet their demise first?" Chapter 4. The Advancing Vegeta. Amidst the ruins, Android 17 cradled his head, feeling as though 1,000 mythical beasts were trampling through his mind. He had no desire to engage, yet Vegeta buzzed around like an incessant fly, an annoyance that was impossible to ignore. Under the azure sky, 17 raised an eyebrow, gesturing to Android 18 to handle the situation. However, 18, preoccupied with thoughts of what outfit to wear next, had little inclination to address the matter at hand. A sidelong glance at Android 16 confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, he remained as still as a statue. Alas, in crucial moments, one must rely on oneself. Seeing that no one was paying him any heed, Vegeta's countenance darkened, and the aura he emanated grew increasingly menacing. This was an affront too great to bear. I, Vegeta, the illustrious prince of all Super Saiyans, have never been so disregarded and humiliated. At that moment, the others were en route. As desolation swept past them, Krillin spoke with indignation. I never imagined that Dr. Gero would choose to self-destruct. Fortunately, I was close to the exit and managed to evacuate in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Tien recalled bitterly. When we entered, he was not only collapsed on the ground, but also had a gaping wound through his chest. It must have been the betrayal of those two androids that ignited his resentment. Trunks hastily recounted what he had observed. If that is the case, the situation with these androids seems even more complex. We should first locate Vegeta. The group nodded in agreement. Above, Vegeta was ablaze with fury. It was the first time since becoming a Super Saiyan that he had been looked down upon. This was intolerable. Resolutely, he raised his fist, enveloped in a golden whirlwind, and aimed a devastating blow at 17's forehead. Die, he bellowed. This strike encapsulated the pent-up fury that Vegeta had harbored for so long. Below, Android 17 felt a sense of frustration, pondering why he was always the one to endure the blows. Observing that Android 17 did not even attempt to evade, Vegeta's face broke into a smile of absolute confidence. What a ridiculous notion of an artificial being beneath the iron fist of Prince Vegeta. There exists but one inevitable fate: destruction. The furious strike met the cheek of number 17 at a critical moment. With a swift motion, number 17's body slightly swayed and then vanished from sight. Such speed rendered even the mighty Super Saiyan Vegeta momentarily unprepared. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience prompted Vegeta to instinctively adopt a defensive posture and retreat swiftly. In the next instant, the battle-hardened Vegeta sensed an ominous presence looming above him. As anticipated, number 17 hovered in the air, casting a piercing gaze upon Vegeta, adorned with a knowing smile. How utterly contemptuous such audacity! The vast reservoir of energy within Vegeta surged, mobilized, and compressed with fervor. He soon launched a renewed offensive. The thunderous sounds of collision echoed relentlessly. The two warriors danced from the ground to the sky and back again, yet Vegeta's relentless assaults were effortlessly parried by number 17. Regardless of the ferocity of Vegeta's techniques, they felt like mere raindrops against number 17, whose power had been significantly augmented by mechanical enhancements. While feigning interest in Vegeta's attacks, number 17 indulged in daydreams of the accolades that would accompany his victory over Vegeta. Ultimately, the labels mattered little. What truly counted was the rare opportunity to decisively overpower Vegeta. Seizing the moment, he aimed to land several more blows. What a farce! Despite numerous attempts yielding no progress, Vegeta, face flushed with frustration, shouted furiously at number 17. Ignoring Vegeta's impotent rage, number 17 glided past him with a chilling breeze. In an instant, he clenched his fist and delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's tender abdomen. As the speed escalated, by the time Vegeta comprehended the situation, he had already been sent flying like a kite severed from its string, his feet no longer touching the ground. His disheveled demeanor was fully observed by the arriving Krillin and others. Upon seeing them, Vegeta's expression oscillated between shades of green and white. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo were utterly astonished. The strength of this android seemed to starkly contrast with what Trunks had described. Trunks gazed towards the unfamiliar, towering figure standing alongside Android 18 amidst the ruins, a heavy dread settling in his heart. Android 16. However, true to his nature, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Yet, the dull ache emanating from his abdomen compelled him to abandon his prior arrogance and disregard. The android before him not only possessed a remarkable demeanor, but also formidable strength that could not be underestimated. It was evident that he would need to unleash his true power to contend with this formidable opponent. Accompanied by Vegeta's fierce roar, the golden energy waves surrounding his body danced wildly, the immense energy threatening to materialize as it surged skyward. The tumultuous waves of energy expressed the boundless fury boiling within Vegeta. The latent energy within him was unleashed in its entirety, the uncontrollable golden aura spiraling outward. The clouds above, caught in the tempestuous force, could do little but scatter and retreat. Looking up, one could see the horizon enveloped in a gentle golden hue. The sheer strength of Vegeta and the ferocity of his energy were palpable, even reaching the distant Kami house where Yamcha and others could feel it distinctly. Just a moment ago, they were concerned for Vegeta's safety, but now they were left utterly dumbfounded by his overwhelming power. Vegeta has become this strong? The Saiyans truly are monsters. The myriad expressions of astonishment from the onlookers did not escape Vegeta's notice, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This is the culmination of my 3 years of effort. Having readjusted his state and summoned all his strength, Vegeta is poised to eradicate all the androids in one fell swoop. This time, I shall dismantle you into 8 pieces, Vegeta declared with a fervent gesture of his hand. Though his demeanor exudes arrogance, deep down, Vegeta is prepared to proceed with caution, intending to test the waters first. The recent attack was effortlessly thwarted by the androids, a fact that cannot simply be attributed to his concealed power. Such a grand spectacle truly lives up to the name of Vegeta. Upon finishing his words, Android 17 unleashed a powerful kick towards Vegeta. Outside the arena, Krillin's heart raced, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, not daring to blink lest he miss a moment of the thrilling action. The trajectory of the android's movements was crystal clear to Vegeta, feigning an evasion of the attack. Vegeta prepared to strike back the instant he dodged, determined to catch Android 17 off guard. What Vegeta discerned with clarity, Android 17 perceived with equal ease. The moment they clashed, they became entangled in fierce combat, exchanging blows in a relentless back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. The speed of their attacks was astonishing. To an ordinary observer, Only fleeting shadows in the air could be seen, accompanied by the resonant sounds of explosive force. The assault cast a shadow over the surroundings, shrouding everything in darkness and chaos. With a flurry of movements that lasted several minutes, breathless and aching, Vegeta resolved to create some distance. Gazing across, he found Android 17 still composed and vibrant, exuding an air of confidence. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Chapter 5. As the dust settles, such a formidable Vegeta could not overcome the android and found himself at a disadvantage, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The perpetual smile on the android's face pierced Vegeta's heart with a profound sting. Could it be that his opponent had never deemed him worthy of consideration? I am the Super Saiyan Vegeta. Refusing to accept defeat, Vegeta frantically waved his arms, conjuring energy blasts that materialized in an instant, hurling them forth one after another. As the barrage of energy blasts rained down, Android 17 remained unfazed, casually tossing his hair and standing steadfastly in place. Amidst the tumult of explosions, thick clouds of dust enveloped Android 17's figure, prompting a glimmer of hope on Vegeta's face. Under such an intense and relentless barrage, Vegeta firmly believed that Android 17 would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. The continuous roar of explosions and the swirling clouds of dust allowed the onlookers to once again witness the terrifying prowess of Vegeta. After a prolonged wait for the dust to settle, Krillin eagerly leaned forward to assess the situation. In the 100-meter-deep crater created by the explosions, a shimmering green shield emerged, revealing that Android 17 was unharmed within. At this moment, Vegeta's fervent spirit was extinguished entirely. Various conjectures swirled in his mind, yet the outcome was disappointingly bleak. He had failed to notice that even amidst the ferocious self-detonation of Dr. Gero moments ago, Android 17 had withstood it effortlessly with an energy shield. Resorting to such tactics against Android 17 was nothing short of a futile expenditure of energy. Trunks felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. The Android 17 of the future world was not nearly as outrageous. In the depths of the pit, Android 17 seized the opportunity to exploit Vegeta's momentary lapse. With a standard launch, he materialized before him. Capitalizing on Vegeta's daze, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Vegeta soaring into the air. Pain coursed through Vegeta's body as he hastily attempted to defend himself. Android 17's fist rained down relentlessly, each strike aimed with precision at Vegeta's most vulnerable points. As Vegeta struggled to maintain his defense and composure, he found himself being propelled higher and higher off the ground by 17's relentless assault. It was impossible to count how many punches had been thrown, but the figures below appeared as mere ants, the altitude clearly sufficient. Farewell. With a swift motion, Android 17 ascended to greater heights, concentrating all his might into his elbow, and delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's back. A cry escaped Vegeta's lips as blood spewed forth. His body, now uncontrollable, plummeted rapidly toward the ground. With that final spurt of blood, Vegeta lost the last vestiges of his strength, reverting from his Super Saiyan form midair. He could only feel the excruciating pain coursing through him, struggling for breath, his eyelids growing unbearably heavy, and his vision gradually blurring. What chapter is this? And his demise already looming? Android 17's lethal strike, combined with the gravitational pull of the planet, has created a gaping chasm, further devastating the already battered Earth. In the depths of this pit, Vegeta's eyes flutter open slightly as he strives to lift his battered arm, attempting one last defiant effort. Yet, the proud figure ultimately fails to rise. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating Super Saiyan Vegeta. You have acquired the label Pure Saiyan. Clenching his fist and reveling in the boundless energy surging within him alongside the notification from the interface, Android 17 experiences immense joy, witnessing the insufferable nuisance finally silenced. Android 18 nods in satisfaction, whistling a cheerful tune. 16. Let us seek out Goku. She suddenly pauses, realizing her verbal misstep, and corrects herself. No, first I should change my clothes. In the distance, Krillin and Tien stand astonished, still reeling from the terrifying prowess of the androids. Their minds are tumultuous. None could have anticipated such an outcome. Trunks, the second Super Saiyan on the battlefield, feels his vision narrowing in rage. Father. The scene before him evokes memories of the tragic fate of their world. I shall not allow this tragedy to repeat. Drawing his sword from his back, Trunks leaps high into the air. With both hands gripping the blade, he strikes down towards Android 17, determined to cleave him in two. However, fate takes a different turn. 17 merely shifts his body slightly, and, in a flash, extends two fingers to firmly grip the sword that could slice through steel. His elongated fingers glimmer with a green hue, a manifestation of energy enveloping them. Trunks, suspended in midair, exerts all his strength, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet the sword remains utterly immovable, as if enchanted. Moreover, as Android 17 tilts his arm, the grip on the sword forces Trunks to lean helplessly to the side. Observing the gritting determination of Trunks, Android 17's playful spirit ignites. Tell me, which is more formidable, your sword or my fingers? The words sent a sense of foreboding through Trunks, who, in a state of panic, attempted to draw his sword. In the next moment, Android 17 abruptly shook his arm. the tremendous force causing Trunks to lose his grip on the hilt, sending the sword flying away. Remarkably, it did not break. Perhaps my skills are lacking, after all. Surely, it cannot be that the films are at fault. Android 17 mused as he caressed the blade. Never mind, I'll return it to you. Before Trunks could regain his balance after being disarmed, a streak of light perilously grazed his cheek. With a buzzing sound, the sword firmly embedded itself in the ground. Beneath the blazing sun, amidst the desolate ruins, fierce winds occasionally stirred up clouds of dust. Even Trunks, who had effortlessly slain Frieza with a single strike, found himself repelled by Android 17's move, leaving the onlookers in awe of his terrifying power, too intimidated to make a single move. Trunks landed steadily on the ground, his resolve unshaken, and the blood within him began to boil with fervor. With a roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, bathed in golden light. Trunks retrieved the sword cast aside by 17 and, aiming it at his opponent, summoned all his strength to strike once more. Observing the charging Trunks, Android 17 remained unflustered as he activated his protective shield. The tempestuous assault was effortlessly deflected by the pale green barrier. Each violent clash of sword against shield resonated with a metallic clang. The sheer force of the blows compelled Android 17 to retreat involuntarily, the shield carving deep grooves into the ground. Seizing the opportunity from afar, Piccolo swiftly flew to the pit to rescue Vegeta, administering a Senzu bean. Under the miraculous effects of the bean, Vegeta soon regained his vitality, his eyes ablaze with indignation and fury over his recent defeat. To be bested by yet another android, apart from Kakarot, was a humiliation of the highest order. Noticing the other two androids' indifference, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and joined the fray against 17. The energy shield appeared to withstand the onslaught from Trunks alone, with 17 only occasionally countering. However, with Vegeta's unexpected intervention, the combined might of father and son swiftly began to crack the shield. Chapter 6. I am the good guy. Android 17 felt no concern. He possessed infinite energy. Though the output was constant, as long as he remained unbroken, he could replenish his energy. As the barrier seemed on the verge of collapse, Vegeta's confidence soared. Amused by the duo's disregard for martial ethics, 17 chuckled inwardly. Why not let them battle for 3 days and nights, allowing them to become the first Scions to tire themselves to death? While 17 was lost in thought, he suddenly realized he could not linger here. Although Dr. Gero was dead, the formidable foe cell still posed a threat. The greater picture must be prioritized. From behind the shield, Vegeta and Trunks observed 17, who showed no sign of worry, even appearing distracted. This exaggerated demeanor unsettled the two warriors, and a fleeting glance exchanged between them revealed a hint of retreat in their eyes. Seizing the moment for a swift resolution, Android 17 voluntarily deactivated his energy shield and soared into the sky, raising his hands and tauntingly declaring, "Let you witness what true terror is." Below, the onlookers looked up in horror as a barrage of energy blasts rapidly coalesced, akin to bullets from a machine gun. In mere moments, their field of vision was engulfed by the menacing energy projectiles. Run! Realizing the immense threat, Trunks shouted and hastily retreated, but it was too late. Under 17's command, the relentless energy blasts erupted forth like a hailstorm. The fierce storm unleashed a barrage of lethal attacks, leaving Vegeta with no recourse but to desperately seek shelter. Energy blasts erupted around Vegeta and Trunks, accompanied by the deafening roar that pierced the eardrums, leaving the ground riddled with crater-like depressions. Observing the struggling Trunks, Android 17 had no intention of annihilating them. They could potentially serve as allies against Cell, and eliminating them would yield no advantage. It would only provoke Goku's animosity. Thus, when 17 assessed that their adversaries were battered and incapacitated, he ceased his relentless assault. Congratulations on your triumph over Super Saiyan Vegeta. You have acquired the label Royal Bloodline. Congratulations on your triumph over Super Saiyan Trunks. You have acquired the label Time Traveler. The melodious chimes of notifications brought a satisfied nod from 17 as he brushed off his sleeves and adjusted his slightly disheveled hairstyle, departing with a contented smile. It was time to rendezvous with Android 18 and the others. Why not take the opportunity to eliminate them? 18 inquired, perplexed by 17's restraint. That Vegeta is quite bothersome, he replied, waving his hand dismissively and suppressing a sigh, unable to fully explain. It's inconsequential. We have a formidable opponent awaiting us. Who? Goku? No, it's Cell. As 17 solemnly uttered Cell's name, he was met with 18's bewildered gaze. Cell? Who is that? Is he Goku's companion? In that instant, 17 realized 18 had never read the manga and was unaware of Cell's existence. Shaking his head, he struggled to recall pertinent details about Cell while crafting a coherent explanation. I learned of Cell by eavesdropping on Dr. Gero. Cell is the ultimate android created by that old fool. If he were like us, it would be manageable. But that cursed Gero programmed Cell with multiple forms. Most importantly, his perfect form can only be achieved by absorbing both of us. Therefore, we must locate and destroy Cell before he can do so. Agreed? Without waiting for 17 to finish, 18 interjected, yes, and we also need 16 to join us, because I fear we may not be able to defeat Cell on our own. With that, 17 turned his attention to 16, patiently awaiting a response. Surveying the ravaged battlefield, 16's eyes flickered with thoughts unknown, and after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded expressionlessly, indicating his willingness to assist. However, the fleeting glimmer of compassion in his gaze did not escape 17's notice. Recalling that in the anime, 16 despised fighting and cherished animals and nature, 17 realized his recent actions could easily be interpreted as villainous. Understanding the cause of 16's discomfort, 17 stood on tiptoe to pat 16's shoulder, forcing a smile as he spoke. Rest assured, this is my first time breaking free from constraints. I got carried away. I will certainly be more mindful next time. I too hold a deep love for nature. 16, initially taken aback by the gesture, found himself involuntarily smiling in response. Vegeta lay battered and bloodied, his combat suit drenched in crimson, barely maintaining his Super Saiyan form as he sought Senzu beans from Krillin. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo had fared better, having avoided the brunt of 17's focused attacks. Before Krillin could untie the pouch containing the Senzu beans, 3 white flames surged toward them. 17, accompanied by 18 and 16, had arrived. Krillin, filled with trepidation, hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, while Trunks, despite bleeding profusely, positioned himself protectively in front of the others, his expression resolute as he muttered, "Damn androids, how detestable." Yet, no matter how formidable these androids appeared, Trunks refused to yield an inch, unfazed by the fear emanating from his opponents. 17 quickly noticed the Senzu beans hanging from Krillin's waist. The Senzu beans, a remarkable artifact from Dragon Ball, could restore even the gravest injuries with just one bean, making them an essential item for any journey. In a swift motion, 17 appeared beside Krillin, who looked mortified as his tense body became drenched in sweat, his throat constricting in panic. 17 swiftly reached out, seizing the Senzu beans from Krillin's grasp and stowing them away. The onlookers gnashed their teeth in disbelief, while Trunks was firmly restrained by Piccolo. "You're not allowed to take that," Krillin shouted, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage. The moment the words left his lips, regret washed over him as he envisioned the cold, merciless android striking him down. "You all barged into my home and started fighting. Is it unreasonable for me to take some Senzu beans?" 17 remarked with a resigned shake of the pouch he had just acquired. "If I were of a more temperamental nature, you would all be in the afterlife by now. Alas, what can I say? I am a good person." Chapter 7. A future in time. The phrase, "I am a good person," lingered in the air, echoing in the minds of those present, refusing to dissipate. Their responses varied, but all were profoundly shocked. What does it mean to be a good person? Are we ultimately the ones in the wrong? Krillin was consumed by frustration. What kind of situation was this? Vegeta, who had no desire to prolong the battle, ignited with fury upon hearing 17's declaration, his eyes blazing as he glared, fist clenched, his teeth grinding audibly. Had it not been for his limited strength, Vegeta would have lunged at 17 for another round. Trunks, wielding his sword, was equally astonished, but shook his head resolutely. Having witnessed the android's cruelty in his future, they had become his worst nightmares. Reflecting on the past, Trunks realized that aside from the initial appearances of Android 19 and Drive Gero, these 3 androids seemed to be telling the truth. They had not committed any egregious acts. Could it be that I was mistaken? Or has history been rewritten? In that moment, Trunks found himself ensnared in a web of inner conflict. Silence reigned, enveloping the scene. "All right, consider yourselves fortunate today. I shall spare your lives. Now tell me where Goku is. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless and sending you to your demise." 17's menacing words shattered the stillness, proving that only the kind-hearted 18 could break the tension. In comparison to the distant threat of Cell, 18 was more concerned with the immediate presence of Goku. Regardless of the outcome, she was indifferent to the order of events. The group, still processing their thoughts, had yet to react. "Give it up. We will not betray Goku." Standing behind Trunks, Krillin immediately jumped forward to voice his strong opposition. The remarkably feeble Krillin's audacity to speak out caught the attention of Android 18. "Well, you little bald head, I didn't see that coming. I hope your resolve is as strong as your words." Nevertheless, her menacing threats flowed unimpeded, although the others remained silent. Their defensive stances conveyed a firm commitment to not betray their comrades. Observing the reactions of these defeated foes, Android 18 chuckled softly, "With you lot, I could easily manage with one hand. Very well, I shall eliminate you first, then leisurely pursue that cowardly son Goku." No sooner had she finished her sentence than Trunks' eyes widened with fury, ready for confrontation. Sensing the impending clash, Android 17 pressed his palm down, signaling for 18 to silence herself. "For now, I shall consider a bag of Senzu beans as compensation for your reckless behavior," he stated, weighing the beans in his hand. "Moreover, I am merely here to caution you to stay home and refrain from wandering about." "Hey, damn it, clarify your words," Vegeta exclaimed, visibly displeased. Android 17, distracted by the allure of the monitor, showed little interest in engaging further. With wary gazes following him, he soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The silent Android 16 followed closely behind, while Android 18 shot a fierce glare at the now timid Krillin before taking off as well. The fearsome trio of androids had finally departed. Krillin, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. That was terrifying. I thought we were about to fight them, he said, placing a hand over his heart, still shaken. By the way, what did Android 17 mean by telling us to behave at home? Tien asked, voicing his confusion. Who knows? Yet, it's peculiar that 16, 17, and 18 showed restraint and did not kill us. Aren't they supposed to be ruthless and derive pleasure from murder? Krillin frowned, turning to Trunks for answers. By the way, Trunks, were the androids you encountered also this striking and powerful? He inquired. They may look identical, but if their strength were truly this formidable, I fear I would not have had the pleasure of meeting you at all, Trunks replied, forcing a bittersweet smile. Had we waited for Mr. Goku to join us, perhaps the outcome would have been different, he added, casting a forlorn glance towards Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta, who had remained silent until now, let out a heavy snort upon hearing Goku's name, his face reflecting a mix of conflicting emotions. This time, will it be any different if he takes the stage? Impossible. If I have already suffered defeat, how could Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior, possibly surpass me? This fleeting thought was promptly extinguished by Vegeta. Having faced a dismal setback, he was further disregarded by Android 17. At this moment, his frustration mounted, leaving him disinclined to heed the trivial chatter of Krillin and the others. Thus, he rose abruptly, yet in his bewilderment, Vegeta found himself at a loss regarding his destination, aimlessly seeking an escape. Observing this, Trunks contemplated intervening but was soon engulfed by a sense of futility. How could he possibly heed my words? Beside him, Piccolo, who was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Trunks and Vegeta, spoke up. Trunks, you should follow him. After all, Vegeta is your father. Seize this opportunity. I am certain you have much to convey to him. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, and Krillin and Tien also voiced their surprise. In response to their astonished reactions, Piccolo remained composed, pointing to his ears and calmly stating, my hearing is more acute than yours, so I was aware of your conversation with Goku. You should hurry. We will await your return with Vegeta at Goku's house. Understood. Trunks wasted no time and swiftly set off in pursuit. He is the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Having traversed through time in a time machine from a future world, with the singular aim of vanquishing the androids he had just mentioned. According to Trunks, these androids were supposed to be exceedingly malevolent, relishing in destruction and murder, yet for some inexplicable reason, those individuals did not seem to align with that description. Gazing at the receding figure of Trunks, Piccolo elucidated to Tien and Krillin, a time machine, a future world? It belongs to Vegeta and Bulma. The information conveyed in this passage was so profound that it left the two individuals momentarily speechless. Nodding thoughtfully, Piccolo continued, in the future world where Trunks resides, we have been ruthlessly slain by the androids, leaving only Trunks and Bulma to struggle against the odds. Ultimately, through Bulma's relentless efforts, a time machine was developed, granting Trunks the opportunity to arrive in our timeline and attempt to alter the course of this tragic fate. This summarizes the situation. If you are curious, you are welcome to inquire further. As Krillin and Tien Shinhan absorbed this information, Piccolo closed his eyes tightly. After a few deep breaths, he suddenly opened them, his gaze sparkling with determination, as if he had made a significant decision. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Piccolo vanished into the horizon. Chapter 8. Equipment failure. Watching Piccolo depart, both Krillin and Tien Shinhan began to harbor slight suspicions. So Tien, shall we head to Goku's house now? Tien shook his head. No, I plan to first find Kaiatsu. Moreover, considering my current capabilities, I doubt I can contribute meaningfully in the upcoming battles. Tien glanced at his disheveled appearance, his expression tinged with disappointment. Well, Krillin responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry. I, Tien Shinhan, will not be defeated by such setbacks. If there is a need for my assistance, do remember to inform me, and I shall certainly come to help. With a farewell wish, Tien also disappeared from Krillin's view. Left alone, Krillin scratched his head. Never mind, I suppose I should head to Goku's house first. Ultimately, he transformed into a streak of light and departed, restoring the space to its previous tranquility. Within the mysterious base, rows of machines were positioned, and suddenly, the black display screen in the center of the hall illuminated automatically. After flickering a few times, the visage of the now-destroyed Dr. Gero appeared. Just wait for me. The cold, synthesized voice echoed through the dark realm, sending chills down one's spine. Under a cerulean sky, brilliant sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting its glow upon the earth, while colorful clouds danced gracefully in the breeze. In the distance, several dark figures swiftly approached the sky, cutting through the clouds and leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. It was the trio of androids, led by Android 17, on a quest to locate Cell. As the overlapping mountains passed by, Android 18 turned to her brother, perplexed. Are we really going to search for Cell? By the way, do you even know where he is? The previously confident expression on Android 17 froze, leaving him momentarily speechless, having almost forgotten the storyline. If 17 knew where Cell was emerging from, it would indeed be a miracle. Android 18's inquiry made 17 feel somewhat embarrassed, wishing he could vanish into a crevice, especially since he had boldly suggested they seek out Cell. Observing her brother's hesitation, 18 already knew the answer. You don't even know where Cell is. Yet you let us to fly this long? Android 18 pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I suggest we land, find a vehicle, enjoy the scenery along the way, and then change our clothes. Flying like this is simply exhausting. All right, I will heed your advice this time, 17 replied after a moment of contemplation. Since he had forgotten, 17 chose to wait patiently for Cell to present himself. At the end, Android 16's expression shifted, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately opted for silence. Seizing the opportunity, 17 eagerly opened the panel to examine the abilities of his newly acquired label. Reciting the invocation for the panel, he observed, name, Android 17 level, 60 title, none labels, Android, permanent energy core, sibling-like bond, mechanical creation, artificial life form backpack, pure Saiyan, royal bloodline. Time Traveler. The newly acquired label abilities were as follows. Time Traveler. By fate, all future possibilities exist. Attribute. Can traverse time safely. Pure Saiyan. Renowned throughout the universe as a warrior race. Attribute. Possesses the purest bloodline of the Saiyan warrior race. Royal bloodline. As the name suggests, the most authentic Saiyan royal lineage. Attribute. Significantly enhances talent, destined to be regarded as a king among all Saiyans. Equipment restrictions. Must possess Saiyan bloodline. This is the lineage of the Saiyans. How remarkable. Number 17 felt a surge of joy within. What could be more powerful than the 7 Dragon Balls? First, there are the 7 Dragon Balls, and second, the Saiyan heritage right before him. To his astonishment, this Saiyan lineage manifested so effortlessly. Indeed, he was a lucky one. Equipment. 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 A notification chimed. Pure Saiyan cannot be equipped alongside Android, mechanical creation, permanent energy core, artificial life form. Would you like to remove it for equipping? Number 17 could not help but curse under his breath. After a series of actions, he realized that only those who had traversed through time could don the items in his backpack. Adjusting his mindset, he continually reassured himself. This was already quite remarkable. Having obtained this, there was hope for the future. Oh yes, number 18 exclaimed, her speed suddenly increasing as she swiftly left number 17 behind. You all need to catch up. With her urging calls, number 17 and number 16 hurriedly followed. Over here, look at that pink vehicle. While shouting and waving, number 18 spotted a pink van from a distance. Upon reaching the location, the group quickly descended. Several vehicles were parked haphazardly along the roadside. The most striking being the pink van. Get me a cup of coffee, same as usual, no sugar. A man strolled lazily, yawning as he addressed the stall owner nearby. Ha ha ha, you're here so early today. The owner cheerfully replied upon recognizing him, holding a warm cup of coffee. The middle-aged man adjusted his clothing and squatted down to chat with the stall owner. Have you heard the news? There has been a major incident in the south. What happened? The stall owner replied nonchalantly. It's quite serious. I've heard many people have died. The man animatedly recounted the details he had gathered from the broadcast. Ah, that's the one. As she circled the pink van, number 18 expressed her satisfaction. However, upon opening the door and seeing the clutter inside, she frowned. Everyone, please clear out this trash first. Otherwise, it will be too cramped, and I doubt you could even sit. After listening, number 16 stepped forward, grasping the bottom of the van with his right hand and the roof with his left, effortlessly lifting it and shaking it vigorously to empty the garbage inside. As soon as the van was set down, number 18 eagerly hopped into the driver's seat. The two individuals who had been calmly sipping coffee and chatting were now startled into a state of shock by number 16's actions, collapsing to the ground. The middle-aged man fell to his knees, crying out in despair, "My car, my car!" However, due to number 16's imposing stature, he dared not intervene, while number 17 climbed into the passenger seat. As the back of the van sank, number 18 expertly turned the ignition, starting the engine. The pink van departed under the vacant gaze of the boss. Hey, would you like some music? When Trunks finally located Vegeta, he stood alone atop the mountain, relishing the caress of the chilly breeze. Vegeta gazed skyward, his eyes closed in a frigid demeanor. Kakarot, is he stronger than you? Yet. It seems you are not as formidable as I once thought. Bulma's words echoed in Vegeta's mind. Chapter 9, Trunks' speculation. The scene replayed vividly in his mind. And with a heart full of resentment, Vegeta clenched his fists and let out a series of shouts. After venting his pent-up emotions, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Could it be that the Super Saiyan is not invincible? If that were the case, how could I have been bested by that android, reduced to this state? What does that signify? As Vegeta calmed, he murmured to himself, seeking answers. I am the prince of the Saiyans, of the most illustrious and purest lineage. Now that I have attained the Super Saiyan form, it is only fitting that I, Vegeta, should be the strongest in the universe. With each self-interrogation, his body trembled involuntarily from the emotional turmoil, sweat trickling down his forehead. Is my limit dictated by the fact that my adversary is an android? The mountains loomed. The northern winds howled, and no soul was present to provide him with the answers he sought. Nay, I am Vegeta. Even if my opponent is 100 times stronger than I shall surpass him. The indomitable will within him blazed fiercely. It was precisely this unquenchable resolve that had propelled Vegeta to his current standing. Indeed, I am Vegeta. He gazed towards the horizon, silently vowing, Kakarot. Once I deal with the androids, it will be your turn. Trunks, standing at a distance, recalled his mother Bulma's words about his father. Your father is proud, cold as ice, and seldom reveals his true feelings. Yet beneath that ruthless exterior lies a fierce protective instinct and a strong sense of pride. It is this very quality that drew me to him. Father. Reflecting on these words, Trunks resolved to seize the moment before Vegeta recognized him, thus calling out to him. As Vegeta steadied his emotions atop the mountain, he turned to meet Trunks' gaze. Though he had previously inferred from Piccolo's mention of the name that this purple-haired youth might be his future son, the actual confirmation stirred a peculiar sensation within him. Gazing intently at Trunks, a flicker of pride crossed Vegeta's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by his customary coldness. What do you want? The myriad expressions on Vegeta's face did not go unnoticed by Trunks, who forced a smile and spoke with some hesitation. I came to find you, primarily to acknowledge our relationship and to discuss strategies at Mr. Goku's home. For a long moment, the only sound that reached Trunks' ears was the howling wind. Do you truly believe that adding Kakarot to the mix will suffice against the current androids? Vegeta's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. The words caused Trunks to lower his head in silence, momentarily lost for words. I too was uncertain of the present circumstances. The androids of this timeline were strikingly different from those I had encountered before. After a prolonged period of observation, Trunks finally articulated the thoughts that had been building within him. Perhaps I had traversed not merely a different timeline, but one so divergent that it rendered this reality starkly different from the future world. Vegeta, with his back turned to Trunks, exhibited no signs of disturbance upon hearing Trunks' inner musings. Regardless of the situation, I, Vegeta, am resolute in my determination to eradicate all androids. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta silently vowed once more, casting a sidelong glance at Trunks with an impassive expression. It is too late for such discussions. Follow me. Trunks, momentarily stunned, displayed a flicker of joy upon hearing Vegeta's call from above. As they journeyed toward the temple, Piccolo's mood was notably somber. The situation had escalated to a point where it was time to seek out that old sage. Only through assimilation and transformation into a Super Namekian could there be a chance to defeat the androids and save the world. Amidst the towering clouds, a majestic temple loomed, within which resided a deity who perpetually safeguarded this realm. The legendary deity, in truth, was a Namekian from the vast universe who, through a twist of fate, became a divine guardian and created the Dragon Balls. The malevolent King Piccolo, once a scourge upon the world, was merely a manifestation of the deity's inner darkness. Time flows like a swift river, and even the formidable deity has not escaped the ravages of age. Now, the deity appeared as an ordinary elder, his face lined with wrinkles, and his gait unsteady. Steadily, the deity emerged from the depths of the opulent palace, staff in hand. As the sole attendant of the temple, Popo hurried from the garden to the deity's side, his expression one of reverence as he inquired, "Deity, do you require assistance?" He has arrived. Before Popo could grasp the meaning, Piccolo descended with a powerful presence. You have come. The appearance of another Namekian, Piccolo, prompted the deity to lapse into momentary contemplation. I must come. The cloak billowed in the wind as Piccolo's piercing gaze fixed upon the deity, his tone icy. You must be aware of everything, thus, we must merge. Only by becoming a Super Namekian can I save everything. The deity, staff in hand, pondered deeply, gently tapping the ground in reflection. Indeed. It seems the day of the fusion between the deity and the demon has finally come. The dialogue between the deity and Piccolo left Popo aghast, prompting him to urgently interject. Deity, if you merge, you will cease to exist, and most importantly, the dragon will vanish as well. Fearless. The deity expressed heartfelt gratitude to Popo, who had accompanied him for many years. Popo, thank you for your companionship over the years. My departure will no longer burden you. To be by your side is my honor, Popo replied, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. Yet, fully aware of the impending crisis in the world, the deity made a decisive choice without further delay. Follow me. The deity led the way into the temple, with Piccolo closely trailing behind. Goku's new home remained nestled in the picturesque Baotou Mountain, where nature thrived in harmony. Inside the simply adorned house, despite Yamcha having administered an antidote to Goku, he remained in a deep slumber, racked by pain. The door creaked open. It was Chi-Chi, steadfastly clinging to hope in the face of Goku's uncertain fate, carrying warm water. She approached the bedside, gently wiping the cold sweat from Goku's forehead. Yamcha, displaying a look of dejection, shook his head before quietly exiting the room. Stepping outside for fresh air, Yamcha spotted an individual hastening toward him from afar. The distance was too great to discern the person's identity, and curiosity piqued. He flew forward to engage in conversation. Ah, Krillin, is it just you? Yamcha exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Krillin, with a troubled expression, explained, enough of that. Vegeta and Trunks were defeated while attempting to confront a single android. Had it not shown mercy, the consequences would have been dire. I'm at a loss for what to do now. By the way, has Goku awakened? Not yet. After I fed him the medicine, he has remained in a deep sleep, Yamcha replied promptly. Thus, the situation has become dire. The next target of the androids is Goku, and Krillin is filled with concern. Chapter 10, Target West City. Outside, as Krillin contemplates whether to relocate Goku in anticipation of an android attack, A familiar voice echoes from a distance. Looking up, Krillin sees Gohan returning after escorting Bulma home. In the room, Chi-Chi, who is taking care of Goku, rushes out upon hearing her son's voice. Embracing the newly arrived Gohan, Chi-Chi exclaims with a face full of worry, "My Gohan, you are finally back." "Oh, I'm fine, Mom," Gohan responds with a smile, scratching his head. After finally freeing himself from his mother's embrace, Gohan, filled with anticipation, inquires about the outcome of their efforts against the androids. Krillin elaborates on the entire situation, and only then do they grasp the gravity of the current crisis. "What should we do now? Should we follow Uncle Krillin's plan and relocate Dad?" Gohan asks, touching Krillin's raised head. After a moment's contemplation, Krillin replies, "Yes, while the androids have not yet located us, we must ensure Goku's safety." Aware of the inherent dangers, Krillin suggests that they take a plane for the relocation to avoid detection. Thus, with unease, they hurriedly carry the unconscious Goku onto the aircraft under Krillin's direction. As for the arrangements with Piccolo and Trunks, they are of little concern now. On the plane, Krillin, who oversees the situation, issues commands to accelerate towards Master Roshi's island to evade the android's pursuit. While he pilots the aircraft with tension, he is suddenly startled by an incoming call. Addressing the bewildered group, Krillin reassures them, "It's nothing, it's Bulma calling." Gazing at the unconscious Goku below, Krillin answers the phone with a look of confusion. "Hello, Bulma. What is the matter? Where are you right now? Is my future son Trunks with you?" Bulma inquires urgently. Although puzzled by Bulma's interest in Trunks, Krillin patiently explains the situation. "Are the androids truly that formidable? Even you have failed." Bulma's astonished voice comes through the line. Once, the tyrant Frieza, who dominated the universe, was vanquished by Trunks with a single strike. Yet now, these mere androids on Earth have led to such a dismal defeat. This incident has led Bulma to believe even more firmly that the mysterious occurrence is related to the androids, prompting her to hurriedly inform Krillin. "You all should come over to my place first. I will notify Trunks to join us as well." Just as Krillin was about to decline, Bulma continued on the phone. "I have discovered a significant issue that is likely connected to the androids. Please come over first." Upon hearing the mention of the androids, Krillin swiftly altered their flight path, redirecting towards Bulma's residence in the western city. Meanwhile, number 18, driving her beloved car along the highway, was in high spirits, unable to resist humming along to the radio. The splendid scenery rushed past as the gentle breeze caressed her face, while number 17 leaned against the window, savoring the moment with his eyes closed. Once they dealt with Cell alongside number 16, he could rest easy. Fortunately, with number 16 guiding the way, they were able to find the bustling West City with precision. The Capsule Corporation was also located in West City, and Bulma, being a friend of Goku, made him contemplate whether they should pay a visit. Suddenly, number 16, who had been quietly seated in the back of the car, spoke up. Upon hearing Bulma's name, number 17's mind was flooded with images of Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brief, the genius scientist and CEO of Capsule Corporation, known for her exceptionally high IQ. She was also the wife of the Saiyan Vegeta and the mother of Trunks. Most importantly, number 17 was reminded of the bomb that Dr. Gero had implanted within him. What left a lasting impression on number 17 was Bulma's successful development of a controller through her schematics, as well as her efforts in repairing number 16's injuries. As for the ultimate outcome in the anime, number 17 remained in the dark. The formidable Bulma, without a doubt, is someone that number 17 wishes to meet, hoping to resolve the explosive device within himself. Should that prove unfeasible, he can always borrow the Dragon Ball radar to seek the dragon's assistance. With clarity of purpose, number 17 declared resolutely, "I shall go. Bulma is capable of assisting us in removing the bomb within." However, he added, "Let me change my attire first." The ever-determined number 18, who was at the wheel, remained steadfast, revealing her deep obsession with clothing. In the presence of his sister, number 17 could only retreat from her boldness, situating himself in the passenger seat. Cell had yet to make an appearance, and with number 17's current strength, he was reluctant to act alone for fear of ambush. Thus he opted for a more prudent approach. As they cruised through the vibrant commercial district, a plethora of shops sparkled brilliantly under the neon lights. Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city center, where number 18 eagerly pulled number 17 into an exquisitely decorated clothing store. Despite her tattered attire, number 18's beauty effortlessly captivated the sales staff. Under their welcoming guidance, she joyfully began selecting from the vast array of garments. With their enthusiastic assistance, number 18 purchased dozens of outfits in one go. Number 17 was also outfitted, shedding his red scarf in favor of a lavish casual ensemble. Gazing into the mirror at his dashing reflection, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, one is judged by their attire, much like a horse is judged by its saddle." As for number 16, stationed outside, his height and mechanical design rendered him unable to procure clothing. However, the ingenious number 17 devised a solution. He suggested that one day, when time permitted, number 18 could apply a colorful film to him. Upon hearing the detailed plan, the image of number 16 adorned in vibrant colors flashed in their minds, prompting number 18 to stifle a laugh with her hand. Ultimately, number 18 donned a white blouse complemented by a jacket, her alabaster neck adorned with a pearl necklace. Number 17, carrying the meticulously chosen garments, was ready to leave the store with his sister when they were informed that payment was required for their departure. Faced with this predicament, number 18 tilted her head in confusion and asked number 17, "Do we really have to pay for our purchases?" "Perhaps we should," number 17 replied, straining his head out from behind the towering stack of boxes. "Do you have any money?" She squinted, inquiring. "No," came his prompt response. The astonished sales clerk, overhearing their conversation, mentally prepared to alert the authorities. "But we could sell the car and use that money to pay." Number 17 quickly pivoted, conjuring another solution. Thus, he successfully exited the store with the clothes in hand. "You sold the car. What shall we do now?" Number 18 queried. "We can simply borrow another one from a kind-hearted soul. It's not a big deal, right, number 16? Gazing at the pristine vehicle, number 17 couldn't help but exclaim, "There are still many good people in this world." As they drove off, the trio began to indulge in the street food offerings. Yet, the fleeting joy was abruptly interrupted by two unfamiliar figures who intruded upon their rare moment of happiness. Chapter 11, The Assault of the Androids outside the bustling commercial district. Throngs of people and a cacophony of vehicles filled the scene with life. Under the clear blue sky, two figures suddenly halted in their tracks, one towering and robust, while the other was notably diminutive. This comically absurd duo comprises the androids number 14 and number 15, who have journeyed from the distant north. Bowing their heads, their eyes gleamed with an eerie green light as they scanned the bustling commercial street below, meticulously analyzing the throngs of people. Thousands of pieces of information were swiftly filtered out until they honed in on the trio of number 17, located several hundred meters away. Upon locating their target, androids No. 14 and number 15 descended rapidly and landed with precision, oblivious to the crowd that pointed and gawked at them. Due to the short stature of number 15, who could only levitate in midair, it followed closely behind the briskly advancing number 14, progressing towards number 17, disregarding traffic regulations. The android was on the verge of being crushed by an oncoming vehicle. With a thunderous crash, before the calamity could unfold, number 15 cast a fierce glare, causing the speeding car to explode instantaneously. Ignoring the screams of the crowd, the androids continued their march, and upon encountering towering buildings obstructing their path, a mere wave of their hand created a blast that cleared a passageway. In the wake of their passage, they left not only deep footprints but also countless lives affected by their reckless destruction, sending the onlookers scattering in terror. The scene quickly devolved into chaos as police sirens blared in the distance. Meanwhile, the jovial number 18, savoring culinary delights, gazed at the smoke rising from the nearby structures, commenting on the disarray of public order. Having already sensed the presence of the unfamiliar androids, number 16 calmly set down the food that filled its hands. Speaking with resolute determination, "There are two unfamiliar androids ahead. They must be targeting us." On the 16th, the expressions of both the 17th and 18th were filled with bewilderment. Artificial beings, and two of them at that, could not possibly be related to Cell. Could it be that my mere presence has triggered a butterfly effect? The 17th pondered in confusion. The 18th, holding a cup of milk tea, took a leisurely sip before gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "What is this? Why is it that no matter what we do, we are constantly interrupted? Just wait until they arrive. I shall turn them into pig heads. Soon." Amidst the explosions and billowing smoke, the unfamiliar artificial beings described by the 16th finally revealed themselves. On the right stood a formidable figure, robust in stature with long braids. Wearing a serious expression, his exposed muscles clearly denoted a powerful and intimidating presence. To the left stood a much smaller artificial being, adorned with a large hat, sporting a bow tie on his chest, dark sunglasses, and hands tucked into his pockets. Without mentioning anything else, the peculiar appearance of this artificial being, designated as number 15, evoked a profound sense of displeasure in the 18th. Once the 17th fully discerned the newcomers, he immediately grasped the situation at hand. These two androids, Android 17, still evoke memories, as they resemble androids 14 and 15 from the previous Dragon Ball films. Predictably, there remains the formidable Android 13, who serves as the ultimate antagonist in the storyline. Android 13 possesses the ability to absorb components from androids 14 and 15, thereby altering his form. Alas, he ultimately meets his demise at the hands of the protagonist, Son Goku, who reduces him to ashes. The fearsome countenance of the figure left number 17 utterly perplexed. Shouldn't their targets be Son Wukong? How had they turned their attention towards him? With a dismissive snort, though the reasons remained shrouded in mystery, number 17 deduced, based on the portrayal of the androids in the cinematic version and considering the strength of his own side, that the androids before him, numbers 14 and 15, were undoubtedly no match for him. It seemed that only number 13 posed a genuine threat to his life. Thus, number 17 resolved to eliminate one of them first, intending to dismantle all the components within. In such a scenario, a 3-on-1 confrontation would render even the extraordinarily powerful Android 13 incapable of making a significant impact. However, the emergence of androids 14 and 15 instilled a sense of apprehension in Android 17, who began to ponder whether formidable foes like Bojack, Broly, and the malevolent spirit of Buu would inevitably follow suit. Yet, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts. The immediate challenge must be addressed first. With a shake of his head to dispel distractions, Android 17 focused on the matter at hand. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that the target of their efforts was solely the three of them. Strike first, he declared. I will team up with Android 18 to eliminate one, while you, Android 16, hold off that behemoth. Casting aside her milk tea, Android 18 fixed her gaze on Android 17, and the distant Android 16 nodded in silent agreement. Retrieving a canister of an unknown liquid, after Android 15 gulped it down and tilted his head back, he addressed the towering Android 14, stating, it's decided. I will confront 17 and 18, while you take on 16. If possible, neutralize them swiftly. If not, delay until 13 arrives to assist. Once the roles were assigned, Android 15 raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, a sinister grin adorning his face as he charged towards Android 17. They were formidable creations, designed meticulously by Dr. Gero through advanced computer technology. Their mechanical bodies rendered them impervious to pain, and their chip-enhanced analytical capabilities allowed them to understand their adversaries with remarkable precision. With automated combat support at their disposal, Android 15 brimmed with confidence, believing he could decisively eliminate the thorn in Dr. Gero's side, Android 17. While the trio of 17 skillfully evaded the onslaught, the vehicle they occupied remained stationary, inevitably resulting in the clothing within being sent flying amidst the chaos. Upon spotting the scattered garments, Android 18 furiously exclaimed, "Damn those beasts." Her eyes seemed ablaze with fury as she turned to Android 17, urging, "Let us go together." Opting for a direct confrontation, Android 18's fierce gaze locked onto the advancing Android 15. Seizing the moment, she raised her long leg and delivered a powerful kick, unleashing a sonic boom. The astonishing speed of attack was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet the cyborg number 15, through the precise analysis of its chip, managed to grasp firmly. Without a flicker of emotion, number 18 executed a rapid 360-degree turn in an attempt to break free from its grasp. However, no. 15 held onto its ankle with an unyielding grip, forcing number 18 to spin along with it. Realizing the futility of the situation and the imminent risk of being thrown, number 18 swiftly pushed off with its other foot, striking number 15 in the face. With a series of punches, it shattered the sunglasses, leaving number 15 momentarily blinded, thereby compelled to release its hold. Finally extricating its foot, the resourceful number 18 seized the opportunity to grasp the hem of number 15's garment. With a vigorous motion, it slammed number 15's head against the ground in a forceful collision. This was repeated several times until number 15, gathering energy in its hands, retaliated just as no. 18 hurled it towards number 17. Catch it, number 18 shouted. Caught off guard, number 15, exerting all its might, curled into a ball in a desperate attempt to convert its defense into offense. Understanding number 18's intent, number 17 did not hesitate, clasping its hands together and leaping high. As number 15 hurtled towards them, it swung down with a decisive blow. The plan unraveled for number 15, which crashed through multiple buildings before becoming buried deep underground. In Chapter 12, titled, number 17 observed another scene where number 16 was engaged in a fierce exchange with number 14, each punch and kick resonating with tremendous force, creating ripples of destruction around them. The surrounding structures were reduced to debris. Struggling to emerge from the depths, number 15 found no respite as number 17 seized its head, forcefully pressing it into the ground, generating sparks as they skidded several kilometers. Eventually, number 15's arm became ensnared, immobilized by the earth. Yet, such an assault was insufficient to defeat number 15. When number 17 soared to the heights of a skyscraper for a vantage point, number 15, enveloped in a cloud of dust, sprang upward. With its sunglasses shattered, number 15 revealed its green mechanical eye, and the hat atop its head vanished, exposing its transparent, unseemly cranium. Its eyes flickered incessantly, analyzing number 17, but before number 15 could draw any conclusions, number 17 swiftly evaded and landed another punch to its head. The internal chip of number 15 failed to react in time, leaving it defenseless against the barrage of strikes. After a relentless series of blows, number 17 grimaced, shaking its hand. It seemed that number 15 was not merely a passive recipient of punishment, but rather a formidable opponent. Thus, number 17 prepared to escort no. 15 away from the bustling urban landscape to a desolate wilderness, intending to unleash energy blasts to resolve the conflict. As no. 17 transformed into a streak of light and sped away, number 15 and number 18 followed closely, while number 14 and number 16, locked in their struggle, had no choice but to comply. In the vast expanse of the plains, the scenery was idyllic, fitting for eternal rest. Although they could not vanquish no. 17 and its companions, number 14 and number 15 remained undaunted, continuing their standoff. As long as they could delay the arrival of number 13, everything would turn in their favor. Number 14 twisted its neck and declared, "I shall handle that behemoth." With that, it swiftly struck number 16 into the mountainside, engaging in a fierce battle. Observing number 15, Number 17 instructed number 18, "We need to deal with the obstinate number 15." In response to the unyielding number 15, both number 17 and number 18 skillfully seized one of its arms. In an instant, number 15 was firmly restrained midair, as the two cyborgs exerted forceful rotations in opposite directions. With a resounding crack, number 15's arms were forcibly torn from its body. Sparks flew from the severed wires where its limbs had once been. Realizing it had lost both arms, number 15 attempted to flee. However, no. 18 swiftly moved in to deliver a final blow. Witnessing the battered number 15, number 17 deftly joined number 18, raising a hand to unleash a torrent of energy blasts upon it. Amidst the deafening explosions, flames and smoke surged skyward, sending debris and fragments scattering across the ruins. These are the effects triggered by the energy blasts launched on the 17th and 18th, fortunately, under the deliberate control of Unit 17. The epicenter of the explosion was distanced from the bustling city center. Otherwise, the toll of innocent lives could have been catastrophic. The once arrogant and overbearing android, Unit 15, now lies crumpled amidst the rubble, akin to a lifeless dog stripped of its spine. Unit 17 approaches and forcefully treads upon the head of Unit 15, coldly interrogating. "Who commanded you to confront us, and where is Unit 13? Despite its grotesque appearance, Unit 15 remains tight-lipped, showing no inclination to respond. If you choose silence, then you may as well embrace death. Rest assured, company will soon join you." Unit 17 taunts, gesturing towards the direction of Unit 14, a cruel smile gracing its lips. Unit 14, engaged in a fierce struggle with Unit 16, could not ignore the dismal fate of Unit 15. Without a moment's hesitation, it received an order from Dr. Gero within the base to rescue Unit 15 at all costs, or, if that proves impossible, to secure its critical internal components. Upon receiving the command, Unit 14 swiftly aimed and unleashed its most powerful energy blast to disrupt Unit 16, before sprinting towards Unit 17 with all its might. "Unit 17, await your fate. I shall soon transform you into the most resplendent of fireworks," echoed the voice of Unit 15 amidst the crackling sounds. Such words from number 17 felt eerily familiar, evoking memories of Dr. Gero's ominous proclamations before his self-detonation. Could it be that the wretched old man had survived, lurking in the shadows, commanding androids 14 and 15 to seek his demise? As a wave of shock coursed through number 17, android 15 lay motionless at his feet, as if lifeless, uttering no more words nor putting up any struggle. Suppressing the chilling conjectures swirling in his mind, number 17 lifted his arm, intending to obliterate android 15 immediately. Suddenly, 15 began to radiate a blinding white light from the depths of the pit where it lay. An acute sense of peril surged from the ground beneath number 17, racing straight to his mind. "It's going to explode." He swiftly activated his protective shield and rushed towards number 18. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, thunder cracked, and an exceptionally brilliant flash erupted from the spot where 15 had been. This was followed by a thunderous explosion, giving rise to a massive fireball of deep reddish brown, accompanied by a whirlwind of debris and dust. The rapidly ascending shockwave propelled him skyward, leaving in its wake a column of dust. The fireball and dust column intertwining to form a stunning mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, silence prevailed, interrupted only by the mechanical chime of a notification in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated Android 15, earning the title of Nightmare." A title? Number 17 was taken aback. Piloting the aircraft towards Bulma's residence were Krillin and others, their hearts filled with trepidation after witnessing the terrifying self-detonation of Android 15. Their only glimmer of hope rested on the unconscious Goku. Bulma, being one of the closest to the explosion, was rendered pale by the sudden blast. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks returned empty-handed from the lookout on Mount Payas, just exiting Goku's home. "It must be those androids. I sense that unparalleled explosion," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "Let's go." Ignoring Trunks' words, Vegeta uttered a single word before charging ahead. The urgency in Vegeta's demeanor stemmed from the explosion's direction, West City, where Bulma and his child resided. "Are they all right?" Number 17's protective shield shattered upon contact with the explosion. Fortunately, 18 had timely replenished his energy, enabling him to withstand the brunt of the blast. With 18 behind him, she patted number 17's shoulder in reassurance. Whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 16 approached with a rush of wind. Upon seeing that number 17 was unscathed and that 18 was merely dusty, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. That big guy has vanished. He must have fled amidst the chaos. Pursue. Number 17 could hardly swallow this humiliation. Had it not been for his enhanced abilities granted by the panel, he would likely have been reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 13. Cell on the pursuit of Android 14. Number 17 deftly summoned the panel, eager to explore the newly acquired title of Nightmare and its potential attribute enhancements. Name, number 17 level, 60 title, Nightmare tags, Android, permanent energy core, kinship, mechanical creation, artificial life form, time traveler inventory, pure scion, royal bloodline. Click to view Nightmare's description. Nightmare, you seem to have become a nightmare that some are reluctant to mention. Attributes, immune to dizziness. This simple four-character attribute took number 17 by surprise and left him feeling quite disappointed. The hard-earned title obtained from defeating the artificial beings merely grants immunity to dizziness. Preventing dizziness is of little use to number 17, who does not possess extraordinary abilities. It seems that he must refrain from acting hastily and treat it as he would with Vegeta, in order to reap the benefits. Number 17 pondered to himself. The relentless pursuit by the three of them forced the fleeing artificial being number 14 to constantly evade in the eastern part of West City, endlessly running in circles. In the northern region, within a mysterious underground base, the once damaged Dr. Gero now appeared fully restored, furiously striking the display screen. This irritation stemmed from the fact that through his microscopic robots, Dr. Gero observed that the three were still vigorous after number 15's self-destruction. Useless beings. I hope no. 14 can hold on until you arrive, or I dread to think how long I will have to wait. Dr. Gero grimly addressed the shadowy figure of artificial being No. 13. Doctor, there is no need for such anger. Once you recreate the controller, number 17 will be at your beck and call. Even without the components of No. 14 and number 15, Son Goku will never be my match. Number 13 responded in a deep voice. Ha ha indeed. I shall ensure that No. 17 finds it impossible to live or die. Dr. Gero clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on the display screen. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Dr. Gero caught a glimpse of a green shadow darting past near number 17 on the monitor. He commanded the playback to rewind and freeze the frame. As the image magnified, astonishment mixed with profound confusion flickered in Dr. Gero's eyes. On the screen appeared a large insect-like monster, its yellow and green body adorned with irregular black spots, hunched over with a long tail trailing behind it. Such an unsightly creature is none other than the ultimate life form, cell, cultivated by Dr. Gero through genetic technology. How did it come to be here? For a moment, Dr. Gero staggered back, shaking his head in denial. He remained convinced that the cell he had engineered was still in its embryonic stage, prior to activating the androids number 13 and others. He had even taken the precaution of inspecting the incubation chamber himself, fearing that the battle might have disrupted the growth process and delayed cell's emergence. Moreover, due to cell's protracted developmental cycle, Dr. Gero had entrusted the computer with autonomous development. So, from whence did this manifestation of cell arise? Furthermore, judging by its appearance, it seemed intent on ambushing the androids number 17 and 18 to achieve its designated perfect form. Most importantly, could this version of cell be utilized for my purposes? After the initial shock, Dr. Gero began to ponder these questions. Ultimately, he dispatched a miniature spacecraft to establish contact with the suddenly appeared enigmatic cell. Observing Dr. Gero's expression transitioned from astonishment to silence, and finally to elation. The silent android number 13 remained watchful. Within the temple, a figure emerged slowly. It was Piccolo. With closed eyes, he sensed the surging energy within him, a feeling of fullness and swelling invigorating his entire being. Piccolo felt that with his current strength, he could single-handedly vanquish the androids without requiring the assistance of Goku and the others. God, is that you? Although the figure before him resembled the Demon King Piccolo, Mr. Popo still held a flicker of hope in his heart. God is dead. With this chilling statement, Piccolo turned away, resolved to eliminate the androids and safeguard this realm. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks hurriedly made their way back to West City. Upon flinging open the door, Vegeta, who had been in a frantic rush just moments ago, found Bulma and the child safe and sound, and his demeanor instantly hardened. The sudden sound of the door startled little Trunks in Bulma's arms, causing him to wail. What are you doing? You frightened the child? Upon recognizing Vegeta, Bulma scolded him sharply from her seat. With a slight huff, Vegeta stubbornly turned away, choosing not to respond. Noticing Vegeta's disregard, Bulma's attention was drawn to a young man with purple hair at the doorway. Ah, you must be Trunks, the one who traveled through time from the future. Rising to her feet, a curious Bulma held little Trunks, comparing him closely to his future counterpart. In this situation, the bashful Trunks, rendered speechless, blushed furiously, scratching his head and nodding incessantly. The exuberant Bulma seized Trunks and peppered him with questions. But just as he was about to falter, a sound of propellers echoed from outside. It was Krillin and the others arriving in their aircraft. What was that explosion about? Krillin inquired, leaping from the plane and urgently questioning Vegeta's family. I'm not sure either. We didn't find you at Goku's house. As soon as we stepped outside, we sensed the explosion. Realizing it was in West City, we rushed back with great urgency, Trunks explained, equally bewildered. Bulma, do you know? Krillin initially presumed that Vegeta and Trunks had encountered the androids again, which caused the explosion. All I know is that a group of androids wreaked havoc from the city center to the suburbs, and two of them resembled the androids Trunks described. Fortunately, the explosion occurred in the suburbs. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost, Bulma continued. After the explosion, they vanished from West City. All androids. Could it be they turned on each other? Krillin recalled the sight of the incapacitated Dr. Gero. I didn't dare approach to check, so I'm not certain about the details. Bulma shrugged, expressing her helplessness. Let us hope they do turn on each other, leading to mutual destruction, allowing us to benefit from their conflict, Yamcha remarked with anticipation. Now that they've departed, let us set aside our discussion about them. I summoned you all here regarding Trunks, Bulma said mysteriously, or we could say it pertains to events from the future. My affairs? Trunks was taken aback by Bulma's statement. Under Bulma's guidance, everyone gathered in her research center. To prevent young Trunks from causing further mischief, Bulma cautiously placed him in a cradle. Standing up, she addressed the group. Just now, someone sent me a photograph, and astonishingly, it featured a time machine. Bulma's revelation shocked everyone present. The time machine was no stranger to them. It was essential for traversing through time. And it was through this device that future Trunks had arrived in their timeline. The emergence of another time machine understandably left everyone aghast. Chapter 14. Undercurrent sunlight bathed their shoulders, yet a sense of chill permeated the atmosphere. Trunks, do you still have your time machine on you? Ignoring the astonished reactions, Bulma posed her question to Trunks. Yes, the time machine has always been with me, Trunks replied, rummaging through his pocket. Shortly after, he produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a loud pop, a large yellow and blue machine materialized. Pointing at the machine, Trunks expressed his confusion. Look. The time machine is right here. After examining the photograph on the table, Bulma remarked thoughtfully, outwardly, there is no discernible difference. Could it be that my future self manufactured 2 time machines? The others were left puzzled by Bulma's musing, save for future Trunks, who interjected, in the future. My mother and I exerted all our efforts to create just 1 time machine. There is absolutely no way there could be a second. Handing the photograph to Trunks, Bulma stroked her chin in contemplation. Upon seeing the photograph's content, Trunks' brow furrowed immediately. This time machine is indeed identical to mine. The onlookers also scrutinized the photograph, revealing a dilapidated machine, overgrown with moss, yet unmistakably the same as the one in Trunks' possession. Someone called to inform me they discovered a machine inscribed with the Universal Capsule Corporation's name, intending to provide the information for a reward. Initially, I dismissed it. But upon receiving this photograph, I recognized the gravity of the situation. That's why I hastily gathered you all to discuss this matter. Bulma elaborated on the photograph's origin. With the future time machine at hand, Gohan, Krillin, and the others remained silent, awaiting Trunks' response. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, Trunks reiterated his suspicions, adding, thus, I suspect that the current androids and those from the future may be so vastly different because someone, akin to myself, traveled back to the present using a time machine. Pointing at the moss on the photograph, Trunks continued, the dilapidated appearance of the time machine suggests that this mysterious individual arrived in your timeline before I did. With the androids still unresolved and now the emergence of a mysterious figure from the future, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, as everyone wore expressions of deep concern and frustration. Gohan, who had been quietly standing behind his mother, spoke up, Krillin, you and the others should first investigate the scene to see if the mysterious person left any clues. And then make a decision. Gohan's suggestion instantly eased the tension among the group. Well said, Gohan, Krillin praised. They pondered for a moment and concluded that they could only proceed with Gohan's proposal to investigate, given the seriousness of the matter. Trunks volunteered to go to the site where the time machine was discovered. All right, I'll provide you with the approximate address. Make haste and return quickly. Bulma input the address into the computer and handed it to Trunks. I want to go with you guys, is that all right? Gohan whispered from the side. This is a matter of great significance concerning the safety of humanity. With my father absent, it falls upon me to shoulder the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the world. As Gohan pondered this quietly, he motivated himself to rise to the occasion. No, Gohan, you have unfinished homework, and besides, it is far too perilous. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Chi-Chi. Noticing Trunks' helpless glance towards his mother, Gohan let out a deep sigh. Next time for sure. Ultimately, the decision was made for Krillin and Trunks to team up and investigate, while Vegeta remained behind as a precaution. The two of them soared rapidly along the navigational route, traversing the bustling city, and soon arrived at the location marked on Bulma's map. Here it is. Let us descend and explore, Trunks remarked, gazing at the towering trees that pierced the clouds in the mountains below. In such desolate mountains, who might have traversed through time? With a sense of perplexity, Trunks and Krillin commenced their search. Perhaps fortune favored them, for after only a few steps, they stumbled upon a scene that perfectly matched the one in the photograph. However, all that remained was the background. The time machine had mysteriously vanished, leaving deep imprints on the ground. It appeared that they had arrived a moment too late. Trunks, with a solemn expression, remarked coolly, perhaps the nearby villagers have taken it. Krillin attempted to console him kindly, yet it was evident that such reassurances could not sway Trunks. Let us search the vicinity further for any other clues, he insisted, unwilling to accept defeat. Not far away, Krillin, the first to spot something suspicious, called out to Trunks. Over here, this way. Atop a pile of rubble, Krillin pointed to a large, ash-brown exoskeleton on the ground. This seemed to be the shed shell of some creature, though its exact nature remained a mystery. After scouring the area without further success, Trunks concluded, it seems there are no additional clues. We should return for now. Thus, Krillin and Trunks made their way home, burdened with the remnants of their investigation. What has already been taken? I will make a call shortly, Bulma said, hastily dialing a number in response to Trunks' fruitless return. After a brief conversation, Bulma hung up, her expression turning awkward as she informed, I inquired. And that person did not take the time machine. This enigmatic figure, instead of taking the time machine away at the earliest opportunity, allowed it to be battered by the elements. Alternatively, one might conjecture that he has been secretly observing us, biding his time until we made the discovery, only to seize the time machine before us. Ultimately, he deliberately left behind this empty shell, inviting us to speculate. Such reasoning, riddled with contradictions, leaves everyone perplexed. Regardless of any mysterious figures or artificial beings, we are at a disadvantage. Thus, it is best to devote ourselves to training. Klim lamented. His arguments were well-founded and persuasive. In the distant north, Gero had already reported back to Dr. Gero with the time machine. Through communication via microbots, Dr. Gero learned that Gero hailed from the future and successfully reached an agreement with him. Dr. Gero would assist Gero in achieving his complete form, while Gero was to follow the doctor's commands to exact revenge. With a sense of joy, Dr. Gero examined the dilapidated time machine before him. Rest assured, the controller will be ready shortly. I will send number 13 to capture numbers 17 and 18, enabling you to become your complete form. Dr. Gero expressed great satisfaction with the time machine that Gero had brought. Thank you, Doctor, Gero said, bowing his head in ecstatic gratitude. Doctor, number 17 is exceedingly cunning. Perhaps I should accompany number 13, Gero cautiously suggested. Do not worry. With me here, even without numbers 17 and 18, you will still achieve your complete form, Doctor. Gero assured, thumping his chest. Yes, Gero nodded eagerly in agreement. Chapter 15. The arrival of number 13, numbers 17 and 18, along with one other, had finally cornered the artificial being number 14 at the city's edge. Before number 14 lay an endless sea, to the right were rolling mountains. And the other three directions led to dead ends. Yield and kneel and surrender, perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may spare you, number 18 declared, precariously balanced on the edge of a rooftop. As he stepped forward, he leaped down. Numbers 17 and 16 remained silent, patiently awaiting the dying struggles of artificial being number 14. Seeing number 14's silence, number 18, losing interest, gazed at the tumultuous sea and remarked, the scenery here is pleasant. Dying here would be a small mercy. Holding vital components, number 14 realized there was no escape and, analyzing the situation, targeted number 18 as the most vulnerable point. Without further ado, number 14 gritted his teeth, his muscles swelling as he entered a desperate state. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed several energy blasts towards number 18. With a surge of power, number 14 struck out, sending number 17 flying. Braving the energy blasts fired by number 16, number 14 charged towards number 18. However, number 18 was no ordinary opponent. He grappled with number 14, and together they tumbled to the ground. Soon, the shockwaves of their fierce battle shattered trees, toppled skyscrapers, and flattened nearby hills. Despite the overwhelming advantage of 3 against 1, number 14 quickly found himself overwhelmed, pinned to the ground by numbers 18 and 16. As victory seemed imminent, number 17 clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and gathered energy for a final strike against number 14. Suddenly, a scarlet beam shot towards the incapacitated number 14. The beam, slender as a chopstick, struck with a sense of impending doom that rivaled the recent self-detonation of number 15. Caught off guard, number 14 absorbed the blow, his entire body igniting with heat and radiance. Sensing danger, numbers 18 and 16 hastily retreated. With a resounding explosion, number 14 erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, scattering across the vast expanse of Earth. The source of the crimson light was none other than the long-awaited savior, artificial being number 13. With an air of indifference, number 13 summoned 2 chips and 2 energy reactors from the explosion, directing them toward his chest and temples. After successfully absorbing the components, he underwent no strange transformation. Everything remained as usual for number 13. Once the smoke cleared, number 18 beheld the figure of number 13, a youth with white hair clad in a cap, his open chest revealing solid muscles. Having assessed the situation, it was clear he was an exhibitionist. With an air of arrogance, he lowered his arms, maintaining a nonchalant posture as number 14 was vanquished. Number 13 had arrived long before, merely observing the clash between number 14 and the others. His actions in dispatching a teammate left numbers 17 and 18 in shock, nearly exposing the hidden presence of Piccolo. Having assimilated with the divine, Piccolo had transformed into a super Namekian, gaining immense power along with the wisdom of the divine. Emerging from the temple, he sought traces of the artificial beings, weighing the pros and cons of whether to assist number 14 in dealing with numbers 17 and 18. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Piccolo believed number 14 would gladly accept his help. However, just as he resolved to act, number 13 intervened, forcing Piccolo to remain still and rethink his strategy. Instead of following the anticipated script of a 3 versus 2 scenario, number 13 simply stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. His subsequent actions plunged Piccolo into deep self-doubt, pondering the complexities of the relationships among these artificial beings. Observing the self-assured number 13, Piccolo continued to lurk in the shadows, biding his time. Number 17, the doctor misses you dearly, number 13 taunted, hands in pockets, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, number 17's heart raced. Realizing the worst-case scenario had come to fruition, Dr. Gero was alive. Yet, outwardly, number 17 maintained a calm facade, his arms crossed. Number 18, on the other hand, was far from composed, exclaiming, "But that old man's self-destructed." Heh, number 13 replied, floating in midair, a playful grin fixed on his face. Observing that number 13 had absorbed the components without transforming, number 17 felt a twinge of astonishment. So, he could still maintain control. Number 17 speculated that perhaps number 13 was overly arrogant, underestimating their trio, which was why he had not transformed into Super 13 to overpower them. Therefore, number 17 promptly resolved to seize the opportunity, aiming to eliminate number 13 before he could transform. "I'll go first. You two find a chance to strike decisively." On the 16th and 18th, they approached from a distance, nodding in acknowledgement. The prepared 17th activated the protective shield and boldly advanced. The android 13, observing this, unleashed a barrage of rays to impede the advance. Yet, all efforts proved futile, as the crimson beams were effortlessly deflected by the verdant shield, rendering them ineffectual. With a single hand, android 13 adeptly countered 17th's relentless assault, evading each strike with ease. In a sudden motion, android 13 delivered a powerful kick that sent the unsuspecting 17th hurtling through several towering peaks before becoming ensnared within them. With a swift turn, it retaliated with a punch to neutralize the ambush from 18th lurking behind. When confronted by the formidable energy blast from 16th, android 13 nimbly evaded with grace. Emerging from the rubble, 17th gestured to the duo, suggesting that their current approach was ineffective and that they should unite their efforts. Thus, 17th and 18th began to strike fiercely at android 13, while 16th remained below, continuing its long-range interference. Despite their combined assault, they failed to pose a lethal threat to android 13, which could only endure their attempts without mounting a meaningful counterattack. As distance was established, android 13 adjusted the cap atop its head, speaking distractedly, "Indeed, you possess some skill. It's no wonder 15th fell into your hands. Rest assured, you shall meet him soon." 17th, flexing its wrist with a fierce gaze, replied, "Ha, indeed, if this battle were to persist, I would not stand a chance against all three of you. However, that scenario is improbable." Despite these words, no trace of fear was visible on android 13's face. Rather, a smile began to emerge. 17th, fixating on android 13's movements, mentally prepared for an impending fierce battle post-transformation. "At this juncture, I can only demonstrate to you what it means to be android 13, it proclaimed, as it slowly extended its arm from its pocket. Chapter 16, A Life in the Balance. As the sun gradually descended, its waning light bathed the azure sea. Android 13 retrieved the controller that Dr. Gero had entrusted to it before departing. A cold smirk graced its face as it aimed at the oblivious trio in the distance and pressed the switch. Android 13 intentionally created distance, prompting 17th to suspect a transformation was imminent, leading them to caution 18th and 16th to remain vigilant. Just as the battle seemed poised to continue, 17th abruptly sensed a fleeting loss of consciousness and an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloping its mind. The moment this dizzying sensation emerged, it was immediately dispelled by the attributes born of the tidal nightmare. Before the 17th could catch a breath, an overwhelming drowsiness followed, enveloping them in a heavy lethargy. Such an unusual display left the mind of the 17th individual in a state of sheer terror, causing the hair on their body to stand on end. Beside them, the 16th and 18th individuals could not withstand the dizziness. After the world spun around them, darkness engulfed their vision, and they succumbed to slumber, collapsing to the ground. Ha! 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 Witnessing the unconscious 16th individual and the 18th crashing to the floor, the 13th android, clutching a controller, looked up and laughed maniacally. No matter how formidable they may appear, they are still but playthings in the hands of Dr. Glow. "Oh, why are you unscathed?" The 13th android was taken aback, observing the 17th individual struggling against the encroaching drowsiness in midair. Unwilling to accept fate, the 13th android retrieved the controller once more and pressed several buttons in succession. In this tumultuous scene, the android number 17 merely clutched his head, gritting his teeth in steadfast determination, his form swaying precariously yet refusing to succumb. What on earth is happening? The astonished android number 13, observing both 17 and the controller, called out to the resolutely enduring 17. Seizing the moment of astonishment from android number 13, 17 swiftly descended, hoisting android number 16 with his right hand and grasping 18 with his left. Fleeing without a backward glance. Under the weight of his predicament, 17 stumbled and struggled through the air. In the distance, android number 13, witnessing this, retracted the controller, snorted disdainfully, and leisurely rose to pursue. Encumbered by the two burdens, 17 was soon overtaken by the nonchalant android number 13. Quite peculiar, it appears to be effective. Though not significantly so, android number 13 mused as he scrutinized the swaying form of 17. Oh well, it matters not. Now, Android number 13 was but one step away from completing the task assigned by Dr. Gero, with only 17 remaining. Dealing with 17 in such a state was a trivial task for the formidable android number 13. Finding the opportune moment, android number 13 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, closing in before delivering a crushing blow to 17's face. In this desperate flight, 17 could only muster the strength to uphold his protective shield against the onslaught. Boom, boom. 17 was treated like a mere ball, kicked violently by android number 13, demolishing several peaks in the process. The weights of androids 18 and 16 had long been abandoned by 17 amidst the vast mountains. Gazing at the staggering and frantic escape of 17, android number 13 once again brandished the remote control, his expression fierce. I refuse to believe you will escape death this time. Presently, android number 13 was not pressing the emergency stop button, but rather the control switch for the bomb within 17's body. With a gentle press, android number 13 narrowed his eyes, eagerly anticipating a magnificent explosion that would plunge 17 into the abyss. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated explosion did not materialize. And sensing something amiss, android number 13 hastily resumed his pursuit. Meanwhile, the fleeing 17 felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his heart, and before he could acclimate, it felt as though his very limbs were being torn apart from within. The sudden excruciating pain caused number 17 to lose his balance. Tumbling down into the dense forest below, disoriented and overwhelmed, he sought refuge in a nearby cave. Leaning against the rocky wall, he gasped for breath, striving to regain his composure while contemplating an escape from the clutches of android 13. Summoning a panel, he examined the status of his artificial life form label. Artificial life form, a special entity synthesized through modification. Attribute: you are granted immunity from one fatal wound. This is now in effect. As number 17 anticipated, the last 3 words of the attribute had shifted to an effect. A wave of dread washed over him, had it not been for the panel. He might have already succumbed to the afterlife. In this life or death crisis, he focused on deep breathing to maintain a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, android 13, filled with rage, called out to the vast expanse of mountains. Number 17, you truly are exceptional. Even the bomb implanted by the doctor could not bring about your demise. No wonder I was instructed to return you alive. If you come out willingly, I might spare your life. Otherwise, should I catch you, it will not be as simple as letting Cell consume you. As android 13 scanned the area with his radar, he attempted to persuade number 17 to reveal himself. Hidden within the cave, number 17 had begun to recover. The mere mention of Cell invigorated him, as he had not anticipated the connection between Cell and Dr. Gero. It became clear why android 13 had refrained from activating the explosion button initially. He aimed to facilitate Cell's perfection. After toying with him, android 13 intended to induce a state of dormancy before reporting back. However, he did not foresee that number 17 would be immune to control, which left him no choice but to trigger the explosion. As events unfolded, the situation became increasingly transparent. Piccolo, who had stealthily followed, was quietly absorbing crucial information. Growing impatient with number 17's reluctance to show himself, android 13 descended to the mountains below, preparing to unleash a barrage of attacks. I shall raze this place to the ground. Let's see if you dare to emerge now. With reckless abandon, android 13 hurled energy blasts, causing the earth to tremble. Forced into the open, number 17 finally revealed himself. Ah, you have chosen to show yourself. Android 13 sneered, looking down at him. Will you return with me willingly? Or do you prefer to meet your end here? Android 13 graciously offered number 17 2 options. What difference does it make if you perish at my hands, or are devoured by that loathsome Cell? Bending low, bruised and battered, number 17 replied calmly. I would rather you accompany numbers 14 and 15. Unwise, android 13 retorted, clasping his hands together. A crimson radiance seeped between his fingers, and a scarlet energy blast surged toward number 17. Straining to raise a protective shield, he was met with a devastating collision that shattered his defenses. Engulfed by the energy blast, number 17 was hurled backward, crashing through the mountainside in a cataclysmic explosion. The strike left the weary number 17 gasping for breath, blood spilling from his lips as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Approaching him, android 13 seized number 17 by the throat with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly. Number 17, choked and struggling for words, attempted to speak, but android 13 remained unmoved, tightening his grip. As the specter of death loomed, number 17 fought desperately, yearning for a breath of fresh air. With each constricting motion from android 13, number 17's chest heaved violently, before darkness enveloped him. Chapter 17. The Super Namekian. Beneath the fading rays of the setting sun, a chilling wind swept across the chaotic battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust. Android 13 released his hold, allowing the lifeless form of number 17 to slip from his grasp, stirring up a fine layer of ash. Do not hide, come forth. Android 13 called out calmly to Piccolo, who was concealed behind a distant rock. His words made it abundantly clear to Piccolo that he had been discovered. Slowly, Piccolo emerged from behind a weathered boulder, his white cape billowing in the wind. When did you realize my presence? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the white-haired youth before him. Upon recognizing Piccolo, a smirk crept across Android 13's previously indifferent face. "Indeed, it is you, Piccolo," he exclaimed, effortlessly uttering his name. Piccolo, taken aback, could hardly fathom how this android, encountering him for the first time, knew his name with such certainty. Confusion washed over him, for he was certain he had never laid eyes on this being before. "How do you know my name? Was it that resurrected Dr. Gero?" Piccolo shouted at Android 13. With a sudden grin, Android 13 replied playfully, pointing to his head. "Indeed, the doctor did not merely inform me of your name. He meticulously downloaded your abilities, techniques, and habits into my chip as well." "What?" Shocked, Piccolo's expression darkened at the thought of this android knowing all his secrets. "So tell me, Piccolo, why have you been lurking in the shadows?" Android 13 inquired with a chuckle, gesturing towards the rock. "Humph." Piccolo remained silent. "Let me guess. It's to prevent me from taking number 17 and 18, allowing Cell to reach his perfect form, is it not?" In truth, Android 13 had long since someone observing the battle from nearby, but it was only when Piccolo risked moving number 16 and 18 that his appearance was fully revealed. Realizing it was Piccolo, Android 13 shrugged him off, focusing solely on number 17, for Piccolo's combat prowess was so lacking that he could be easily dealt with. Casting aside his cumbersome cape, Piccolo assumed a combat stance. "Indeed, but it is also to prevent further destruction to this world." "Just you?" Android 13 laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Even if you're stronger than I, you have already sustained injuries from the recent assault by number 17 and others. As for me, I may not need to overpower you, but I can certainly halt your destructive path," Piccolo asserted with confidence. "Ha ha, how terrifying." Android 13 bellowed in laughter at Piccolo's declaration. In an instant, he unleashed a ferocious punch, the shadow of his fist growing larger in Piccolo's vision. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Android 13 was convinced that this strike would extinguish Piccolo's youthful life. Die. Without any semblance of logic, Android 13 lunged at Piccolo. Yet, to his astonishment, Piccolo managed to block the seemingly unstoppable blow with a firm hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Android 13's eyes, not comprehending how Piccolo could withstand such a powerful strike. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from Piccolo, surpassing even Vegeta and rivaling number 17. A searing energy exploded forth, and under Piccolo's command, it burst forth, sending Android 13 hurtling away, crashing against the steep rock face. With a mighty leap, Piccolo surged through the air, propelled by an explosive speed and power, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Android 13. The android, barely recovering from his previous blow, was struck hard, his form indenting deeply upon impact. As he gazed on, Android 13 watched helplessly as Piccolo unleashed a series of powerful punches aimed at his vital points. The wind from the blows howled, and Android 13 had no time to defend, feeling the impact resonate through his chest. The relentless assault began to wear down Piccolo, who, summoning every ounce of strength, launched a final strike, driving his knee forcefully into Android 13, pinning him against the mountainside. Emerging from the fray, Piccolo's hands moved without pause, gathering energy waves that radiated with intense heat. Finally, he unleashed a massive energy wave, as thick as a barrel, glowing brilliantly as it surged towards Android 13. The unstoppable wave of energy dispersed abruptly upon encountering Android 13, soaring skyward and instantly obliterating several mountains. Caught off guard and suffering a fatal blow, Android 13's aura diminished, leaving him battered and bruised. "What is happening? How could you be so powerful?" he said incredulously, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Why are you so strong?" Piccolo, brushing away non-existent sweat from his forehead, raised his arm and declared, "Because I am a Super Namekian." The expression in Android 13's eyes revealed his confusion as he blinked repeatedly, searching his chip for answers. "What? You don't even know this?" Piccolo laughed loudly at Android 13's predicament. Meanwhile, in Bulma's dedicated training room, Vegeta, Trunks, and others were engaged in rigorous training, all with the singular aim of defeating the androids. Suddenly, both sensed the immense energy emanating from Piccolo. "This is Piccolo's energy," Krillin exclaimed, astonished. "This terrifying aura surpasses even Vegeta's full power. It seems Piccolo has successfully assimilated with the Supreme Kai." "What is assimilation?" Vegeta inquired, not fully understanding. Krillin briefly explained the unique abilities of the Namekians. As he absorbed the profound energy, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected the Namekians possessed such formidable techniques, which rivaled his own Super Saiyan transformations. "Is Android 13 battling Piccolo?" Krillin quickly analyzed, sensing no aura from Piccolo's opponent. "We must hurry and see what's happening." Trunks urged swiftly. "All right." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Mom, I finished my homework. Can I go?" Gohan asked eagerly, looking at Trunks and the others, who were ready to depart. With a deep sigh, Chi-Chi chose not to intervene this time, knowing that despite Gohan's diligent studies, he was fundamentally just like his father. Thus, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha set off together towards the battlefield where Piccolo was engaged. Chapter 18. A desperate struggle. I truly do not know what a Super Namekian is, but I am aware that with your current strength, you are far from capable of defeating me, Android 13 stated seriously, arms crossed. I suggest you retreat and hand over androids 16 and 18. After all, I must fulfill the mission assigned by the doctor. Acknowledging Piccolo's strength, Android 13 continued. Who is Cell? Eager for information, Piccolo pressed on, but Android 13 avoided the question, instead postulating. That terrifying blow you just delivered must have drained a considerable amount of energy, hasn't it? Feeling exposed, Piccolo became acutely aware of his dwindling stamina. Acknowledging that the torrential assault he unleashed had indeed consumed a significant portion of his strength. Regrettably, Android 13 appeared relatively unscathed despite enduring the full brunt of his attack. Piccolo couldn't help but marvel at the monstrous creations of Dr. Gero. The thought of Cell, who could only achieve his perfect form by absorbing androids 17 and 18, was a terrifying prospect that Piccolo could hardly fathom. Hand over androids 16 and 18, or you will not see the sunrise tomorrow. Android 13 issued a final ultimatum to Piccolo. Knowing of Cell's existence, Piccolo was resolute in refusing to surrender androids 16 and 18 to Android 13. It seemed he would need to waste more time before he could return and report back. With his full power unleashed, Android 13 fixed his gaze fiercely upon Piccolo's indifferent figure, malice gleaming in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Android 13 unleashed dozens of crimson energy beams towards Piccolo. The earth shook with deafening explosions as multiple beams detonated simultaneously, forcing Piccolo to evade in every direction. Observing Piccolo's frantic retreat, Android 13 wore a sinister grin. Hands clasped before him as a blazing red energy sphere materialized, its terrifying energy coalescing into a tangible sphere. Death Sphere. The crimson energy sphere, automatically locked onto Piccolo, descended with an overwhelming force. Faced with this attack capable of obliterating an entire planet, Piccolo found no avenue for escape. He halted, steeling himself to absorb the impact of the energy blast. Without hesitation, he merged his hands, channeling the remaining strength within him to unleash his most formidable assault, the powerful light sphere. Every muscle in his body reached its utmost limit as he drained every ounce of energy within him, solely to withstand this strike. The colossal sound of the clash echoed as Piccolo's azure light sphere collided with the android number 13's crimson energy orb. Soon, Piccolo's light sphere was entirely consumed, and a vivid scarlet enveloped him, accompanied by a muffled cry. Fully aware that he could not hold back the attack, Piccolo sacrificed his right hand, redirecting the lethal energy blast skyward. The crimson orb exploded in the atmosphere, transforming into a breathtaking spectacle akin to a dazzling fireworks display. With a whoosh, Piccolo's right arm melted upon contact with the energy sphere, blood trickling down as he clutched his severed limb, his face contorted in agony. Android number 13, taken aback, had never anticipated that his most potent SS Death Sphere would be deflected by Piccolo. Gradually advancing towards Piccolo, who was gasping for breath and kneeling on the ground. No. 13 relished the sight of Piccolo's suffering, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had appeared incapacitated, surged upward as android number 13 approached. His sharp palm aimed at the android's neck. Reacting swiftly, android number 13 kicked Piccolo away, evading the premeditated ambush. The struggle was drawing to a close. Android no. 13 slowly raised both hands, preparing to unleash another SS Death Sphere. Just as the energy began to coalesce, a figure descended from above. Trunks appeared before android number 13, delivering a decisive slash. Upon recognizing Trunks, android number 13's eyebrows shot up in surprise. His chip had yet to register any specific information about Trunks. Undeterred by android no. 13's astonishment, Trunks, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, targeted the weak points with a flurry of furious strikes. Android number 13 maintained his composure, yet retreated reluctantly, wary of the sword in Trunks' hand. Super Vegeta joined the fray, and amidst the chaos of flashing blades and swirling energy blasts, Krillin and the others rushed to Piccolo's side. Emerging from beneath the rubble, Piccolo utilized his Namekian abilities for rapid regeneration, restoring his severed arm just in time. Quickly, go save android number 17, he commanded. His face pale. Though uncertain, Gohan was the first to dash out, risking his safety to retrieve the unconscious number 17. Krillin, you two keep watch over the downed android, Piccolo instructed, revealing the locations of androids 18 and 16 to Krillin and Yamcha. Moments later, Gohan returned with the unconscious number 17 slung over his back. Check if he has any senza beans on him, Piccolo urged. After a brief search, Gohan triumphantly held aloft the bag of senza beans. Excellent, give me one. Gohan, stay here and guard android number 17. Having consumed a senza bean, Piccolo rejoined the battle against android number 13. Observing the unconscious android 18, Yamcha lamented. Such a beautiful girl, yet she is an android? Krillin, recalling 18's menacing demeanor, replied eagerly, she is the fiercest among them all. Is that so? Yamcha, still bewildered, felt that the imposing android 16 held greater intimidation. However, despite acknowledging that neither android could be deemed virtuous, Krillin added cautiously, but they aren't mindless killers either. Settling beside the androids, Krillin and Yamcha watched intently as Piccolo and the others battled android number 13. Overwhelmed by the unified assault from Trunks and Vegeta, android no. 13 found himself in a dire situation. With a triumphant shout, Vegeta and Trunks combined their might, forcing the android against a mountainside, immobilizing him. Piccolo seized the opportunity, launching his ultimate attack, the Demon Wave. As the spiraling energy approached, android number 13, drained and desperate, glared with malice. Uttering a final threat, "You will all pay for this." As android number 13 fled in disarray, Vegeta prepared to pursue, but Piccolo's stern voice halted him. "Do not chase. We must return and explain." Chapter 19. The truth revealed. When android number 17 awoke the following morning, he found himself in a sunlit room. The golden rays cascading through the window. Am I hallucinating, or have I returned? As the bright light penetrated his consciousness, no. 17 felt as though he had been transported back to the blissful moments of a Sunday in his past life. Before he could fully savor the moment, Gohan burst through the door, exclaiming, "The android is awake." Soon, the spacious room filled with people. First to enter was the composed Piccolo, followed by the disdainful Vegeta and the anxious future Trunks. Next came the curious Yamcha, accompanied by Krillin and the bewildered Gohan, with Bulma yawning as she cradled a sleeping little Trunks. Everyone had gathered except for Chi-Chi, who was still attending to Goku. Number 17 silently recalled their names, attempting to speak but unsure of what to say, especially since he had brutally attacked 4 of them the previous day. "Apologies," he murmured, acknowledging his presence. "Android number 17? Piccolo, usually composed, tentatively inquired. Number 17 sat up in bed, nodding silently. "Who exactly is Cell?" Piccolo pressed, placing his hands on the edge of the bed, meeting no. 17's gaze. "Cell is an entity created by Dr. Gero, who collected your cells and those of extraterrestrial beings, utilizing genetic technology for his creation. To achieve his perfect form, he requires a vast amount of life energy, which necessitates absorbing me and Android 18, number 17 explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's composure shattered. "You mean that monster Cell was cultivated using my cells?" He seethed with rage. "Not just yours, it applies to everyone present," number 17 corrected him. "Unbelievable. How could the royal Saiyan Prince's cells be subjected to experimentation?" Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. "That is impossible. Are we blind? How could an ordinary human like Dr. Gero collect our cells?" At the entrance, Krillin voiced the collective curiosity that lingered in everyone's hearts. Gazing out the window, number 17 sighed and continued his explanation. "He utilized miniature robots resembling bees to gather samples, primarily the blood left behind during your battles." Following this revelation, silence enveloped the group. "If Cell needs to absorb him to achieve his perfect form, can't we just kill him now?" Yamcha pointed at number 17. Number 17, visibly exasperated, chose to ignore Yamcha's remark. Vegeta and Trunks, recalling how number 17 had effortlessly pinned them down the previous day, found the atmosphere quite awkward. To alleviate the discomfort, number 17 decided to share his tragic backstory. 18 and I were once human siblings, but we fell victim to the twisted machinations of Dr. Gero. He recounted with palpable indignation, reminiscing about the laboratory's grim imagery in his mind. Dr. Gero forcibly implanted us with permanent energy cells, transforming us into androids, and compelled us to commit heinous acts. Unlike pure mechanical creations, 18 and I managed to resist his commands. In a desperate attempt to control us, Dr. Gero installed emergency sleep devices within us, along with bombs capable of causing our demise. Number 17 vividly articulated the dire circumstances they faced. "So, when I broke free yesterday, I took down Dr. Gero. Alas, that old fool miraculously returned from the dead. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament." After expressing this, he let out a deep sigh. "What about number 16? How many androids did Dr. Gero create?" Piccolo inquired, processing the information shared by number 17. Casting a glance at the dormant forms of 16 and 18 beside him, number 17 quickly defended them. As for 16, Dr. Gero declared him a complete failure. His definition of failure merely denotes disobedience to his orders. In truth, both 18 and 16 are kind-hearted beings who cherish nature. "Now, let me count the androids created by Dr. Gero," number 17 said, seriously extending his fingers. "Dr. Gero categorized us by numbers, so I'll start from the lowest. Android 13, the white-haired youth from yesterday, was followed by 14, who was killed by 13. Android 15 was controlled by Drive Gero and self-destructed. Then there's 16, followed by me, 17, my sister 18, and 19, whom you've already dealt with. Android 20 is Drive Gero himself. So, that leaves only Cell, that's all I know." After counting, number 17 shrugged. "To summarize, we still have Cell, Android 13, and Dr. Gero, correct?" Number 17 nodded in agreement, then asked, "Do you have any further questions?" The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually shaking their heads. "Did Dr. Gero create so many androids solely to kill my father?" Gohan piped up from the crowd, observing Gohan, who would later transform into Super Saiyan 2 to defeat Cell. Number 17 couldn't help but wonder if Gohan could still overcome Cell given the current chaos. Chuckling to himself, he thought that the burden of fate was not his concern, as the protagonist would shoulder it. In a leisurely manner, number 17 responded to Gohan's inquiry. "I'm not entirely sure. Dr. Gero's previous orders were to eliminate Goku, but now I suspect that the list includes me, 18, and 16 as well. Upon hearing number 17's self-deprecating humor, Krillin felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. What a fortunate turn of events, having androids as allies, he mused. However, I anticipate that Dr. Gero will soon return with Android 13 and Cell. Just one Android 13 requires the combined efforts of 18, 16, and me to barely contain. Together, you might not even match 18 and me, let alone deal with Cell. So, you must devise a plan to enhance your strength, lest you become a hindrance. The disdain in number 17's tone caused the group to lose their smiles, particularly Vegeta and Trunks, who felt a heavy weight of pressure. The father and son duo silently retreated to the training room, embarking on an intense training regimen. Then you, along with 18 and 16, shall stay here for now. Piccolo instructed. That's fine, number 17 replied nonchalantly, indifferent about his accommodations, knowing that Vegeta's household was affluent. However, he intended to seize this opportunity to seek Bulma's assistance in removing the control devices implanted in himself, 18 and 16. Chapter 20, The Blocker in the Room. As number 17 observed Piccolo arranging for him and the others to depart, he promptly interjected with a request. Please wait a moment. Number 17 threw off the covers and hastily descended from the bed. What is the matter? Piccolo inquired, eyeing the anxious number 17 with suspicion. Are you having second thoughts? Number 17 approached Bulma, who was cradling little Trunks, and implored, I would like to ask Miss Bulma for assistance in examining our bodies for the control devices. Is there any way to remove them? At present, only I remain conscious while the other two are under Dr. Gero's control in a dormant state. If they cannot awaken, I fear I won't be able to contend with Android 13 alone. Number 17 elaborated on the dire repercussions of failing to revive 18 and 16, ensuring everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Gohan, poking the slumbering 18 and 16, exclaimed, so they're not just sleeping, regardless of the changing expressions on their faces. Number 17 bent down with sincerity in his tone. I am counting on you, Miss Bulma. How did you know to seek me out? Bulma inquired, stepping forward to examine the conditions of androids 18 and 16. The illustrious Miss Bulma, daughter of the Capsule Corporation. Not only are you young, beautiful, and wealthy, but you are also a brilliant scientist. Your reputation precedes you, number 17 exclaimed, showering her with flattery. Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth, her gaze softening as she looked at number 17. She understood that even without his compliments, she would assist for the greater good. However, who could resist the charm of a well-spoken android? All right, once I settle little Trunks into his room, I'll come over, she said before departing with him in her arms. Krillin cast an admiring glance at number 17, realizing that charming women was rather straightforward. Afterward, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha took their leave, leaving Gohan alone in the room. Gohan was primarily curious about what made the android so formidable. You resemble your father, Goku, quite a bit. Number 17 remarked, noting Gohan's outfit, reminiscent of Piccolo's. Is that so? Ha ha ha, Gohan replied sheepishly, scratching his head in response to number 17's compliment. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan now? Having nearly forgotten this segment of the narrative, number 17 contemplated assessing Gohan's strength. For he was indeed the pivotal factor in vanquishing Cell. I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan lamented, feeling the weight of his inadequacy as he often hindered his companions. I see, number 17 replied thoughtfully. I have heard that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is often triggered by intense anger. You might want to give it a try. Given the chaotic turn of events, it would be advantageous for Gohan to achieve Super Saiyan status as soon as possible, thereby increasing the likelihood of defeating Cell. In this way, I can comfortably indulge in my idle pursuits behind the scenes. I am not entirely certain, as my father never imparted such knowledge to me. Thus, on the 17th, while engaging in light conversation with Gohan, Bulma hastily returned. Following Bulma to Android 18's bedside, number 17 dared not even breathe as he observed Bulma's inquisitive movements. With a solemn expression, Bulma proceeded to the bed of number 16 to commence her examination. Truly, the creations of Dr. Gero are nothing short of extraordinary. After acquiring a general understanding of the situation, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, were it not for your insistence that this girl is an android, I would never have believed it. Among the three of you, only that imposing figure can be perceived as mechanical. As Bulma's probing gaze shifted toward him, number 17 hastily shook his head and inquired, Miss Bulma, is there any way you can assist us in removing the control device? It's difficult. First, you must accompany Gohan and bring them to my research facility. Bulma replied. Observing Bulma's departing figure, number 17 and Gohan hurriedly lifted androids 18 and 16 to follow her. After winding through the opulent villa, they finally arrived at Bulma's research facility. The spacious and brightly lit laboratory was filled with an array of experimental apparatus, leaving number 17 in awe. Let us place them on that machine, Bulma instructed, pointing to a device. Complying without hesitation, number 17 and Gohan followed her directions. As Bulma immersed herself in her work, her demeanor transformed, becoming markedly more meticulous as she operated the machinery with utmost seriousness. Bored, number 17 and Gohan could only discuss the various devices scattered throughout the room. After a considerable time, Bulma pushed back her chair, Fatigue etched on her face as she addressed number 17. I am powerless to remove the control devices that Dr. Gero installed, she sighed. Even that large one, I wouldn't dare to dismantle without a blueprint. Number 17 had not anticipated that Bulma would require a schematic to assist in the removal of the control devices within their bodies. What shall we do now? Originally, I was contemplating the situation with number 17, but suddenly I found myself lost in thought. Do not worry. I have another solution that will surely extract the control device from within you. Looking at number 17's dejected expression, Bulma spoke with unwavering resolve. Before 17 could inquire about this method, Bulma approached with the Dragon Ball detector in hand. Ding, ding. It's the Dragon Balls. Bulma activated the detector and directed it towards 17, stating, gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to assist you. It will work without fail. Wait, what's going on? Where are the Dragon Balls? Bulma exclaimed, panic flashing across her face as she gazed at the dim screen. Understanding the situation, number 17 explained, do you not know? Piccolo has fused with the Supreme Kai. Without the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls have completely vanished. What? Then my plan is in ruins. Bulma retorted angrily. What plan? And Bulma? Gohan inquired, looking at Bulma with concern. Children should not meddle in adult matters, Bulma said, patting Gohan's head to discourage him from probing further. Then there is nothing to be done, Bulma shrugged, addressing number 17. Since Bulma had said so, number 17 felt he could not press her further. As 17 and Gohan made their way to the door, they suddenly turned back. Miss Bulma, I have another hypothesis. I wonder if it could work. Oh, do tell, Bulma replied, still fuming over Piccolo's actions, as she sat back in her chair. Since we cannot retrieve the control device without the schematics, could we first awaken them? Then, if you could create a signal jamming device, we could wear it during battles and not fear Dr. Gero's control, number 17 proposed. Awakening number 18 and 16 was merely a fleeting thought for number 17. After all, if they were merely dormant, they should be able to be roused. As for the jammer, it was a precaution for himself. While he could resist dizziness, he could not fend off the ensuing drowsiness. And since the explosive device had already been used once, 17 didn't believe there was still a bomb within him. Thus, with the jammer, he would no longer fear the resurrected Dr. Gero. Chapter 21. Experience Points 1. After hearing number 17's audacious theory, Bulma propped her chin on one hand, contemplating carefully. Your idea is feasible, but it will require a systematic approach through experimentation. Elated within, number 17's face lit up with excitement as he expressed his gratitude to Bulma. Do not rush to thank me. I cannot guarantee that I can awaken them both. Let us focus on creating the simple jammer first. In case Dr. Gero attacks suddenly, you will be prepared to assist. And I also fear he might detonate the explosives within you should things turn sour. Bulma did not finish her thought before ushering number 17 and Gohan out, requesting they not disturb her research. Once outside, number 17 and Gohan exchanged glances. Aunt Bulma is usually quite nice, Gohan remarked, his innocent kindness shining through. 17 smiled sheepishly. Having nothing better to do, he decided to let Gohan lead him around the Grand Villa. Are you hungry? Shall we get something to eat? 17 inquired, having realized he had not eaten in over a day and a night. Although androids do not require sustenance, 17 was eager to sample the delicacies from the Dragon Balls. It is said that even the god of destruction praises the cuisine from Bulma's home. Patting his empty stomach, Gohan readily agreed. Under Gohan's guidance, number 17 indulged in a feast in Bulma's dining room. Try this. After sampling a plethora of exquisite and unfamiliar dishes, Gohan looked at his round belly and asked, what shall we do next? What time is it? Number 17 queried. Gohan instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh no, I can't stay with you. I still have homework to finish. My mom will surely scold me. Gohan exclaimed hurriedly before darting back to his room, leaving 17 alone. With his hands behind his head, number 17 reclined in the chair, hoping to relish this rare moment of tranquility. However, as he closed his eyes and turned restlessly, an overwhelming sense of anxiety pressed upon him. Number 17 knew this anxiety stemmed from the resurrection of Dr. Gero and his own inadequacies. Murmuring to access his panel, he read, name, number 17 level, 60 title, nightmare tags, android, permanent energy core, sibling-like bonds, mechanical creation, artificial lifeform. Time traveler backpack, pure scion, royal bloodline. Gazing at the panel, number 17 realized that during this time, it would be difficult to find tags to enhance his power. After all, the items dropped by Vegeta and Trunks were likely related to scions. To equip them, he would have to forfeit all his current abilities and start anew. Such a trade-off was unwise, especially given the precarious situation at hand. Perhaps he could arrange to test his luck with Piccolo, if fortune favored him. He might obtain an exceptional tag, number 17 mused blissfully. Additionally, there were 2 points on the panel that puzzled him. While he had figured out how to acquire the title, he remained clueless on how to level up. There was no display whatsoever regarding level progression. Not even a progress bar, leaving number 17 in a quandary. After much contemplation, number 17 decided to seek out Piccolo. Target, Piccolo onward. With ulterior motives, 17 feigned nonchalance as he wandered into Bulma's designated training area. Piccolo, his legs crossed and levitating in midair, radiated waves of energy that pulsated outward. It was utterly formidable. Not far off, Krillin and Yamcha were diligently sparring, while the sounds of collisions emanating from the gravity chamber indicated the whereabouts of Vegeta and Trunks. Upon noticing No. 17's approach, Piccolo opened his eyes and asked, "Have you resolved your issue?" "Not yet. Miss Bulma is conducting research in the lab. I couldn't be of any assistance. So I came out for some fresh air," Number 17 replied. "Your power seemed weaker before. Was it due to the fusion with the Supreme Kai?" Number 17 pretended ignorance, though he was aware. "How do you know?" Piccolo inquired, slightly surprised. Number 17 recounted Bulma's intention to utilize the Dragon Balls to address the control device predicament, cautioning Piccolo to be wary of Bulma's fervor. His words instilled a twinge of guilt in Piccolo. Had the Dragon Balls still existed, they would have proven far more useful. "It's all Dr. Gero's fault for creating so many androids," Piccolo exclaimed. "So, are you here to train with us?" he inquired, shaking off the guilt. "Can androids also enhance their strength through training?" Piccolo asked, puzzled. "We are merely modified. At our core, we are no different from ordinary humans. We need to eat, sleep, and so on. Similarly, it is entirely reasonable to enhance one's strength through diligent training." With a questioning gaze, Number 17 fixed his eyes upon Piccolo. He refrained from mentioning that he had withstood Goku in his Super Saiyan God form through his own training, fearing it might alarm Piccolo. Noticing the profound expression in Number 17's eyes, Piccolo resumed his meditation, choosing not to engage. This behavior from Piccolo made Number 17 acutely aware that the plan had fallen through. With a sense of independence, he wandered into the vacant gravity chamber. Captivated by its novelty, guided by an inexplicable impulse, he stepped inside the expansive silvery room, where a central control console stood upright in the middle. Since he was already there, he felt compelled to experiment. Driven by an intense curiosity, Number 17 sought to discover how many times the gravity he could endure. Approaching the console, he pressed the green button for 50 times the normal gravity. The door sealed automatically, and after a flashing red light as a warning, an overwhelming force of gravity surged toward Number 17 from all directions. The sudden weight caused him to bend at the waist momentarily, yet he quickly acclimated. He bounced around effortlessly. Continuing on, he increased to 150 times the gravity, feeling a heavy weight pressing down upon him, yet it remained manageable. However, upon reaching 250 times the gravity, he stumbled unexpectedly, nearly toppling to the ground. Simultaneously, he felt immense resistance as he moved his limbs. Gazing apprehensively at the red button for 350 times, fearful of embarrassing himself, Number 17 hesitated to press it. He decided to familiarize himself with the 250 times gravity before escalating further, reassuring himself in this manner. Thus, Number 17 commenced his training in the gravity chamber. As he fully embraced his formidable strength, he lost track of time until he was drenched in sweat. In the midst of his contemplation on whether to continue increasing the gravity, a chime resonated. "Congratulations. Through your diligent training, you have gained 1 experience point. You require 609 more points to level up." Upon hearing the celestial notification, Number 17 was filled with joy, realizing he had finally discovered a means to achieve advancement. This level, it turns out, requires personal effort and training to enhance. Well done. Chapter 22, The Legend That Never Fades in West City, at Bulma's residence. Within the silvery white gravity chamber, countless luminous orbs darted swiftly, relentlessly assaulting the desperately dodging android 17. Engaged in rigorous evasion training, 17 was drenched in sweat. Ever since realizing that experience points could only be acquired through diligent training, 17 had been virtually living in the gravity chamber developed by Bulma. Ding. Congratulations. Through your hard work, you have gained 1 experience point. You require 549 more points to level up. Upon seeing the notification on the panel indicating yet another experience gain, 17 felt invigorated, determined to achieve a level up as soon as possible. It wasn't until Gohan knocked on the door to inform him that Bulma had developed a signal jammer that 17 reluctantly exited the gravity chamber. Once again in Bulma's laboratory with Gohan, they found androids 16 and 18 still in a state of slumber. "You've arrived just in time. Come and see if this suits you," Bulma exclaimed, retrieving a silver-white bracelet from her drawer as she glanced at the approaching 17. Taking the weighty bracelet, 17 adorned his wrist, finding the weight manageable, though he felt somewhat unaccustomed to wearing something new. This bracelet not only serves to block signals but also features internet and phone functionalities. You can explore it on your own when you return. Though it is crafted from special metal, it remains uncertain whether it can withstand the intensity of your battles. Just exercise caution, Bulma advised. Focusing intently on the awakening experiments for androids 16 and 18. 17 nodded earnestly, assuring her that he would take great care of the bracelet. Finally relieved of a burden, he noticed Gohan eyeing the bracelet covetously. Gohan persistently implored Bulma to make one for him, to which Bulma, exasperated yet resigned, could only agree hurriedly. "Before long, I shall possess an even cooler bracelet than yours," Gohan remarked eagerly as they departed the research facility. "Has your father awakened yet?" 17 queried, his concern for Dr. Gero heightening due to the recent lack of activity. After all, the absence of mischief from the doctor suggested he was plotting something even grander. Thus, 17 earnestly hoped Goku would awaken soon, as this would bolster their confidence against Dr. Gero's schemes. Yeah, Dad was mumbling in his sleep this morning. He should awaken shortly, Gohan replied, a smile of happiness spreading across his face at the thought of his father's recovery. As long as his father was present, he believed they could vanquish all the vile androids and restore peace. That would be splendid, 17 concurred, sharing in Gohan's joy. Though it was nearly noon, 17 resolved to return and continue his training. Just as he bid Gohan farewell, a figure appeared before him in a flash. Before 17 could react, Gohan excitedly shouted, Dad. Ha, it's all right, Gohan, Goku said, crouching down to affectionately ruffle Gohan's hair. It was then that 17 recognized the newcomer as Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. True to form, beneath his familiar hairstyle was his eternally unchanged visage. Clad in his signature orange martial arts uniform with a blue undershirt and blue wristbands. After calming Gohan, Goku stood and scrutinized 17 earnestly. Well, you resemble the androids I've encountered before. None of you emit energy. Goku exclaimed, astonished. I heard you defeated Vegeta and Trunks. Remarkable. We must spar sometime. Although you are an android, I sense a kindness within you, Goku added, placing a hand on 17's shoulder in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you. I am 17. I look forward to learning from you, 17 responded, smiling at the praise from Goku. Having met 17, Goku felt reassured. His stomach growled audibly. Let us head inside. It's mealtime, and I need to address my hunger, Goku chuckled, leading 17 and Gohan toward the dining area. Upon hearing of Goku's awakening, everyone set aside their tasks and rushed over. Goku, we've missed you, Krillin exclaimed, grinning despite his mock sorrow. The scene was quite humorous. Krillin, long time no see, Goku exclaimed, quickly making room for him at the table. Mr. Goku, you've finally awakened, Trunks added, gazing at the recovering Goku with delight. Vegeta, standing nearby, maintained a proud demeanor. Yamcha and Piccolo hastily arrived, and before they could speak, Goku interjected, astonished, so that incredible energy belonged to you, Piccolo. You've truly become formidable. Indeed, I have merged with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo explained, displaying humility. That explains it, Goku replied, enlightened. I know you and the Supreme Kai were one. But with the Supreme Kai's disappearance, does that mean the Dragon Balls have vanished too? Will we no longer be able to summon Shenron? Goku inquired, puzzled. Directing his question at Piccolo. Piccolo nodded silently. Goku, let us hurry and defeat the androids. Yamcha urged from behind. No rush. I can't defeat them yet, Goku mumbled. His mouth full. The group reacted with astonishment at his admission. Goku, having never encountered the enemy, seemed to concede defeat. If even Vegeta and Trunks cannot handle these androids, then I surely cannot, Goku explained after finishing his meal. Upon hearing Goku's remark, Vegeta's expression softened slightly. Krillin and Yamcha were utterly alarmed by Goku's words. If Goku can't handle them, are we doomed to a fate like that of the future? Noticing their concern, Goku quickly reassured them, do not worry. While I may not be able to defeat the androids now, it does not mean I cannot deal with them. Only then did the group relax at Goku's words. Let us eat first. We can discuss the androids afterward, Goku suggested, prompting everyone to reluctantly partake in the meal. Once fully satiated, Goku turned to 17. Eager to learn the specifics of what had transpired during his unconsciousness, 17 meticulously recounted the events in detail. So, you're telling me that Dr. Gero still exists? And Android 13 and Cell have yet to be dealt with? Everyone nodded in unison. By your account, merely Android 13 could defeat all of us here. And with Cell and Dr. Gero still at large, the situation appears dire indeed. Having digested the information, Goku lowered his head in deep contemplation, pondering strategies to confront the androids. The others were also fervently brainstorming, striving to devise a solution. Chapter 23. Beyond Super Saiyan, casting a glance towards the silent crowd in the dining hall, Bulma, still reveling in joy, pressed her forehead with determination as she bid farewell to a few. Although she felt powerless in combat, Bulma understood that if she could successfully awaken androids 18 and 16, they would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to Goku and the others. Cursed Dr. Gero, why did he design it so intricately? Bulma's departure sparked an epiphany in Goku, leading him to conceive a brilliant plan. It had become evident that to defeat the androids, one must transcend the limits of Super Saiyan. Clapping his hands to draw attention, Goku proclaimed astonishingly, "What? To surpass Super Saiyan?" Krillin and the others exclaimed simultaneously, overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of transcending the limits of Super Saiyan. The mere transformation into Super Saiyan had demanded immense trials and tribulations from both Goku and Vegeta. Now, the notion of Goku surpassing the Super Saiyan limit was undeniably a formidable challenge. Ignoring the incredulous expressions of his companions, Goku turned to Vegeta and said, I believe, Vegeta, you too have sensed the limits of Super Saiyan. To defeat the androids, we must break through ourselves and shatter this bottleneck. Goku's words resonated deeply within Vegeta. Indeed, if Super Saiyan could not vanquish the androids, then I, Vegeta, must surpass Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta quickly regained his composure and analyzed. To transcend the limits of Super Saiyan is not a task to be accomplished in a short span. The androids will not afford us such luxury. Trunks, also a Super Saiyan, concurred, that is indeed true. The androids could strike at any moment. Ha ha ha. I had anticipated this, Goku responded, pleased that Vegeta agreed with his perspective. He continued to elaborate on his plan. Within the sacred temple lies a training ground where a year inside equates to merely a day outside. Thus, even if we cannot surpass Super Saiyan, we will undoubtedly make significant progress in a year. Goku's face radiated confidence as he addressed Vegeta's concerns. A year equals a day? Vegeta was astonished to learn of such a remarkable training facility. Goku, are you referring to the hyperbolic time chamber? Yes, precisely. Goku stood up, speaking earnestly. But Goku, have you forgotten that when you entered as a child, you couldn't last even a month? Piccolo interjected with a serious expression, recalling Goku's childhood experience. Ha ha ha, rest assured. Even if I cannot endure, I am confident that Vegeta will certainly manage, as that place is undeniably suited to him, Goku said with a playful smirk. Raising an eyebrow at Vegeta, what is so extraordinary about that place? Trunks inquired. You'll find out once you enter, Piccolo replied enigmatically, avoiding a direct answer to Trunks' question. Goku, you remain ever so determined. Goku's spirited demeanor reminded Krillin of their shared experiences from childhood. Yamcha also wore a reflective expression. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Memories of being humiliated by the androids flooding his mind. This time, I am determined to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan before Kakarot does, Vegeta vowed silently within himself. Very well, but I must enter first to train. Having established his ambitious goal, Vegeta made his own request. Alright, no problem. You and Trunks can enter first to train. While Gohan and I will follow, Goku readily arranged. Huh, I'm going in with you? Trunks stammered. Yes, for the next year, you must get along well with Vegeta. Goku encouraged him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. What? Gohan is going in too. Goku's plan took Piccolo by surprise. Indeed, I wish for Gohan to master the transformation into Super Saiyan. This way, our chances of victory will increase, Goku stated resolutely, gazing intently at the bewildered Gohan. Gohan, are you afraid? Goku asked with a gaze full of affection. I'm not afraid. I want to protect my home, just like Dad. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Goku was immensely pleased with Gohan's response. However, Goku still needed to seek Chi-Chi's approval. In Chi-Chi's room, where she had come with Gohan, Goku placed his hands on Chi-Chi's shoulders, his eyes radiating tenderness. Chi-Chi, please agree to let Gohan train with me this time. I promise it will be the last time. Goku said with a hint of pleading. Sigh, what difference does it make if I disagree? Chi-Chi sighed deeply as she beheld Goku's sincere eyes. But let me make it clear, this is the last time. Once we have resolved this crisis, Gohan must focus on his studies. You must return to work and earn money, Chi-Chi added, holding Goku close, her tone both nagging and reluctant. Rest assured, I will bring Gohan back safely. Goku vowed earnestly. Assuring Chi-Chi, truly a family. Krillin remarked enviously from outside the door. After the heartfelt moment of Goku's family, Android 17 finally spoke up. Can I also enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train? Android 17 wished to seize this opportunity to enhance his own strength. Only by possessing formidable power could he navigate the unfolding narrative and pursue the answers to the questions that lingered in his heart. Of course, the stronger you are, the better it is for us, Goku replied, surprised that Android 17 could also strengthen himself through training. However, you must ask Vegeta and Trunks if they agree to your joining them in training. Goku pointed out the key individuals. With a faint smile, Android 17 turned to Vegeta and Trunks. With me as your sparring partner, you will surely progress more rapidly. Right, Vegeta, Trunks? Vegeta snorted. As long as it wasn't Goku, he could accept it. And indeed, as Android 17 suggested, having him as a training partner would undoubtedly boost their strength. Witnessing this, Trunks had no objections either. Alright, time is of the essence. I will take you to the hyperbolic time chamber now. Goku nodded with satisfaction as both Vegeta and Trunks approved of Android 17's inclusion. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, you all stay here for now. I will be right back. Goku instructed them, preparing to use instant transmission to transport the three. In a flash, Goku and Android 17 vanished from sight. Chapter 24, the hyperbolic time chamber. As the scenery shifted before his eyes, Android 17 realized he had been brought by Goku to a magnificent palace, high above the clouds. The distant clouds danced gracefully in the wind. This is the temple. Goku pointed towards the grand entrance of the temple, addressing Trunks and the others. Wait a moment. I'll go find Mr. Popo. Goku explained to Android 17 and the others as he gazed at the empty temple exterior. Mr. Popo is usually tending to the garden when we come here. I wonder why he is not around this time? Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo. Goku shouted with curiosity, attempting to catch attention. Inside the temple, Mr. Popo had remained indoors since the departure of the Supreme Kai, not having ventured out. Upon hearing Goku's call, he finally stepped outside. Recognizing his familiar friend, Mr. Popo greeted, Goku, what brings you here? Well, Mr. Popo, we would like to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Goku softly explained, presenting Android 17 to Mr. Popo. Goku felt a wave of happiness at seeing Mr. Popo again. He had guided him during his childhood training here. Observing Android 17's face, Mr. Popo instantly understood and sighed. Even Piccolo and the Supreme Kai have failed. It turned out that since the Supreme Kai's departure, Mr. Popo had taken it upon himself to monitor the affairs of the human realm, so he was mostly aware of the happenings below. Indeed, the androids are far too powerful. That is why I wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for one last precious opportunity to push forward, Goku explained earnestly. Follow me. Knowing he could not resolve the issues of the human world, Mr. Popo felt his only option was to lead Goku and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber. Along the way, Mr. Popo shared important information regarding the chamber. It was revealed that the hyperbolic time chamber is located within the temple, a unique space where time flows at a significantly different rate compared to the outside world, stocked with ample food and water. However, the air inside is thin and stuffy, with gravity set to 10 times that of normal, creating an expansive void. Thus, those with weak willpower may easily succumb to hallucinations or even worse consequences. Goku had barely managed to stay for a month during his childhood. If you feel you cannot endure any longer, you must exit promptly, Mr. Popo instructed the group with a serious tone. He also mentioned that an individual can only train inside for 2 years over a lifetime, and only 2 individuals can enter at a time, among other trivial matters. As they spoke, they soon arrived at an unremarkable door. Mr. Popo pointed at the plain door, saying, "This is the entrance. Who will go in first?" After saying this, he gently opened the door, revealing only a blank space through the gap. "I can go in alone. Kakarot, you wait for me to come out, and then deal with all the androids," Vegeta declared arrogantly as he stepped inside first. "Goodbye, Mr. Goku." After Trunks exchanged greetings, he followed closely behind. Upon seeing Vegeta and Trunks enter, Boba first closed the large door and then reopened it. Android 17 nodded in acknowledgement and particularly cautioned Goku to be wary of Dr. Gero before slipping inside. As he crossed the threshold, 17 found himself in a spacious corridor flanked by towering structures. This area served as a storage for everyday items and a resting place. Continuing forward, a wave of heat washed over him. The air felt thin, but the gravity had little effect on him, thanks to his training in Bulma's gravity chamber. Gravity levels below 50 times Earth's had ceased to impact him significantly. At the corridor's end lay an expansive void, devoid of anything, where Vegeta and Trunks stood in stunned silence. Gazing upon the scene, Trunks was struck with awe. No wonder Mr. Goku could hardly stay for a month. This place was utterly stifling. Better this way. Vegeta disregarded Trunks' astonishment and immediately immersed himself in rigorous training. Android 17 stepped aside to quietly remove the labels of Android Perpetual Energy Core and Mechanical Creation. Instantly transformed into an ordinary human, 17 was immediately brought to his knees by the crushing gravity. Gasping for breath as a wave of suffocation overwhelmed him. "I'm done for." Desperately, he summoned the panel and arranged for pure Saiyan and royal lineage. The Saiyan bloodline granted 17 combat power, pulling him back from the brink of despair. Breathing heavily, 17 felt a surge of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have made such a reckless change. With his strength plummeting, he felt as if his very essence had been drained. For the time that followed, while diligently training, whenever he felt downcast, he would don the android label again, engaging in sparring sessions with Vegeta and Trunks to alleviate his spirits. Defeating Vegeta was secondary. His primary aim was to reclaim his labels. Alas, life is not easy, sighed 17. After bidding farewell to Boba, Goku instantly teleported back to Bulma's home. Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were awaiting his return alongside Gohan. Everyone is still here. Upon returning to Bulma's home and noticing their anticipation, Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What shall we do now?" Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. "I don't know. We can only wait for Dr. Gero and his team to reveal themselves." Goku replied helplessly. "By the way, here is something for you." Krillin handed Goku a pouch containing senza beans from his waist. "There are a few senza beans in here. Goku, you must keep them safe." Previously, 17 had snatched the senza beans, leaving one unused, but ultimately they returned to their rightful owner, only to be taken by Krillin. "Thank you, Krillin." Goku expressed heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the beans. "You all stay at Bulma's. I'll take Chi-Chi home." Since Goku's awakening, Chi-Chi had been eager to return home to help Gohan with his homework. With homework no longer a concern, Goku intended to let Chi-Chi head back alone for now. "All right, we'll wait for you here," Piccolo acknowledged, adding that Androids 17 and 18 would not trouble Goku, ensuring that the Capsule Corporation was safe. As for Dr. Gero, given his intense hatred for 17, even flattery from Goku wouldn't suffice, so there was no need for concern. "Gohan, you stay here with Piccolo. I'll be back shortly." With that, he instantaneously teleported away with the already prepared Chi-Chi. Home is truly the most comfortable place," Goku exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at the lush landscape from the doorway. "All right, you must take care, and remember to bring Gohan back safe and sound. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily," Chi-Chi said reluctantly, adjusting Goku's wrinkled attire. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi." Chapter 25, Kamehameha on a sunny morning in a remote town in the north, the townsfolk were rising early to prepare for their work in the fields. A middle-aged man drove his tractor leisurely, smoking a cigarette as he made his way to his land. The nearby fields were already bustling with busy figures. Squinting against the glaring sunlight, the man muttered, "This sun is truly merciless." After adjusting his hat, he prepared to begin his labor. Unbeknownst to him, a green creature with a long tail was approaching from afar. It was Cell, freshly hatched from an egg, initially planning to stealthily ambush and devour Android 17. However, due to its limited power, it was spotted by Dr. Gero's miniature robots. Thus, Cell and Dr. Gero formed an alliance, with Gero instructing Cell to retrieve the time machine, while sending Android 13 to recover Androids 16, 17, and 18. Just when Android 13 was about to succeed, Piccolo intervened, causing the plan to fail. After spending several days in Dr. Gero's secret base, Cell could no longer contain himself and sneaked out. He aimed to absorb human bioenergy to strengthen himself, intending to eventually confront Androids 17 and 18 independently. Once he achieved his perfect form, who in this world could stand against him? After flying for a considerable time, he pinpointed the secluded town and landed on the ground, boldly approaching the humans laboring in the fields. The middle-aged man squinted against the sun, suddenly catching sight of a green figure approaching him. Thinking he was imagining things, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find the grotesque creature mere inches away. "Ah, help!" The terrifying appearance of Cell sent the man tumbling to the ground in panic, desperately crawling backward. However, his legs betrayed him, leaving him powerless and slumped on the ground. Amidst his cries for help, Cell cruelly pierced him with his tail, draining him completely and leaving only a pile of clothes behind. Cell surveyed the scattering crowd and rasped, "Who will be next?" The anguish cries mingled with gunfire as the entire town fell victim to Cell's wrath. Soon, a silent town emerged, but this meager bioenergy was insufficient to satiate Cell's appetite. He soared toward a distant city, identifying new targets as he descended into the bustling urban area. With complete abandon, Cell unleashed a violent rampage, drawing the military's wrath. Yet, the humans' tanks and firearms appeared laughably inadequate against Cell. At Bulma's house, sensing the surge of malevolence, Goku immediately teleported with Piccolo to the source. Upon arriving, they beheld Cell, insect-like, lifting a small girl with his tail, preparing to absorb her bioenergy. Witnessing this, Goku shouted, "You vile monster, stop this at once." "Ha, I thought I recognized the scent. It's Goku and Piccolo. How foolish of you to come seeking your doom." Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Cell not only refrained from fleeing, but also leisurely mocked his opponent. Noticing Cell's tail tightening, Goku swiftly dashed forward and forcefully stomped down on it. In pain, Cell released his grip and retreated, successfully dodging Goku's aerial kick. Goku executed another kick, catching the falling little girl and returning her safely to the ground. He entrusted her to Piccolo, urging him to hasten away with her and the onlookers. "This is Cell. He possesses the cells of all of us. Be cautious." Piccolo quietly warned Goku, instantly recognizing the ultimate life form before him. "Damn you, Goku. I shall send you straight to hell." Cell, having fused with numerous cells, showed little regard for anyone other than androids 17 and 18. Now that Goku had come to seek his own demise, Cell was more than willing to absorb him first before devouring the androids. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed a terrifying aura, his destructive energy radiating in all directions. Instantly, the sounds of shattering glass, flying debris, and panic screams filled the air. With an almost imperceptible afterimage, a powerful punch sent Goku hurtling away. After spinning in the air several times and crashing through multiple skyscrapers, Goku finally regained his balance. Shaking his head to dislodge the rubble caught in his hair, he found himself without respite as Cell charged towards him, yanking him from the wreckage. A flurry of punches targeted Goku's head, forcing him to retreat until Cell delivered a crushing kick that sent him crashing to the ground. In the deep crater, Goku stood upright, rubbing his face and grimacing. "Ouch! That really hurt," he exclaimed. "Humph, how utterly arrogant." Cell, infuriated by Goku's apparent nonchalance, had no time to waste. With a fierce glare, he declared, "Let me show you the despair of dying by your own technique." With that, Cell slowly spread his legs apart, bringing his hands together at his waist, gathering energy with intense focus. Goku, taken aback by Cell's actions, realized with shock that this was the familiar stance for the Kamehameha wave. "Cell, this monster can also use it?" Before Goku could ponder further, he saw the energy in Cell's hands swelling as he shouted, "Came!" Seeing Cell on the verge of successfully launching the Kamehameha, Goku wasted no time. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed an aura that rivaled Cell's. Joining his hands together, he prepared to engage in a direct clash with his own Kamehameha. Came! Simultaneously, two Kamehameha waves, one from each combatant, collided with immense force, illuminating the city with a dazzling spectacle. Chapter 26. King Kaifus. The terrifying energy waves clashed violently, shattering streets and sending debris flying. The two Kamehameha waves met, forming a sphere of concentrated energy that radiated an ominous aura. As Goku and Cell continued to exert their powers, the intensity escalated. The Kamehameha launched by Cell surged towards Goku with the force of a catastrophic avalanche. Gritting his teeth, Goku desperately drew upon his energy to withstand the approaching wave. With his face contorted in strain, he fought to maintain his ground. In stark contrast, Cell appeared unfazed, casually stabilizing his energy output. Haha, Goku, you are surely doomed. Cell taunted as he watched Goku's feet sink into the ground, struggling against the relentless force. Piccolo, having sensed Goku's precarious situation, swiftly evacuated the remaining crowd to safety before racing back to assist him. Hold on, Goku. Goku, panting heavily, poured everything he had into his Kamehameha. Yet it was steadily being pushed back by Cell's overwhelming assault. Realizing that he could not sustain this much longer without collapsing, Goku resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. It's time for this move, he thought, his face reddening with determination. Kai, in an instant, the golden aura of his Super Saiyan transformation shrank to a thin layer around him, while a furious red energy erupted from within. This is a technique created by the King of the North, capable of amplifying one's fighting powers several-fold, or even dozens of times, within a brief span. However, it imposes a significant strain on the body. At this moment, Goku, under extreme overload, feels his blood rapidly mobilizing, causing his body to gradually heat up and redden, resembling a lobster exposed to intense heat. Upon employing the Kaioken, Goku's aura surges exponentially, with a continuous flow of energy being infused into the Kamehameha, effectively stabilizing the precarious situation. As Krillin senses Goku's escalating power, his previously tense and anxious heart begins to ease. Meanwhile, in the air, the turtle hermit, acutely aware of the situation's progression, feels a tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind. With a trembling voice, he inquires of Tien. What manner of beings are these androids that could compel Goku to unleash such strength? Did the androids allow us to depart willingly? Witnessing the fierce clash between Goku and Cell leaves Tien profoundly shaken. Goku's augmented prowess from the Kaioken momentarily astonishes Cell. However, as Cell regains his composure, he discerns through the crimson aura that Goku has invoked the Kaioken, well versed in the technique. Cell understands it to be a rapidly depleting maneuver that exerts immense strain on its user. It seems Goku is nearing his limits, Cell mutters under his breath, while simultaneously intensifying his energy output. Fixated on the core of their energy clash, that towering sphere of energy, Goku feels an overwhelming trepidation. He is acutely aware that if he continues to pour energy into it, they will reach a critical threshold. The sphere brimming with the terrifying energy of both itself and Cell is destined to explode. At that point, not only will this city be obliterated, but the northern regions may also cease to exist. The solution appears to be straightforward, it hinges upon which side falters first, to be launched away by the Kamehameha of the opposing force. Even Goku, who has employed the Kaioken technique, finds himself locked in an evenly matched struggle with Cell. Thus, this plan is evidently unfeasible. With this in mind, to prevent devastation in the north, one must take the risk. As Goku deliberately feigns weakness, Cell's Kamehameha surges forth with an unstoppable momentum, crashing down upon him. As the azure waves of energy envelop Goku entirely, Cell cannot help but erupt into maniacal laughter. Goku, is that all you have? Meanwhile, the late-arriving Piccolo gazes at the vast ocean of energy, perceiving Goku as a fragile vessel on the verge of capsizing. In haste, he unleashes his ultimate move, the special beam cannon, towards the wickedly grinning Cell. With a swift motion, Piccolo thrusts his right hand forward, releasing a formidable beam of energy encircled by spiraling energy rings. On the other hand, the Kamehameha, now soaring skyward, etches a deep scar across the earth before vanishing into the heavens. As Piccolo's special beam cannon approaches, Cell, intent on eliminating Goku, opts not to evade, allowing the beam to pierce through his chest. Clutching his wound, Cell stumbles backward, a look of venomous rage on his face. Damn it, I cannot believe I was struck by you. Before he can finish his words, his legs give way, and he collapses, having succeeded in his attack. Piccolo is now oblivious to Goku's life force, consumed with concern for his safety. He promptly soars into the ruins, searching for Goku's figure. The resurrected Cell, now aiming for Piccolo's retreating form, prepares a lethal strike. Ha ha ha, let you both perish beneath your own techniques. Consider it my act of mercy. Caught off guard, Piccolo is struck by Cell's special beam cannon, which similarly pierces through his chest. Indeed, I, Cell, am the strongest. Both Piccolo and Goku have fallen before me. Androids 17 and 18 will be mere trifles. In this moment of self-aggrandizement, Cell remains blissfully ignorant of Goku's sudden emergence from behind him. Kamehameha. Having witnessed Cell's cunning feigned death and utilizing instant transmission to escape, Goku seizes the opportunity while Cell basks in his arrogance to unleash his Kamehameha. Gazing down, Goku sees the cerulean waves of energy rushing toward him. Cell, perplexed, wonders how Goku has reappeared after being supposedly obliterated by his own Kamehameha. As the energy waves engulf him, Cell is left questioning his understanding of events. After the onslaught of Goku's Kamehameha subsides, the sky clears. Cell, now in a pitiful state, is left with a gaping hole in his chest, a significant portion of his head and body missing, and his tail severed. Utilizing the innate abilities of the Namekians, Cell's form struggles to regenerate, though his energy wanes further than before. Cursed Goku. He seethes, glaring down at Goku. who remains in the state of Kaioken. Piccolo arrives beside Goku, revealing a wound the size of a bowl on his chest, drawing upon his own powers. Piccolo rapidly heals his injury. Observing Goku and Piccolo standing before him, both seemingly unscathed, Cell's confidence only swells. Damn it, once I achieve my perfect form, I will tear you both apart. I will make you into 8 pieces right now. With that, Piccolo lunges forward, prepared to eliminate Cell on the spot. Huh, you'll have to find me first. Cell vanishes, concealing his energy and escaping. Chapter 27. The awakening of the android. Cell's green figure leaps amidst the skyscrapers of the city, gradually retreating. Piccolo and Goku choose not to pursue Cell while he is still reeling from the battle, fully aware of the dangers of venturing out without Vegeta and Trunks. After all, Dr. Gero and the formidable android 13 have yet to reveal themselves. Remaining in place, Piccolo and Goku resolve to assist those trapped in the rubble before departing. From atop a high building, Cell gazes into the distance, slightly disheartened to see that neither Piccolo nor Goku has pursued him. Indeed, as Goku had surmised. Should they have decided to chase him, Cell would have lured them to Dr. Gero's secret base, believing the doctor would be pleased with such a gift. Unfortunately, he had been overly cautious. Now significantly weakened, Cell contemplates returning to Dr. Gero's lab, haunted by Goku's unpredictable appearances. Cell resolves not to venture forth to absorb biological energy until he unravels the mystery of Goku's sudden manifestations. Moreover, Cell acknowledges that Piccolo's power in this timeline might rival that of the future android 17. Even if he reaches his second stage, he cannot afford to underestimate them. It is wiser to allow Dr. Gero to facilitate his transformation into a perfect being, Cell muses internally. However, Dr. Gero, having acquired the time machine with Cell's assistance, remains engrossed in relentless research, entirely neglecting their prior agreement. Finally arriving from the Turtle Hermit's Island, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi successfully converge with Goku and Piccolo in the skies above the city. Goku, you're finally awake, exclaims Tien, brimming with joy upon seeing Goku in person. Tien, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, why have you all come? Goku is taken aback by their sudden appearance. We felt your terrifying energy alongside that of the androids and hurried here. Hoping to assist in any way we could, Tien explains. Indeed, I feared our strength might be insufficient to be of help, Kaiatsu adds with a hint of embarrassment. How could that be? Just your presence brings me great joy, Goku responds, touched by the sincerity reflected in Tien and Kaiatsu's expressions. Goku, what about the androids? Master Roshi anxiously scans the surroundings. Do not worry, Master Roshi, the androids have been driven away by Piccolo and me. That's a relief. I believe in you, Goku. You will surely defeat all your foes, Master Roshi asserts confidently. To think you all came to help me is truly concerning, Goku admits, scratching his head in embarrassment. After a moment of reflection, Goku leads the 4 of them toward Bulma's home. Goku, where are Vegeta and Trunks? Tien inquires during their journey. They are training in the hyperbolic time chamber to ensure we can completely vanquish the androids. They probably won't emerge until noon. Once they do, Gohan and I will enter to train as well. It is the only way we stand a chance against the androids. Throughout the journey, Wukong recounted all the recent events to Tien Fan and the others. When he mentioned the aspiration to surpass the Super Saiyan, they were all taken aback in astonishment. There was no alternative. The androids were exceedingly formidable, and only by transcending the limits of Super Saiyan could one hope to contend with them. Wukong shook his head and explained with a sense of resignation. Truly, you're remarkable, Wukong. No matter how daunting the adversary, your unwavering spirit remains ever so resolute. These words instilled a firmer resolve in Tien Fan to maintain his dedication to rigorous training. Inside Bulma's residence, after days of relentless effort, the artificial beings know. 18 and number 16 were finally awakened from their slumber. Yes, I did it. I'm truly a genius, exclaimed Bulma as she rubbed her weary eyes and rose to stretch, gazing at the 2 androids who had regained consciousness. Upon awakening, no. 18 found herself in an unfamiliar environment, her last memory being of android 13 pressing a control device. Without hesitation, she leaped from the bed and seized Bulma by the collar, lifting her with a menacing glare. Who are you? Where is this place? Where is number 17? Faced with these 3 rapid-fire questions, Bulma was utterly at a loss. The sudden grip of number 18 caused Bulma to choke, leading her into a fit of coughs. Had number 18 not released her in time, she might have met a dire fate. Cough, cough, had I known, I would never have awakened you. Cough, cough. Bulma managed to say, clutching her chest, her expression one of distress. Before she could finish her sentence, number 16, whose eyes were flickering, finally spoke. Her name is Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brief, the president of Capsule Corporation, a brilliant human scientist. This should be her laboratory. Outside, 2 relatively weak humans, Krillin and Yamcha, friends of Son Goku, were waiting. Moreover, Son Goku himself was on his way, accompanied by a group, one of whom was a formidable figure not found in my database. Number 16 turned to the vigilant number 18 and remarked, Bulma, isn't she the target number 17 was supposed to take us to find? Number 16 nodded. Where's that guy number 17? How could he abandon us? After hearing number 16's analysis and realizing there was no immediate danger, no. 18 sat on the bed in frustration. I'm not sure. You might want to ask Miss Bulma. Number 16 indicated the now fleeing Bulma. Come here and explain why we are here. Number 18 beckoned Bulma. Confronted by the intimidating android, Bulma returned to her seat obediently, recounting everything. So, no. 17 went off the train on his own? Bulma silently nodded, understanding everything. Number 18's demeanor softened considerably towards Bulma. Miss Bulma, could you please hand us the suppressor? She requested. Bulma obediently retrieved a bracelet from her drawer and handed it to number 18. Observing Bulma, who was still shaken, number 18 spoke in a gentler tone. All right. I was wrong earlier. I apologized, Miss Bulma. Deep down, number 18 felt a genuine gratitude towards the genius scientist who had awakened her. Bulma managed a faint smile in response. Adorning the same bracelet as number 17, number 18 and number 16, accompanied by Bulma, exited the laboratory. Chapter 28. The doctor's plan. The sky was a brilliant azure, unmarred by clouds, clear and bright like jade. Number 18 reclined comfortably in a chair, sipping a chill drink while admiring the exotic flowers in Bulma's garden. Number 16 maintained his composed demeanor beside her. Under the scorching sun, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha stood rigidly outside the house. They are androids, Uncle Krillin, Gohan murmured, already drenched in sweat. Indeed, Krillin replied, his expression one of despair. It's utterly unreasonable. Yamcha lamented, his face bruised. The trio found themselves in this predicament solely due to Yamcha's glance, which had displeased number 18. Had Bulma not interceded, Yamcha would likely have been incapacitated. Yet, now both the innocent Krillin and Gohan were forced by number 18 to stand outside as well. Considering the time, no. 17 should be emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber soon. Let us wait here for him, number 18 stated, glancing at number 16, who was gazing into the distance. Son Goku and the others are almost here, number 16 reminded, using his radar to scan ahead. Let them come. I shall enjoy Bulma's flower tea, number 18 replied nonchalantly. They cannot defeat us anyway. We are nearing Bulma's residence. Krillin, if you see your grandfather, he will surely be delighted, Goku said, pointing towards the iconic building of Bulma's home. Indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Master Roshi reminisced about the days when Goku and Krillin trained under him. Yes, in recent years, we have been diligently training to deal with the androids, Gohan reflected. And as they conversed, the group quickened their pace. Upon catching sight of Goku and his companions, Yamcha, who had been anxiously waiting, was overcome with emotion. Goku, save me, he cried, rushing towards Goku without hesitation. Standing under the sweltering sun, Krillin and Gohan did not react as dramatically, merely feeling the effects of the intense heat. Yamcha, what's wrong? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, bewildered at Yamcha's frantic behavior. With newfound courage, Yamcha exaggeratedly recounted number 18's actions, painting her as a villain, bruised and battered. Yamcha pleaded with Goku to subdue number 18. Number 18, with her golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, exuded charm and confidence. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, gazing intently at number 18's graceful figure, unable to believe she could be a malevolent android. Yamcha, is there some misunderstanding? Allow me to explain, he said, adjusting his disheveled attire as he prepared to approach number 18 for a deeper conversation. Master Roshi, do not be deceived by her appearance. Yamcha interjected, having experienced no 18's terrifying strength firsthand. Tianjin Fan urged, trying to dissuade him. Amidst the commotion, number 18 chuckled softly, setting down her teacup, rising lazily, and walking towards them alongside No. 16. What do you want? Androids 18 and 16. Piccolo stepped forward, demanding an explanation. Nothing much. I merely came to thank you for saving us. No. 18 replied with a smile. Humph. If it weren't for Gohan, Krillin would be unscathed, and Yamcha would only have superficial injuries. Piccolo was ready to fight. Is this how you show your gratitude? He pointed towards the still complaining Yamcha, his anger flaring. This is his own fault. He has no one to blame but himself. As the conversation unfolded, number 16 suddenly ascended, soaring rapidly into the sky. The unexpected maneuver startled several individuals, prompting them to hastily retreat. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, just to be on the safe side. Number 16 extended his hand, grasping at something in the air repeatedly, before returning to the ground to reveal his findings to Wukong and the others. In his broad palm, there appeared several insect-like creatures, each no larger than a grain of rice, fluttering their wings and struggling desperately. What is this? The onlookers inquired, utterly perplexed. These are Dr. Gero's miniature robots. Every move you made was closely monitored by him. These miniature robots, devoid of breath yet remarkably lifelike, went unnoticed by Goku and his companions. Fortunately, Android 16, being a mechanical creation of extraordinary prowess, possessed a myriad of special functions concealed within his eyes, enabling him to effortlessly detect these tiny automatons. Your genes have all been harvested by these diminutive beings. With a mere squeeze, Android 16 obliterated one of the robots and divulged all he knew. This display of power swiftly bridged the gap between him and Goku's group. Ignoring Yamcha, they proceeded into the living room, patiently awaiting the completion of training by Android 17. Vegeta and Trunks. In the northern, enigmatic base, as Android 16 exerted his strength, the surveillance feed abruptly turned black. Cursed Android 16, cursed Son Goku, what utter incompetence. Infuriated by the revelation and destruction of his miniature robots, Dr. Gero unleashed his fury upon the silent Android 13. He had entrusted Android 13 with the controller capable of determining the fates of Android 17 and his companions. Yet, the outcome was dismal. Not only had Android 13 failed to retrieve them, but he had also lost Androids 14 and 15. Dr. Gero believed that if Android 13 could eliminate Android 17 and his allies using the controller, he alone could manage the likes of Goku. After regaining his composure, Dr. Gero turned to the previously silent Android 13. Has Cell returned? He has. Then summon him. I have tasks for him. Ever since acquiring the time machine, Dr. Gero had tirelessly dedicated himself to research, fortunate that as an android, he required neither food nor rest. However, even with his exceptional intellect, he found himself at a loss in the face of the time machine from the future. Dr. Gero understood that in the short term, he would not be able to produce anything of value. Yet, in a recent surveillance of Goku and others, he inadvertently learned of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, which sparked an idea within him. What he lacked most was time, given enough of it. He was convinced he could unravel the secrets of the time machine and ultimately conquer the vast universe. However, time was of the essence. And the threat posed by androids 17 and Vegeta, who were training in the hyperbolic time chamber, loomed large. Particularly concerning were the androids he had created, 16, 17, and 18. With Bulma resolving the issue of the controller, Android 13 alone could not handle the trio, unless he transformed into Super Android 13, a prospect Dr. Gero was reluctant to entertain. Thus, he devised a plan to secretly enter the hyperbolic time chamber and develop androids capable of replacing 17 and 18, allowing Cell to evolve into his perfect form and eliminate all obstacles. Chapter 29. A surge in power within the temple. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta shouted, "Come again." As he was sent flying by a kick from Android 17. Regaining his footing, Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating with a dazzling golden aura, and launched another assault on Android 17. In this void-like space, countless energy blasts danced freely as Vegeta and 17 unleashed an array of devastating techniques. Soon, the evenly matched struggle between Android 17 and Vegeta culminated in a fierce clash of their arms. The overwhelming energy they emitted created massive waves, gradually exhausting Android 17 under Vegeta's relentless onslaught. The retreating Android 17, battered by Vegeta's furious barrage, could only hold out for so long before conceding defeat. Enough, enough, he gasped, drenched in sweat and waving his hands in surrender. What's wrong? We've barely begun. Vegeta, brimming with determination, responded skeptically. Let Trunks train with you. Android 17 retorted, his body aching. Watching the battle unfold with keen interest, Trunks found himself caught in the crossfire of their banter. Since entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had sought out Android 17 daily for sparring sessions. Initially, 17 could dispatch him with a single move, but as time progressed, Vegeta's strength grew significantly. Android 17 suffered greatly, lamenting that Scions were truly formidable beings. From being effortlessly defeated by 17 to now being nearly equal, Vegeta's progress was remarkable. He was confident that if he unleashed his true potential, Android 17 would stand no chance against him. With his fearsome power surge, Vegeta believed he had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan, aspiring to become the strongest being in the universe. Just wait, Kakarot, once I deal with the androids, I will challenge you. Vegeta's inner vow remained unforgotten. After such a lengthy period of interaction, the three individuals became quite familiar with one another, and the memories of past conflicts faded into oblivion. Over the course of a year, Vegeta and Trunks came to understand that Android 17 is a composed and disciplined being. However, one aspect that puzzled them was the inconsistency in 17's strength, which seemed to fluctuate without reason. Moreover, his demeanor possessed an enigmatic quality. Yet, it is acknowledged that everyone harbors their own secrets, and Vegeta and Trunks chose not to delve deeper into this matter. Overall, 17 succeeded in earning the trust of Vegeta and Trunks, proving himself to be a reliable ally. In turn, 17's perception of Vegeta and Trunks also became much clearer, transcending the confines of their previous existence in the anime. Observing the intense battle between father and son, 17 wisely took a step back to reflect on the gains he had achieved during his year in the hyperbolic time chamber. At present, 17 bore the following 7 titles: Pure Saiyan, Royal Bloodline, Battle-Hardened, Desperate Future, Super Saiyan, Genius, and Entrusted Will. Throughout this year, 17 acquired 5 titles from Vegeta and Trunks. The newly obtained titles are described as follows: Genius, your remarkable intelligence is worthy of the title. Attribute, experience points are doubled through training. Had he not acquired this title, 17 calculated that he would have only managed to progress 15 levels over the year. Super Saiyan, a legendary warrior said to appear once every 1,000 years. Attribute, mastery of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is precisely where Vegeta and Trunks are astonished by the peculiar demeanor of Android 17. Thus, whenever Android 17 employs the Saiyan series label, it invariably causes both of them to furrow their brows. The desolate future, a future devoid of hope. Who could possibly save it? Attribute. When life hangs by a thread, a memory is triggered, significantly enhancing life, attack, and defense. This was fortuitously acquired from Trunks on the 17th. Its attributes can be regarded as a life-saving skill. Battle-hardened. Throughout your life, you have endured countless battles, amassing an abundance of experience. Attribute. Mastery of various combat techniques, with a slight probability of sensing danger in advance. This is an exceptional tag, not only significantly enhancing the combat prowess of number 17, but also allowing it to be equipped by the Android series. The entrusted will. The entire world shall be entrusted to you alone. Attributes. A slight increase in both attack and defense. Similarly, it can be equipped by the Android series. Experiments have revealed that as Vegeta and others elevate their strength once again, after number 17's defeat, the tag can certainly be reclaimed. Utilizing the aforementioned tag. In conjunction with the Saiyan bloodline and the arduous training over the past year, number 17 can endure, albeit for a brief moment, in Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. Do not underestimate this fleeting moment. Such a transformation is equivalent to number 17 evolving from an ordinary Saiyan to a being capable of dominating the universe like King Frieza in merely a year. If we were to consider the Android series tags, number 17 could easily remain undefeated against Vegeta. However, what disappointed him most was the nature of his level up. Initially, he trained diligently solely to elevate his status, anticipating a delightful surprise. Regrettably, on the day of his ascension, he found no substantial enhancement. Gradually, he comprehended that the true benefit of leveling up was that for every 10 levels gained, he could equip an additional tag. Presently, at level 82, number 17 is able to equip 8 tags, an increase of 2 compared to before. It can only be said that until he acquires a formidable tag, the elevation of his level holds little significance. Upon reverting to the Android series tags, the updated data is as follows. Name, number 17 level, 82 title, Nightmare tags, Android. Eternal energy core, sibling-like bonds, mechanical creation, artificial life form, battle-hardened, despairing future, entrustable backpack, pure Saiyan, royal bloodline, Super Saiyan, genius. Time traveler number 17 keenly sensed his unparalleled power, lost in a whirl of thoughts. As he prepared to venture outside, he wondered whether androids 18 and 16 had been awakened by Bulma and whether Dr. Gero had launched an attack on Goku and the others. With his current strength, could he stand a chance against Cell? As the time to step outside approached, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Vegeta, demonstrating superior skill, emerged victorious. Exhausted from his encounter with Vegeta, Trunks approached number 17 and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Gazing at number 17's demeanor, Trunks was filled with nostalgia for the nightmare that once haunted him. With his power steadily growing, Trunks had completely conquered his inner fears. Once they resolved their matters outside, he vowed to personally eliminate androids 17 and 18 in the future world. "Will everything be all right out there?" Number 17 replied, "Do not worry, with Mr. Goku around. Everything will be fine. Let us hope so." Chapter 30. Absolute Domination. Greetings, dear viewers, and welcome to our live broadcast. In light of the recent heinous terrorist attacks across the nation, the king has dispatched troops to investigate, and I am confident that the perpetrators will soon be apprehended. The beautiful host, holding a microphone, gestured toward the devastated city behind her, which had been ravaged by the androids, as she spoke eloquently. "Do not look at me. I did not cause the destruction. It was all the doing of androids 14 and 15. As Goku and the others cast accusatory glances in her direction, Android 18 shook her head defiantly, desperate to defend herself. "We have not said anything. Why are you in such a hurry?" Piccolo retorted. "Humph." Android 18 scoffed disdainfully, unwilling to lower herself to Piccolo's level. "To be honest, it is not 18's fault. Blame Dr. Gero. Without him, androids would never have existed." Upon reflection, it was clear that 18 and her companions were also victims. Observing 18's adorably indignant expression, Krillin, almost unconsciously, remarked, "They really are victims." The turtle hermit raised both hands in agreement, leading Android 18 to regard Krillin with newfound respect. "Now, let us interview this young man in the beige vest regarding his thoughts on the incident." The camera shifted, revealing Android 13, who wore a cap and flashed a sinister smile at the lens. In the midst of astonished gazes, Android 13 seized the host by her delicate neck, lifted his cap, and addressed the camera. "I do not know if you are watching, Goku, but I must make it clear. If you do not arrive within 10 minutes, every one of you here will meet a grim fate." With a sickening snap, the host's neck twisted, extinguishing her life, leaving only the manic laughter of Android 13 echoing in the air. "This is utterly deranged," Krillin exclaimed, leaping from his seat in furious disbelief. "What do these androids intend to do?" "Goku, remain calm. There may be a trap." Piccolo maintained his composure in the face of such provocation. "This is Android 13. Even when they teamed up, they could not defeat him." Recognizing Android 13 on the screen, Piccolo gestured towards Android 16 and 18, advising Goku, You must be cautious. Unable to bear the sight of Android 13's merciless cruelty on television, Goku stood, gritting his teeth as he declared, no matter what. If I do not act in this situation, what kind of situation would warrant my intervention? His simple words struck deep within the hearts of those present. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. With a surge of unbridled fury brewing within him, Goku, undeterred by their protests, soared towards the location of Android 13. I will accompany Goku. You all stay here and await Vegeta's return. Piccolo hastily uttered before racing after Goku. I never realized Goku cared so much for the lives of these ordinary people. He is quite similar to that number 17, Android 18 observed, maintaining a tone of indifference despite the gravity of the situation. Though she spoke dismissively, a profound shock coursed through her. After all, Goku's actions could very well lead him into peril, all for the sake of these ordinary lives. In response to 18's remarks, the turtle hermit spoke gravely. That is precisely why he is known as Goku. Indeed, Goku has always been this way, from childhood until now. The sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Go, father. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of everyone for her father's deeds, 18 felt a mixture of pride and concern. At this moment, Gohan seemed to grasp the essence of his dream. Casually unleashing a few waves of energy, he dispersed the raucous crowd, while Android 13 stood firm, quietly awaiting the arrival of Son Goku. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Dr. Gero for Android 13, whose mission was to divert the attention of Goku and his companions. Buying time for Dr. Gero to transform Cell into his perfect form. In the distance, two streaks of light, one far and one near, raced towards Android 13. Goku. Wait for me. Piccolo shouted as he finally caught up. Piccolo, you're here too? Goku responded, turning his head. I came because I feared you might fall into the trap set by the androids. At least I could keep an eye on you. Piccolo concealed his true thoughts. Don't worry, I want to engage him head-on. My main objective is to lure the android away. Besides, Piccolo, have you forgotten? I can instantaneously teleport. If things go awry, I can escape at any moment. Although this mission appeared reckless, Goku was utterly confident in his ability to evade danger. Upon spotting Goku from afar, Android 13 did not wait for him to land. He propelled himself forward, kicking off the ground and creating a cloud of dust, immediately launching several crimson energy blasts at Goku. Goku, intent on avoiding a direct confrontation, aimed to lead the android away from the city to prevent unnecessary destruction. As Android 13 charged forward, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, dodging left and right. In a graceful dance of evasion, Goku maneuvered Android 13 away from the bustling city and into the desolate wilderness. Believing that Goku was attempting to flee, Android 13 suddenly accelerated, preparing to strike. Having experienced the terrifying power of Android 13 firsthand, Piccolo urgently called out to Goku. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, striving to hinder Android 13's advance. However, Android 13 skillfully deflected Piccolo's attacks, and the two energy blasts collided with a resounding crash. In a swift motion, Android 13 appeared before Goku, who sensed imminent danger and quickly retreated. With a derisive smirk, Android 13 lifted his right leg and delivered a fierce kick to Goku's chest. The force of the blow caught Goku off guard, akin to his own instant teleportation, and he staggered backward. Before Goku could regain his footing, Android 13 seized him by the collar, delivering a flurry of punches to his head, culminating in a devastating elbow strike that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Collapsed in a deep crater, Goku had no time to catch his breath before Android 13 descended upon him with a thunderous stomp. The impact left Goku's chest caved in, and he coughed up blood as he was driven deeper into the earth, expanding the crater around him. Oh, no. Goku screamed in agony. Chapter 31. The plan unfolds upon hearing Goku's anguished cries. Piccolo was astonished that Goku, now in Super Saiyan form, had fallen so swiftly to Android 13. Witnessing Android 13 standing triumphantly over Goku, raising his hand to unleash a lethal energy blast, Piccolo leaped into action. Hey, your opponent is me, he shouted as he dove to the ground, launching energy blasts to save the endangered Goku. However, Android 13 ignored him, already forming the deadly energy blast in his palm. With no other choice, Piccolo grappled Android 13 from behind, attempting to thwart his next move. The android, trapped by Piccolo's grip, had his energy blast sent flying elsewhere. Frowning, Android 13 exerted force to break free, but found himself firmly restrained by Piccolo, who clung to him like an octopus. Unfazed, Android 13 devised a plan. Soaring into the sky with Piccolo still clinging to him. If you have the guts, don't let go. He taunted before using Piccolo as a cushion to hurl him violently toward the ground. As Piccolo plummeted at high speed, he realized Android 13's treachery. He intended to let go and escape, but Android 13 sensed his intention and yanked him back, pinning him down. In midair, Android 13 swung his fist toward Piccolo's head, who had no choice but to raise his arms in defense. The two crashed through a towering mountain, descending into the impenetrable darkness within. The tremendous impact nearly caused Piccolo's heart to stop, leaving him sprawled on the ground, motionless. The crimson energy blast illuminated the dark cavern as Android 13's eyes glinted with malice. First, I'll take care of you, he muttered. tossing the SS Death Sphere toward the unconscious Piccolo before swiftly departing the pit. A towering column of red light erupted from the mountain, rapidly expanding as the energy blast detonated, shattering the peak into countless fragments. With a thunderous roar, the blast transformed into a massive sphere, spiraling and tearing apart the mountain, sending debris cascading across the landscape. As the dust settled, Android 13 gazed at the pulverized mountain, sneering, "Take that SS Death Sphere head on. Let us see if you survive." In a radius of several kilometers centered around Piccolo, the earth cracked, adorned with a web of fissures. "No, no, no," Piccolo cried out, as the violent energy waves shattered the debris weighing him down. Injured and battered, he emerged from the rubble, glaring defiantly at the hovering Android 13 above him. Had it not been for Piccolo's quick thinking to dive underground, he might not have escaped death. Regaining his composure, Piccolo charged forward to engage Android 13 once more. Surprised to see Piccolo alive, Android 13 prepared to confront him again. "This time, I'll beat you to death," he declared. Ultimately, Piccolo's inferiority in power became evident as Android 13 broke through his defenses, gradually overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Goku, struggling in the pit, managed to retrieve the Senzu bean that Krillin had gifted him. With trembling hands, he fought to bring the bean to his mouth, but his injuries made it difficult, and it slipped from his grasp. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he wriggled his body to finally consume the bean. With the miraculous effects of the Senzu bean, Goku quickly regained his strength. Observing the brutal exchange between Android 13 and the bloodied Piccolo, he immediately utilized instant transmission to rescue Piccolo from the clutches of the android. "Wait, how are you alive again?" Upon the sudden appearance of Goku, the android number 13 widened his eyes in disbelief. After consuming a magical bean, Piccolo, now rejuvenated, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating that it was fortunate to have Goku around, as he had narrowly escaped death. "Let us not dwell on it. This android no. 13 is far too powerful. We must flee." Observing Piccolo's transformation from battered to vibrant, number 13 recognized the source of their recovery and considered the beans a precious resource, not to be wasted on them. With fervent eyes, number 13 gazed at the magical beans cradled in Goku's arms. Consequently, Goku and Piccolo embarked on a desperate escape, relentlessly pursued by android number 13. Outside the time chamber, Bobo eagerly awaited the emergence of androids 17, Vegeta, and Trunks. He hastily recounted the dire situation, urging them to rescue Goku, who was battling a formidable android. Through Bobo's detailed description, Android 17 grasped that Goku was engaged in combat with Android number 13. "Humph. With my presence, that pathetic android shall not lay a finger on Kakarot." Vegeta, fearing for Goku's life, declared fiercely before soaring towards the battlefield. Followed closely by 17 and Trunks, they harbored hopes of saving humanity. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from the trio, Bobo silently acknowledged their strength. Just as he prepared to leave the time chamber, a green tail ensnared his throat from behind. Struggling against the constriction, Bobo clawed desperately at Cell's tail, seeking to break free. Cell, relishing the sight of Bobo's futile struggle, was commanded by Dr. Gero to end the charade. With a swift tightening of his tail, Bobo succumbed to unconsciousness, and Cell proceeded to pierce the tip of his tail into Bobo's body, absorbing his life energy. After this grim act, Cell carelessly discarded the lifeless Bobo, who had not been able to utter a sound even in death. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, a magnificent palace loomed above the clouds, leaving him awestruck. Had he known of this place earlier, he could have unified the world long ago. Regret washed over him as he retrieved a laptop from a capsule, quickly typing to inform android number 13 that 17 and others were en route. "The plan can commence," he declared resolutely, stroking the enigmatic time chamber. "Let us proceed. Our success hinges on this moment." Obediently, Cell followed Dr. Gero into the palace. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Base from a Distance. 3 streaks of light darted through the undulating mountains, a frantic chase led by Goku and Piccolo, relentlessly pursued by android number 13. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others had finally emerged from the time chamber. Sensing the approaching presence of Vegeta and the others, Goku, while evading number 13's energy blasts, turned to Piccolo and exclaimed, "They are coming this way." Overjoyed by the news, Piccolo replied, "Hold on, they will be here any moment." Thus, with Goku and Piccolo deliberately leading the way, android number 13 rapidly closed in on Vegeta and his companions. Enraged at having expended so much time chasing after the fleeing Goku, android number 13 felt an unprecedented fury rise within him. Even upon receiving Dr. Gero's command, he was resolute in his determination to eliminate one of them. Absorbing Piccolo's energy blast with his body, android number 13 swiftly caught up to Goku. Aware of his disadvantage, Goku attempted to teleport away from the impending attack. However, his lack of strength allowed number 13 to graze his shoulder during the transition. In a flash, 13 found himself beside Piccolo, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Piccolo hurtling through the air. Then, with a swift movement, android 13 seized Goku, launching a thunderous attack aimed directly at his vital points. Under the overwhelming force of number 13's unorthodox assault, the weakest among them, Goku, quickly lost his capacity to fight. Realizing that Goku was being pursued alone, Piccolo silently cursed his misfortune and immediately extended his arm, reaching out towards android number 13. This is one of the abilities of the Namekians, allowing them to stretch their arms at will. In this critical moment, Piccolo had no choice but to resort to this method. He forcefully dragged android 13 back and raised his steady and powerful fist, striking it repeatedly against the android's face. Thud, 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 thud. Despite Piccolo's fierce assault, android 13 remained oblivious, his sole focus now on Son Goku. He forcibly tore Piccolo's arm away and charged towards Goku without a glance back. Once again plunging into a life-and-death crisis, Goku clutched his bag and retreated frantically, with only a single Senzu bean remaining inside. As Goku hesitated and Piccolo lamented his past decisions, android 13 intended to wreak havoc. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared like lightning in the night, leaping from the mountain, leaving behind a series of illusory images. Kakarot, you can only perish at my hands. Standing atop the peak, Vegeta clenched his hand, his hair dancing in the wind, transforming into a golden hue, with a dazzling aura enveloping him, his immense energy sweeping across the battlefield. Recognizing Vegeta, who had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, android 13's body tensed, his fists clenched, prepared to strike at any moment. The arrival of Vegeta and the others indicated that the doctor had safely entered the time chamber. Now it was a matter of how much longer he could delay. Overjoyed to be back by Piccolo's side, Goku was also deeply moved by Vegeta's formidable power. An aura as deep and foreboding as a chasm emanated from Vegeta. Feeling the unfathomable energy radiating from Vegeta, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically. The pride and arrogance he had after assimilating with the Supreme Kai vanished without a trace. Let me show you what it means to surpass Super Saiyan power. Vegeta, under the astonished gazes of Goku and Piccolo, took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly. Gazing fiercely at the mountains swept by the cold winds, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with ferocity. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta struck with the swiftness of lightning, his fist, imbued with 7 layers of power, crashing into android 13's chest. A wave of energy surged from behind android 13. Fanning out like a cone, the tremendous shockwave reducing stones to mere dust. The powerful gust blinded everyone momentarily. Has it been resolved? Back at Bulma's home, Krillin, Yamcha, and others were anxiously experiencing this unprecedented fierce battle. As the smoke cleared and silence fell, both Vegeta and android 13 remained frozen in their original stances. Only android 13's expression shifted from arrogance to disbelief, then to a painful grimace, as he bent over and staggered backward. Meanwhile, Vegeta held his position, poised as if he had just struck android 13 with a single punch. Clutching his chest, android 13 trembled uncontrollably, murmuring to himself, how is it possible that within a single day, Vegeta has grown to such an astonishing level? It is truly astonishing. I am the most formidable android created by Dr. Gero. Regaining his confidence, android 13 summoned all his energy, coursing through his entire being. He swiftly approached Vegeta and unleashed a punch of unprecedented power towards Vegeta's arrogant face. However, the imagined scene of Vegeta collapsing did not materialize before android 13's eyes. Without even a flicker of his eyes, Vegeta effortlessly intercepted the blow, his expression oozing contempt. The strength of a Super Saiyan is an insurmountable barrier for a trash robot like you. After uttering these words, and amidst Goku's astonished gaze, Vegeta tightly grasped android 13's arm and, like twisting a piece of dough, wrenched it behind his back. With a contorted face, android 13 struggled against Vegeta's earth-shattering grip. But his efforts were in vain. Vegeta then delivered a fierce kick to android 13's knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Vegeta, finish him off, urged android 17, aware that android 13 could transform. Sensing the searing energy blast in Vegeta's hand threatening his life, android 13 immediately begged for mercy. He claimed he could turn to the light like android 17 and even lead Vegeta and the others to Dr. Gero's mysterious base. Upon hearing the opportunity to eliminate the androids, Vegeta decided to spare android 13's life for the moment, withdrawing from his Super Saiyan form. Pride radiated from Vegeta's face as he averted his gaze from android 13. His singular focus was to engage in a fair duel with Goku. At this juncture, killing android 13 was not an option, yet android 17 sensed something amiss with this sudden surrender. Never mind, let's find that old fool, Dr. Gero, he concluded. Thus, the eager group, intent on annihilating the androids, followed android 13 as he soared toward the enigmatic northern base. Chapter 33, The Trap. The scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth, its oppressive heat instigating a sense of unease. Under the guidance of android 13, android 17 and Vegeta traversed mountains and seas, ultimately arriving above Dr. Gero's northern base. Before them lay an endless expanse of towering mountains. According to android 13, the base was nestled within a hidden valley. They obediently followed android 13 through the dense jungle, the tranquility of the forest only disturbed by their breaths and the crackling of broken twigs underfoot. Gazing up at the lush primeval forest, flanked by steep cliffs, android 17 felt an unsettling sensation in the air. Approaching the leading android 13, he inquired cautiously, how much longer until we reach Dr. Gero's base? We are almost there. The entrance is just ahead, Android 13 replied, halting his steps with a candid expression. Do not rush, 17. Let that damned doctor linger a bit longer, Vegeta interjected, turning to 17 with a confident smile. Goku and the others echoed this sentiment, asserting that even the mightiest Android 13 had been easily subdued by Vegeta. With so many of them, defeating the remaining Dr. Gero and Cell seemed assured. With valid reasoning, 17 ceased to probe further, closely tailing Android 13. Upon reaching a shadowy cave devoid of sunlight, Android 13 pushed aside the obstructive underbrush and muttered, inside lies Dr. Gero's base. This old coot hides himself so well. Without your guidance, I might never have found it, Vegeta remarked, lifting his gaze toward the towering peak, a gleam of joy flickering across his proud countenance. Indeed. It's difficult to detect an android's energy, Piccolo recalled how easily Cell had evaded him. Android 13 instructed 17 and the others to traverse the dark cave first. Then take an elevator down to the base. Within the dim, elongated cave, a chilling breeze wafted toward them, and a faint white light appeared at the end. The ever-cautious Piccolo advised Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks to remain battle-ready. Are Dr. Gero and Cell inside? Goku asked, his expression serious as he directed his gaze at Android 13. Are there other androids within? Trunks pressed, wary of encountering unfamiliar androids, as this place had presented him with many surprises compared to the future world. Only Dr. Gero and Cell are inside. The doctor instructed me to emerge and attract your attention via television. Android 13 responded earnestly, reciting the words given by the doctor. The cunning Dr. Gero knew that such half-truths were the most convincing. Vegeta and the others were indeed persuaded by Android 13's words. At the end of the passage, they found a silver elevator, precisely as Android 13 had described. Boarding the elevator, Android 17 and his companions successfully arrived at the entrance of the base. The gate, crafted from a unique metal, was opened by Android 13, prompting the others to prepare for battle. As the metallic door creaked open, Android 17 was greeted by a vast expanse within the base, where rows of machines flickered with vibrant colors. To the right lay a mysterious downward passage, its destination unknown. Contrary to expectations, there was no sign of Dr. Gero and Cell fleeing in a panic. The base echoed with the sounds of machinery, leaving the group astonished yet vigilant, wary of any potential ambush by the androids. Was there no android present on this level? Trunks wondered, glancing at Android 13. Android 13 surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of the original time machine, continuing to play along with the script laid out by Dr. Gero. Adopting an air of feigned ignorance, Android 13 pointed toward the passage on the right, suggesting they may be several levels below. Exercise caution. This seemingly benevolent warning was met with disdain by Vegeta. As Goku and the others examined the base, Android 17 discovered some schematics related to Android 16 on one of the machines. However, despite scouring every nook and cranny for information about himself and Android 18, he found nothing. Observing the growing suspicion among the group, Android 13 led them down to the next level. Upon entering, the most striking feature was a dilapidated yellow and blue time machine standing forlornly in the corner. This is a program meticulously arranged by Dr. Gero for Trunks. How could this time machine appear here? Trunks was taken aback, his voice quivering slightly. Gazing at the time machine, Vegeta, who had gleaned its secrets from Bulma, turned pale. Observing the stunned individuals arranged by Dr. Gero, Android 13 felt a profound admiration within. Trunks vividly recalled that this machine bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the photograph Bulma had given him, both dilapidated and covered in moss. Furthermore, the fact that he and Krillin had sought it out only to have it taken away indicated that Dr. Gero must have acquired it merely a few days prior. A flash of inspiration struck Trunks. He dashed forward, intending to enter the time machine for a thorough investigation. No, this is a trap. In his mind, Android 17, whose thoughts were racing, was equally aware that Cell and Dr. Gero's entanglement would undoubtedly reveal the purpose of the time machine. Could it be that this time-traveling machine was discovered so effortlessly? Most importantly, the absence of Dr. Gero and Cell only serves to reinforce 17's suspicions. Upon realizing that 17 had unveiled Drive Gero's scheme, Android 13 remained unperturbed, fully aware that his mission had been accomplished. Swiftly turning, he dashed deeper into the base, all the while mocking his pursuers. You think you can eliminate the doctor? Such delusions. You'll meet your end here. His thunderous laughter reverberated throughout the facility. Cursed android. Vegeta seethed, realizing he had been toyed with as he witnessed Android 13's escape. After him, he commanded, transforming into a Super Saiyan as he set his sights on the fleeing figure. A golden aura erupted within the corridor, and despite Vegeta's relentless pursuit, Android 13 remained calm. Adhering to the path laid out by Dr. Gero, from a prearranged location, he retrieved the remote control, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he thought. You mortals are utterly oblivious. Behold Dr. Gero's gift. Taking a shortcut, Android 13 swiftly emerged from the mountains. Above, he squinted down at the sprawling landscape, adjusting his cap before decisively pressing the remote button. Chapter 34. 3 questions. Boom. Boom. As Android 13 activated the remote, a surging wave of white energy erupted from the base, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The earth trembled in fear, quaking as the violent shockwave surged forward, flattening the surrounding peaks. The force swept across the terrain, collapsing hills, evaporating rivers, and utterly transforming the landscape. In the corridor, the sudden explosion caught Goku and his companions off guard as they pursued Android 13. Fortunately, the battle-hardened 17 had a stroke of luck, sensing the impending danger. Without hesitation, he shouted for Goku and the others to gather around him. Channeling his energy, 17 manifested a protective barrier large enough to shield them all. Debris rained down like missiles, crashing against 17's energy shield, blotting out the sky. The relentless cacophony of collisions sent Trunks and his companions' hearts racing, instilling within them a profound sense of dread. Were it not for the presence of Android 17, they might not have escaped in time and would have been buried beneath the avalanche of debris. If they failed to evacuate promptly, the likelihood of being ambushed by Android 13 loomed ominously. Under the force of the explosive shockwave, the protective barrier shattered, only to be instantaneously restored by Android 17's energy. Enduring immense pressure, 17's face flushed crimson, his internal organs writhing in discomfort. Aware that he could not sustain this for long, 17 urgently urged Goku to utilize instant transmission to relocate everyone. With their lives hanging by a thread, Goku could not afford to hesitate. He placed a hand on 17's shoulder while the others clung to him. Closing his eyes, Goku concentrated, furrowing his brow as he desperately sensed Krillin's energy. In a flash, upon opening his eyes and finding himself before the familiar figure of Krillin, he exhaled a sigh of relief. In this dire moment, fortune had favored them. At Bulma's home, they gazed at the disheveled and exhausted figures of 17 and the others. Although the specifics of their ordeal were unclear, the necessity for Goku to employ instant transmission indicated a significant crisis had unfolded. Yamcha promptly inquired about the situation. Upon receiving Goku's account, Krillin gasped in shock, grateful for 17's intervention. Otherwise, they might never have seen each other again. The malevolence of the androids was truly insidious. Just hearing Goku's description sent shivers down Yamcha's spine. Goku, you must exercise caution. You cannot rely on luck forever. Despite being unable to engage in such fierce battles, Master Roshi, as the elder, offered a solemn warning. The hero of the hour, Android 17, slumped onto the sofa with Android 18's support. You lack strength yet insist on pushing yourself. Look at the state you're in. 18 scolded, twisting 17's ear in annoyance. Her anger primarily stemmed from 17's decision to train alone without waiting for her and 16 to awaken. If she didn't take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, he would surely become insufferable. Ouch, ouch, sis, let go. In his moment of desperation, 17 forgot to address her properly. Upon hearing him call 18 sister, Master Roshi's eyes widened in surprise. So these androids are siblings. Recognizing the elder's nature, 18 retorted fiercely, you lecherous old man. Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyes out. Little bald head. Explain to him what happened to the last person who gazed at me like that. As 18 called out to him, Krillin's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. I what? He stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts. 18 pointed at his flustered expression, laughing. Her threats proved effective, and recalling Yamcha's face, Master Roshi quickly averted his gaze, sighing internally, the girls in the books are far better. Ignoring the banter and reprimands exchanged between 18 and Krillin, a grave realization dawned upon Piccolo, who articulated 3 critical questions. Firstly, where had Dr. Gero and Cell vanished? Secondly, what was to be done about Android 13? Lastly, was Trunks still at the base, and had he confirmed whether the time machine matched the one in the photograph? And what of Goku and Gohan? Should they still venture into the hyperbolic time chamber for training? The 3 inquiries were posed by Piccolo one after another. Upon hearing Piccolo mention himself and Gohan, Goku immediately affirmed that the 2 of them would certainly venture to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Confronted with the looming threat of the androids, Goku has become acutely aware of his own inadequacies and strength. To prepare against potentially more formidable foes that may arise in the future, he is resolute in seizing this opportunity for training. Upon learning of Goku's intent to visit the hyperbolic time chamber, Android 17 expressed his desire to hitch a ride, for who wouldn't covet such an exceptional training environment? Furthermore, 17 could leverage the opportunity to spar in order to acquire the unique traits of Goku and Gohan. Simply contemplating it filled 17 with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks rose and produced the photograph of the time machine given to him by Bulma. He reminisced. I am certain that the time machine I glimpsed in the base is precisely the one depicted in this photo. That machine not only bears the same dilapidated condition as in the image, but it also still clearly displays a message I once inscribed. Upon hearing Trunks' unwavering assertion, Piccolo remarked, Since you are so convinced, we shall no longer discuss the now destroyed surplus time machine, as it holds no further significance. Trunks nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With these 2 issues resolved, only the final conundrum remained. Where exactly have Dr. Gero and Cell vanished to? In this situation, on the 17th, a suggestion was made for everyone to share any information they possessed. Unfortunately, all the known information about the androids proved to be of no assistance in tracking down Dr. Gero. Even when the 17th inquired if the 16th could sense Dr. Gero's presence, the latter merely shook his head in response. Having had his secret base destroyed by Android 13, where could Dr. Gero possibly be? This uncertainty loomed over everyone. Consequently, after much deliberation, the only viable plan that emerged was to locate Dr. Gero and Cell through Android 13. It appeared that only Android 13 was privy to drive Gero's whereabouts. However, given the formidable nature of Android 13, he was not easily confrontable. Ultimately, it was decided that Vegeta and Trunks would seek the whereabouts of Android 13. Should they make any discovery, they would immediately unleash their energy, prompting everyone to converge and corner him. After a brief respite overnight, early the next day, Vegeta and Trunks set out to search for Android 13 across the globe. Meanwhile, Goku prepared to accompany the 17th and Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber. Suddenly, Goku found himself unable to sense Mr. Popo's energy. "What is going on?" inquired the 17th. "It's nothing," replied Goku, who, uncertain of the situation, decided to use instant transmission to take the 17th and Gohan to Master Korin's place, hoping to procure more senzu beans. Chapter 35. Uncovering the truth in an instant. Goku transported from Bulma's house to the Korin Tower. Witnessing this miraculous technique once again, the 17th was filled with envy and resolved to seek Goku's guidance in the hyperbolic time chamber. "Goku, how did you just appear out of nowhere?" Master Korin, who was savoring some fish snacks, looked at the three with a puzzled expression. The speaker was a standing white cat with elongated eyes and 3 whiskers on each side of its mouth, cradling a wooden staff. "Ha, Master Korin. This is a technique I've just mastered. Also, I came to request more senzu beans," Goku said sheepishly, revealing a bag intended for the beans. In the distance, Gohan and the 17th gazed with curiosity at Master Korin, intrigued by the talking cat, which was a rare sight. Unable to withstand the curious stares from the 17th and Gohan, Master Korin set aside the fish snacks, retrieved a bag of senzu beans, and handed it to Goku, saying, "They are all here. Hurry and take them away." As Goku was ushered out, he scratched his head and laughed. "Master Korin, you weren't like this before. I wonder what's different today." Clutching the bag, Goku peered inside at the 4 senzu beans, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Korin Tower. Above is the sacred temple," Goku explained simply. He then called for the 17th and Gohan, and they set off toward the temple above. Upon arriving at the temple, they found it deserted, and Goku shouted out Mr. Popo's name. This time, Wukong waited for a long while, yet Mr. Bobo did not make his appearance. This was unexpected. Wukong, lost in thought, understood very well that Mr. Bobo would not leave the temple. Where could he possibly have gone? Time was of the essence. So Wukong hastened to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. There, he found Mr. Bobo, who had been absorbed by Cell and lay lifeless on the ground, his face etched with despair and resignation. Mr. Bobo. The horrifying scene before Wukong darkened his expression, while Gohan turned pale with shock. The tragic fate of Mr. Bobo conjured images of Cell in the mind of Android 17. Suppressing his nausea, 17 approached and turned Mr. Bobo's body over, revealing a gruesome wound in his clothing. "Just as I suspected," 17 remarked, his voice heavy with realization. Mr. Bobo perished from having his biological energy absorbed by Cell. The hole in his clothing is where Cell's tail pierced him. With the knowledge of Mr. Bobo's fate igniting a fierce rage within Wukong, he questioned, "Where are the others?" "I'm not sure, but Mr. Bobo was killed right at the entrance. I suspect they are targeting." 17's mind raced with the implications of Mr. Bobo's gruesome end. "Are you suggesting they are inside?" Wukong inquired, his finger pointing toward the tightly shut door of the hyperbolic time chamber, where a shocking conclusion began to form in his mind. Nodding in agreement, 17 analyzed. "No wonder Android 13 chose to reveal himself and create trouble for you, only to surrender and lead us to the base. This must be part of Dr. Gero's plan to buy time. It has nearly been a day since I emerged, which means Dr. Gero and Cell have likely been inside for almost a year. Their meticulous entry into the hyperbolic time chamber surely has a significant purpose. We must stop them." Although uncertain of Dr. Gero's schemes, 17 recognized that waiting for the two to emerge voluntarily would undoubtedly lead to a dire crisis. After hearing 17's analysis, Wukong composed himself and said, "I will go retrieve Vegeta and the others. Afterward, we will enter together. Gohan, you stay here with 17 and wait for my return." Just as Wukong prepared to depart in search of Vegeta, a massive crimson energy sphere suddenly appeared, blocking out the sun and obscuring their view. Descending from the sky, the energy sphere bore down upon the temple with fierce intent. It was the signature move of Android 13, SS Deathball. After activating the controller, Android 13 hurried into the hyperbolic time chamber to execute Dr. Gero's intricate plans. He then lay in wait outside the temple, anticipating the emergence of Dr. Gero and Cell, as well as deterring any unwary intruders. As Dr. Gero had surmised, Wukong and his companions had indeed returned. Having overheard 17's analysis and Wukong's intent to use instant transmission to gather the others, Android 13 recognized his opportunity. The air trembled as crimson waves of energy burst forth, forcing everyone to recoil from the overwhelming pressure. In a critical moment, Wukong's instant transmission could only transport Gohan, leaving 17 to face the onslaught alone. Prior to his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, 17 would have evaded the brunt of Android 13's energy sphere. However, now he embraced the challenge. Stepping forward, he clasped the energy sphere with both hands, lifting it high into the air in a display that astonished Android 13. With all his might, 17 drove his knee into the energy sphere, sending it hurtling back toward Android 13, whose eyes widened in disbelief as his own ultimate attack was deflected back at him. The unexpected outcome left Android 13 wide-eyed, determined to exert every ounce of energy to launch a final, desperate assault. However, the disparity between Android 13 and 17 was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A mere speck could not hope to rival the brilliance of the full moon. The energy blast collided intimately with Android 13, leaving it battered and bruised. Little did Android 13 anticipate that despite its attempt to ambush 17, it would ultimately be the one to suffer misfortune. Before Android 13 could even react, 17 swiftly appeared before it, launching an unexpected upward strike that sent it soaring. Following this, a downward elbow smash followed by a barrage of left and right strikes left Android 13 dazed and disoriented. As 17 recoiled, grasping its right wrist with its left hand, a tremendous wave of energy coalesced in its palm. It was unleashed in a straight trajectory towards the plummeting Android 13, and once the energy surged forth, a notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated Android 13 and acquired the tag Energy Absorption. Only after 17 dealt with Android 13 did Goku, accompanied by Trunks and Vegeta, arrive belatedly. Is it resolved? Goku inquired, gazing at the pitiful state of Android 13. Yes, just one final blow remains, 17 replied, observing the sparks erupting from Android 13's body. What about Cell and Dr. Gero? Are they still in the Room of Spirit and Time? Trunks hurriedly questioned. Uncertain. Once we finish with 13, we will enter together, 17 cautioned, wary of the group recklessly charging in and falling victim to Cell. Noticing that Dr. Gero had yet to emerge, a revitalized Android 13 clenched its fists and ascended into the air once more. I will show you what true hell is, it bellowed. If not for Dr. Gero's unequivocal orders, Android 13 would never have resorted to utilizing the components of Androids 14 and 15 stored within its own body for transformation. Yet, in this moment, Android 13 had already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Vegeta, only to be effortlessly swatted aside by 17's SS Deathball. These revelations made Android 13 acutely aware that, given his current capabilities, he posed little threat to those who had trained within the time chamber, particularly Android 17 and his companions. Consequently, Android 13 realized that he could only hope to engage in battle by completing his transformation. Absorbing the components of Androids 14 and 15 would significantly enhance his power, albeit at the cost of gradually eroding his sanity, ultimately leading to his demise as his body could not withstand the overwhelming force. Yet, even at the risk of obliteration, Android 13 was resolute in securing precious moments for Dr. Gero, even if just a few fleeting minutes, as agonizing cries escaped his lips. Android 13's form underwent a harrowing transformation. His muscles swelled ominously, threatening to rupture his veins. Amidst the tremors, his once fair skin darkened, and his prominent pectorals rapidly turned pale and rigid. The violent metamorphosis rendered his hair white, which then transformed into a fiery orange hue. With a body that had doubled in size, Android 13 effortlessly tore through his tattered vest. Enduring the torment of transformation, he ultimately emerged as Super Android 13. His eyes now a vibrant yellow. With a primal roar, Super Android 13 fixed his gaze upon Android 17 and the others. To Vegeta, this seemed nothing more than a trivial shift in pigmentation devoid of any real power. Stay back, allow me to handle this alone, Vegeta declared as he ascended to Super Saiyan, launching a barrage of punches and kicks toward the stationary Super Android 13. Despite Vegeta's relentless assault, Super Android 13 remained unyielding. His head swaying, yet his form steadfast. Vegeta, unable to fathom this, was incredulous. Just yesterday, he could have dispatched this so-called waste with a single hand. Now, facing his onslaught with indifference, it felt like an egregious mockery. Fueled by frustration, Vegeta unleashed his full might, delivering a powerful strike to Super Android 13's face. Panting heavily, Vegeta was met with a mocking grin from Super Android 13, showcasing a row of pristine white teeth, as if to taunt him for his apparent weakness. However, without hesitation, Super Android 13 retaliated with a colossal punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact sent waves of pain coursing through Vegeta, who doubled over, clutching his stomach in anguish. Observing his father's dire predicament, Trunks swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan to provide assistance. Inheriting his father's combat prowess, Trunks mirrored Vegeta's attack style, launching a series of strikes at Super Android 13, but to no avail. The duo, akin to bothersome flies, quickly became a source of irritation for Super Android 13, who retaliated with a punch to each of their midsections. Seizing them, Super Android 13 lifted the father-son duo and, with a swift motion, slammed their heads into the unforgiving ground of the temple. Before they could mount a defense, he flung them from the pit into the air, delivering a punch to each as they soared toward Android 17. Meanwhile, Goku observed the battle in a state of shock. rendered speechless by the vast disparity in power. As Vegeta took the initiative to engage, Android 17 seized the opportunity to assess his own attributes. Energy absorption. As the name suggests, you can absorb any energy-based attacks. Attribute. Each time you absorb an amount of energy equal to your own, you gain 1 passive layer. Note, accumulating 10 passive layers slightly enhances your attack. Accumulating 100 significantly boosts it. Impressive, Android 17 thought, nearly exclaiming aloud. The tag acquired from Android 13, when combined with his protective shield, formed an impeccable synergy. Quickly equip. Ding. Your available tag slots are full. Please remove one before equipping anew. This prompt indicates that number 17 should promptly activate the panel. Name, number 17 level, 82 title, Nightmare tags, Android, Permanent Energy Core, Brotherhood, Mechanical Creation, Artificial Life Form, Battle Hardened, Despairing Future, Entrusted Will, Backpack, Pure Saiyan, Royal Bloodline, Super Saiyan, Genius. Time Traveler. Now at level 82, which allows only 8 tags to be equipped, number 17 gazed at the 8 tags on the panel and without a second thought. Remove Brotherhood. With number 18 not by his side, it was certain that he would discard it. As number 17 approached, Super 13 discarded Vegeta and Trunks like refuse, hurling them towards number 17's location. Noticing the two rapidly descending like meteors, number 17 shifted his focus from the panel and hastily dodged. Observing that his attack was effortlessly evaded by number 17, Super 13 emitted another unintelligible roar. With a chilling gust of wind, Super 13 lunged at number 17. As Super 13 was about to make contact, number 17 used the force to leap over him. Just as a graceful arc was about to form, Super 13 swiftly grasped at number 17's ankle. With a powerful yank, number 17 was halted midair and then forcefully dragged down to the ground. Super 13 swung his arm, causing number 17 to collide violently with the Earth multiple times. Super 13 then turned his attention towards the dazed Goku, tossing the disoriented number 17 away. A barrage of crimson energy blasts erupted from his palm, pursuing their target. Boom. Instantly teleporting with Gohan away from the explosion's reach. The dizzy number 17 rose from the ground, shaking his head and signaling Vegeta and Trunks to rally beside him, having shared a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy. Number 17 led the charge, erecting a protective barrier as he approached Super 13 to draw fire. Witnessing number 17 being battered by Super 13, Vegeta and Trunks exchanged a glance and immediately rushed in, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Super 13. Inside the protective shield, number 17 silently counted the layers of his passive ability, thinking, once I accumulate 100 layers, it will be your demise, Super 13. The intensity of their battle shook the very foundations of the temple, causing Master Karen below to display visible panic, clutching the railing with one hand while desperately holding onto a piece of dried fish with the other. Oh no, Goku, how can they fight atop the temple? Chapter 37, Annihilation Ball. In the blink of an eye, number 17, having expanded the protective barrier, surged forward at supersonic speed, closing the distance to Super 13. Escaping the battlefield, Goku observed a visible white energy wave generated by number 17's astonishing velocity. A radiant sphere of light flickered in number 17's hand. With a roar, Super 13, expressionless, swung his arm, aiming to strike the approaching number 17. Crack. The protective barrier fractured. Yet it did not prevent number 17 from delivering the energy blast into Super 13's abdomen. A violent white luminosity erupted from Super 13's midsection. And after a brief moment of silence, a colossal shockwave ensued. On the battlefield, aside from Super 13, a significant portion of the temple structure vanished, leaving a vast pit in the barren ground. The once solid rocks in the pit were melted by the explosion's intense heat, transforming into dazzling crystals. Struggling to rise, Super 13 let out a pained roar, his yellow eyes fixed on number 17. Goku keenly observed that Super 13's abdomen had turned from white to a charred black, with wisps of white smoke emanating from it. Bang! In agony, Super 13 leapt toward number 17. Faced with the relentless assault of Super 13, number 17, like an unyielding gum, endured as Super 13 shattered his protective barrier time and again. Inside the barrier, number 17's vision was obscured by the myriad of punches raining down from Super 13. All he could hear were the resounding cracks as the barrier shattered. Seeing Super 13's wrath directed solely at number 17, Vegeta and Trunks nodded in understanding and boldly charged into the fray, striving to maintain the integrity of the barrier. Number 17 felt a surge of joy as the father-son duo came to his aid. Vegeta and Trunks each grasped one of Super 13's arms, their bodies enveloped in a fierce golden aura as their tremendous strength surged into their fists. At this moment, Vegeta and Trunks held nothing back, unleashing their full power as they launched a concerted assault on the already wounded abdomen of Super 13. Thud, 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 thud. Super 13 was relentlessly pushed back by the combined might of Vegeta and Trunks. With a feigned maneuver, Trunks managed to trip Super 13, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta and Trunks then pressed down upon him, delivering a barrage of elbow strikes. Countless tiny wounds began to mar Super 13's formidable body, and gradually, his ability to retaliate slowed. Observing this, the previously weary Vegeta and Trunks felt a surge of renewed vigor, intensifying their efforts. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Super 13 felt his anger weighing. If this continued, his demise would be inevitable. Lacking the protective shield of Android 17, Super 13 resolved to fully exploit his own advantages. Harnessing his infinite energy for an offensive, he decisively targeted Vegeta, who had dealt him significant blows. Blocking Vegeta's attack, Super 13 executed a swift maneuver to regain his footing. Creating distance, he concentrated energy into his sphere, initiating a frenzied onslaught of energy attacks. Meanwhile, Android 17, having been replaced by Vegeta and Trunks, finally had the opportunity to examine the panel, discovering he was not yet at the 100 mark and still had work to do. Without a protective barrier, Vegeta found himself in dire straits, inadvertently struck by one of Super 13's energy blasts. Seizing the moment, Super 13 swiftly unleashed a series of relentless blows upon Vegeta, who soon found himself overwhelmed and forced to retreat. Vegeta's exit left Trunks exposed. Unable to effectively restrain Super 13 on his own, and he too began to suffer the same fate as his father. As Trunks was mercilessly battered against the temple by Super 13, a slightly recuperated Vegeta launched a counterattack. A torrent of energy blasts, controlled by Vegeta, rained down upon Super 13. In pain, Super 13 abandoned his pursuit of Trunks and ascended into the air above the two fighters. With hands clasped before his chest, Super 13 gathered his focus and energy, forming a colossal SS Death Sphere. This ominous sphere was aimed at Android 17, Vegeta, and Trunks. As Super 13 transformed, the power of the SS Death Sphere escalated to terrifying heights, its size tripling that of previous incarnations, easily overshadowing the blazing sun. The Energy Sphere, now capable of obliterating planets with ease, hurtled towards Android 17, its crimson energy crackling ominously, threatening to ignite the very air around it. Taking a deep breath, Android 17 summoned his protective shield to intercept the Energy Sphere, hoping to utilize Super 13's attack to complete his 100-layer passive. A searing wave of heat engulfed him. Absorbing such vast and volatile energy for the first time was excruciating, making him feel as though he were being scorched by flames, his body swelling painfully. It was evident that he was surpassing his limits, yet retreat was not an option. He gritted his teeth and persevered, for failure would mean total annihilation. Ignoring the agonizing struggles of Android 17, Super 13 concentrated once more, forming another SS Death Sphere to hurl at Vegeta and Trunks. The massive energy sphere, now reduced in size through Android 17's desperate absorption efforts, began to diminish. Despite his swollen form, Android 17 endured the excruciating pain as his facial muscles trembled. He had amassed enough passive energy for the 100 layers. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks, united against a single Death Sphere, found themselves sinking into the ground, continuously forced backward, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Witnessing Android 17's remarkable feat of absorbing his Death Sphere left Super 13 shaken. He pondered the doctor's methods of creating such a formidable android. Unyielding, he began to coalesce another Death Sphere, doubting that Android 17 could absorb another. Gasping for breath, Android 17 drew upon all his energy, carefully gathering it into his palm, forming a sphere the size of a walnut. With immense effort, he continued to infuse energy into this small orb, striving to compress it until it reached the size of a basketball. The energy sphere, ablaze with a pale blue flame, is a remarkable invention independently developed by Android 17 within the hyperbolic time chamber. Its principle lies in the extreme compression of energy upon contact with an object. It triggers a violent internal reaction, generating intense heat that can directly obliterate an opponent. Android 17 refers to this technique as the annihilation sphere. Its potency is entirely contingent upon the amount of energy infused. For 17, who possesses infinite energy, as long as he can maintain stability for a sufficient duration, a single sphere could potentially melt an entire galaxy. Everyone, stand back, he shouted at Vegeta and Trunks, struggling to control the state of the annihilation sphere. Android 17 estimated that the temperature generated by a sphere upon contact would reach at least hundreds of millions of degrees. Such a terrifyingly high temperature is sufficient to vaporize an ordinary person in an instant. But can Super 13 withstand this onslaught? Chapter 38, The Dark Overlord Beneath the Blazing Sun. A white aura enveloped number 17, as visible air currents swirled around a pale blue annihilation sphere, charging towards Super 13. In Trunks' eyes, the world was divided into two realms. Above, the crimson orbs of energy surged with flickering lightning from Super 13, while below, a blazing blue fireball blazed fiercely from number 17. The completed death energy orb radiated a dazzling brilliance, transforming under Super 13's command into a crimson specter, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. In stark contrast to the imposing death energy orb, number 17's annihilation sphere barely exceeded 1 meter in height, and soon, the two vastly different energy spheres collided. Upon contact, there was no cataclysmic explosion as Goku had envisioned. The annihilation sphere met the death energy orb with the force of a red-hot brand striking ice, producing a piercing sound before gradually dissolving within. Number 17's energy orb was consumed. Captivated by the fierce battle of Super 13, Gohan pointed towards the sky. As Gohan had observed, the entire heavens were now awash in crimson, with the blue annihilation sphere utterly vanished. Do not despair. Have faith in number 17, Goku urged, his expression grave. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was a battle that determined the fate of all. As his words echoed, a glimmer of blue light emerged from the edge of the death energy orb. It was indeed number 17's annihilation sphere, piercing through the death energy orb, undeterred. It surged forth with unwavering momentum directly towards Super 13. Such an absurd outcome left Super 13 in disbelief. His visage contorted with rage as he once again concentrated the SS Death Sphere in his grasp. However, just as the lethal sphere took form, the annihilation ball unleashed by number 17 had already reached Super 13. Enveloped by despair, Super 13 let out a desperate roar and propelled his final energy sphere forward, seeking to fight to the bitter end. Yet, it was all in vain. The blue annihilation ball ignited Super 13's flesh in an instant, casting him away from the Earth and into the vastness of space. Accompanied by a deafening explosion resonating through the atmosphere, an alert sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated Super 13 and earned the title of Demon King. Upon witnessing the twinkling lights in the sky, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. While the perforated death sphere was effortlessly absorbed by the newly activated shield of number 17. Without Super 13's control, Vegeta and Trunks successfully redirected the death sphere, propelling it toward the atmosphere. Goku, accompanied by Gohan, soared to the side of their exhausted comrades. Wonderful! Even the mightiest Super 13 has been vanquished by us. Once we unite to defeat the remaining Dr. Gero and Cell, the world will be safe once more, Goku exclaimed with a beaming smile. As for the temple, now in utter disarray, it was conveniently overlooked by the group, as Trunks contemplated the imminent conclusion of the android crisis. Visions of himself traveling back in time in a time machine to rescue everyone in the future flickered through his mind. Wait, I shall be the first to confront them. And let those androids witness the wrath of Vegeta. The dried blood on Vegeta's face rendered him a fearsome sight. Still panting, number 17 was not convinced that matters were so simple. After all, Dr. Gero and Cell had been secluded in the hyperbolic time chamber for an extended period. And during that critical moment, they had not emerged to aid Android 13. Surely, they could not have been merely playing games. Suddenly, an idea flickered in number 17's mind, but he instinctively dismissed it, while the others took a moment to recover. Number 17 examined his newly acquired title, Demon King. You are the figure that all righteous beings dream of defeating. Attribute, significantly increases intimidation against foes, with a slight enhancement to attack. Upon acquiring this attribute, number 17 promptly cast aside the nightmare and donned the mantle of the Dark Lord. Sensing a surge in power, he felt an added confidence for the impending showdown. A quarter of an hour later, Goku handed a Senzu bean to Trunks, advising him, take this bean. But exercise caution once inside. I have an unsettling feeling that it won't be as simple as it appears. Rest assured, Mr. Goku, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Trunks replied solemnly as he accepted the bean. Give it your all, Gohan encouraged, clenching his fist and waving at Trunks. The three exchanged nods, and Goku extended his hand to open the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Number 17 activated the protective shield and was the first to step inside, followed closely by the transformed Super Saiyans, Vegeta and Trunks. As they entered the chamber, Trunks immediately sensed a chilling aura of malevolence emanating from ahead. Is that Cell? He inquired with a grave expression, glancing at number 17 and Vegeta. Let us go and see for ourselves, Vegeta replied with a nonchalant demeanor, undeterred by the ominous presence, which he deemed only slightly more formidable than that of the recently encountered Super Android 13. If need be, we can always clear it again. Meanwhile, number 17 recognized the sinister aura without doubt. It was indeed Cell. The overwhelming aura emanating from Cell indicated that it had undoubtedly transformed into its second stage. Fearing the realization of his worst fears, number 17 hastily took flight, intent on preventing Cell from achieving its perfect form. In the distance, a clearing housed numerous sophisticated machines, where Dr. Gero was deeply engrossed in studying blueprints for the creation of a time machine. Beside him stood the second stage Cell, now taking on a humanoid shape, capable of standing upright. Although Cell's formerly slender physique had become grotesquely bloated, its towering green silhouette exuded an immense sense of intimidation. Its lengthy tail writhed incessantly. And upon spotting number 17 and his companions, Cell merely grinned without launching an immediate attack. At that moment, Dr. Gero noticed the three intruders, swiftly concealing crucial documents as he murmured, it appears that number 13 has met his demise, but that is of no consequence. Cell, consume this to attain your perfect form. He gestured towards the humanoid mass within the incubator, his voice tinged with excitement. The first step towards conquering the entire universe was for Cell to achieve its perfect form. Success was imminent. Is this truly Cell's second stage? Trunks exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the green figure. Wasn't it said that it needed to absorb you and number 18 to evolve? What is happening? Vegeta, equally astonished, pondered how Dr. Gero had managed to facilitate Cell's transformation into its second stage while number 17 and number 18 remained unharmed. Could it be that Dr. Gero could also bring Cell to its perfect form? Number 17 caught sight of the writhing mass within the incubator and glanced at the countdown on the display. Only 3 seconds remained. Instantly realizing the urgency, he shouted at Trunks and Vegeta, "Don't dawdle. Unleash your energy blast to destroy that machine and the mass within. It will allow Cell to become perfect." Number 17. Your intelligence is commendable, but it is already too late. Dr. Gero replied nonchalantly, his gaze filled with malice directed at number 17. With that, the incubator opened, and Cell lunged forward without hesitation. Chapter 39. Perfect Cell inside the hyperbolic time chamber. As number 17 conversed with Drive Gero, he did not slow his actions, launching dozens of energy blasts towards the incubator and Dr. Gero. Behind him, Vegeta and Trunks, alerted by number 17, hastily summoned their energy to unleash blasts at Cell. Observing the energy projectile slicing through the air, Dr. Gero immediately fled, disregarding the machines, for his goal had already been accomplished. Despite the pressing nature of time, Dr. Gero had successfully developed vital materials to substitute for number 17 and number 18, facilitating Cell's leap in evolutionary levels. Now, all that remained was to patiently await Cell's transformation into its perfect form to commence Dr. Gero's grand scheme of vengeance. The energy blast capable of demolishing skyscrapers hurtled towards Cell's gaping maw, causing explosions and smoke to envelop him. Number 17, keenly observant, noticed Cell swallowing the mass. And although he understood it was too late, he continued to fire energy blasts in a desperate bid to interrupt the process. Amid the brilliant explosions generated by number 17, Cell successfully absorbed the humanoid mass created by Dr. Gero as a substitute for number 17 and number 18. A golden aura enveloped Cell, and the turbulent energy waves dispersed dust in all directions, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. An indescribable energy surged within Cell, continuously altering its form until every cell was brimming with power. Before the smoke could dissipate, Dr. Gero, cackling maniacally, proclaimed, "Arise, perfect Cell, and annihilate them all." Upon hearing Dr. Gero's arrogant proclamation, Vegeta and Trunks held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the thickening smoke. Without waiting for the haze to clear, a golden beam sliced through the air towards Vegeta. Focused on anticipating Cell's dramatic entrance, Vegeta was unable to withstand the sudden onslaught and was instantly pierced through the chest. Looking down at the gaping wound, Vegeta's legs buckled, and he collapsed, his head heavy as consciousness slipped away. He had not even seen Cell before being brutally dispatched. The terror of Cell's might left Trunks in a state of panic. He quickly assisted Vegeta and administered a Senzu bean, allowing the beleaguered warrior to claw his way back from the brink of death, gasping for air. "Oh, let me see who is so fortunate," Cell remarked, stepping leisurely from the smoke, his footsteps steady. Amid Trunks and Vegeta's trepidation, a humanoid figure emerged, its body a fusion of black and green hues. With wings unfurling from its back, the grotesque sausage-like mouth had vanished, replaced by a cold, unfamiliar visage. Its limbs were proportionate, muscles clearly defined. In the metallic sheen of its black wings instilled fear. Lowering its arm, which had released energy beams, Cell scrutinized its newly attained perfect form. "Is this perfection?" it mused, lost in admiration of its transformed self. "Cell, go forth and eliminate number 17 and the others. Then we shall conquer the universe together." Witnessing its most exquisite creation, Cell effortlessly dispatched Vegeta, while Dr. Gero brimmed with anticipation for the future. However, the newly perfected Cell showed no inclination to heed Dr. Gero's commands, instead reveling in its appearance. Sensing a rift developing between Cell and Dr. Gero, number 17 seized the moment, swiftly positioning himself before the arrogant scientist. With a firm grip around Dr. Gero's throat, he hoisted him effortlessly. "Save me, Cell." Before Dr. Gero could finish his plea, number 17 snapped his neck, severing head from body. After witnessing Dr. Gero's lifeless expression, number 17, still unsatisfied, unleashed an energy wave at the corpse, reducing it to ashes that dissipated into the air. Both Vegeta and Trunks were left in shock, astonished by number 17's mercilessness and equally bewildered by Cell's indifference. "Well done. I've loathed that old fool for quite some time," Cell remarked, turning its head, arms crossed, displaying a nonchalant expression. Approaching Trunks and Vegeta, number 17 demanded, "Cell, what are your intentions?" I am uncertain of my desires," Cell replied, gesturing towards itself. The earlier skirmish had extinguished any interest Cell had in number 17 and the others. As a being of perfection, it now likely stood as the strongest entity in the universe. Reflecting on its previous ambition to eliminate Goku, Cell found the notion absurd at this moment. "What shall I do?" Lost in profound solitude, Cell cradled its head in contemplation. Suddenly, it recalled Dr. Gero's vision of the vast cosmos, filled with matters that might pique its interest. "Shall I set off now? No, what if there is nothing?" It pondered, perhaps I should pursue my former goal, eliminating Goku. However, with Goku's feeble powers, a single energy blast would suffice to obliterate him. That is far too simple, far too dull. I must devise a plan. In his mind, Cell pondered how he could derive pleasure while mercilessly slaughtering Son Wukong. Vegeta, Trunks, and Android 17 were unaware that during those fleeting seconds of Cell's contemplation, they narrowly escaped a series of tragic fates. "This Cell truly underestimates us," Vegeta remarked, regaining his composure as he addressed 17 and Trunks. Cell's power surpasses our wildest imagination. Just now, you couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, Android 17 retorted unflinchingly to Vegeta. The emotional turmoil within 17 was palpable. His thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. The present circumstances had diverged from the narrative of the previous anime. One could argue they were both fortunate and unfortunate. On the one hand, only Cell remained, as Dr. Gero had been vanquished by his own hand, eliminating future threats. On the other hand, the Cell they desperately sought to thwart had achieved his perfect form, while Ryukong and Gohan had not engaged in any training, rendering them far from their anime counterpart strength. Should Cell choose to strike, 17 feared that his own story within the Dragon Ball universe might come to an abrupt end. Noticing that both 17 and Trunks had fallen into deep contemplation, Vegeta was the first to break the silence, proposing a strategy. My earlier inattention does not reflect Cell's true strength. Shall we not attempt to confront him as we did with Android 13, overwhelming him together? Trunks and 17's expressions remained rigid, devoid of any reaction. Isn't there still senzu beans? Even in failure, we could retreat and seal the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Surely, Cell would be unable to escape. As he continued to persuade Trunks and 17, Vegeta's impatience began to mount. Chapter 40. Instant transmission within the void of the hyperbolic time chamber, an eerie silence pervaded, with no one daring to break the stillness. In this profoundly oppressive atmosphere, an unprecedented storm appears to be looming on the horizon. Standing nearby, number 17 and Trunks remain indifferent to Vegeta's pleas. This infuriated Vegeta. If that is the case, then I shall demonstrate it to you all. The wretched Cell is not invincible, and I, Vegeta, am not merely a name of empty reputation. Upon locking eyes with the frigid gaze of Cell, Vegeta's initial excitement swiftly dissipated. It seemed as though Cell could see into the depths of Vegeta's thoughts. As he strode forward with an air of confidence, facing those colorless eyes, Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat trickling down his back. Trunks and Android 17, noticing Cell's relentless advance, were at a loss as to where to step next. Observing their tense expressions, Cell's originally stoic face broke into a smirk of amusement. Do not worry. I have no intention of ending your lives just yet. It would be far too mundane to resolve this in one swift motion, he spoke softly, resting a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Without another glance at Vegeta's impotent fury, Cell proceeded towards the exit. This is infuriating. The disdainful behavior of Cell, who seemed utterly uninterested in Vegeta, ignited the pride that lay deep within him. Unable to endure any longer, Vegeta unleashed his golden aura, a blazing inferno of rage. With arms spread wide, he recklessly released his energy, which surged tumultuously within him. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta's face contorted as he struggled to harness the tempestuous energy into a singular focus. As he brought his hands together, a radiant golden energy sphere emerged, crackling with arcs of lightning upon its surface. Gazing at the vast energy he had conjured, Vegeta boldly proclaimed, "You wretched being, I am none other than Super Saiyan Vegeta." With a final, resounding cry, he unleashed a golden wave of energy that perfectly engulfed Cell's distant figure. As Vegeta exerted himself to the fullest, veins bulging, his hands trembled slightly under the force of the impact. Breathing heavily, he lowered his arms, which had swelled from the sheer volume of energy, and squinted at Cell's position. Trunks and Android 17, witnessing Vegeta's ultimate technique striking true, felt ripples of anticipation within them. You truly never learn, do you, Vegeta? A dark voice emerged from the smoke. Before Vegeta could brace himself for defense, Cell materialized before him. This is instant transmission, Trunks exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise. Ah, so this technique is called instant transmission. Cell replied, a knowing expression crossing his face. After entering the hyperbolic time chamber, although Cell had no biological energy to absorb, he had diligently studied the phenomenon of Goku's sudden appearances. After countless failures, the exceptionally gifted Cell had finally mastered this technique. Standing before Vegeta, Cell's towering figure cast a shadow over him. He lifted his right leg, poised to strike. Reacting swiftly, Android 17 activated his shield, pushing Vegeta aside to absorb the blow. However, as Trunks watched, the shield shattered effortlessly under Cell's kick, sending Android 17 hurtling backward. Without pausing, Cell approached Vegeta, delivering a single punch that propelled him off the ground, his back arching painfully. The scant energy remaining within Vegeta offered no effective protection, and with a few coughs, he reverted from Super Saiyan form, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Hastening to Vegeta's side, Trunks and Android 17 quickly supported their comrade, whose fate hung in the balance. Noticing no resistance from Vegeta, Cell, having indulged in a minor punishment, lowered his fist and resumed his strides toward the exit. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku, anxious and restless, paced at the doorway, awaiting the triumphant return of Trunks and the others. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, and Goku's spirits lifted upon seeing Android 17 and the others emerge. However, as Cell's full form came into view, Goku was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this Cell? The stark contrast between Cell's initial form and his complete state was so profound that, had it not been for the familiar energy, Goku would scarcely believe this creature was indeed Cell. Son. Goku, Cell articulated each syllable, a chilling smirk plastered across his face that filled Goku with unease. If Cell had emerged, What fate awaited Trunks, Vegeta, and Android 17? What have you done to Trunks and the others? Goku inquired, his voice taut with concern at the possibility of their peril within. Rest assured, they are not dead yet, after all. I have yet to devise a method by which to entertain myself while they suffer in demise, Cell replied with a nonchalant shrug. For now, this will suffice. When I have thought of something more delightful, I shall return, he chuckled, casting a lingering glance at Goku before vanishing from sight. This is my moment of teleportation. The manner in which Cell ultimately vanished left Goku astounded. However, there was no time for contemplation. Grasping Gohan's hand, Goku dashed towards the hyperbolic time chamber, eager to uncover what had transpired within. Upon entering, he beheld Trunks carrying the unconscious Vegeta, with the pensive android 17 trailing behind. Observing the three survivors, Goku's anxious heart was finally at ease, and he hastened forward with Gohan to inquire about the events that had unfolded. What exactly happened? Was it Cell who just exited? Android 17 nodded, yet remained incredulous at the transformation of Cell, prompting Goku to turn to Trunks for clarification. What transpired? Wasn't it agreed that Cell would absorb androids 17 and 18 to reach his perfect form? As they exited the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta, Trunks recounted the entire sequence of events to Goku. Understanding the context, Goku's expression bore a hint of shock. Cell effortlessly defeated Trunks and the others, who had trained for a year within the chamber. The power of perfect Cell had likely escalated to unimaginable levels. Goku contemplated internally. It was precisely the existence of perfect Cell that illuminated the extensive journey he still had ahead. Let me see just where the limits of a Super Saiyan lie. Clenching his fists, Goku felt no fear. Rather, like Vegeta, he yearned to challenge Cell to validate his own strength. Perhaps this is the essence of a Saiyan. Chapter 41. The Light in the Darkness. Android 16 thus, Android 17 and his companions returned to Bulma's home, carrying the unconscious Vegeta. Upon seeing Goku, Trunks felt a pang of guilt while shouldering Vegeta, and an ominous premonition arose among the group. Without delay, Bulma arranged for Vegeta to be admitted to her medical facility. Personally overseeing his examination, Trunks assisted her closely. Outside the hospital room, Piccolo inquired of Goku, eager to know who had brought Vegeta to this state. Goku raised his head with a bitter smile, relaying Trunks' words verbatim. Upon hearing the news of Dr. Gero's demise at the hands of Android 17, Android 18 sprang to her feet, applauding her brother. As Goku elaborated on the terrifying might of perfect Cell, the group listened intently, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. When he concluded, the atmosphere was heavy. Even someone as formidable as Vegeta had succumbed to a mere strike from Cell. That cursed Dr. Gero, even in death, orchestrated such a catastrophe, Yamcha exclaimed first. Who, then, can withstand the terror of Cell? Krillin sighed. Enough of this, it is futile to dwell on the past. Goku, what are your plans? Tien, who had remained silent until now, posed the question. The crux of the matter is that I have no idea what Cell intends to do. He could easily annihilate us with a few energy blasts yet deliberately spared our lives. Recalling Cell's mischievous grin, Goku clenched his fists, stating helplessly. Nonetheless, enhancing our own strength can never be a misstep. I propose we all train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Turning to the despondent faces of Krillin and the others, Goku offered encouragement. Indeed, Goku speaks the truth. Master Roshi, who had witnessed Goku's growth throughout the years, stepped forward in support. With his mindset transformed, Krillin quickly concurred. And Yamcha, unwilling to be outdone, declared, count me in. From this moment on, I too shall strive in my training. The group's renewed fighting spirit brought Goku great solace, and he continued to inspire them. From battling the Demon King Piccolo to the Saiyan invasion, the Ginyu Force, and ultimately the tyrant Frieza, we have always triumphed together. I firmly believe we can overcome Cell this time. Observing the resurgent determination akin to a supernova, Android 18 scoffed, turning to Androids 17 and 16. What do you think about us voluntarily surrendering to Cell? After all, he is already in his perfect form and has no need to absorb either of us. Given our shared nature as artificial beings, he should not pursue our complete annihilation, right? Android 18 whispered, attempting to keep her voice low. However, the room was small, and everyone had already overheard. Krillin and Master Roshi gaped in astonishment. Goku and Trunks exchanged glances but said nothing. Well, you actually wish to betray us from within? Let us see if we don't deal with you today, Yamcha shouted, observing Goku and Trunks' expressions. As he noted their silence, Yamcha's voice gradually faded away. This notion left Android 17 utterly perplexed. The creator of Cell, Dr. Gero, seemed unfazed, allowing me to resolve matters with ease. Do you believe Cell possesses emotions and would accommodate us? Android 17's retort rendered Android 18 speechless. Nearby, Goku, Trunks, and Piccolo nodded in agreement upon hearing 17's remark. Meanwhile, the typically taciturn Android 16, after absorbing Android 18's plan, unveiled a staggering secret. I was created by Dr. Gero primarily for two purposes. The first was to prevent your betrayal against him. The revelation from 16 caused Android 18 to stifle her laughter with great effort. Everyone turned their gaze towards 16. To prevent our betrayal, yet you joined us as well. How amusing. 16. Android 18, striving to regain her composure, pointed at 16. However, I was subsequently deemed a failure by Dr. Gero and permanently sealed away, only to be released by you all. Surely, I shall not repay kindness with malice. Android 16 patiently and earnestly addressed Android 18's concerns, continuing, the second purpose was that Dr. Gero specifically implanted a bomb within me, designed to annihilate Cell should he choose to rebel. The astonishing words from 16 left Android 18 momentarily speechless. Even Android 17 was taken aback. He was aware of 16's strength surpassing that of the first form of Cell, yet had completely forgotten about the bomb tailored for Cell. Upon hearing this revelation, Goku and the others were filled with joy. With 16 around, Cell would pose no threat. However, the bomb was merely a rough estimate by Dr. Gero, hence. Without concrete information about Cell, I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Continuing to divulge the secrets long held within, Android 16 laid bare all at once. After hearing the full account, everyone's expression soured once more. The inability to guarantee success was indeed troubling. Yet, having something was preferable to having nothing. Android 17 turned to the typically silent Android 16, pondering deeply before speaking. However, 16, once the bomb is detonated, you will cease to exist, correct? Yes, but you must make a copy of my memories beforehand. This way, even without this body, I can continue to exist. The entirely mechanical Android 16 stated nonchalantly, for as long as his memories remain, he could simply inhabit another shell, which could be considered a form of immortality. Hearing 17's words, Android 18, who was previously saddened, now found herself momentarily speechless by 16's declaration. Next time, if you two have something to say, please finish your thoughts in one breath. Android 18 angrily pointed at Androids 17 and 16. Since you've made such a declaration, can we not enhance the bomb within you to ensure Cell meets his demise without a trace? Now that we know 16 can survive in this manner, Goku cautiously inquired. Yes, but can you safely dismantle me? Replied Android 16. Swiftly returning to the original quarters, Android 17 retrieved the blueprints for 16's creation obtained from the mysterious base. Holding the blueprints aloft, Android 17 explained the situation. Fantastic. With these blueprints, I have faith that Bulma will certainly accomplish the task, Goku exclaimed with delight. One must say, Dr. Gero's plight is rather unfortunate. He guarded against betrayal, yet it was betrayal that ultimately led to his downfall. The infinite despair once brought by Cell now brimmed with a glimmer of hope. The roller coaster of emotions prompted Wukong to jest. He deserves it. Shaking the device in his hand, he asserted resolutely. Under the guidance of Wukong and number 17, everyone set aside their past grievances and aside from Bulma and number 16. They all prepared to enter the room of spirit and time for training to welcome the arrival of Cell. Chapter 42. A brilliant idea in the vast cosmos. The azure expanse of the night sky was occasionally graced by a golden arc, with an array of planets densely scattered across the boundless ocean of stars. After bidding farewell to Wukong, Cell strolled alone through the frigid void of space, captivated by the enchanting scenery before him. Indeed, Dr. Gero did not deceive me. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated Cell's mind. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the life-filled planets amidst the infinite starry expanse. In an instant, Cell utilized his instant transmission to arrive above a massive, deep brown planet. In the atmosphere of this planet, a multitude of vibrant, whale-like enigmatic beings swim freely. Paying no heed to these diminutive creatures, Cell sensed his surroundings and soared directly towards the most formidable biological group on this planet. Soon, nestled among the fiery red mountains, he discovered an alien race that resiliently thrived under such extreme heat and pressure. At the foot of the mountain, Cell descended like a cannonball, only to be encircled by a horde of blue humanoid beings wielding peculiar weapons, exuding an aura of menace. Amidst their chattering, the dense crowd parted to form a pathway, revealing an elder who clearly held a position of authority, gesturing for silence. He then brandished his weapon, pointing it at Cell's chest, and uttered a torrent of incomprehensible words. Extending his tail from behind his wings, Cell swiftly devoured the nearest alien. After consuming his fill, he unleashed a shockwave from his palm, propelling it towards the panicked crowd. He paused momentarily to address the elder, proclaiming, "In 3 days, summon the strongest individual of your planet to this location." With that, Cell concentrated energy at his fingertips, forcing a small energy orb deep into the planet's core. The ground was torn asunder, and the once diminutive orb expanded to the size of a house, gradually sinking down through the fissures. Having set the countdown for the planet's impending explosion, Cell executed a swift teleportation, disappearing from the elder's astonished gaze. His objective was to gather the mightiest warriors of the galaxy to establish the inaugural martial arts tournament of the Milky Way, where he would preside as judge, determining the strongest being among them to ultimately challenge him. As long as his amusement was ensured, Cell would spare the planet. The vanquished would witness their world transformed into a spectacle of fireworks for all to behold. This is far more intriguing than vanquishing Sun Wukong. Thus, as Shara sensed the life energy of the planets, he soared towards the edge of the galaxy. Thanks to the innate resilience of the Saiyan race and Bulma's meticulous care, Vegeta awoke the following morning. Bulma and Android 16 remained at home, diligently examining the bomb issue, while Goku led a group of companions into the hyperbolic time chamber within the Grand Temple for training. The once magnificent temple now bore the scars of battle, reduced to mere fragments, its former glory lying in ruins. Clutching his forehead, Piccolo, with a green hue on his face, vociferously rebuked Goku. How could you allow such devastation to befall the temple? Goku, unperturbed, retorted, this is not our fault. It is entirely the doing of Android 13, who fought alongside Vegeta. He was recklessly hurling energy blasts, resulting in this calamity. Right, Trunks? Goku, having completed his loud explanation, sought Trunks' validation. Trunks, nodding towards Piccolo, was unable to speak before he and Vegeta entered the time chamber. Android 17, witnessing this, called out, 18, let us join them. Receiving no response, he turned back to reluctantly pull 18 along, stepping into the chamber. Upon seeing 18 enter, Master Roshi hastily abandoned Goku and the others to follow 17 into the time chamber. Goku, this state of the temple is unacceptable. The amalgamated Piccolo, unable to bear the sight of the temple's degradation, expressed his frustration. Hearing Piccolo's somewhat irate tone, Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, Piccolo, I wish to know if you can revert to your form prior to merging with the Kai. What do you mean? Piccolo, taken aback, exclaimed in shock. The Kai, can it truly be reverted? Tien and Kaiatsu regarded Piccolo with curious expressions. You see, since your fusion with the Kai, the Dragon Balls have become ineffective. I was hoping to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the androids, as well as restore the destroyed edifices. The astonished expressions of the crowd prompted Goku to pause before continuing. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls, I believe they would provide us with tremendous assistance in the future. I see, but regrettably, I have no means to revert to my original form, Piccolo lamented. In that case, let us appoint someone to continue the role of the Kai, along with overseeing the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Piccolo's affirmation, Goku articulated his proposed solution. Whoever takes up the mantle of the Kai is of no concern. But the Dragon Balls have lost their efficacy entirely due to the Kai, have they not? Yamcha, perplexed by Goku's words, scratched his bald head. However, the Namekian Piccolo comprehended Goku's intent. Just as he was about to explain, Goku interjected, Indeed. I plan to seek a Namekian to continue the role of the Kai and restore the Dragon Balls. What? The Namekian race has been utterly decimated. Both Piccolo and Krillin exclaimed in unison. Ah, I heard from Gohan that a portion of the Namekian population survived, Goku said, glancing down at Gohan beside him. If possible, I wish to find one of them to take on the role of the Kai, and then the Dragon Balls shall be revived. Grasping Gohan's hand, Goku shared the aspirations that dwelled in his heart. What a brilliant idea! However, Goku, amidst the vast expanse of the universe, how do you intend to locate the Namekian? Krillin has raised a crucial point. Krillin, have you forgotten? I possess the ability of instant transmission, Goku replied nonchalantly. As long as I can sense an aura similar to Piccolo's, I can teleport there immediately. With the power of instant transmission at his disposal, Goku seemed unconcerned. Then I shall set off now, lest the night grow long with dreams. You all should suppress your energy, he instructed. The others complied, and Goku closed his eyes, furrowing his brow to sense the aura akin to Piccolo's. Goku, the universe is so vast. Do you truly believe you can manage this? Yamcha inquired with skepticism. I'm not sure. I'll give it a try, Goku responded. After several minutes of fruitless effort, he sighed. This is so difficult. I can't sense anything. Oh. I could ask King Kai. Goku suddenly recalled. When in doubt, consult King Kai. King Kai. King Kai. Where are you? He murmured to himself. As the others exchanged glances, Goku closed his eyes once more and finally sensed King Kai's presence, vanishing before their eyes. After Goku departed, the others did not linger. They all made their way to the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 43, Warriors Across the Universe. It has been a while since my last visit. I wonder if King Kai is well. The verdant fields, familiar houses, and lush trees of King Kai's planet greeted Goku, filling him with nostalgia. Roar, roar, roar. A cheerful gorilla rushed out from the house, waving its arms as it approached Goku. It's Bubbles. Long time no see. Goku smiled and waved back at the gorilla, scanning the surroundings for King Kai's presence. Goku, you arrived just in time. Come here quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. North Kai called out as he emerged from the building, clearly anxious upon seeing Goku. What is it, King Kai? I also came to seek your assistance, Goku replied, puzzled by North Kai's urgency. Without acknowledging Goku's words, North Kai, wearing sunglasses, lamented, It's all due to that artificial being, Cell. You know about Cell? Goku exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Indeed, nothing escapes King Kai's notice. I've just learned that your planet has suffered greatly in the past. But now the entire galaxy is caught in the turmoil. North Kai paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his cheeks. What exactly has happened, King Kai? Goku pressed, having never seen North Kai so distraught. Cell is rampaging through the galaxy, seeking planets with life. And he threatens the inhabitants with planet destruction unless the strongest warrior from each planet participates in a martial arts tournament in 3 days. North Kai swiftly recounted Cell's transgressions. How outrageous. Cell is utterly deranged. I cannot believe my actions have endangered the entire galaxy. Goku seethed with indignation. I will find him immediately. He raised his hand to teleport to Cell, but North Kai intervened. sighing heavily before continuing. I haven't finished yet. If it were just that, it would be manageable. But Cell has foolishly tampered with a seal. A seal? What seal, King Kai? Goku asked, alarmed by North Kai's words. Long ago, there was a notorious and malevolent villain who roamed the universe, attempting to destroy the 4 major galaxies. Unfortunately, the other 3 Kais and I managed to seal him and his minions on a desolate planet at the edge of the galaxy. So, Cell has broken your seal and released this villain? Goku deduced. Indeed, in his quest to find the strongest warriors in the galaxy, Cell disrupted the seal and unleashed that fiend, Bojack, the strongest of the healers. North Kai finally concluded his tale, his expression grave. Now, Cell and Bojack are engaged in a fierce battle. It's uncertain who will prevail. North Kai delivered the shocking news to the stunned Goku. Regardless, Goku, you must resolve this crisis. North Kai urged with a serious demeanor. Is Bojack very powerful, King Kai? Goku asked, having absorbed all the information. What do you think? The 4 of us Kais could barely manage to seal him. As for whether his strength has waned after all this time in confinement, I cannot say. North Kai gazed upward, reminiscing about the time when Bojack wreaked havoc across the galaxy. By the way, you mentioned wanting to find me. What was it about? North Kai inquired after his reflections. It was merely a trivial matter, King Kai. I will first assess the situation between the 2 combatants. Goku closed his eyes. Indeed. What could be more pressing than the safety of the entire galaxy? On a desolate planet at the galaxy's edge, shrouded in darkness and icy cold due to its distance from the sun, the atmosphere was foreboding. In such a harsh ecological environment, it is utterly impossible for any life forms to survive. At this very moment, Salu finds himself on this planet, engaged in battle with 5 formidable extraterrestrials. Drawn by their elusive auras, Salu inadvertently shattered a seal upon his arrival. A conflict erupted between the 2 factions, sparking a fierce confrontation. Opposing Salu in this tumultuous clash was the leader of the group, a towering figure draped in a black headscarf. Though clad in the garb of a cosmic pirate, he exuded an extraordinary presence. He was none other than Bojack, the mightiest warrior of the Hyler clan, who roamed the universe with unparalleled ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Salu collided violently with him, igniting an intense melee. The 2 combatants, both terrifyingly powerful, unleashed their full strength, creating shockwaves that caused the desolate planet to tremble with each encounter. Witnessing the clash between their leader and the enigmatic beast, Bojack's 4 subordinates seized the opportunity to launch surprise attacks on Salu. On King Kai's planet, Goku and North Kai were completely engrossed. Their senses heightened as they feared missing even the slightest detail of this cataclysmic battle. Goku, I never imagined Salu could withstand Bojack and his crew's onslaught so fiercely. He is truly a monster, just like you. As Goku observed the escalating conflict, a sense of dread filled him as he realized Salu's true capabilities. With his current strength, he doubted he could even contend with Bojack's subordinates. The battle between Salu and Bojack reached its climax as the frail planet succumbed to the overwhelming shockwaves, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Outside in the cosmos, Salu, still vibrant and composed, addressed Bojack and his companions in the galactic common language. You all performed admirably. Would you have any interest in participating in the galactic martial arts tournament? Salu extended a sincere invitation, recognizing Bojack's formidable prowess. The galactic martial arts tournament? Bojack echoed, pondering the implications of such a lengthy seal. What is this conference? Is it a significant competition that has emerged in the galaxy during my period of confinement? Staring at Cell, Bojack dared not act carelessly, for the being before him was a formidable force capable of rivaling his own might. Despite the decline in his strength due to the sealing, being able to withstand the onslaught of 5 opponents was still commendable compared to his peak condition. Cautiously, Bojack inquired about the specifics of the tournament from Cell, learning that it was a competition organized by Cell to gather all the powerful beings in the galaxy. Instantly intrigued, he asked Cell about the time and location before departing with his subordinates. Upon exiting, Bojack felt the need to stretch his limbs. Watching Bojack and his entourage depart, Cell smirked inwardly, for he could not allow such a powerful entity to exist in the galaxy. He then left the scene, heading to a chosen planet to construct the tournament arena. On King Kai's planet, after sensing the earth-shattering battle between Cell and Bojack come to a close, Goku and King Kai opened their eyes simultaneously. Why had they stopped? It would have been splendid if they both ended up gravely injured, lamented King Kai, stamping his foot on the lush green grass in disappointment. Lord Kai, can you handle Bojack and his crew? The immense pressure exerted by Bojack and Cell weighed heavily on Goku's shoulders. I must consult the other 3 Kais to devise a strategy, King Kai said, rubbing his hands together, preparing to leave in haste. Noticing King Kai's anxious demeanor as he headed indoors, Goku quickly voiced his purpose for visiting. Lord Kai, I wish to know where the surviving Namekians currently reside. Oh, why do you seek them? King Kai inquired, puzzled by Goku's seemingly perplexing question. Goku earnestly recounted the matters concerning Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. I intend to revive the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to bring back all those slain by the androids. I see. Let me see what I can do, King Kai replied. Under Goku's watchful gaze, King Kai closed his eyes tightly, the 2 antennas on his head swaying along with his body. After a considerable time, King Kai, his face flushed, unclenched his hands, and pointed towards the southeast. In that direction. I sense the presence of the Namekians, though I am uncertain of the distance. By the way, Goku, do you plan to seek them out now? King Kai prepared to dissuade Goku from searching immediately. Yes, thank you, Lord Kai. Now that I know the direction, it will be easier to find them. I will return to my training, and once everything settles, I will embark on the search. Understanding the strengths of Bojack and Cell, Goku dismissed the thought of seeking the Namekians for the moment. Time was not on his side, as he had less than 2 days remaining. After a hasty farewell to King Kai, Goku utilized instant transmission to leave King Kai's planet and entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Gohan to commence their training. Goku's sudden departure left King Kai in a state of unease. He had indeed mastered instant transmission. It seems Goku must have learned it from the Yard Rats. King Kai speculated before seeking out the other 3 Kais to discuss strategies. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan, after rigorous training, had become adept at transforming into a Super Saiyan. The newly transformed Gohan engaged in targeted training with his father, Goku. However, Gohan's relatively weaker powers made it difficult for him to keep pace with Goku's speed. Observing this, Android 17 sensed the opportune moment and approached Goku, expressing his desire for a genuine duel. Setting a small goal of defeating 17 before confronting Cell seemed a reasonable approach. Goku, pleased by the proposal, organized a training session between Gohan and Piccolo while he followed 17 to an open area. Under the intense training conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku could feel his powers surging daily. Estimating Android 17's strength, which had previously defeated Super 13, Goku believed that while he might not completely overpower 17, engaging in battle would pose no issue. The two stood apart, ready for combat, and Goku swiftly entered a fighting stance. Android 17, adopting a defensive posture, warned, "I won't hold back. You must fall today." This statement was primarily to ensure that if an opponent surrendered, their panel would not recognize it, resulting in no accolades, much like the unfortunate fate of Vegeta. Goku exhaled deeply, remained silent, and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A magnificent golden aura erupted from him, causing his loose martial arts uniform to flutter in the wind. The overwhelming power radiating from Goku compelled everyone to pause their training and watch in awe. With a mighty shout, Goku, now fully prepared for battle, unleashed a powerful strike aimed at 17's head. The dazzling aura of the Super Saiyan enveloped his fist in a golden hue, momentarily dazzling 17. The two fighters, engaged in a frenzied clash, transformed into streaks of gold and white, colliding repeatedly in midair. "Go, 17!" shouted Android 18, her excitement palpable as she cheered for her brother. Nearby, Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan joined in, mimicking 18's encouragement, taking turns to rally Goku. Annoyed by the trio's antics, 18 fell silent, crossing her arms and gazing upward at the duel. Witnessing Goku's prowess, which now rivaled his own, Piccolo, unable to maintain his focus, seized Gohan, eager to commence rigorous training. "Uncle Piccolo, please let me watch Dad's match first." Trunks silently mourned for Gohan for 3 seconds before returning his attention to the battle, increasingly astonished by Goku's remarkable growth and strength in such a brief span of time. His prowess has already surpassed that of Piccolo, which is truly terrifying. Squinting his eyes, Vegeta observed the battle between number 17 and Goku for a moment, then snorted dismissively, muttering that it was dull, before resuming his training journey. Indeed, number 17 is remarkably strong. The disparity between the separated number 17 and Goku is as vast as the sky and the earth. Goku, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, contrasts sharply with the composed and joyful number 17. Only by engaging in combat does Goku realize the boundless depth of number 17's strength. He acknowledges that he is currently not a match for him. It is time to conclude this. Having toyed with Goku until now, number 17 is no longer inclined to play along. In a flash, number 17 appears before Goku, effortlessly incapacitating him with merely 3 moves. First, he delivers a punch that sends the unsuspecting Goku flying like an arrow released from its bow. Swiftly pursuing, number 17 delivers a kick that sends the pale Goku soaring. And finally, with a powerful elbow strike to Goku's head, he renders him unable to resist. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Super Saiyan Son Goku and earned the title Lower Class Warrior. Collapsing to the ground, Goku does not feel aggrieved by his defeat. For during his ascent in strength, number 17 had not lagged behind. Hooray! Number 17, you truly are the strongest. Number 18 proclaimed loudly in front of Krillin and the others. The insufferable android, number 18, flaunting her arrogance, was met with silence from Krillin and the others, though they gritted their teeth in frustration. The notification on the panel caused number 17's brow to furrow. The title sounded rather unsatisfactory. He clicked for a detailed description. Lower Class Warrior. This merely indicates that you are not a scion of significant potential. Attributes: substantial decreases in base attack, base defense, and base health. With the additional title Lower Class Warrior, number 17 was utterly speechless. After finally seizing the opportunity to defeat Goku, he receives this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, number 17 hurried over to assist Goku before Krillin could, showering him with concern and inquiries about his well-being. The presence of number 17 stirred a subtle emotion within Goku, leading to a shift in his perception. Chapter 45, the ultimate life form inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flowed like a gentle stream, ultimately merging into the vast ocean, creating delicate splashes. Currently, only number 17, the sons of Vegeta, and the sons of Goku remained within the chamber. The unbearable heat and pressure proved too much for Yamcha and the others, who, after enduring rigorous training for a time, could no longer sustain themselves and gradually exited the chamber. The last to leave were Piccolo and number 18, feeling that their strength could no longer be enhanced through training. Piccolo bid farewell to Goku and the others, while number 18, merely bored and unwilling to wait for number 17 in tedium, slipped away alone. Over the course of a year, number 17 underwent a remarkable transformation in power. Following his ascension to a lower-tier warrior, Goku had only engaged in a single battle with number 17 over the span of 6 months, relying on the infinite energy of his perpetual energy reactor. Number 17 used his shield to exhaust Goku completely before delivering a decisive blow. Thereafter, despite numerous invitations, Goku chose to disregard him, turning instead to play with Vegeta. In desperation, number 17 sought out Gohan and Piccolo, using their desire to enhance their strength as an excuse to secure a tag. The reason for acquiring only one tag was due to Piccolo witnessing Gohan's and Goku's devastating defeat. He cast a lingering glance at number 17, then politely declined. That look, number 17 surmised, would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Ultimately, whenever number 17 approached under the pretext of sparring, everyone promptly retreated, unwilling to endure unnecessary punishment. Even so, the tags dropped by Goku and Gohan significantly augmented number 17's strength. First, there was the tag dropped by Goku. Integration, achieving a comprehensive, systematic, and profound understanding across various dimensions. Attribute, certain tags can be fused to upgrade and acquire entirely new tags and used. Note, tags obtained through fusion must be equipped alongside integration to take effect. Upon obtaining the tag and understanding its attributes, number 17 was overjoyed, for it represented not just a single tag, but multiple attributes. This coveted label, which is both fortuitous and elusive, must be seized by number 17. Thus, by engaging the 7 intermingling tags of artificial beings, mechanical creations, perpetual energy, synthetic life forms, seasoned warriors, genius, and energy absorption, he successfully acquires the ultimate life form label. Upon inspecting its attributes, number 17 realizes that the essence of integration is not the focal point. Rather, the emphasis lies in ascension. Ultimate life form. You are a member of the ultimate beings within the vast cosmos. Attribute 1, life, defense, and attack are substantially enhanced, with a remarkable increase in recovery capabilities. Attribute 2, any inflicted damage results in a significant boost to defense and attack. Attribute 3, internal energy approaches infinity, absorbing any energy greatly amplifies attack power. Attribute 4, mastery over various combat techniques is achieved, learning ability is significantly heightened, with a minuscule probability of directly acquiring enemy skills during battles. Attribute 5, there is slight damage immunity to attacks below the ultimate life form spectrum, with a small chance of activating pressure during combat, thereby reducing enemy attack strength. Attribute 6, conditions met, transformation is triggered. The birth of this extraordinary label, coupled with its formidable attributes, nearly sends number 17's heart racing, rendering him unable to articulate his exhilaration. Aside from the disappearance of the additional 1 experience from his training, the rest exceeded his expectations. The enhancement in learning ability allowed him to effortlessly master Goku's instant transmission. As for the final attribute 6, he raised his expectations to the fullest. The final panel data is as follows. Name, number 17 level, 88 title, Dark Demon King, equipped. Tags, ultimate life form, kinship, despairing future, entrusted will, ready to strike, time traveler. Integration. The most disappointing aspect for number 17 was that the ultimate life form tag could not be equipped simultaneously with the Saiyan series tags. Moreover, the originally gifted 1 experience left him still short of reaching level 90. As for the awaiting action tag dropped by Gohan, it seemed rather superfluous. Awaiting action, all preparations complete, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Attribute, in combat, energy can be charged, the longer the charge, the greater the subsequent damage, with no upper limit. Note, if attacked during the charging phase, it will be interrupted, and defense is significantly reduced while charging. While the prospect of an unlimited charge appears formidable, it can only be executed during battle and cannot be interrupted by an enemy. Had number 17 not possessed a protective shield, he would have discarded this tag into his bag long ago. In summary, 2 years of diligent training, combined with the substantial enhancements from the panel, have brought number 17's strength to a level nearly comparable to Cell, should one measure against the anime. Yet, whether he can defeat Cell remains uncertain, and he does not dare to take the risk, hoping instead that Goku and Gohan can step in. Trunks' call from behind jolts number 17 from his thoughts. What are you pondering? It's time, we should head out. Alright, not only has number 17's strength surged, but Vegeta and the others have also reaped substantial rewards in the hyperbolic time chamber. The 5 emerged and flew towards Bulma's house as planned. Along the way, Goku discussed the clash between Cell and Bojack on King Kai's planet with Vegeta, Trunks, and number 17. What? There exists another entity in the universe as powerful as Cell? Upon hearing this news, Trunks abruptly halted. Vegeta's expression gradually hardened, his brows furrowing. Gohan, with his long hair, merely gazed up at Goku in silence. He trusts his father. Believing that no challenge will prove insurmountable for Goku. Sensing Gohan's gaze upon him, Goku lowered his head to meet his eyes. He harbors great expectations for Gohan as well. I initially refrained from informing you to prevent burdening your training. Fear not. King Kai has sealed Bojack once, and he can certainly do so again, Goku stated optimistically. Trusting in North Kai. Let us hope so, Trunks replied, his expression slightly alleviated. The intrusion of Bojack had ignited a fierce ire within number 17 towards Cell, causing a wave of concern to wash over him. Should Cell unleash his full power, the addition of Bojack would pose a dire threat. He wondered if he could escape using instant transmission, considering Cell could do the same. Upon arriving at Bulma's house, there remained but half a day until Cell's 3-day deadline. Goku, fatigued, took Gohan to a brief gathering with Chi-Chi at the Capsule Corporation to unwind. Meanwhile, number 17 and the others waited in quiet anticipation for the commencement of the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 46. All set at the Capsule Corporation, Goku led Gohan home, where the transformation in Gohan's appearance nearly rendered Chi-Chi unrecognizable. Inside, while trimming Gohan's unruly long hair, Chi-Chi chattered, "Where have you been, Gohan? How did your hair grow so long all of a sudden? You look so much sturdier, and it seems you've grown taller too." Gohan pondered how to respond, unsure if he should reveal the fantastical nature of the hyperbolic time chamber. "Chi-Chi, please, no questions for now. Gohan and I must head out again shortly," Goku said, replacing his tattered martial arts GI with one that radiated vitality. "Are the villains still not defeated?" Chi-Chi asked, her face etched with worry upon hearing they would be going out again. "Do not fret, everything will soon come to an end," Goku reassured her with unwavering determination. Gohan's studies have suffered during this time, Chi-Chi lamented, unable to suppress her maternal instinct. "Aren't you going to change into some new clothes?" Noticing his worn attire, Gohan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'll change right away." After bidding farewell to Chi-Chi, Goku and Gohan set out once more, now clad in fresh garments. At Bulma's house, a tall figure suddenly materialized before Krillin and the others. "Goku, you startled me. I thought it was Cell," Krillin exclaimed, rising in complaint after mistaking Goku's instant transmission for Cell's attack. "Ha, Krillin, do not be alarmed," Goku chuckled, pointing while laughing. Goku remains the same. Able to face even the direst of situations with a smile, Krillin mused, exchanging glances with Yamcha and the others. Hearing the commotion, Vegeta and Trunks emerged from their room, donned in battle gear and wearing serious expressions. "Oh, it's Gohan," Trunks remarked with delight. Vegeta shot a glance, arms crossed, remaining silent. As the group chatted in the garden, number 17, 18, and 16 followed Bulma out from the research lab. Having just had his memories copied, 16's remaining internal space was crammed with powerful bombs supplied by Bulma. Seeing everyone gathered, Goku began recounting the details of Cell's Galactic Martial Arts Tournament. He omitted any mention of Bojack, stating, according to King Kai, Cell demands that the strongest from other planets participate in the tournament. Therefore, he will likely summon us all to battle. Reflecting on the smile that Gero wore upon his departure, Goku speculated, "My intention is for everyone to first observe upon arrival, then seek opportunities, ideally collaborating with extraterrestrial beings to confront Gero." Upon hearing that the strongest warriors from various planets across the galaxy would participate in the competition, Yamcha remained astonished at the prospect of engaging with aliens, while Krillin promptly stepped forward to support Goku. "I concur with Goku's perspective. The more allies we have, the greater our chances of vanquishing Gero." Listening to Krillin's thoughts, the others expressed no dissent and nodded in agreement. Noticing the consensus, Piccolo glanced at Android 17 and inquired about the magnitude of the self-destruct mechanism within Bulma's Android 16. During this period, Bulma, exhausted from her incessant toil, glared at Piccolo with irritation and declared, "In any case, I have no qualms about obliterating you." Piccolo, taken aback by her retort, found himself at a loss for words. Bulma exhaled sharply, her expression softening slightly as she continued, "I am truly uncertain. The bomb I am utilizing possesses the capability to annihilate the entire northern region. Furthermore, Android 16 harbors within him a formidable detonation device. When combined with his energy core and other components, obliterating a planet is well within the realm of possibility." Upon hearing that a planet could be destroyed, Krillin's face brimmed with anticipation. "What are your thoughts, Android 16? Bulma directed the question towards him. Taking the cue, Android 16 spoke with a measured tone. "An entity like Cell cannot be vanquished by my self-detonation alone. He would merely sustain severe injuries at worst. It will ultimately necessitate your efforts to subdue him. While my explosion may not eliminate Cell, it is indeed capable of claiming the lives of several of you. Thus, be sure to seek refuge within Android 17's protective barrier." He gestured towards the weakest among them, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi. Upon hearing Android 16's words, the group, who had clung to a glimmer of hope, was forced to confront the stark reality. Very well, Android 16, if you can severely wound Cell, our chances of victory will significantly increase. Having personally experienced Cell's terrifying power, Goku was quite satisfied with such an outcome. He turned to Gohan and asked, "Are you afraid?" "With Dad around, I am not afraid." In the heart of the galaxy, on a desolate planet, Cell wore a satisfied expression. The extensive arena, stretching for several kilometers, was crafted by his own hand. The space was divided into 11 various arenas, as Cell planned to use the smaller ones for a process of elimination, ultimately selecting 10 of the strongest contenders for one-on-one battles against himself. Gazing at the barren grounds, Cell felt something was lacking. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the martial arts tournament in which Goku had participated. It is the absence of an audience. A martial arts competition encompassing the entire galaxy would be meaningless without spectators. Consequently, Cell manipulated the massive stones on the ground with his hands, using his fingertips to project energy waves that carved the stones into his desired shapes. He adorned the arena with these formations, nodding in satisfaction, reminding himself to ensure that some spectators were present during the selection of competitors. With another thought crossing his mind, Cell spread his arms wide, unfurling the wings behind him to reveal the concealed tail. His expression turned serious as he focused, enlarging the tip of his tail. With a series of 7 soft pops, many versions of Cell were expelled from his body. The newly emerged mini-cells joyfully circled around him, emitting a chorus of eerie laughter. The 7 little beings brought a smile back to the otherwise cold visage of Cell, alleviating his solitude. Upon encountering that group once more, he resolved to annihilate them entirely with the assistance of these diminutive cells. "Wait here. I shall return shortly," he declared before vanishing in an instant. Heading to usher the contestants into the arena. Initially quiet, the venue had transformed into a bustling hub, teeming with an array of peculiar humanoid creatures. The 7 little cells, following Cell's directive, maintained order and organized the seating arrangements. As the crowd swelled, some individuals began to entertain treacherous thoughts, plotting a riot in Cell's absence, hoping to escape unnoticed. However, they were swiftly dispatched by the ferocious little cells, leaving behind cold corpses that quickly restored order to the chaos. Cell surveyed the assembled contestants and spectators, realizing it was time to fetch Goku and his companions. Chapter 47, The Opening. Sensing Goku's energy, Cell instantaneously transported himself from the desolate planet to Bulma's home. Upon discovering androids 16, 17, and 18 gathered with Goku, Cell paused, taken aback. His primary targets were merely Goku and Vegeta, but since the trio had arrived, he thought it prudent to bring them along, perhaps as a gesture of gratitude towards Dr. Gero for granting him his perfect form. Standing nearby, Cell contemplated this. Upon first laying eyes on Cell, Yamcha felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in light of his terrifying green and black-spotted form, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor exhibited by Android 18. Is this truly Cell? Krillin swallowed hard, realizing from Goku's tense posture that the moment of reckoning had arrived. "Now that everyone is present, let us proceed," Cell stated coldly, placing his hands on his forehead in a gesture of instant transmission. The Galactic Martial Arts Tournament awaited only the arrival of Goku and his companions. As Cell's chilling words echoed in their ears, Vegeta stepped forward after bidding farewell to Bulma, reaching out to touch Cell's form. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, summoning the courage to follow, only to be dissuaded by Cell's disdainful look. "Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi, your powers are too feeble. I have no interest in your demise. Remain here and wait patiently," Cell admonished, causing them to flush with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. "You need not come along. I am relieved. Stay here at Bulma's until we return," Goku reassured Krillin, who nodded fervently. "Yes, Goku, you must do your best." Thus, Cell led Goku and his entourage with great pomp to the meticulously prepared arena. Android 17 gazed up at the expansive gray and white venue, encircled by towering spectator stands, with no exit in sight save for the dim sky above. Within the arena, hundreds of formidable cosmic warriors were scattered, each representing the pinnacle of power from their respective planets. Yet, under the vigilant watch of the 7 little cells, they stood obediently, refraining from stirring trouble. The stands were alive with a cacophony of voices from the variously shaped and garishly dressed extraterrestrial beings, all of whom Cell had painstakingly recruited from their home planets. Among them, Trunks was captivated by the grand spectacle, attentively observing every potential threat among the cosmic warriors. Apart from the unwavering confidence of Vegeta and the stoic demeanor of Android 16, the rest were similar in disposition to Trunks. The little cells, ensuring order, flew to greet Cell upon his return, eager to claim credit for their efforts. The emergence of these small cell juniors left Piccolo in disbelief, particularly due to the terrifying aura emanating from them, which seemed even more formidable than his current self. Fortunately, Krillin and the others had not arrived. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Beside Vegeta, Trunks, no longer composed, pointed at the clawing cell juniors and inquired about their nature. Goku, whose expression darkened upon recognizing the extraordinary power of the 7 small cell juniors, shook his head in uncertainty. What kind of monstrous beings are these, he wondered. Android 18 leaned close to Android 17 and whispered, "These are the Cell Juniors, spawned from Cell's tail, likely created using the DNA of the Namekian, drawing from fragmented memories." Android 17 revealed the unsettling truth. Piccolo, his face ashen, began to suspect that Cell had utilized his own cells to produce these creatures. As Goku and the others stood in astonishment, dismissing 17's remarks with disdain, Vegeta's focus remained solely on Cell. "Ha ha ha, splendid," Cell remarked after dismissing the small Cell Juniors, turning to Goku and the others. "Your strengths are among the rarest in the entire galaxy. I hope you can endure until the end, so I may personally deal with you." In his mind, Cell counted the names of androids 17, 18, 16, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo. Ascending into the sky above the arena, Cell crossed his arms, exuding an immense pressure that rendered the crowd silent. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural martial arts tournament of the galaxy. I am Cell. Some of you may not have heard of me, but that will soon change. From this day forth, my legend shall echo throughout the galaxy." Gazing at the extraterrestrial beings he had filled the audience with, Cell spoke with pride and confidence. "Competitors from various planets, behold the 10 small arenas. Your objective is to withstand the assaults of the other warriors. The last 10 standing will be granted safe passage back home, and I shall reclaim the energy from your planets. For the defeated, as long as you can evade the pursuit of these small creatures, you may leave unscathed. To those merely observing the tournament, once it concludes, please spread the word about this galactic martial arts tournament. Through the manipulation of the explosive power of planets, Salu has threatened the Universe Warriors." Upon hearing Salu's words and gazing at the mischievous little Salu, the Universe Warriors, unable to choose any other course of action in the arena, began to roll up their sleeves and stir with excitement. Compared to the terrifying prowess experienced firsthand from little Salu, the warriors unanimously believed that defeating the other competitors would prove far less arduous. Moreover, it presented an excellent opportunity to make a name for themselves in the galaxy. While listening to Salu's grand proclamation of the competition rules, Goku turned to Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo, saying, among all the participants present, "I have sensed a few formidable alien warriors. If we encounter them, we should attempt to ally. If we find ourselves outmatched, we must flee without hesitation." Goku, with a serious demeanor, urged. "Yes, Goku, you must also exercise caution," Piccolo replied with renewed determination. Number 16. Your task is to find an opportunity to provoke Salu into revealing himself. Once everything concludes, I will summon the dragon to resurrect them all, Goku added. Observing that everyone below understood his intent, Salu announced loudly, "The Galactic Martial Arts Tournament is now officially underway." The audience erupted, and the previously scattered alien warriors in the arena immediately exuded a formidable aura. With vigilant gazes, they surveyed their surroundings, wary of impending attacks. Naturally, some, believing themselves invincible, chose to assertively seize the stage. Chapter 48. The Great Melee. Upon grasping Salu's tailored competition rules, the Universe Warriors unleashed an unparalleled aura, attempting to warn the oblivious others. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with a myriad of colorful energies, dazzling number 17. Regrettably, the warriors' levels were nearly on par, rendering such warnings devoid of any real intimidation. Of course, a few particularly formidable contenders stood out. Once the audience realized there was no imminent danger to their lives, a singular voice ignited a chorus of support for their favored contestants. Salu, with a satisfied gaze, surveyed the scene below, pondering whether the top 10 would ignite his interest in battle. Amidst the clamor of various strange languages, Vegeta and Trunks, under Goku's leadership, stealthily retreated to the edge of the arena. Goku aimed to diminish his presence to conserve his strength for a surprise attack on Salu. Observing this, number 17 mimicked Goku's tactics, hiding with numbers 16 and 18 in a corner of the battlefield, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed relentlessly. Soon, some fell in a single blow, while others struggled to fend off the onslaught. Number 17 even noticed a bold competitor attempting to sneak onto the audience stands, wishing to escape the chaos. Unfortunately, this individual was spotted by the watchful little Salus, and one of them swiftly flew over, delivering a decisive kick that ended the intruder's life. A kaleidoscope of light erupted, as hundreds of warriors engaged in a spectacular melee, gradually causing the arena constructed by Salu to crumble and collapse. This group of cosmic warriors, who fight with unwavering resolve, made it clear to number 17 that the matter of defeating Cell must rest upon their own shoulders. In their hearts, there existed neither intention nor capability for rebellion. As time progressed, nearly half of the competitors had already fallen. The remaining fighters were all formidable cosmic warriors, acutely aware that the strength of those around them was scarcely inferior to their own. Consequently, some began to target the severely wounded contestants, preparing to exploit their vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had been meditating in silence, darted towards the center of the arena. Number 17 observed that there lay a severely injured Namekian, fortuitously singled out by several ill-intentioned cosmic warriors. As a fellow Namekian, Piccolo could not stand idly by. He sprang into action, determined to assist this unknown compatriot in overcoming their predicament. Having already transcended Super Saiyan after merging with the Supreme Kai, And honing this formidable power within the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo was now perfectly adept at wielding it, confronting the cosmic warriors before him. Each possessing a mere 1 million battle power, was as effortless as sipping water. Piccolo soared in front of the injured Namekian. And amidst the initial surprise and subsequent dread in the latter's eyes, he struck with a single punch, incapacitating the pursuing cosmic warrior, and with a swift movement, dispatched the remaining 3 contestants with ease. This unparalleled strength profoundly intimidated the nefarious beings. Piccolo assisted the injured Namekian and sought out Goku. Piccolo, is this unfamiliar Namekian the one you rescued? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The very Namekian he had tirelessly searched for had unexpectedly appeared before him, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure without the slightest effort. Once the turmoil surrounding Cell has subsided, one can finally pursue the resurrection of the Dragon God and the Dragon Balls. Upon Piccolo's inquiry, Goku and his companions learned that the unfamiliar Namekian was named Moss, who indeed had escaped from planet Namek. According to Moss, after abandoning their homeland, they drifted through the cosmos, enduring countless hardships before discovering a suitable planet for habitation. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder, they gradually found their footing and began to thrive. Unfortunately, just 3 days prior, the arrival of the malevolent Cell disrupted their peaceful existence. Left with no choice, the tribe sent Moss as a sacrificial pawn while preparing to continue their search for a new haven among the stars. Cell's presence threatens to erase countless civilizations, all in the wake of this martial arts tournament. Goku, filled with indignation, recounted the situation regarding Cell to Moss, assuring him that they would undoubtedly defeat Cell and restore tranquility to the galaxy. When that time comes, he plans to visit the Grand Elder on the new Namek. Moss, acutely aware of Piccolo's strength, listened to Goku's words with great anticipation. Moss even made arrangements with Goku to visit his home once everything was resolved. During their pleasant exchange, several uninvited guests discovered the trio of Android 17, who had been hiding in the shadows. The leader among them, Diaz, was the mightiest being from planet Headley. With purple skin and demonic horns adorning his head, he was notorious throughout his nearby star system. The other 4 recognized Diaz and willingly became his subordinates, eager to follow his command. As Diaz scrutinized Android 17 and the others, a cruel smile crept across his face as he taunted, "Look at these cowards, hiding here and too afraid to show themselves." The trio appeared immaculate, devoid of any aura of strength, leading Diaz to mistakenly perceive them as mere insignificant minions. "You deal with them," he commanded his subordinates before turning away without a backward glance. "Such insignificant scum are unworthy of my esteemed Lord Diaz's intervention." With a resounding thud, Diaz sensed something swiftly darting above his head. Lord Diaz has vanished. One of his subordinates exclaimed in panic, having witnessed the entire event. "What do you mean vanished?" Diaz retorted impatiently, glancing back. Were it not for the potential utility of these 4 individuals as mere cannon fodder, he would have already dealt with these utterly incompetent nuisances. It was Gero. He had been sent flying with a single slap. His subordinate, trembling with fear, pointed towards number 18, stammering, "Is it her?" Diaz stepped closer to No. 18, dismissively stating, "With such a frail appearance, how could she possibly send Gero flying with a mere swipe?" Boom. On this occasion, number 18 unleashed a singular, devastating punch, sending the formidable Lord Diaz hurtling through the air, his fate uncertain amidst the shattered expressions of his subordinates. The fall of Diaz caused his disorganized followers to scatter in panic. With a dismissive clap of her hands, number 18 remarked, "What a collection of pitiful miscreants." Number 17. "When shall we initiate our assault on Cell?" "No rush. The time has not yet come," replied number 17, observing the throng of fighters still present in the arena with a leisurely demeanor. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Man in the Black Cloak and Krillin's Perception. The overwhelming malevolence of Cell radiated from the very core of the galaxy, akin to thunder cleaving through the darkness, capturing his full attention. As a result, Krillin's focus remained solely on Cell, scarcely registering the chaotic skirmish among the hundreds of cosmic warriors, only catching a fleeting glimpse of the energy emitted by Piccolo during his strike. The uncertainty surrounding the battlefield left Krillin and his companions, who were deeply concerned for Goku's safety, consumed with anxiety. Upon the already devastated arena, Cell callously allowed the lifeless bodies of countless cosmic warriors to litter the ground, opening his eyes and gazing at the innocent fighters fallen due to this tournament. Goku's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with righteous fury. Gohan and Trunks were equally stirred by the grim scene before them, casting vengeful glances at the aloof and superior Cell. As for Vegeta, after a cursory glance, he turned his attention away from the ongoing confrontation. Currently, aside from those severely injured and unable to continue, or those who had voluntarily forfeited their claim to the arena, only 12 cosmic warriors remained, ever vigilant. Number 18 noted that, counting her group of 8 alongside the Namekian Moes whom Piccolo had rescued, they only needed to vanquish 2 more extraterrestrial opponents to secure their hold on the arena and subsequently seize the opportunity to strike. Upon hearing number 18's words, number 17 slowly opened his keen eyes, scrutinizing the remaining 3 contenders with utmost seriousness. Before him stood a towering, muscular beast warrior, his rugged visage adorned with bulging muscles and encased in heavy armor, which was embellished with peculiar azure totems. he wielded a bloody greatsword. His fierce gaze fixed intently on the severely injured Mose beside Piccolo, eager for the fight. To the right stood a cosmic warrior with grayish-blue skin and a wild mane of crimson hair, his robust chest exposed and a sharp sword sheathed at his waist. His demeanor was one of reckless abandon, his eyes betraying a disdain for the others. And it was yet to be seen whether he had ever drawn his sword in battle. The figure clad in a striking ensemble, number 17 felt an uncanny familiarity, though the memory eluded him for the moment. The final contender was a peculiar individual enveloped in a flowing black robe. This assertion stemmed from the battlefield, where surrender remained a viable option. The survival of the competitors was wholly attributed to this enigmatic figure in black, with merely a handful of contestants remaining. Each time someone was poised to deliver a fatal blow, the robed figure would emerge at pivotal moments to intervene. Although he exuded the persona of a benevolent protector, in the perception of number 17, he was the most perilous presence. Meanwhile, the distant figures of Goku and his allies scrutinized the three participants, among whom the one wielding a sharp sword was presumed by Goku, through his keen intuition, to be one of Bojack's subordinates. The specifics of his name remained unknown to Goku, yet his presence suggested that Bojack himself might be lurking nearby, biding his time to strike unexpectedly. An alarm rang within Goku's mind as he relayed this critical information to Vegeta and Trunks. Trunks, his expression shifting dramatically, hastily attuned himself to the slightest movements among the audience, yet yielded no results. Goku, relying solely on his perceptive abilities, had identified Bojack's henchman, while Cell, who had encountered him previously, was all the more aware. From the outset, Cell had recognized this individual known as Goku. After losing track of Bojack and his three subordinates, Cell allowed him to frolic within the arena, for ultimately, the top 10 would face demise. Soto, the legendary warrior of Tahati Star, had risen from obscurity through countless brutal battles to become the sovereign of the entire star system. 3 days prior, as the formidable Soto patrolled his realm, he was met with despair at the hands of Cell, who, with a single hand, shattered Soto's sense of hope. Reluctantly, he found himself at this martial arts tournament, where defeating merely 2 more contestants would grant him liberation from this malevolent grip. According to the arrangement with Cell, upon stepping onto the arena, Soto would be free to return and reclaim his status as the ruler of his star system. The energy blasts that Cell unleashed upon the planet held little concern for Soto. Among the remaining 11 competitors, Soto had already selected his targets, the Namekian Mose and Piccolo. The mysterious figure in black, the sword-wielding youth, and their quartet of companions were not certainties in his plan. Once I eliminate these 2 Namekians, I shall return home, Soto mused with determination. Aware that no one dared to act hastily, Soto recognized that his opportunity had arrived. In the blink of an eye, he brandished his greatsword, breaching Piccolo's defenses and advancing towards Mose. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Wukong and his companions momentarily bewildered. Soto seized the opportunity to divert Piccolo's attention with a feint, just as Soto aimed to strike Mose's chest. An unexpected surge of immense force propelled him uncontrollably towards the audience. It was number 17 who, utilizing instant transmission, grasped Mose at a critical moment and swiftly kicked Soto away. Mose, who had already closed his eyes in resignation, was overwhelmed with gratitude upon regaining awareness and looked towards number 17. Piccolo, having realized he had been deceived, widened his eyes in surprise upon witnessing number 17's intervention to save Mose. Even the typically unemotional Cell displayed astonishment, as he too was taken aback by number 17's ability to teleport. Soto, having been sent flying by number 17, coughed up blood and wiped the crimson from his lips. He gazed deeply at number 17, his heart devoid of rage, instead filled with a sense of relief for not having targeted him or his companions, for otherwise he might have been on the path to the underworld. Meanwhile, an enraged Piccolo transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Soto. With a sinister grin, he seized Soto by the neck, attempting to crush him outright. Soto, whose vision was blurring, dropped his sword in a futile attempt to concede, but the grip around his throat rendered him speechless. The beastman Soto felt fortunate for merely 3 seconds before facing imminent demise. Piccolo, grant me a favor and let him go, rasped a voice from beneath the black cloak. Who are you? How do you know my name? Piccolo instantly became wary upon hearing his name articulated with precision by the cloaked figure. Wukong, arriving on the scene, heard the cloaked man's words, and his mind spun in confusion. This figure knew Piccolo, which implied recognition of himself and the others as well. Who could this be? Deliberately obscured to evade recognition. Seemingly unfazed by Piccolo's inquiries, the cloaked figure's eyes gleamed with a red light. In an instant, Piccolo was sent hurtling away by an overwhelming wave of energy, crashing to the ground. Piccolo, Wukong exclaimed as he rushed to assist him. I'm fine, Wukong. There's something off about this guy. I know. Chapter 50. The impending battle. Upon hearing Wukong mention Piccolo's name, Trunks and Gohan rushed to encircle the cloaked figure. The black-clad individual was taken aback by the sudden readiness of Wukong and his companions, a reaction he had not anticipated. Now alone, he realized he was no match for the significantly strengthened Wukong and his allies, and thus deemed it prudent to retreat. Moreover, the 3 individuals with Wukong seemed to be his companions, compounded by the terrifying presence of Cell. This galaxy is becoming increasingly intriguing. Having analyzed the terrifying powers of Wukong and his companions, as well as that of Cell, the figure cloaked in black has mentally prepared to avoid their brilliance. In a moment, I shall concede alongside this participant and withdraw. The cloaked figure pointed at Sato on the ground and called out to Cell in the sky. Oh. Are you certain? Cell narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the furtive cloaked figure, pondering the intentions of one who has rescued so many participants. This prompted Cell to delve deeper, preparing to unveil the true identity concealed beneath the black cloak. Yet, an ironic smile emerged within him as he mused, Cell, oh Cell, why fear a mere band of worthless creatures? Moreover, they still had to escape from the relentless pursuit of the miniature cells. With this thought, Cell relinquished his inner turmoil, allowing the cloaked figure to lead a motley crew of beleaguered contestants away. You may depart, but be forewarned, these little ones will launch an assault. Survival depends on your own prowess. Having said this, Cell beckoned 7 miniature cells, instructing them to eliminate the departing individuals one by one. Under Cell's mocking gaze, the cloaked figure, accompanied by the battered contestants, exited the arena. Rest assured, I alone can handle those small nuisances. However, given your grave injuries, it would be prudent to recuperate on my planet. Otherwise, you risk ambush by lesser beings. As for the explosives on your planet, leave their management to me. With a confident pat on his chest, the cloaked figure assured the warriors of the cosmos. Once aboard my planet, you shall find no return, the cloaked figure mused inwardly. Witnessing the cloaked figure not only rescue them, but also willingly escort his companions to his home planet, the cosmic warriors were overwhelmed with gratitude, lauding the figure as a rare benefactor of the universe. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the cloaked figure's laughter, a formidable contingent of cosmic warriors followed him away from the arena, heading toward the promised home planet. Observers in the stands, seeing the contestants depart, also considered leaving. But Cell paid them no mind. His objective had already been fulfilled, to identify the 10 most formidable beings in the galaxy and subsequently eliminate them. Summoning the miniature cells to set forth, Cell called the remaining 10 contestants to his side. Where is Bojack? Why has he not arrived? Noticing Bojack's absence, Cell inquired curiously of Goku. It was Cell who had initially extended an invitation to Bojack and his companions to participate in this galactic martial arts tournament. Bojack just awoke and is preparing to reconnect with old friends. He asked me to come ahead and inform you, Goku replied, cautious not to display any arrogance before Cell, whose strength rivaled that of Bojack. Bowing respectfully, he addressed Cell's inquiry. The fact that Bojack had old friends suggested that those individuals must possess considerable strength as well. I look forward to meeting them in due time, Cell remarked, taken aback by Goku's reply, realizing that even such a vicious brood as Bojack had companions. Upon receiving this confirmation, Goku and Trunks exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Bojack had not come. Otherwise, their plans would surely have been thwarted. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Piccolo exchanged puzzled glances, seeking clarification from Android 17 and Goku. This is all your fault, Goku. You could have at least mentioned Bojack's subordinates. Android 17 inwardly chastised Goku. After questioning Goku, Cell regarded the group with an expression of anticipated foresight, addressing Goku and his companions. Indeed, son Goku. Congratulations on your ascent to the pinnacle of the galaxy. However, in the end, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Such an ending left Cell shaking his head in profound reflection. Cell, do not be too arrogant. Soon you shall comprehend what it truly means to be Super Vegeta. The disdain in Cell's tone provoked an immediate reaction from Vegeta, who, pointing his finger at Cell, shouted defiantly. During the final year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, the strength of Super Saiyan Vegeta underwent a remarkable transformation. This time, I shall summon all my strength to decisively vanquish Cell, proving to Goku and Trunks who truly reigns as the mightiest Saiyan. Sensing Cell's excessive arrogance, number 17 squinted slightly, pondering whether this was a deliberate act of bravado on Cell's part. Meanwhile, number 18 wore a troubled expression, her mind still entangled in the enigma of who Bojack was. Cell, how do you propose we engage? In this crucial moment, Piccolo maintained a calm demeanor. How to engage? Oh, ha, ha, ha. The audacity of Vegeta's reckless provocation and Piccolo's inquiry struck Cell as utterly ludicrous. After a hearty laugh, he lightly tapped his head, contemplating. Regardless, you are all destined to perish, so allow me to showcase my true power before your demise. You may all come at me together. Having attained his perfect form and ventured through the galaxy, Cell brimmed with an unprecedented confidence in his abilities. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, how many beings can claim to be like me? Upon hearing Cell's boastful declarations, Goku's eyes gleamed with delight. The more arrogant and conceited Cell became, the better. Thus, the self-detonation plan for the 16th could be executed with ease. Ultimately, it is the one who laughs last who emerges victorious. Gekka had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile group of extraterrestrials would dare to challenge Cell. Truly, they were unaware of the vastness of the heavens. And Gekka felt a deep-seated admiration for the likes of Android 17 and his companions. Consequently, Gekka retreated to a safe distance, preparing to observe this seemingly inevitable crushing match. The regrouped individuals began to deliberate on their offensive sequence. Goku assigned himself and Vegeta as the primary forces, while Trunks would wait for the opportune moment. Androids 17 and 18 would launch energy blasts from afar to provide support, and Android 16 would seek an opportunity for self-detonation. Piccolo and Gohan, armed with senzu beans, stood ready on the sidelines to offer assistance at any moment. Does anyone have any questions? Goku inquired once more, ensuring everyone was thoroughly prepared. No. The group replied in unison. Meanwhile, Cell observed with amusement as Goku strategized and rallied the team. What purpose does this serve? Chapter 51. Super Vegeta. The somber gray sky obscured all light, allowing only the eternal sun to pierce through the thick, gray clouds, casting a dim, golden glow upon the earth. Cell had constructed the arena from the most common gray-white boulders found on this desolate planet, now irreparably damaged from the battles. This battlefield, strewn with corpses and debris, was unworthy of the name Cell. Contemplating this, Cell waved his hands, causing all the debris to levitate and then hurl towards the vacant spectator stands. In an instant, the vast arena was cleared, and the gust of wind emanating from Cell swept towards Android 17 and the others. The wind rustled their clothing, and sensing the ominous aura, Goku and his companions clenched their fists involuntarily. On the arena, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, surrounded Cell in a pincer formation. The dramatic shift in power before and after their transformation caused Goku, watching from the spectator stands, to narrow his eyes in surprise. Although he had yet to witness the specific capabilities of Android 17 and his companions at a distance, surviving among hundreds of competitors thus far indicated their strength was formidable. Initially believing it to be merely a showcase for Cell, it now seemed the outcome was uncertain. With a serious demeanor yet devoid of fear, Android 17 had already activated his shield, standing guard beside Android 16 and 18. Having cleared the arena, Cell crossed his arms and stretched his neck, noting the readiness of the assembled fighters. Let the games begin. Goku's golden aura enveloped him, and under Cell's command, it immediately expanded exponentially, crackling loudly as it surged skyward. The terrifying aura exuded by Cell was oppressive, saturating the entire planet. Upon perceiving the explosive energy emitted by Goku and his compatriots, Krillin realized that the fateful battle had finally arrived. Subsequently, Cell's overwhelming presence swept across the galaxy, causing Yamcha and the others to break into a cold sweat on behalf of Goku. Cell's mere aura exerted immense pressure on Piccolo, who observed Gohan calm and collected beside him. Piccolo inwardly mocked himself. Piccolo, how is it that you find yourself outmatched by Gohan? Gently placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder, Piccolo remained silent. Fully unleashing his aura, Cell's gaze swept across the arena, contemplating whom to select as his first victim. When his eyes met Vegeta's, Cell noted that his opponent bore no signs of retreat. A spark ignited within Cell. It would be Vegeta. Let me see how much of my power you can withstand after your training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta, already irritated by Cell's condescending demeanor, stepped forward with a fierce glare. Humph. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the surrounding golden aura began to swirl. The ground trembled under the force of this powerful energy, causing the once solid arena beneath Vegeta to shatter under the strain. Tiny fragments of stone were lifted by the tempestuous energy, floating in the air. To Geku's astonishment, Vegeta, enveloped in golden flames, underwent a remarkable transformation. The once normal-sized Saiyan had expanded significantly, his muscles straining against his battle suit. Ultimately, feeling discomfort from his swollen physique, Vegeta bent slightly at the waist, standing resolutely upon the arena. This is Vegeta, surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan within the hyperbolic time chamber, cultivating a new form which he dubbed Super Vegeta. The members of the Hella clan, particularly Goku, are utterly astonished, having believed that Super Saiyan represented the pinnacle of their capabilities. They never anticipated that strength could ascend to even greater heights. Placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword, Goku realizes, solely from the aura emanating from Vegeta, that he is no match for him. The magnificent aura evoked profound emotions within Goku, who marveled at Vegeta's prowess. Indeed, his strength had transcended his own. Simultaneously, Goku felt a sense of gratification, as Vegeta's increasing might augmented their chances of victory in this contest. Without uttering a word, Vegeta, enveloped in a radiant golden flame, concealed an overwhelming desire to vanquish Cell behind his impassive expression. With a resounding boom, Vegeta vanished from his position, shattering the arena beneath him and transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through Cell's oceanic pressure. His fist, shimmering with golden brilliance, disturbed the air as he propelled himself forward, creating a conical airflow directed towards Cell. This is a strike from Vegeta, delivered with all his might. He is convinced that even a planet would be obliterated and utterly annihilated upon withstanding such an attack. Amidst the expectant gazes of onlookers, Cell, refusing to evade, confronts the oncoming Vegeta with a punch of his own. The collision resonates with a thunderous boom. The golden ore envelopes both figures instantaneously, the ensuing shockwaves sweeping away everything in their vicinity. After a brief moment of stalemate, Vegeta fixes his gaze on Cell, a knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. In Cell's astonished stare, Vegeta's golden aura begins to falter and crumble, piece by piece. With a fierce shout, Vegeta, now grimacing, delivers a decisive blow, toppling Cell to the ground. Vegeta's unyielding fist crashes mercilessly into Cell's vulnerable face, driving the latter's upper body deep into the stone-constructed arena. With Cell's head buried in the earth, Vegeta stands atop him, raining down blows upon his softened form until Cell is entirely entombed. The once solid arena gradually succumbs to a massive depression under Vegeta's relentless assault. It seems that his diligent training in the hyperbolic time chamber has yielded significant progress. Observing Cell, whom he has subdued beneath him, Vegeta contemplates that this alone is insufficient to erase the humiliation Cell has inflicted upon him. Still unsatisfied, Vegeta ascends into the air, hurling energy blasts into the gaping pit below. Recognizing the amplified prowess of Super Vegeta, number 17 is acutely aware that this is not enough to vanquish Cell. He turns to summon number 18, who remains astonished by Vegeta's strength. The siblings extend their arms, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Cell in the depths of the pit. Although Vegeta has achieved remarkable success with his strike, neither Goku nor Trunks display any signs of mirth. Both realize that such an assault alone could never defeat Cell. Similarly, number 16, hidden in the shadows, remains motionless, diligently searching for an opportunity. Indeed, amidst the relentless explosions, Cell, enveloped in golden energy, ascends into the sky, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta. A palpable aura of menace envelopes the scene as Cell, now covered in dust, lifts his eyelids and remarks, "Quite amusing, wouldn't you say?" Chapter 52, slightly outmatched. The chilling words send a shiver through Vegeta, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and the air becomes thick with frost. Anger contorts Cell's features. He cannot abide by the fact that Vegeta has become so formidable through training. Although he had not unleashed his full strength earlier, Vegeta's ability to thwart Cell's assault indicates the formidable nature of this form. It is intolerable for Cell to be struck down by one he considers an insect. Clenching his fist, Cell unleashes his full power without hesitation, his icy gaze fixed on Vegeta as he declares, "You shall pay with your lives." In that moment, Cell unleashes a powerful force, sending Vegeta hurtling away. With pupils constricted to pinpoints, Vegeta is caught off guard by Cell's overwhelming might, which impacts his jaw, rendering him momentarily dazed as he is propelled backward. Cell scoffs, his figure vanishing from sight before the others. "This is bad, Vegeta," number 17 thinks. Having witnessed Cell's swift approach towards the descending Vegeta, reacting instinctively, he raises his hand to teleport and provide aid. However, Cell is quicker. He's already poised beneath Vegeta's trajectory. With no flamboyant techniques, it is sheer power and speed that fuels Cell's confidence. Calculating his move, Cell smirks and unleashes a swift uppercut, his phantom image flickering before number 17's eyes. Merging his strength and speed, the force of the blow reverberates through Cell's fist. Vegeta, having endured Cell's punch, feels the tearing sensation radiate from his abdomen, coursing through every fiber of his being, as he struggles to regain his footing in midair. Racked by excruciating pain, Vegeta gathers energy in his palm, while Cell silently chants, "This is the final blow." Number 17, however, will not allow Cell's wish to come to fruition. Sensing Vegeta's energy, he transcends space and materializes before him in an instant. Number 17 envelopes Vegeta in a protective barrier, then focuses intently, raising his hands to conjure a powerful energy blast to clash with Cell. A blinding radiance erupts, the shockwave of the explosion dispersing through the air, causing a cacophony of sound. As the spectators gaze in anticipation, the shimmering green barrier descends to the ground, dissipating to reveal the unscathed number 17 and Vegeta. Truly commendable. Number 17, first rescuing Moss and now saving Vegeta. Such deeds inspire admiration in Piccolo. By saving Vegeta, number 17 successfully disrupts Cell's predatory intent. With an unstoppable momentum, Cell dives from the sky, targeting number 17, unleashing energy blasts from his hands. At this moment, Wukong and Trunks had also arrived, intending to intercept Cell in midair. Focused solely on androids 17 and Vegeta, Cell sensed the obstruction posed by Wukong and Trunks. Instantly, he concealed a golden energy sphere in each hand. As Wukong and Trunks launched a coordinated attack, Wukong landed a punch that knocked Cell's head askew, while Trunks delivered a kick to his chest, causing Cell to lean forward. Given Cell's formidable strength, would he be so easily struck? All of this was a deliberate act by Cell. Just as Goku and Trunks believed their attack had succeeded, Cell concealed a well-hidden energy sphere in their chests. The golden energy orb, swelling against the wind, propelled Goku and Trunks away into the distance, followed swiftly by the sound of an explosion echoing in the ears of the onlookers. The shockwave from the detonation sent Goku and Trunks crashing helplessly into the audience area. This scene unfolded as anticipated by Goku. Given the current circumstances, unless those few individuals unleash an extraordinary power, it is merely a matter of time before Cell disposes of them. After effortlessly eliminating the bothersome distractions, Cell proceeded directly towards Android 17 without a glance back. On the battlefield, only Android 17 and Vegeta could ignite Cell's desire for combat. Sharing a brief glance with the unscathed Vegeta, 17 activated his protective shield and boldly advanced. He yearned to ascertain the degree of disparity between himself, who had trained for 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber with a power panel, and Cell. Mobilizing all his strength, even the shield became denser and emitted a lustrous emerald hue. Confronted by the formidable Cell, 17 unleashed his full potential. The shield shattered repeatedly, with 17 flung about, feeling as though Cell was treating him like a mere ball. Frustrated, 17 resolved to remove the shield altogether and engage Cell in a direct clash. The air reverberated with explosive sounds as the two, now mere phantoms, engaged in an intense confrontation, their speed leaving Piccolo and Gohan astounded. The full extent of 17's power left the onlookers in awe. Trunks, rising from the rubble, watched the fierce battle in the air, breathless and astonished. This android 17, concealing such profound strength, could actually trade blows with Cell. The mere brief exchanges had left an indelible mark on Trunks, a testament to Cell's unmatched power. If 17 were to continue training in the time chamber for a few more days hearing Trunks' musings, Goku couldn't help but reflect. Having surpassed all of us in just 2 years of training, what kind of monstrosity has Dr. Gero created? Goku harbored an unspoken question, with such strength. Why would 17 seek to spar with us? Gathered at the edge of the fierce battle between 17 and Cell, Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks seized opportunities to rush in and temporarily take 17's place in the fight. Meanwhile, Android 18 attentively heeded 17's warnings, keeping a watchful eye on Goku, prepared for any sudden interruptions. In tune with 17's instincts, 18 also signaled for Android 16 to enter the fray. After an intense struggle, 17 ultimately found himself slightly outmatched. As he clashed with Cell, his feet sank into the arena, carving out deep furrows. Piccolo observed that Goku, now significantly weaker, appeared haggard, clearly having reached his limit after a brief encounter with Cell. The full force unleashed by 17 indeed surprised Cell momentarily, yet the stalemate gradually shifted to Cell's advantage. Aware that 17's capabilities had reached their peak, Cell felt a sense of triumph, pondering who could possibly defeat him, the strongest in the universe. Noticing Cell's confident demeanor, 17 recognized that the moment had arrived. He distanced himself, revealing signs of fatigue, and proposed, "Cell, shall we conclude this meaningless battle with our strongest attack?" The others sensed 17's invitation and began to speculate that it was time for Android 16 to make his entrance. Chapter 53, A Desperate Struggle. Oh, are you so eager to be reduced to ashes? Cell responded, momentarily taken aback by 17's words. Observing Cell halt his assault, Goku maintained his composure outwardly while secretly reveling in the moment, realizing they had ensnared Cell. After a brief shrug, Cell's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings, revealing a cruel smile as he retorted, "That would be far too generous. I promise to slaughter each of you one by one." Cell's merciless glare sent a shiver down Geku's spine, provoking an internal curse. Damn Cell, does he intend to include me in that? Fearing that Cell would become addicted to the thrill of the hunt and inadvertently take him, Geku fidgeted in his seat, silently pleading, "Lord Bojack, please hurry." The disruption of his plans left 17's previously clear thoughts in disarray. Gero, does it not adhere to the established outline? Not only the 17th, but also Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks find themselves frozen in place. Suddenly, the cold, emotionless voice of Gero resonates in their ears. "Let us begin with you." These simple 6 words evoke a terror more profound than that of a malevolent specter, sending chills down the spine. In Trunks' line of sight, the green-black figure of Cell looms like a demon from the depths of hell, grinning wickedly as it lunges towards him. Trapped in the grip of Cell's fierce aura, Trunks is rendered utterly unresponsive, and in an instant, he is struck by the energy blast Cell unleashes. The energy blast carves a graceful arc through the air, its tremendous force shattering Trunks' battle suit and leaving his flesh torn and bloodied. Collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Trunks watches helplessly as Cell hovers ominously above him, casting a shadow with a massive hand. Cell's single hand clutches Trunks' head tightly, pressing it against the arena floor as he soars towards his next target, Vegeta. Witnessing the tragic fate of Trunks in Cell's grasp, Vegeta, as his father, cannot remain passive. Radiating with a golden brilliance, Vegeta explodes into action, reaching the path of Cell in an instant. With disdain evident in his demeanor, Cell discerns Vegeta's intent and carelessly hurls the seemingly lifeless Trunks towards him, simultaneously launching an energy blast. The energy blast swiftly closes the distance to Trunks under Cell's control. It does not detonate, but retains the power to surge towards Vegeta. Recognizing Cell's treachery and sensing the immense power contained within the blast, a fierce sense of peril jolts Vegeta's mind. He curses vehemently, then kicks Trunks aside to create an opportunity to unleash his own energy attack in retaliation. Yet, the proximity of the explosion leaves Vegeta in a pitiable state. Cell's maneuver leaves both number 17 and Goku with grim expressions. With Vegeta and Trunks incapacitated, only number 17 and Goku remain capable of fighting. Aware that he cannot vanquish Cell alone, Goku places his hopes upon 16 and 17. He believes that if 16 can deliver a significant blow to Cell, then with 17's strength and boundless energy, they can surely turn the tide. Number 17 shifts his gaze first to Goku, then to 16, silently instructing Goku to join 16 and await further orders, holding his breath and summoning all his strength. In this crucial moment, the composed number 17 devises a strategy to halt Cell. With a resonating hum, he manifests an enormous energy blast that engulfs half the sky. With all his might, number 17 launches it towards the rapidly approaching Cell. Sensing the colossal size of the energy blast, yet recognizing its insufficient power to impede his advance, Cell accelerates further, intent on piercing through this seemingly superficial attack. The recent events have left not only the audience, particularly Piccolo, utterly bewildered, but also raised questions about the intentions of Android 17. The energy sphere, seemingly formidable, could be effortlessly dispatched by Gohan. What could the 17th android possibly be scheming? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the energy sphere was effortlessly penetrated by Cell, enveloping him entirely. Now, Goku, instant transmission, bring Android 16 over here, came the command. Observing Cell ensnared within this deadly trap, 17's face illuminated with a flicker of joy, for half of the plan had already succeeded. Responding to 17's directive, Goku, having locked onto Cell's energy signature, instantaneously transported himself alongside Android 16. Inside the energy sphere, Cell, perplexed by the audacity of Goku and 16 approaching him, felt a surge of delight. He immediately unleashed his energy, intent on seizing Goku, but in the next moment, Goku vanished without a trace through instant transmission. As Goku fled, leaving 16 behind, Cell, feeling mocked, directed all his fury towards 16. Before Cell could act, 16, fully aware of his mission, launched a surprise attack from behind, firmly ensnaring Cell with his robust arms. Suddenly bound, Cell's previously calm demeanor was disturbed by the unusual actions of 17 and Goku. What do you intend to do? He bellowed, struggling against 16's grasp, yet no one paid heed to his inquiries. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down 17's forehead as he diligently augmented the energy sphere with layer upon layer of protective shields, pushing his energy output to its limits. Meanwhile, Goku was not idle. He moved to Piccolo's side to procure some Senzu beans before soaring into the ruins to assist the gravely injured Vegeta and Trunks, forcing open their mouths to feed them. Afterward, he rallied with Piccolo, Gohan, and 16, retreating from the center of the arena. With unwavering focus on the changes outside the energy sphere and recalling 16's resolute expression, Cell sensed foreboding. What were they planning? With all his might, Cell could only distort 16's body, yet remained ensnared. Do not waste your strength, Cell. Together, we shall be reduced to ashes, 16's fervent voice echoed in Cell's ears. Ignoring 16's words, Cell hastily attuned to Goku's energy outside, seeking an escape via instant transmission. However, as he closed his eyes, his expression shifted dramatically. Within 17's energy sphere, his perception was disrupted, rendering him incapable of sensing any external energy. Without a detectable presence, Cell found himself unable to employ instant transmission. This is also the reason why on the 17th, the energy blast was released prematurely. His mind raced as he gazed at the layers of green protective shields surrounding the energy orb. Cell soared into the sky with Android 16, attempting to break through the energy blast. However, what had previously been traversable with ease now seemed impenetrable after being encased in the protective barrier. Feeling dizzy and frustrated after numerous unsuccessful attempts, Cell swiftly altered his strategy, hoisting Android 16 with all his might and plummeting from the heights onto the sturdy shield. The impact against the energy barrier was tremendous, causing a significant recoil that reverberated within the now glowing Android 16. Yet, despite the force, 16 remained firmly secured on Cell's back. Chapter 54, Self-Destruction. Upon the instant transmission of Goku, he met with Gohan, Piccolo, and Android 18. Piccolo, take Android 18 and Gohan and retreat immediately, Goku commanded decisively. He vividly recalled Android 16's assertion that the power unleashed by his self-destruction could effortlessly obliterate an entire planet. At such a close distance, the group led by Piccolo would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the self-detonation of Android 16. And what about you, father? Gohan inquired, noting that only he and Uncle Piccolo were to escape. Indeed, Goku, at this juncture, what do you intend to do? Piccolo questioned, gazing at the distant, verdant protective barrier with confusion. With Android 16 successfully restraining Cell and trapping Android 17 within the protective shield, it was crucial to note that 16 had previously made it abundantly clear. The force of his self-explosion would not be sufficient to eliminate the fully formed Cell. Thus, Goku aimed to coordinate with Vegeta and Trunks to unleash their most potent energy waves at the precise moment of the explosion, hoping to strike while Cell was gravely wounded to ensure his complete annihilation. Otherwise, with his regenerative abilities, Cell would swiftly recover. The gravity of Goku's words rendered the group silent. It was no surprise that Goku could conceive such a strategy. Vegeta and Trunks promptly ceased their hesitation and stood resolutely beside Goku. All right, but you must exercise caution. With a final glance at Goku and Vegeta, Piccolo turned away, taking Gohan to safety. Trapped within the protective barrier, Cell, unwilling to accept defeat, exerted all his strength in a desperate struggle. As the moment of impending catastrophic self-detonation drew nearer, an unsettling fear began to swell within Cell. In a state of utter desperation, he implored Android 16 to abandon his self-destructive plan. Yet, undeterred by Cell's pleas and temptations, the resolute 16 tightened his grip even further. Cell, in a state of panic, could not fathom why 16 would sacrifice himself to assist the seemingly inconsequential son Goku. The tumultuous turn of events left Goku in a state of bewilderment. Observing the fierce energy radiating from the protective barrier surrounding Cell, Goku's determination solidified. He decided to flee the scene in search of Bojack. Witnessing Goku's departure, Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that Goku's formidable strength had been a significant variable in this climactic battle. With Goku gone, everyone could focus on confronting Cell without distraction, as Trunks positioned himself behind Android 17. He noticed the protective barrier had become entirely illuminated by the brilliant energy emanating from Android 16. Fully committed to maintaining the barrier, Android 17 struggled to articulate. "What are you all doing here?" Goku hastily conveyed his intentions to 17. "All right, but I will only lower the barrier once the explosion has concluded. Be vigilant for the right moment." Android 17 uttered these words cautiously, concerned that, without the restraint of 16, Cell might utilize instant transmission to escape. Affirmed by 17's response. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks nodded resolutely before transforming into Super Saiyans and distancing themselves from the explosion's epicenter. A resounding and thunderous boom erupted from within the barrier, rendering Android 17's complexion pale. He had gravely underestimated the magnitude of 16's self-detonation. In that instant, the tenuously maintained barrier was obliterated, dissipating into a vibrant green luminescence. The figure of Android 16, now transformed into a radiant white light, ascended from behind Cell, dispersing the ominous clouds that had shrouded the planet in darkness. The tumultuous clouds appeared to be forcefully parted by an unseen hand, allowing light to flood the earth. The dazzling white brilliance, even with eyes tightly shut, imprinted itself upon the minds of those present, eliciting involuntary gasps. Under the blazing white radiance, all semblance of meaning faded. The once gray arena crumbled to ashes in the wake of the expanding light. The earth trembled, mountains and rivers effortlessly upheaved as the planet's very topology was reshaped. Beneath the side of the protective barrier, a bottomless chasm extended for thousands of miles, a result of Android 16's self-detonation. Goku, now outside the planet's atmosphere, felt the shockwave surge behind him, gasping in astonishment as he beheld a significant indentation marring the formerly elliptical shape of the planet. The terrifying self-destruction threatened to plunge the entire planet into annihilation. Goku felt an unspoken relief that he had narrowly escaped this catastrophe. In the high sky, the figures of Goku and Vegeta trembled violently, their faces distorted by the immense waves of energy. Despite being situated far from the epicenter of the explosion, they were still overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blast. "Where is number 17? Trunks shouted, his voice strained with concern for number 17's safety. "I don't know." Goku and Vegeta could only witness the moment the protective shield shattered, engulfing number 17 in the explosion. Goku prepared to soar into the devastated area in search of number 17. "Wonderful. Number 17, you are unharmed." In the distance, a vibrant green shield rose from the ground. And, to Goku's anticipation, number 17 swiftly approached. Astonished by number 17's pristine state, devoid of any dust, Goku and the others marveled at the strength of the protective barrier. Thanks to number 17's shield, Goku and the others steadied themselves, intending to gather energy before sensing Cell's aura. Goku's expression turned grave as he placed his hands at his waist, a brilliant blue energy coalescing within his palms, his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Trunks utilized the ultimate Gallic gun, a powerful move taught to him by Vegeta within the hyperbolic time chamber. This is an enhanced technique perfected by Vegeta, whose power rivals that of Goku's Kamehameha. With veins protruding from his forehead, Vegeta's movements synchronized with Trunks. As he took a small step forward with his right leg and raised both arms, a purple energy coalesced in his palms, expanding into a sphere. Over here, even with his line of sight obstructed, Goku, possessing astonishing perception, detected the faint energy signature of Cell amidst the continuous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The Azure Kamehameha shattered the relentless waves of energy, piercing directly into the mushroom cloud. Following closely were the purple energy waves of the Vegeta father-son duo. Retreating to the horizon, Piccolo sensed the energy fluctuations from the energy blasts unleashed by Vegeta and Goku. Instantly, he comprehended the outcome of Android 16's self-destruction. Should we return to take a look? After the self-detonation of Android 16, Cell's energy had diminished to nearly nothing, prompting Piccolo to voice such a thought. Chapter 55, The Unpredictable. After Android 16's explosion, the flesh and blood of Cell's wings evaporated into scorching steam, dissipating into the air. The pain rendered his mind blank. Yet the Namekian cells within him and his instinct for survival compelled the disintegrating flesh to regenerate swiftly. The infernal torment rendered Gero wide-mouthed, unleashing a continuous wail that reverberated throughout the galaxy, its once formidable aura rapidly waning. As the thunderous echo gradually faded from his ears, Gero found his wings, tail, and a significant portion of his body obliterated by the self-detonation of Android 16. Such grievous injuries would spell doom for any other being. Yet Gero's countenance bore a trace of joy. For him, endowed with the cells of the Namekians, these wounds were far from fatal. 17, Son Goku, once I have recovered, I shall ensure your demise, Gero thought. But before he could relish this thought, 3 devastating waves of blue-violet energy suddenly materialized before him. They intersected and surged through the thick clouds of dust, striking his battered form with a tremendous force, much to Gero's disbelief. A thunderous roar erupted from the obscuring dust, and in an instant, the blue-violet waves unleashed by Goku and his companions vanished into the horizon. Did we succeed? Trunks inquired with uncertainty, having lost all sense of Chero's presence. I do not know. Let us hope, Goku replied, panting heavily after expending all his energy on the Kamehameha. He retrieved a pouch of Senza beans, finding 4 remaining, and distributed 3 to Vegeta and Trunks as a precaution. With boundless energy at his disposal, Android 17 exhibited remarkable endurance, feeling only mental fatigue after their prolonged battle. Stay here and do not move. I shall assess the situation and return shortly, Android 17 instructed. Recognizing that Gero might be deliberately concealing his energy, he swiftly dashed into the swirling dust. After enduring the self-detonation of Android 16 and the combined might of Goku and Vegeta, Gero was, as 17 had surmised, not yet entirely vanquished. Suspended in midair, Gero, with only half a head remaining, struggled to regain his former self. Upon finally locating the barely conscious Gero, 17's eyes glimmered with determination as he accelerated downwards, ready to strike the remnant of Gero's body. Sensing the approach of 17, Gero dared not linger in the air any longer. He cursed and fled in disarray. With his speed significantly diminished, Gero was soon overtaken by 17, whose fist, accompanied by a thunderous crack, collided forcefully with Gero's head. A substantial dent appeared on Gero's grotesque visage, and he felt a resounding thud reverberate through his skull. Observing that Gero had not yet collapsed, 17 summoned all his strength for another fierce blow. Gero's newly formed flesh was effortlessly shattered by 17's relentless assault, purple blood gushing forth. Acknowledging the effectiveness of his attack, 17 continued to strike, preventing Gero from healing his wounds. Now significantly weakened and left with only half a body, Gero was utterly defenseless, reeling and floating in the air. Gero, unable to produce any sound due to the loss of his throat, glared at 17 with a deep-seated hatred. Merging his hands, 17 unleashed a piercing wave of energy, propelling Gero out of the dust cloud. Before Goku could take action after waiting patiently, Vegeta seized Gero's mangled form in midair and hurled him mercilessly to the ground. This was still insufficient. The air erupted with a deafening roar as Vegeta concentrated his energy, subsequently releasing it with precision towards the flung-away Cell. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the hardened earth was shattered by Cell's impact, sending fragments of rock spiraling through the air, while spiderweb-like cracks spread across a vast expanse of hundreds of meters. The ensuing wave of light struck Cell with unerring accuracy, radiating a searing brilliance. Despite being ravaged by Vegeta's energy wave, the disfigured Cell persisted in his tenacious survival. Such formidable vitality left both Goku and Trunks in a state of astonishment. Humph, you are still alive, Vegeta declared as he leaped into the pit. With his left hand firmly gripping Cell's neck, he raised his right fist and unleashed a furious barrage upon Cell's head. Did you ever imagine this day would come, Cell? You, who once boasted and scorned me, shall now witness the true power of Super Vegeta. As Vegeta swung his fists, he roared with a primal fury, releasing the pent-up rage that had long simmered within him. Vegeta's relentless assault caused the very earth to tremble, each punch sending countless fragments of rock and dust soaring into the air, while the ground beneath Cell sank further into a gaping chasm, fissures spreading outward. The sight of Vegeta mercilessly pummeling Cell left Goku with a sense of trepidation. Perhaps he should have shown Vegeta more respect in the past. Trunks, too, stood in awe, noting how different this version of his father was from the one he had known. The descending Android 17 was equally taken aback. Was this truly the Vegeta he recognized? Arriving moments later, Piccolo, Gohan, and Android 18 stared, dumbfounded, at Vegeta's brutal display of power. By this time, Vegeta had delivered countless blows, obscuring both himself and Cell from view beneath a cloud of debris. Cell's body was marked with deep imprints from Vegeta's fists. Yet the Saiyan warrior remained oblivious to the fact that Cell had seized the opportunity to heal significantly. A heavy thud resonated as Cell, fully restored, raised his fist and struck upward with tremendous force, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. The regenerative properties of the Namekian cells, combined with the Scion's innate traits, allowed Cell to recover from the brink of death, his power surging anew. What had once seemed like an inevitable demise now transformed into a resurgence of strength, allowing Cell to effortlessly send Vegeta flying. Gradually, Cell's imposing figure rose from the depths of the pit. The realization that Cell had returned to perfect form and could launch Vegeta away with a single blow was unfathomable. The once palpable aura that had been barely perceptible now loomed like an abyss. This cannot be happening. It's impossible. Trunks, whose victory had seemed within reach, shook his head in disbelief, his voice heavy with incredulity. Such a transformative upheaval caught everyone completely off guard. In the distance, the intact Cell rendered Piccolo's fervent heart suddenly encased in an icy abyss as he struggled to accept this grim reality. Confronted by Vegeta's incredulous expression, Cell spoke in an unusually frigid tone. You are simply, before Cell could finish, the newly forged erasure sphere descended from above, propelled by Android 17, crashing heavily upon Cell's head. The 5-meter diameter sphere completely enveloped Cell. Seizing the moment while Vegeta unleashed his fury, Cell regained his composure, and Android 17, of course, was capable of creating this colossal erasure sphere, drawing upon his knowledge from the previous life as anime. Android 17 understood that Cell possessed astonishing regenerative abilities and harbored a core within, As long as that core remained intact, Cell could resurrect himself. 17 remained ever vigilant, fearful that Cell might fully revive. Chapter 56. The power of legends. A white aura swirled around Android 17, while simultaneously, flames ignited fiercely upon the erasure sphere, burning with an otherworldly black fire. Under the interplay of black and red flames, one could discern that 17's face bore no expression, his profound gaze fixated solely upon Cell. In this moment of utter darkness, the arrival of Android 17 was akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, bringing newfound hope to Goku and his companions, who stood on the brink of despair. The erasure sphere loomed near, leaving Cell with no means of escape. He erupted with golden energy, raising his gaze to meet Android 17's. With a determined stance, Cell lifted both hands and stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath him and sending dust swirling into the air, preparing to push the erasure sphere back. Crack, crack, crack. Oblivious to the nature of the erasure sphere, Cell foolishly attempted to resist with his flesh and blood. A misguided endeavor. The black flames within the sphere danced violently, seemingly beckoning Cell. At the moment of contact, all flames on the sphere transformed into black, flowing over Cell's body. The frenzied black flames greedily consumed Cell from top to bottom. Amidst the burning air, Cell wailed in agony, while Android 17 seemed impervious to his cries, instead propelling the erasure sphere forward with renewed vigor. Overwhelmed by the unrelenting pressure from 17, Cell's plans to counterattack were abruptly shattered. Helplessly, he watched as his body was consumed inch by inch, starting from his arms. No, no, no. As Cell's final anguish scream echoed, Goku, despite not witnessing Cell's transformation into ashes, felt a surge of anxiety for 17. The black flames of the erasure sphere ultimately engulfed Cell, and in 17's eyes, the resplendent black flames dissolved Cell's flesh and blood. On the ground, waves of shock rippled outward, melting rocks and churning soil, as the searing heat transformed the deep pit into a vibrant glass-like dome. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain Perfect Cell, earning the title of Power of Legends. Ultimately, prompted by the notification on his panel, Android 17 absorbed the immense residual energy from the erasure sphere. Following the absorption, the black flames, devoid of any further sustenance, extinguished rapidly. Witnessing Cell's transformation into ashes, Trunks felt the tension in his body dissipate, collapsing to the ground. Goku and Vegeta, utterly exhausted, likewise fell to the earth, relaxing their bodies and inhaling the acrid air deeply. With unwavering trust in the panel, Android 17 sat down and began to examine the title he had earned for vanquishing Cell. Power of Legends, the tale that has unfolded within you has become a legend, destined to be eternally sung throughout the vast cosmos. Attributes. Unlocks 3 instances of direct or indirect salvation from cosmic crises. 13. Originally intending to lie down like Goku, Android 17 suddenly straightened up. What does this mean? This introduction has left the 17th in a state of bewilderment, his mind clouded. Author. Do you comprehend the immense hurt such a perfunctory introduction inflicts upon 17, who has toiled so hard to defeat Cell? From a distance, the 18th, seeing the once spirited 17th suddenly become despondent, rushed over, concerned. What's wrong, 17? She asked anxiously. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, 17 replied softly. I'm fine, just a bit tired. With the 18th's support, Goku and the others also approached, their spirits lifted. Trunks, with a gaze full of gratitude, exclaimed. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. You should thank 16. Without his self-sacrifice and your collective efforts, I would never have defeated Cell, 17 interrupted, waving off the praise. Yes, I will have Bulma revive him when we return. Goku concurred with 17's sentiment. But after his revival, he shouldn't be as powerful, right? The 18th inquired, looking at 17. I'm not sure. Let us see how Bulma arranges it. Despite 17's response, Trunks insisted on bowing in gratitude. Noticing this, Goku and Piccolo felt compelled to express their appreciation as well, especially since 17 had largely quelled the crisis brought by Dr. Gero's androids. Previous misunderstandings seemed trivial now. After Goku, Goten, and Piccolo sincerely thanked 17, Vegeta, somewhat coldly, remarked from behind, You two have nowhere to stay, right? I'll have Bulma arrange accommodations for you. Thank you, 17 replied, acknowledging Vegeta's offer. Goku was taken aback that the proud Vegeta would express gratitude. In response to Vegeta's arrangements, 17 simply nodded, indifferent about where he would reside. With all threats dissipated, 17 felt a void within him, uncertain of what to do next. Hey, this is great. We have our own house now. The 18th exclaimed, noticeably more cheerful than 17, as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. A figure flew in from the distance. It was the Namekian MS, whom everyone had overlooked. Rescued by 17. MS had escaped with the other aliens just before the battle commenced. Unable to go far, he had taken refuge with a group of aliens nearby. Now, upon witnessing Piccolo and the others vanquish the evil Cell, he approached them. You are incredible. You truly managed to defeat that demon. MS praised exuberantly, addressing Goku and Trunks. In response to his flattery, Goku and the others merely chuckled in a dismissive manner. By the way, MS. I need to return to Namek with you later, Goku remembered. Realizing he needed to find the Supreme Kai and the Dragon Balls to resurrect the innocents slain by the androids. You saved the galaxy and Namek. These are mere trifles, MS patted his chest confidently. Goku intended to deepen their rapport when MS noticed the 17th behind him. The one who had saved his life. He quickly bowed to 17, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for extending your hand and saving my life. Acknowledging MS' gratitude with a nod, 17 sensed that MS might feel his words were insufficient, prompting him to continue. Your brilliance will illuminate the entire universe. The title of the strongest warrior in the galaxy rightfully belongs to you. Just as MS continued his enthusiastic praises, he was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. The strongest in the galaxy? I must disagree. The powerful voice echoed above them. Everyone turned their attention toward the source of the sudden interruption. 17 looked up to see 4 space warriors emerging from the now clouded sky. Leading them was a robust man with grayish-blue skin and muscular build. His unruly orange hair cascading behind him, adorned with earrings. He floated effortlessly, arms crossed, exuding an air of bravado. Yet his tattered clothing and the dust on his face suggested he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Following closely were Goku, who had fled with a sword, and 2 others, one tall and one short, indicating they belonged to the same race. The sudden appearance of these warriors annoyed MS, yet his instincts heightened. Who are you? He demanded, sensing the same malevolent aura from them as he had from Cell. Oh, did Goku not inform you? Or perhaps King Kai didn't mention it to him? The voice, slightly surprised, came from above as Bojack descended. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Trunks instantly recognized that they were confronting the notorious Bojack gang. Gazing at Bojack's rugged visage, 17 found only fragmented memories of him from his past life. The details Goku had provided about Bojack aligned precisely with the impressions in 17's mind. This lack of recognition for Bojack's henchmen stemmed from this connection. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the 18th observed that the previously sword-wielding warrior now stood obediently behind their leader. Connecting the dots, Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, "You are Bojack." Ha, ha, ha. Bojack laughed arrogantly, confirming Piccolo's deduction. Upon noticing the freshly healed wound on Bojack's chest and piecing together the context, Goku finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in surprise. What have you done to King Kai? Bojack's subordinates exchanged astonished glances with each other before looking back at their leader. It seems that old man never informed you. Fearing you might be distracted during your battle with Cell, Bojack remarked, observing Goku's confusion. It turned out that after being released by Cell, Bojack had sought revenge against the 4 Kais to prevent them from reuniting and sealing him again. Naturally, he first sought out King Kai in the Northern Galaxy. Following a fierce battle, King Kai, before his demise, had mentioned to Bojack that a warrior named Goku would avenge him. Curious about the unfolding events, Bojack hurried to witness the battle between Goku and Cell at the Intergalactic Martial Arts Tournament. Alas, I arrived too late to witness the most thrilling battle. Having relied solely on Goku's commentary to grasp its essence, concealed in the shadows, Bojack could no longer restrain himself upon hearing Moth extol 17 as the mightiest warrior in the universe. After all, they had only managed to severely injure Cell through the sacrificial explosion of one of their own, ultimately seizing the opportunity to emerge victorious. Overhearing that no one remained capable of self-detonation, the hidden Bojack shed his trepidation and boldly stepped forward. He intended to demonstrate to 17 who truly held the title of the universe's strongest warrior. Master Bojack, why waste words with them? Let us strike while they are unprepared and eliminate them swiftly. Afterwards, we shall dispatch the remaining 3 Kais, and the galaxy will be ours to command. With sword in hand, Goku cast a fierce glare at the long-despised Piccolo and Moth, then ingratiatingly offered his counsel to Bojack. Goku's words enlightened 17 to the grim fate that had befallen North Kai, the king of the North Galaxy, who once guided Goku in his training and imparted the techniques of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, holds a monumental significance for Goku. The tragic news of his demise at the hands of Bojack undoubtedly weighs heavily on Goku's heart. Do not act rashly, advised Piccolo. Sensing the gravity of the situation and attempting to soothe Goku's tumultuous emotions, this counsel, albeit wise, was met with Goku's resolute declaration, "Then let you all perish." Bojack, oblivious to Goku's anguish and unaware of who he truly was, dismissed Goku's fury with a mere wave of his hand. He charged towards the formidable android 17, while his 3 subordinates engaged the exhausted Goku and his companions. In a moment of instinct, Bojack mistakenly perceived the most powerful android 17 as Goku himself. How could the feeble fighters, like Vegeta and the others, ever hope to garner the North Kai's expectations? Bojack's fists tore through the air, carving a deep trench in the earth. The violent friction of the rushing air produced a cacophony of sonic booms as Bojack unleashed his full power, intent on swiftly dispatching Android 17. Sensing the murderous intent behind Bojack's strike, Android 17 resolutely fortified his defenses, enveloping himself in a white aura and pushing back several hundred meters. You cannot escape, Goku, Bojack sneered, eager to discover the true measure of the hero who had occupied the North Kai's thoughts until his last breath. The sounds of impact echoed as Bojack and Android 17 exchanged furious blows, creating shockwaves that shattered the gray clouds overhead, allowing rays of sunlight to pierce through. Meanwhile, Bojack's 3 henchmen, led by Goku, advanced towards Goku and the others. Just in time, I shall have you face the diminutive, turban-clad warrior. Vegeta exclaimed, his rage palpable. The armed Goku swung his sword towards Piccolo, while the towering figure with a mohawk set his sights on Goku and Gohan, the father-son duo, suppressing his inner fury. Goku recognized that in his current state, he could not triumph over Bojack's subordinates. Grabbing Gohan, he shouted, Vegeta, do not engage. Piccolo, Android 18, hold on to me. Goku intended to use instant transmission to escape temporarily, allowing himself to recuperate before confronting the nefarious Bojack. Upon hearing Goku's command, Vegeta quickly halted and, alongside Piccolo, positioned himself beside Goku. Once everyone was in contact, Goku called out to Android 17, who was locked in combat with Bojack. We're leaving. Hurry over. Goku had faith that even if Android 17 could not defeat Bojack, he could certainly utilize instant transmission to evade capture. As Goku's words reached him, Android 17 narrowly dodged one of Bojack's heavy strikes and created distance, glancing back only to see Goku gathering everyone together, preparing to activate instant transmission back to Bulma's home. Chapter 58, Life and Death Crisis. Bojack, having ceased his assault, displayed an unnerving calm, as if anticipating the unfolding events. Goku, it seems your companions have decided to abandon you. Bojack's derisive remarks elicited a frustrated response from Android 17. When did I become Goku? Hey, Bojack. My name is not Goku, I am Android 17. With a serious expression, Android 17 corrected Bojack's grievous error. You are not Goku? At this moment, Bojack was utterly bewildered. According to Goku's description, the individual before him stood in direct opposition to Cell, even possessing the capability to vanquish him, regardless of whether this person was Goku or not. Bojack resolved to disregard it. He intended for this group to accompany the old North Kai to the afterlife, no longer preoccupied with the identity of Goku. Bojack summoned all his strength and re-engaged in battle with Android 17. Below, Goku etched the aura of Bojack's minions into his memory, a strategy for future encounters. Suddenly, a series of concealed violet tendrils ensnared Goku, rendering him immobile as they forcefully separated him from Vegeta and the others. Witnessing Goku not only interrupted during his instant transmission, but also forcibly divided from his allies, the last of Bojack's minions finally emerged from the shadows. With cascading orange-red waves of hair cascading over her shoulders and a demeanor marked by indifference, Bojack's final subordinate was, surprisingly, a petite and delicate woman. The violet lines ensnaring Goku originated from her outstretched hand. This is the unique supernatural ability of the Heller family, which allows them to emit a violet beam that creates a barrier, thereby binding and sealing the powers of their adversaries. The more one struggles, the greater the extent of their powers that are sealed away. This sudden transformation caused Gohan's pupils to constrict, leaving him frozen in place, uncertain of how to proceed. In this moment, even number 17 was momentarily dazed, allowing Bojack to seize the opportunity and deliver a brutal beating. At this critical juncture, Bojack's subordinates had already arrived. But Piccolo reacted swiftly, pulling Gohan to safety just in time to evade the towering red energy blast. Witnessing Goku's effortless subjugation, Vegeta's expression darkened. Realizing that a battle was inevitable, confronted by the solid red energy orb, he unleashed a golden energy wave to collide with it. Surging through the explosive zone with golden flames, Vegeta advanced into the air above the diminutive foe, bellowing, "Die!" As he approached Bojack's minion, less than 10 meters away. A glimmer shone in Vegeta's eyes. The golden energy in his hand coalesced into a swirling vortex. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through him, Vegeta's muscles contracted, and he forcefully pressed downward. Peter, adorned with a headscarf, merely turned to face Vegeta, unflinching. He channeled all his energy into his right hand, aiming squarely at the incoming energy blast, and unleashed a decisive strike. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief at Peter's audacious action as he shattered the energy orb with a single punch. The force remained undiminished, sending Vegeta hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. In the pit, Vegeta, covered in mud and grime, quickly regained his footing and roared in fury, charging at Peter once more. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan were being relentlessly pursued by the formidable Goku, darting in all directions. Shall I tear you apart or split you in two? Goku mused, stroking his sword, visibly conflicted. Seeing the dire situation of Piccolo and Gohan, number 18 hurriedly rushed in from a distance. Together, the trio barely managed to withstand Goku's onslaught. As for Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan, he faced off against the mohawk-haired Butson. The radiant Trunks surprised Butson. It was indeed as Goku had described, with merely a change in hair color resulting in a staggering increase in power. Yet, Butson thought to himself, his own strength was so feeble that an increase 100-fold was of no consequence. Observing everyone engaged in fierce combat, Trunks, already weary, gritted his teeth and charged toward the enemy. His flickering figure seemed superfluous to Butson. In a swift movement, Butson seized Trunks by his golden hair and, under the latter's terrified gaze, drove his knee harshly into his handsome face. Blood gushed forth as a dazed Trunks was thrown to the ground. subsequently struck by several red energy blasts from Butson, ultimately buried beneath the rubble. The successive defeats of his companions tightened Goku's chest. This could not continue. The purple tendrils wrapped around him grew tighter, making even the slightest movement with a finger feel arduous. Just after vanquishing Cell, was he to succumb here? He had promised Chi-Chi to bring Gohan back safely. Therefore, he resolved, let me go? With this thought, Goku cried out, his voice strained to the limit, sounding somewhat hoarse to number 17. The purple threads quivered rapidly around him as he clenched his fists, his muscles trembling from the exertion, with a series of explosive sounds. Goku successfully extricated himself from his entrapment. The minion of Bojack, suffering from the shattered bonds, reeled back in pain. Now free, Goku soared toward the ruins in search of Trunks. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he charged forth, hoisting Butson from his waist and slamming him into the ground. The earth fractured like a spider's web, and without releasing his grip, Goku flipped Butson down and surged forward, carving a deep trench in the ground. Exhausted, Goku strived to unleash energy waves toward Butson, bombarding him until smoke obscured the view. Emerging from the haze, a disheveled Butson coughed heavily and ascended into the air, summoning Peter and Sanya, who were busy pummeling Vegeta. Goku retrieved the last of his Senzu beans and rushed back to the ruins, intending to feed the barely conscious Trunks. However, Peter and Sanya, flanking him, activated their powers, ensnaring Goku once more, rendering him immobile. In this moment, the suspended Wukong remained motionless despite his struggles, the violet lines around him unyielding. A dazzling red light coalesced in his hands as Bujin, facing the helpless Wukong, displayed a cruel expression. Observing this development, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta exerted every ounce of their strength to soar towards Wukong. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Android 17 immediately raised his hand, intending to utilize instant transmission to rescue Wukong. However, Bojack was unwilling to grant this opportunity. He shattered the protective barrier and sent Android 17 flying away. With keen interest, Bujin regarded the desperate efforts of the approaching warriors, showing no inclination to wait for their rescue. In the midst of their despairing gazes, Bujin fixed his eyes on Wukong, smiled, and raised his arm to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Chapter 59, a scene of utter despair confronted with the dense energy blast launched by Bujin. Wukong, ensnared by psychic control, utilized every ounce of his strength, yet remained immobile in midair. The energy blasts, radiating a crimson glow, struck Wukong relentlessly like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. With a visage etched in agony, Wukong endured the onslaught of energy blasts, his orange martial arts uniform reduced to mere strips, blood ceaselessly flowing from his wounds. As the smoke dissipated, Bujin coldly gazed at the battered Wukong, clenching his right fist, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In that critical moment of Wukong's life and death, Vegeta and Piccolo, unable to reach him in time, desperately waved their hands to fire energy blasts, attempting to disrupt Bujin's rhythm. The frail assault was akin to a child's play for Bujin. Moreover, he effortlessly discerned the trajectory of the energy blasts unleashed by Vegeta and Piccolo after their launch. As energy orbs surged towards him from all directions, Bujin's expression remained utterly impassive. What was perhaps more alarming was the hastening steps directed towards Goku. Under the incredulous gazes of those present, Bujin's right hand pierced through Goku's flesh, his arm fully engulfed within Goku's chest. With a resounding thud, Goku expelled a copious amount of blood, his complexion immediately paling, his entire body trembling as he gazed in horror at Bujin's frigid visage. Goku! A chilling wave surged within Piccolo, overwhelming him with a torrent of memories and sorrow. He stood frozen, as if someone had pressed the pause button on reality. Regret and guilt flooded his heart. Had he discovered the danger sooner or arrived in time, Goku would not be in such a dire state. Kakarot. Vegeta could scarcely believe that Goku would meet such a pitiful end. Witnessing Goku's tragic fate, an inexplicable sense of loss and fury surged within Vegeta. Kakarot. You can only die at my hands. The sight of Bujin piercing Goku's chest left Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, momentarily stunned. Goku's woeful appearance filled Gohan's heart with an acute pain, causing him to murmur, "No, Dad." As Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Din, and Master Roshi sensed Goku's rapidly fading energy, they exchanged alarmed glances and simultaneously closed their eyes, trying to perceive the situation on distant planets. Goku's tragic scene prompted Android 17, sheltered behind a barrier, to furrow his brow in concern. Within a fleeting second, he formulated a plan. Escaping from Bojack, he rushed towards the ruins of Trunks, where the last Senzu bean remained to save Goku. Haha, don't even think about escaping. Bojack cackled maniacally, having learned from Goku that 17 and the others possessed techniques for instant escape. Thus, he had his subordinate, Sanja, conceal themselves, sabotaging Goku's instant transmission at a crucial moment, leading to the present predicament. In midair, Goku weakly coughed. "You're still alive?" Bujin's hand withdrew, his gaze fixed disdainfully on the gaping wound in Goku's chest. Grasping Goku's nearly lifeless neck, Bujin squinted, seemingly hearing the crisp crack of Goku's bones. Goku, whose eyes were gradually losing their vibrancy, fixed his gaze upon Gohan. who was rushing back. Despite his attempts to speak, the constriction of Bujin's grip, coupled with the relentless flow of blood from his mouth, rendered him mute. With a sickening crunch, Goku's head tilted as he succumbed to the void of life beneath Bujin's tightening grasp. Gohan, overwhelmed by the severe blow to his psyche, fell to the ground, his mind blank. Goku. The collective cry of despair erupted from the inhabitants of Bulma's home, unable to contain their turmoil. Hearing their anguished calls for Goku, Bulma emerged from her room, bewildered. What are you shouting about? What's happened to Goku? Krillin staggered back, ashen-faced. Goku's energy has completely vanished. Understanding the implications of such a loss, Bulma nearly collapsed. Supporting herself against the sofa, she shouted at Krillin, what about Vegeta, Trunks, and the others? Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo are all present. Only Goku's energy has disappeared, Krillin stammered, drenched in sweat. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret? Bulma clung to the hope that perhaps they were mistaken. We all sensed Goku's energy dissipate simultaneously. It must be true. Quickly, everyone, close your eyes and concentrate. Yamcha began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Bulma's furious outburst. Bujin turned his gaze to the horrified expressions of the onlookers, then glanced at the lifeless Goku in his grasp, a look of pity crossing his face. How tragic. Don't worry, they will join you soon. The situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectation. Goku had perished in a bid to save Trunks, meeting a cruel fate on this desolate planet. Android 17. Still far from the Sensabine, momentarily lost focus upon sensing Goku's absence. It was utterly absurd that Goku, who had triumphed over Frieza and defeated Majin Buu, could be slain by a wretch like Bujin. In the distance, Goku's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty, as Goku's lifeless form lay forgotten in a pit. Meanwhile, Gohan, having accepted the harsh reality, aimed to catch one last glimpse of his father. Stumbling to his feet, he sprinted towards Bujin, with Peter and Sanja dismantling their barrier. They exchanged knowing glances at the dazed Piccolo and Vegeta, preparing to strike. Goku, freed from his constraints, lay discarded on the ground, a faint scent of blood carried by the cold wind. In that brief moment, after battling Bojack several times, Android 17 successfully acquired the Sensabine and administered it to the unconscious Trunks. Subsequently, 17 dashed towards Goku, who was preparing to ambush Gohan. In a flash, 17 appeared above Goku, delivering a swift kick that sent the sword from Goku's grasp. Amidst Goku's stunned expression, 17 followed up with a barrage of powerful punches that toppled Goku to the ground. Just as 17 regained his balance, Bojack's relentless pursuit resulted in a devastating blow that sent him crashing to the earth, raising clouds of dust. As Gohan, oblivious to the chaos, rushed towards Bujin, a sinister smile crept across Bujin's face as he gathered energy, launching a wave of destructive energy towards the ground. In Gohan's world, all he could perceive was a crimson energy orb hurled towards the earth. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shattered, debris flying as smoke cleared to reveal a scorched pit. Goku's remains were utterly obliterated. Chapter 60, The Transformation Beyond Limits. Bujin's energy blast caught Gohan off guard, plunging his mind into a void of darkness. Gohan recalled his father's teachings in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had imparted wisdom on transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, have you realized that within you lies an immense power? Just like when Raditz invaded or when Namek faced Frieza, your anger unleashed extraordinary strength. Do not suppress this power. Once you master it, you will undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. At the time, Gohan had been oblivious to his father's words, but through relentless effort, he eventually achieved the transformation. Now, he found himself equally perplexed, yet the fury towards Bujin and Bojack surged uncontrollably within him. With a crack, Gohan's memories of Goku shattered into fragments. No, accompanied by furious cries, an uncontrollably violent golden aura erupted from Gohan, spiraling wildly as it surged forth. This radiant golden energy began to extend from Gohan, enveloping the surroundings, its dazzling brilliance shattering the earth. Streams of golden light burst forth from the ground, soaring towards the heavens, while countless fragments of rock were reduced to dust with each of Gohan's shouts. The terrifying momentum unleashed by Gohan was destined to obliterate all enemies before him. Was this truly Gohan? A dazed Piccolo and a perplexed Vegeta found themselves grappling with this bewildering realization. Despite Piccolo's reluctance to acknowledge it, the abyssal aura undeniably belonged to Gohan himself. Even as a Super Saiyan, the sheer magnitude of Gohan's power at this moment was nothing short of astonishing. Gohan's remarkable transformation caused both Bojack and Android 17 to halt their battle. Bojack, with a grave expression, gazed at Gohan, now shrouded in a golden aura. Confused by the unfolding situation, Bojack hurled a few energy blasts, only to have them swiftly repelled by the turbulent energy surrounding Gohan. Meanwhile, Android 17, observing from above, immediately recognized the scene as characteristic of a Super Saiyan 2 transformation. It seemed that Goku's death had deeply resonated within Gohan, and witnessing his father's demise had unleashed an uncontrollable fury, resulting in an overwhelming display of power. Just as 17 intended to gauge Gohan's strength as a Super Saiyan 2, he realized that the energy enveloping Gohan fluctuated unpredictably, existing on an entirely different plane. What is the situation? The tremendous fluctuations in Gohan's power surpass even the shock experienced by number 17 upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. This peculiar phenomenon has also been noted by the long-demented Piccolo, as well as Vegeta and Trunks. I understand now. The hidden energy within him is overwhelmingly vast. And with Gohan's current strength, he is unable to harness it. Piccolo, with a serious expression, quickly deduced this. How is this possible? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with jealousy toward Gohan. That brat from Kakaroto's family. How could he be so powerful? This must be a dream. Vegeta, provoked by Gohan, began to vehemently deny this reality within himself. Meanwhile, Trunks was consumed by deep remorse over his own weakness, which had led to Goku's sacrifice. Krillin and the others were stunned by Gohan's aura, erupting into a chorus of exclamations. Quickly, what is happening now? Krillin's outcry left Bulma in a state of panic as she grasped his shoulders, shaking him insistently. It's Gohan. His energy. I don't know what's going on. But it's growing uncontrollably, now enveloping the entire galaxy. Dazed from Bulma's vigorous shaking, Krillin managed to speak rapidly. What nonsense are you sensing? Gohan's aura covers the entire Milky Way? To Bulma, Krillin's words sounded utterly absurd. The golden flames, which had dispersed the clouds of dust, gradually came under Gohan's control, as he retracted all special effects back into himself, allowing his aura to stabilize. Finally, before number 17 stood Gohan, clad in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, with golden flames swirling around him and streams of lightning dancing incessantly. Unlike the previous appearance of a Super Saiyan, Gohan's golden hair stood erect, save for a long strand that fell across his forehead, and his emerald eyes revealed a chilling indifference to all things. The cataclysmic transformation instilled in Piccolo a profound sense of disbelief, as if Gohan were not the individual before him. The formidable aura radiating from Gohan rendered Bojack unable to meet his gaze, compelling him and his three subordinates to hastily return to Bojack's side. Simultaneously, Piccolo and his companions rushed to Gohan's vicinity, both parties immediately facing each other with a newfound resolve. Gohan, is that you? Piccolo inquired, his expression shifting subtly. Let me deal with these scoundrels first, Gohan replied, his demeanor chillingly detached, as if he were an entirely different person. You little brat. How could you possibly defeat Lord Bojack? Despite witnessing Gohan's transformation, Gurkha remained unfazed, having traversed the cosmos and encountered numerous such scenarios before. Yet, he believed that, like all the others, this would end with Lord Bojack's effortless triumph. With a thunderous roar, Gohan shattered the earth beneath him, his form vanishing in an instant, leaving behind but a lingering shadow. As the sound of the ground fracturing echoed, Goku fixated on Gohan's apparition, only to hear the rush of air slicing through the atmosphere before him. What? Realizing Gohan's presence was behind him, Goku attempted to retreat, but Gohan had already flickered to his rear. In midair, Gohan executed a spinning kick aimed squarely at Goku. Reacting swiftly, Goku swung his sword, only for it to pass effortlessly through Gohan's illusory form. It's a mere afterimage, he exclaimed. With a resounding thud, Goku received a brutal kick from behind, his sword strike effortlessly caught by Gohan. As Goku stumbled, Gohan had already appeared at his back, a palpable sense of deadly peril enveloping him. Just as he intended to flee again, Gohan's fist struck him directly, sending his sword spiraling from his grasp. Goku hunched over, his eyes bulging and mouth agape in an exaggerated gasp, as he expelled an unknown liquid and shattered innards, staggering backward 7 paces. He fell to the ground with a deafening crash, clearly incapacitated by Gohan's single blow. The terrifying display of Gohan's combat prowess left all present gasping in astonishment. Number 17 surmised that only Bojack and he himself could have withstood that punch, lamenting his ignorance of Gohan's true strength. In the ensuing silence, Gohan advanced step by step toward Bojack and the remaining 3 subordinates, devoid of any emotion. Now, it is your turn, he declared. Chapter 61. Revenge and Retribution. Gohan's emerald eyes betrayed a heartless coldness, causing Sanya and Peter to squirm uncomfortably, chills racing down their spines. Observing the alarm on his subordinates' faces, the leader Bojack immediately barked an admonition. Peter, Bojack, Sanya. His gaze brimmed with exasperation, prompting the trio to straighten their postures, fully grasping his intent. Emerging from Bojack's side, the 3 encircled the gleaming Gohan, raising their arms to unleash spiraling violet energy beams that ensnared him tightly. Bojack himself was not idle. He concentrated azure energy in both hands, merging it into a colossal energy sphere. Within this azure orb, erratic black lines danced, a testament to Bojack's mastery in compressing energy to its utmost limits. Sanya and Peter recognized this as Bojack's signature move, the planetary destruction sphere, a technique that had felled countless cosmic warriors, including even the North Kai. Bojack was convinced that the little brat, forcibly subdued by his psychic prowess, would be obliterated under Lord Bojack's formidable attack. Witnessing Gohan, akin to Goku, ensnared by the violet beams unleashed by Bojack's henchmen, Piccolo, sensing a drastic decline in Gohan's energy, prepared to assist. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was left astounded. Gohan, undeterred by the restraints, did not even furrow his brow. Instead, he merely trembled, and the golden aura surrounding him instantly severed the violet binds. In a flash, Bojack, from high above, bellowed as he hurled the azure energy sphere downward. In this critical moment, Gohan remained calm and composed. As the energy blast approached him, he vanished from the eyes of the onlookers. A thunderous explosion erupted, leaving only a flickering light in the air, which lingered for several seconds before the blast shockwave extinguished it. The astonishing speed was such that even Vegeta was taken aback. And even Bojack, the one who launched the energy blast, felt a chill run down his spine, his resolve wavering. Bojack's expression of terror revealed to Android 17 that Gohan was destined to triumph in this battle. He could now contemplate whether to seize a kill for himself. He pondered whether defeating Bojack would be as repugnant as the title of Cell. Amidst the cataclysmic sounds of the explosion, Gohan's clear footsteps echoed, drawing closer. As if the Grim Reaper were beckoning. Having evaded Bojack's planet-shattering attack, who could possibly halt Gohan's advance? With a cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the others. Gohan's attention finally settled on Peter, who stood closest to him. He uttered a single word, "Die?" In an instant, Peter's face contorted in terror, and as he glanced down to see Gohan piercing through his body, his eyes glazed over, and his breath gradually faded away, discarding Bujin's lifeless form. Gohan continued to stride towards the trembling Sanya, who, consumed by fear, found her courage to flee entirely extinguished. Without hesitation, Gohan executed his strike. Observing that only Bujin remained in the distance, Bojack felt no anger. Rather, he regretted being sealed by King Kai for so long, his powers diminished. Otherwise, he would have relished a genuine confrontation with this young warrior, far more exhilarating than conquering the universe. However, in such dire circumstances, the prospect of willingly meeting his end was inconceivable. Bojack vowed to take someone down with him. With a fierce shout, Bojack unleashed a torrent of azure energy, tearing through his tattered garments to reveal the bulging muscles beneath. As his energy surged, his hair transformed from a vibrant orange to a deep crimson. "Father, I will avenge you soon." Gohan consoled himself as he gazed at the last remnants of Bojack's clothing disintegrating. "You're impressive, little brat. I cannot defeat you. But those behind you," Bojack boasted defiantly, even as death loomed. In response to Bojack's threats, Gohan's expression darkened. He rose and, wielding his palm like a blade, struck toward Bojack's shoulder. With a single blow, Gohan severed Bojack's right arm, which fell unceremoniously before Bujin. Clutching his dismembered shoulder, Bojack could not suppress a wail of agony, still not fully comprehending Gohan's swift action that had rendered him maimed. This left Bojack, traversing the cosmos, unable to accept the reality before him. Regardless of the torrent of blood that surged forth, it surged towards Piccolo. Even in death, Bojack was determined to take someone down with him. Yet, Gohan would not grant him such an opportunity. With a decisive step forward, he transformed into a flash of lightning, pursuing Bojack through the air. Gohan delivered a fierce kick, sending Bojack crashing to the ground. The terrifying Bojack was effortlessly subdued by Gohan, much to the exhilaration of all present. If Goku were to witness Gohan unleash such formidable power, he would surely be left in awe, Piccolo mused. The sight before him left Bujin, from a distant realm, in disbelief, prompting a frantic desire to flee this planet. Now, as Gohan had deliberately saved Bujin for last, escaping was no simple task. Crack, crack, unfazed. Gohan incapacitated Bojack's limbs and pursued Bujin, the one responsible for his father's demise. Witnessing Bojack's utter lack of resistance, Number 17 and Piccolo took to the skies, prepared to eradicate the threat to the galaxy. Bujin, unable to accept that Bojack was no match for Gohan, displayed a frenzied demeanor, teetering on the brink of collapse. Instinctively, he retreated, the only action left to him. As Gohan drew closer, an overwhelming aura of terror caused Bujin to collapse to the ground. Lifting Bujin, Gohan's icy gaze momentarily flickered with confusion, unsure how to confront this father-killer. The vast disparity in power meant he could easily crush Bujin. But would that not be too lenient? Contemplating, he exerted force. Bujin's expression froze, breath quickening, blood trickling from his lips, ultimately succumbing weakly in Gohan's grasp. Casting aside the lifeless body, Gohan unleashed an energy blast, and with a resounding explosion, Bujin was obliterated in midair. Having avenged his father's murder, Gohan stood vacant, lost in thought, gazing upward. Number 17 and Piccolo finally reached Bojack's side, raising their hands to gather energy, ready to end it all. Beep, beep. An irresistible force thrust Number 17 and Piccolo aside, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Reacting swiftly, Number 17 activated a shield, pulling Piccolo to safety. Above, a uniquely shaped spacecraft pierced the sky, landing steadily atop Bojack. In an instant, the unscathed Number 17 and Piccolo realized that it was the source of the earlier disturbance. Under the watchful eyes of Number 17, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a chilling mechanical voice emanating from the mysterious vessel. It seemed that time was still on their side. Chapter 62, Metal Kvila Crack, Crack. Alongside Number 17, the group pondered who walked with such an auditory signature. Only Vegeta's expression shifted. Although the sound was slightly different, he could not mistake it. Inside was undoubtedly the most malevolent of beings. Having served under the cosmic tyrant Frieza for years, Vegeta was all too familiar with such footsteps. Amidst the collective gaze, The enigmatic figure in a black cloak from the martial arts tournament hosted by Cell emerged languidly. You. Who are you? Vegeta, astonished by the unexpected revelation, stepped forward, urgently inquiring. Ah, it appears that after that wretched monkey Goku perished, no one remembers me. Metal Kvila, shedding the cloak that concealed his form, remarked with a hint of disappointment in his cold, mechanical voice. Kvila, were you not sent hurtling into the sun by Goku's Kamehameha, utterly obliterated? Beneath the cloak emerged a being forged entirely of metal, bearing a striking resemblance to the cosmic monarch Frieza. Recognizing the figure, Piccolo's mind raced back to the time shortly after Goku's return from Namek, when Frieza's brother, the very Kvila before them, had led his minions to stir trouble. He had been defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku, a battle Vegeta had not witnessed, hence his unawareness. Though the visage was similar, Kvila's once flesh and blood form had transformed into metal, having previously masqueraded as the mysterious figure at the martial arts tournament to conceal his true identity. Now, having returned after leading the Cosmic Warriors away, his intentions remained unclear. Kvila's series of maneuvers ignited Piccolo's wariness, compelling him to relay all the information he possessed to number 17, Vegeta, and Trunks. Kvila, Frieza's brother. This news truly astonished Vegeta and Trunks, while Android 17, under Piccolo's words, unearthed the scant information regarding Kawaira from the recesses of his memory. How simple it was. Frieza's brother had been vanquished by Goku. In the midst of the conversation, an array of formidable mech warriors emerged from the spacecraft, each towering and powerful, their movements synchronized, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The mech warriors retrieved the incapacitated Bojack, bringing him back into the spacecraft, which then soared into the sky with its crimson electronic eyes glimmering. Kawaira, what are your intentions? The sight of countless mech warriors assembling and then dispersing towards the horizon left Vegeta and Piccolo, who were prepared for battle, utterly bewildered. Sensing Piccolo's tension, the metallic Kawaira let out a cold chuckle. From this moment forth, you may call me Metallic Kawaira. Also, relax, your opponent is me, with a clap of his hands. For identical metallic Kawairas emerged once more from the spacecraft. They stood in unison, towering and gazing down at the group with a collective stare. At that moment, the appearance of 5 metallic Kvalas left everyone momentarily speechless, their hearts filled with astonishment. After vanquishing Bujin, Gohan astonishingly heard the voice of his father, Goku, resonating in his mind, followed by words of praise from him. Goku conveyed that although he was no longer present, the stability of the world rested upon Gohan's shoulders, and he urged Gohan to apologize to Chi-Chi. Ultimately, Goku mentioned that he was training diligently in the afterlife under the guidance of King Kai and reassured Gohan not to worry. Initially, Gohan thought it was merely an illusion until his father reminded him of the arrival of the metallic Kvalas, prompting his realization. Sensing the existence of the spaceship in the metallic Kvalas, Gohan resolutely nodded towards the sky, regaining his fighting spirit before hastily flying to join everyone. Having just reunited with King Kai, Goku cheerfully exclaimed, King Kai, let us depart swiftly and train together at the Grand Kai's place. Goku, are you truly so unconcerned? These Kvalas have already conquered Namek and are receiving an endless supply of energy from the assembled warriors of the universe, creating new metallic Kvalas, King Kai said, his expression filled with worry. Rest assured, my lord, Gohan will undoubtedly handle it, not to mention we have Piccolo, Android 17, Vegeta, and Trunks on our side. Besides, my concerns are futile, I am already dead. Even if I were to be revived, Tenemi could not contend with Bojack, let alone this multitude of metallic Kvalas. Witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Goku was solely focused on reaching the Grand Kai's planet to commence rigorous training. Gohan, you've arrived, exclaimed Android 17, his face lighting up with surprise upon sensing Gohan's presence. Faced with the resurgence of the metallic Kvalas, which had multiplied from 1 to 5, along with the overwhelming army of mechanized warriors, Android 17 felt a twinge of pressure. However, with Super Saiyan 2 Gohan by his side, his sense of security surged. The once small boy had transformed into something truly formidable. The metallic Kvalas fixated on Gohan, having originally intended to confront Goku, only to be caught off guard by Goku's premature demise. The prowess of this little fiend, detected by the metallic Kvila, leaves no room for doubt. Engaging him in combat offers a mere 5% chance of victory, a truly terrifying prospect. Consequently, the metallic Kvila resolves to first transport Bojack and the cosmic warriors of this planet back to Namek. There, they will extract energy to forge even stronger and more numerous metallic Kvila, returning subsequently to annihilate these wretched creatures. Did you not perish at the hands of your father? How have you come to be in this state? Upon hearing Goku's inner voice, Gohan's demeanor gradually transformed back to his former self, shedding his previously cold facade. Humph. When I was cast into the sun, I had believed I would be utterly obliterated. Yet, fate had other plans for me. My consciousness encountered the drifting planet of Big Star in the cosmos, merging successfully with its central computer. Ultimately, under my will, I harnessed its advanced technology to create the metallic Kvila. As the metallic Kvila reminisced about its days adrift in the universe, its resentment towards Goku and his companions intensified. Big Star? I have never heard of such a name, murmured number 17, Observing the bewildered expressions of those below, the metallic Kvila, in a display of merciful magnanimity, continued. Big Star is a planet born from a cosmic intelligent chip that, over time, absorbed energy from the universe, eventually evolving into a celestial body. After the metallic Kvila's exposition, Number 17 could not help but marvel at the tenacity of this malevolent lineage, surviving with naught but a brain amidst the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks displayed expressions of horror, while Gohan remained composed, as if merely listening to idle chatter. Well then, since you all are informed, allow me to send you to hell free of charge. Upon receiving notification from the mechanical warriors, the metallic Kvila prepared to take the initiative, seeking to delay time while simultaneously gauging this little fiend's strength. Chapter 63. Self-repairing mechanism. With its words, the metallic Kvila forcefully whipped its metallic tail, stirring up clouds of dust. In an instant, it transformed into a silver lightning bolt, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The remaining 4 metallic Kvila each selected an opponent. Having discerned their motives, Gohan turned slightly to glance at the distracted Piccolo and the others. With a surge of golden energy, Gohan charged forward without mercy. He swung his fist upward, striking the metallic Kvila's chest. The overwhelming force not only pierced through but also sent the once steadfast metallic Kvila hurtling backward. To Gohan's astonishment, the metallic Kvila, despite being pierced, fell to the ground without exploding or exhibiting any signs of pain. However, what followed was an even more astonishing transformation. Within the metallic Kvila's hollow chest, instead of intricate mechanical parts, there were only erratically swirling silver lines. Suddenly, the metallic Kvila emitted a muffled sound, and under the influence of its immense internal energy, the silver lines began to grow wildly, rapidly enveloping and repairing the gaping wound. In mere moments, before the wide-eyed onlookers, the silver line solidified, emanating a metallic sheen. Boom! The metallic Kvila reappeared behind Gohan, raising its arm to deliver a ferocious strike. This is the technology of Big Star, granting me an immortal form. Ha ha ha. The metallic Kvila emitted a unique mechanical laugh, then commanded the other 4 metallic Kvila to redirect their focus and collectively assault Gohan. In their initial encounter, the metallic Kvila realized that, in the face of Gohan's overwhelming strength, the concept of immortality was merely a hollow title. A single, powerful blow could disrupt its chip, leading to its complete destruction. With the 4 metallic Kvila attacking in unison, Gohan deftly maneuvered, though the incessant repairs of their bodies proved irksome. As the last metallic Kvila attempted to join the fray against Gohan, Number 17 stepped forward without hesitation to obstruct its path. Gazing upon the metallic Kvila, Number 17 felt an instinct that defeating it might very well grant him the ability to soar. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Number 17 descended firmly. Standing amidst the swirling sand, the metallic Kvila exuded an imposing aura, its crimson eyes flashing with data panels. Swinging its tail, the metallic Kvila locked eyes with Number 17 and, in a grave tone, inquired, "Who are you?" Scanned by the computer chip, the metallic Kvila recognized that Number 17's strength surpassed its own. As Number 17 lowered his gaze, his protective shield unfurled. Yet he showed no signs of ceasing his assault in response to the metallic Kvila's question. With a swift motion, Number 17's right leg crashed down upon the metallic Kvila's blocking arm, unleashing an unparalleled force that sent it careening into the distant mountains, producing a thunderous roar. Amidst the debris, the metallic Kvila flashed a look of astonishment, gazing up at Number 17, who was gathering energy in the sky. The formidable strength of Number 17 instilled in Metal Kuvara a sense of bewilderment, unsure of where to commence. It was truly disheartening. Why must you align yourself against me alongside that band of wretched monkeys? With a fleeting glance at Gohan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 4 Metal Kuvara, Number 17 spoke calmly. "Because your name is Kuvara." Upon hearing this reply, Metal Kuvara's fury ignited. Despite the chip's analysis indicating that its current form was no match for Number 17, it resolved not to allow 17 an easy victory today. An invisible wave emanated from its being, signaling that Number 17 was preparing to unleash his full power. Locking its gaze on Metal Kuvara, Number 17 ignited a brilliant white aura and surged forward with great velocity. Thanks to the chip's assistance, Metal Kuvara managed to evade quickly, leading to a violent collision that reverberated with thunderous crashes, creating towering waves of air. Despite the disparity in power, Metal Kuvara found itself vulnerable to an opportune strike from Number 17, who landed a heavy punch. The full-force assault from Number 17 shattered Metal Kuvara's metallic exterior, causing parts to scatter. The onslaught did not cease there. Seizing Metal Kuvara's arm, Number 17 yanked it towards himself, raising his right knee to strike the creature's abdomen, followed by the sound of metal fracturing. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Number 17 unleashed another ferocious blow, sending Metal Kuvara plummeting from the sky. Number 17 swiftly pursued, delivering a barrage of punches that propelled Metal Kuvara further into retreat midair. As the relentless assault continued, Metal Kuvara trembled, its metallic form cracking, joints at the knees and arms fracturing, with only a few strands of white desperately writhing. Under the chip's control, Metal Kuvara endeavored to restore its form, yet Number 17, unwavering, intensified his brutal strikes. An array of punches enveloped Metal Kuvara, leaving only a tangle of white strands and a fragment of its head suspended in the air. Aware that physical attacks had become ineffective against the disordered mass of metal, Number 17 focused his energy into dual energy orbs, merging them into a single entity, which he forcefully directed towards the silvery tangle before him. This maneuver might seem familiar. Indeed, it was an imitation of the technique he had observed from Bojack moments earlier. Unlike Bojack's cerulean energy, Number 17's orbs radiated a resplendent white light. As the energy orb detonated within the silvery strands of Metal Kuvara, chaos ensued, sending the remnants spiraling wildly. Gasping slightly, Number 17 received a notification on his panel. Ding, congratulations on defeating Metal Kuvara, earning the tag Self-Healing Function. Noting that it was merely a defeat and not a kill, Number 17 sighed inwardly. The power of an imitated technique was evidently lacking. As anticipated, a fraction of the silvery strands fell to the ground, but soon reformed into the shape of Metal Kuvara. However, the energy expended for its restoration affected its strength. Otherwise, it would not have resorted to capturing cosmic warriors to harvest more energy, aiming to produce even more powerful and inexhaustible Metal Kuvara. With Number 17's encounter concluded, Gohan, too, had obliterated the chips of the 4 Metal Kuvara after enduring a few lackluster attacks. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Vegeta, father and son, were not idle. As Number 17 and Gohan faced their adversaries, they vanquished the mech warriors summoned by Metal Kuvara, rescuing the forgotten android 18 and several aliens. Chapter 64 came to a close. Beneath the dim sky, Piccolo exhaled deeply, appearing fatigued yet resolutely rallying the remaining allies to corner the last Metal Kuvara and mech warrior. Exhausted, he thought, once the spaceship is destroyed, all will conclude, and we can return home. With this thought, Piccolo felt a renewed sense of vigor. Submit, Kuvara. Regrettably, today marks your demise. Within the energy shield, Number 17's face betrayed his weariness as he spoke in a low tone. Damn monkeys, and that refuse from Namek. Do you truly believe you can eliminate me? Such delusions. In such a state of despair, the silver metallic visage of Kuvara bore no semblance of fear. Instead, it was laced with scornful invective. Judging by its arrogant tone, it seemed to possess countless hidden trump cards up its sleeve. Enough of the chatter. Let us get straight to it, declared Vegeta, his gaze unwavering and intent. Having endured trials from the android crisis to the current cosmic saga, Vegeta's perspective and heart had been profoundly expanded. After Goku's demise, he had adopted Android 17 and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan as his new aspirations. Now, with his heart set on a new goal, Vegeta was unwilling to squander time on trivialities. Observing the confident demeanor of those present, the self-assured metallic Kuvara responded with laughter rather than anger. Ha ha ha. Its chilling laughter echoed, carried by the wind to every corner. The spacecraft behind it rumbled to life under the gaze of the onlookers, prepared to depart with Bojack and the aliens aboard, determined to prevent the spacecraft's escape. Several individuals unleashed waves of energy, intent on bringing it down. In such a scene, Metal Kuvara had long anticipated the event, charging forward with countless mech warriors, recklessly positioning themselves in front of the spaceship to obstruct the energy waves with their bodies. This self-sacrificial act by Metal Kuvara left everyone momentarily stunned, quickly prompting an increase in the output of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, the spaceship gradually distanced itself, while Gohan and Android 17 attempted to rush forward, only to be fiercely intercepted by the densely packed mech warriors. Gohan, hold on. With a loud shout, Android 17 sensed the faint energy of Bojack, and in an instant, he teleported into the spaceship. Inside the vast spaceship, Android 17 beheld the unconscious Bojack being supported by a group of robots, seemingly to undergo a rescue operation. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed not far away, rows of Metal Kuvara were in slumber, their eyes shut tight. Yes, Android 17 could vouch for the fact that they were indeed rows of Metal Kuvara. Inside the spaceship, upon detecting the intrusion of the enemy, red lights flashed, and alarms blared incessantly. The seemingly endless rows of Metal Kuvara reacted, their eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Before the Metal Kuvara could fully awaken, Android 17 felt the piercing gaze of countless eyes upon him, an overwhelming sense of pressure rendering him breathless. Inside the spaceship, the last vestiges of defiance compelled Android 17 to raise his hand and launch an energy blast. In a flash, he teleported back to Gohan's side, his heart still racing with trepidation. What Android 17 did not realize was that far away on Namek, Metal Kuvara was equally startled by his actions. Those countless Metal Kuvara were merely shells, devoid of any energy reserves. Just a single energy blast from Android 17 obliterated thousands of Metal Kuvara. The nascent Kuvara were still in the process of evolving, not yet forming a true army. Fortunately, the spaceship's structural integrity held, and with the robot's assistance, it did not plummet. Having safely departed the desolate planet, they set their course for the now fully occupied planet Namek. Meanwhile, the abandoned mech warriors and Metal Kuvara were dealt with by Gohan and his companions. Watching the spaceship drift away, Android 17, Regaining his composure, let out a long sigh. In that moment, it dawned on him that had those metal Kawila been capable of movement, he and his companions would have likely met the same fate as Goku. Yet, he dared not gamble. If even one of them could act, the outcome would have been vastly different. Bearing the weight of his unease, Android 17 relayed all he had witnessed within the spaceship to Gohan and the others. Upon hearing Android 17's account of the myriad of metal Kawila, their mouths fell agape in shock, yet no one spoke. At that moment, even confronted with such a thunderous revelation, they found themselves devoid of strength or will to fight. Let us discuss this later. In our current state, we are no match for. Before he could finish, Vegeta and Trunks readily expressed their agreement. With a consensus reached, Gohan, shedding his golden aura and returning to his normal state, lay back on the ground with arms outstretched, gazing at the unchanging gray sky. A smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Father, I did it." Piccolo also collapsed onto the ground, while Vegeta and Trunks leaned against each other, weary eyes closing in exhaustion. After inspecting Android 18's injuries and confirming she was out of danger, Android 17 too sank to the ground, too fatigued to even check the newly acquired label. Aside from the howling wind and sand, silence enveloped them, for they were all utterly spent. Time passed, and a cacophony of noise roused Android 17 and the others from their stupor. "Excuse me, can we leave now?" It was the aliens brought by Cell to observe, who, seeing the spaceship of Metal Kawila depart, cautiously approached. Gazing at the group of apprehensive aliens, Android 17 remained silent, merely waving his hand. Understanding the cue, the aliens quietly retreated to a safe distance, beginning to call out to their comrades in an attempt to contact the spaceship. In my lifetime, I can say I have saved the galaxy. As Android 17's thoughts wandered, Piccolo's voice snapped him back to reality. 17, get up. It's time to head home. Home, Android 17 murmured, staring blankly at the jubilant aliens. Only when Piccolo patted his shoulder did he turn back, smiling as he said, "Let us go home. Are you coming with us?" Android 17 asked, wrapping an arm around Android 18 while looking curiously at the Namekian Mose. "Yes, sir. I intend to return to your planet first, then invite you to visit Namek. And remember, we agreed to repair the Dragon Balls on Namek, didn't we?" Mose replied respectfully. "Indeed. For the sake of the Dragon Balls," Android 17 nodded in affirmation, choosing not to speak further. Once everyone had placed their hands upon him, Android 17 closed his eyes and began to sense the energy. In an instant, he vanished from the unnamed planet. Chapter 65. Arrangements in place at Bulma's residence. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and others gathered together, their faces flushed as they discussed the mystery surrounding Goku's vanished energy. Krillin, filled with anxiety, even contemplated asking Bulma to construct a spaceship. "Krillin, your worry is futile. Gohan and Trunks' energies are still present, so they should be fine," Yamcha said, feigning calmness, though it sounded more like self-reassurance. "Yamcha's right. You're not alone in your concerns for Goku. We share them as well," Tien added, though he fell silent, not wanting to reveal the harsh truth. With everyone's energies intact, the absence of Goku was glaring, and the consequences were dire. Without Goku's instantaneous movement, even if Trunks and the others defeated their enemies, how would they return? Just as despair loomed, the door suddenly creaked open, revealing the familiar voices of Android 17 and the others. "We're back. Sorry to keep you waiting," Trunks called from outside. The air inside the room fell silent, and before Trunks could step inside, Krillin dashed to the door, exclaiming, "Trunks!" A surge of joy gripped him, tears brimming in his eyes. Trunks, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, Android 18, and an unfamiliar Namekian were present. However, Yamcha was dismayed to find no sign of Goku, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stammered, "Where's Goku?" With a look of guilt, Trunks gestured for everyone to enter the house before elaborating on the situation. As everyone settled in, Android 17 promptly called out to Bulma, requesting her assistance in tending to the unconscious Android 18. During this, Android 17 broached the subject of Android 16, to which Bulma assured that the plan for his revival was underway. Hearing the weariness in Bulma's voice, Android 17 expressed his gratitude once more. "And Goku? Has he 7 participants of the Shaolin martial arts tournament convened once more, with the absence of Goku being notably felt?" Bulma inquired softly, aware of the deep bond shared between herself and Goku. Without uttering any comforting words, Number 17 sighed and nodded. Upon witnessing Number 17's response, Bulma stiffened momentarily, her eyes losing much of their luster. She swiftly arranged for Number 18 and, with a hint of sorrow, exited the room. When Number 17 returned to the hall alone, Trunks had just recounted the thrilling moments of the tournament, including the self-destruction of Number 16 and Number 17's triumph over Cell. The tale of the cosmic marauder Bojack and the metallic killer had yet to unfold. The dramatic narrative of the tournament stirred admiration for Number 17 and Number 16 among the gathered crowd. Unexpectedly, it was revealed that Number 17 possessed strength capable of rivaling that of Cell. As Trunks spoke of Goku's brutal demise, a wave of anger and sorrow washed over everyone present. They could hardly fathom that Goku would depart from their lives in such a manner. Yamcha clenched his teeth, wishing fervently to return to that moment and confront Bojack and his crew. Witnessing the collective grief over Goku's death, Gohan, who had heard his father's voice, remained surprisingly upbeat. "Do not worry, Uncle Yamcha. Dad told me he's training with King Kai, so you need not be concerned about him." Gohan's words left the group momentarily stunned, questioning the validity of his claim. Did Goku truly say that? In response to their skeptical gazes, Gohan shyly scratched his head and nodded emphatically. And then, Trunks. If Bojack and his gang are so formidable, did number 17 ultimately defeat them? Shaking his head, Trunks vividly described how, after Goku's passing, Gohan unleashed a tremendous power, single-handedly vanquishing Bojack's gang. The audience, captivated, displayed expressions of astonishment and longing. Under Trunks' narration, they seemed to transcend time, envisioning the slender figure of Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, showcasing unparalleled might. They later learned of the countless metallic killer aboard a spaceship, which elicited fear and trepidation among the crowd. As Trunks concluded his tale, they remained rooted in place, striving to assimilate the overwhelming information. Thankfully, number 17 has also mastered instantaneous movement. Otherwise, we might have still been adrift in space, Trunks remarked, casting a grateful glance at number 17, who smiled faintly. Therefore, do you intend to pursue the metallic killer and eradicate them completely? Following Cell's defeat, a more significant crisis loomed, one that none had anticipated. Indeed, given the vengeful nature of the metallic killer, they will undoubtedly seek retribution against us, both Piccolo and Trunks voiced in unison. These killer are strikingly similar to Frieza. Yamcha expressed with indignation. Thus, we must eliminate them before they come after us. Understanding the gravity of allowing the metallic killer to flourish, number 17's expression darkened. But can you truly defeat the countless metallic killer? Krillin hastily inquired. Rest assured, based on my deductions, the killer lacks sufficient energy sources to sustain their operations. Although they have captured Bojack, with Gohan's assistance, as long as we locate the killer's core, which is on planet Namek, we can swiftly annihilate them all. Recognizing the group's apprehensions, number 17 spoke calmly, prompting Krillin and the others to regard him with newfound respect. As Piccolo opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, number 17 quickly interjected. "I know what you're thinking, that it's impossible to find the metallic killer in the vast universe, right? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls on planet Namek?" Number 17 gestured towards the quietly standing Mose, who had been beside Bulma since their arrival. Realization dawned on Krillin as he gazed ardently at Mose, making the latter feel uncomfortable. "Yes, how could we forget about the Dragon Balls? Number 17. We will need your help to teleport to planet Namek." After a brief agreement, number 17 continued. "With Mose here, finding planet Namek will be straightforward. However, we need either Piccolo or Gohan to accompany us. After all, Piccolo is a Namekian, and Gohan has been there before, making it easier for him to communicate." Number 17's reasoning was compelling enough for both Piccolo and Gohan to acquiesce. Thus, it was decided that the following morning, number 17, Gohan, Piccolo, and Mose would embark on their journey to the new planet Namek, utilizing the Dragon Balls to resurrect the innocent lives taken by the androids and to trace the metallic killer's whereabouts. With plans set in motion, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha returned to their island, while Tien and Kairatsu also bid farewell to resume their training. Chapter 66. The Immortal Body. After seeing Master Roshi and the others off, the sun set, casting the world into darkness. At this hour, Gohan announced his departure, insisting that he must visit the Capsule Corporation to inform his mother of his safe return. Even from a distance, Gohan called out, startling a flock of birds. "Mom, I'm back." Hearing her son's voice, Chi-Chi rushed out of the house, only to slow her pace in confusion upon seeing Gohan alone. "Gohan, where's your father?" "He's training with King Kai," Gohan replied, fabricating an apology for his mother. Afraid of causing her distress, he told his first lie. After all, it was true that his father was training with King Kai. Humph, that guy is always full of empty promises. When he comes back, just wait until I give him a piece of my mind. Chi-Chi retorted. "Gohan, you're such a good boy. Come inside, dinner's ready." Though it might not be enough, Chi-Chi, not suspecting anything amiss, took Gohan's arm and led him indoors. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Gohan smiled and complied without resistance. At Bulma's residence, not only number 17 and number 18 but also Piccolo and Mose stayed for the night. Wealthy Bulma was unfazed by the extra guests and made arrangements through her staff. Inside the room, number 17 gazed out at the resplendent starry sky, lost in thought. Having awakened, number 18 stealthily approached from behind and pinched number 17's ear, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Oh, so you've forgotten about your sister, have you? If it weren't for my good fortune, I would surely be in heaven like that son Goku now." "Ow, ow, ow, let go." Number 17 gasped, instinctively moving in sync with number 18's delicate hand as she tightened her grip. "You know it hurts. Why not ask how I'm feeling instead?" Upon hearing the words of the 17th unit, a wave of discomfort washed over him, causing his fair complexion to darken. The 18th unit, in response, exerted even greater force. It was only after the 17th unit persistently pleaded for mercy that the 18th unit finally relented. releasing their grip with a sharp huff before departing to discuss matters concerning their new home with Bulma. The 17th unit, gently touching his reddened ears, gazed at the retreating figure of the 18th unit, feeling a fleeting sense of belonging in this unfamiliar world. Once the pain in his ears subsided, the 17th unit remembered that he had yet to examine the attributes of the label obtained from vanquishing Metal Cooler. Based on the label's name, he had formed some conjectures. Yet the specific attributes required further investigation. Self-repairing function. Just a moment, I believe I can still salvage this. Attributes: slightly enhanced defense, ability to manipulate energy through consciousness. Capable of healing all personal injuries. Note: the speed of injury recovery is contingent upon the magnitude of one's energy output. The label dropped by Metal Cooler brought the 17th unit a delight that far exceeded his initial expectations. This formidable attribute, combined with the infinite energy of number 17, is akin to a low-spec version of immortality. In future battles, he plans to first envelop himself in a protective shield, allowing the enemy to shatter it with great effort, inflicting serious injuries upon him, while victory looms tantalizingly close. In the face of the enemy's despair, he anticipates a swift recovery within a minute. Ha ha ha. As number 17 contemplates this, he cannot help but chuckle inwardly, already envisioning the mockery he shall unleash. Yet, he remains uncertain about the appearance of his wounds during recovery. If they manifest as erratic white lines like those on Metal Cooler, it would be utterly incompatible with his suave and cool demeanor. With pursed lips, he activates his self-repair function, and the final status panel reads as follows. Name: number 17 level, 88 title, Demon King, equipped, Nightmare, Legend of Power Tags, Ultimate Lifeform. Sibling-like bond, despairing future, entrusted will, poised for action, time traveler, mastery, self-repair function backpack, pure Saiyan, royal bloodline, Super Saiyan. Lower-class warrior. It is worth noting that since the fusion of tags such as artificial human, mechanical creation, and permanent energy reactor into the ultimate lifeform, number 17 has discovered that the permanent energy reactor and certain components within him have vanished. Now, even when equipped as the ultimate lifeform, he resembles an ordinary human entirely. With aspirations for a promising future, number 17 drifts into a deep slumber. The following day, after a quiet night, he awakens. After breakfast, Gohan bids farewell to his mother and hurries to Bulma's house, for he has made plans with number 17 to journey together to planet Namek. Early rising number 17, confronted with the lavish breakfast at Bulma's home, merely nibbles at it before eagerly dragging Vegeta to the training grounds for a sparring match. In the training arena, Vegeta exerts himself to the utmost, managing to breach number 17's protective shield. Ultimately, in a moment of leniency, he inflicts a wound on number 17's arm. Almost immediately, number 17 notices his injury enveloped in a sphere of white light, and in the blink of an eye, he is restored to his former self. The method of repair is somewhat acceptable. Witnessing the fallen Vegeta, number 17 was unable to suppress his disappointment. Just as they were leaving the training ground, Gohan arrived, prompting number 17 to summon Piccolo and Mas as they prepared for their journey to Namek. Number 17, where are you headed? Is there danger on Namek? Inquired number 18, rushing over with concern for her brother. Upon hearing number 18's words, both Mas and Piccolo regarded their planet with skepticism, their green faces momentarily lengthening. Do not worry. We're only going to search for the Dragon Balls. There is no danger, especially with Gohan around. Nothing will go awry, number 17 quickly reassured, noticing number 18's apprehension. What danger could there possibly be on a planet that can be devastated with a mere flick of the wrist? That's good to hear. I will await your return. We still need to move to our new home, number 18 replied. The previous night, she and Bulma had engaged in an extensive conversation, and with Bulma's assistance, number 18 managed to rent a picturesque villa on the outskirts of West City, nestled against the mountains and beside water. Bulma generously offered to cover all the siblings' daily expenses, with the condition that number 18 would seek out the 7 Dragon Balls for her in the future. Unfamiliar with the true purpose of the Dragon Balls, number 18 readily accepted the arrangement, planning to shop for necessities upon number 17's triumphant return before moving into their new abode. Making an okay gesture, she then activated her protective shield, enveloping Gohan and the others, much to their astonishment. Number 17 smiled knowingly and explained, "This is a new combination of instant transmission and protective shields I've devised. As long as an object is enclosed within, we can instantly transport it to another location." Gohan, his face a mask of shock, tapped the shield, producing a dull thud. Ha ha ha. Fear not, the shield is quite sturdy. After Mas indicated the general direction, number 17 closed his eyes to attune himself with Namek. Suddenly, the verdant shield vanished from the view of number 18, Trunks, and Bulma. Chapter 67. Walking into a trap. The verdant Namek was now firmly ensnared by the octopus-like Bike Star. Beneath the grayish-white mechanical tentacles of Bike Star, elongated mechanical conduits penetrated deep into Namek's surface. Under the control of Feeler, they greedily siphoned off everything from Namek to provide energy for the metallic Feeler. As Namek, drained of vitality, rapidly approached the end of its lifespan, countless mechanized warriors, like bees from a hive, methodically scoured the planet to capture its inhabitants. Within Bikestar, thousands of Namekians were imprisoned, their faces gaunt and most bearing injuries. In a steel cage, several Namekians whispered furtively, seemingly plotting something under the watchful eyes of the mechanized soldiers. At the end of the corridor stood a white hall constructed of metal, currently housing hundreds of Namekians. They were forcibly restrained by robots, which drained their internal energy. On the unseen side, cold corpses were discarded by the robots, piled carelessly in a small mound. Continuing deeper revealed another energy absorption facility, this time targeting the cosmic warriors previously captured by the metallic feeler. Now, they lived in a state worse than death. Whenever the robots observed the cosmic warrior on the brink of collapse, they would be swiftly apprehended by the standby mechanized soldiers and confined securely. As their internal energy gradually restored through advanced medical techniques, they would be recaptured by the mechanized warriors, perpetuating a cycle of energy extraction. In the innermost area, for diminutive cell clones and Bojack were tightly controlled by a group of metallic feeler, who absorbed their energy through chip integration. Gazing at the barely alive cells, the mechanical synthesis sounds of Feeler echoed through the vast hall. Ha, ha, ha. If it weren't for cell gathering so many cosmic warriors, Namek could not have developed this swiftly. Feeler boasted to himself, his eyes flashing with crimson light before erupting in anger. Damn trash. I should have eliminated them immediately. It turned out that Feeler had just received news of a rebellion initiated by a group of Namekians within Bikestar, and a large number were currently fleeing. To dare defy me, Feeler, is to court death. Fuming with rage, Feeler dispatched Metallic Feeler to apprehend them. Now was a crucial moment for manufacturing Metallic Feeler. He could not allow them to disrupt his plans. Run, run. In the desolate wilderness, several Namekians fled frantically, pursued by a cadre of silver mechanized warriors. Their worry growing ever closer. In a desperate bid to save their captured comrades, the Namekians steeled themselves to counterattack. Yet, how could their meager strength match that of the mechanized warriors? Dandy watched helplessly as his companions were easily subdued and captured. Soon, several mechanized warriors, glowing with a fierce crimson light, surrounded Dandy. As the forceful punches rained down, Dandy's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. The Emerald Shield, carrying number 17, Gohan, Piccolo, and Moss, successfully arrived on Namek. Number 17 deactivated the shield, revealing a desolate landscape of dried-up rivers and torn earth, exuding an air of lifelessness. Moss's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that before he had departed, Namek had thrived with vitality and prosperity. How could it have transformed so drastically in just a few days? Beside them, a group of frail and ailing Namekians trembled in fear at the sudden appearance of the four individuals, including number 17. As the leading Namekian recognized Moss, he cried out as if clutching a lifeline, "Moss, you have finally returned." "It is you, Elder," Moss replied, his expression filled with fury. "What on earth is happening here? Who is responsible for the devastation of Namek?" "We are uncertain," the Elder responded. "After your departure, the planet trembled, and a colossal object descended upon us, followed by a horde of mechanized warriors that began capturing us indiscriminately." Colossal object? Mechanized warriors? Upon hearing these critical keywords, number 17 exchanged a worried glance with Gohan and Piccolo, instinctively sensing impending danger. The group soared into the sky, determined to scrutinize the situation more closely. Unbeknownst until one gazes upon it, the sight is truly startling. At the end of the line of sight, there looms a towering, cloud-kissed gray mechanical sphere, resembling an octopus. The eerie stillness that drifts through the air emanates from it, perpetually radiating outward. This peculiar mechanical planet evokes a sensation among the group of 17, as if it possesses a life of its own. The sight before them renders them incredulous, filling their hearts with a profound sense of aversion. What is this entity? Uncertain. Yet it is undoubtedly the force that has invaded Namek. With a grave expression, Piccolo asserts, "This must be the Bixta star referred to by the metallic Kvila." After a moment of contemplation, 17 slowly articulates his thoughts. Upon hearing 17's deduction, both Piccolo and Gohan gaze in astonishment at the mechanical planet. Once the specific reason becomes clear, Piccolo descends and addresses the group of Mos. "We have identified the invader of Namek. I shall confront it now." Having swiftly conveyed his intent, Piccolo bids farewell to 17 and Gohan before soaring towards the enigmatic mechanical planet. "Wait, do you see what lies below?" As he speeds through the air, Piccolo suddenly halts, his keen eyes spotting something alarming beneath them. Hearing Piccolo's exclamation, 17 and Gohan focus their gaze downward, where a line of mechanized warriors is seen carrying Namekians towards the mechanical planet. The appearance of these mech warriors is identical to that which Metal Cooler previously presented. It is indeed Metal Cooler. This validates the hypothesis of number 17, prompting Gohan to exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, number 17's expression turns serious as he fixates intently on the mech warriors below. Nearly a day has passed, yet they encounter Metal Cooler once more. It is utterly fantastical. Surely, countless Metal Coolers await on that distant mechanical planet. As number 17 contemplates a strategy, Piccolo has already descended to the ground, swiftly and efficiently dispatching the mech warriors alongside Gohan. Far away on planet Cooler has noticed the destruction wrought by number 17, Gohan, and Piccolo. recalling Gohan's extraordinary power. Cooler dares not underestimate them, hastily commanding all metal coolers and mech warriors to thwart the advance of number 17 and his companions. Fixated on the masterpiece nearing completion on the screen, Cooler no longer concerns himself with the fate of the creatures outside. With a single command, he instructs the mech warriors to replace the Namekians with formidable cosmic warriors. Simultaneously, he intensifies the energy absorption from Little Cell and Bojack. He aims to complete the energy harvest from everyone before number 17 and his allies arrive. Chapter 68. A series of twists and turns on the vast ochre expanse of land. Countless mech warriors, led by Metal Cooler, swiftly advance toward number 17's direction. Unable to locate their target, the formation disperses under Metal Cooler's direction, intending to encircle number 17 and his companions. Below, the Namekians, awakened by Piccolo and filled with gratitude, find themselves at a loss. Having caught sight of the grayish-white tide approaching, number 17 hastily descends to urge the Namekians to flee. He loudly explains, "I sense a massive wave of Metal Coolers approaching. You must leave at once." Upon hearing the mech warriors behind them, the group of Namekians bids farewell to Piccolo and Gohan, hastily fleeing while the encirclement has yet to form. The contrast between the fleeing Namekians and the menacing Metal Coolers engenders a palpable sense of oppression and gloom. A somewhat tense Piccolo focuses intently on Gohan beside him. "It's up to you now, Gohan," he says softly, envisioning Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and wreaking havoc. Taking a deep breath, Gohan clenches his fists, mentally reconstructing the image of his transformation. The soaring golden aura reemerges around Gohan, accompanied by flickers of lightning. Yet, under Piccolo's expectant gaze, the brilliant transformation that should have unfolded abruptly diminishes, the golden light shrinking away, and the lightning vanishing entirely. This situation left both number 17 and Piccolo with expressions of bewilderment. Within their line of sight, the metallic Kawaira had already emerged, and at a critical moment, Gohan's transformation was unexpectedly interrupted. "Gohan, what is the matter?" Number 17 inquired with concern. Lowering his head and gazing at his palm, Gohan murmured to himself, "Perhaps it is due to my inadequate strength. I am not yet proficient in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, my previous transformation was a result of losing control and unleashing all my anger. Therefore, it seems that I can only transform into a Super Saiyan, but cannot achieve the state I was in yesterday." Gohan's words were astonishing, causing number 17 and Piccolo to exchange wide-eyed glances. They had initially thought their journey to Namek would be a leisurely excursion, but the sudden appearance of the metallic Kawaira led them to place their hopes of overcoming the crisis on Gohan. However, both number 17 and Piccolo instinctively overlooked Gohan's true level of strength. Remaining calm in the face of adversity, number 17 spoke to comfort him. "Gohan, try again. If it doesn't work, we can use instant transmission to retreat." Upon hearing number 17's composed voice, Gohan's panicked demeanor gradually returned to normal. "All right, I will give it another try." Exhaling a deep breath, Gohan closed his eyes, envisioning the anger he felt when Goku was harmed. Flames and lightning surged anew, his hair shimmering brilliantly, but after a few breaths, it dissipated once more. Opening his eyes to meet Piccolo's hopeful gaze, Gohan shook his head in despair, indicating his failure. Meanwhile, number 17 had already begun launching energy blasts at the nearby metallic Kawaira forces. Seeing Gohan's unsuccessful transformation, in a moment of urgency, number 17 activated a protective shield around them both and initiated instant transmission. This left the bewildered metallic Kawaira and aimless mecha warriors behind. "Oh, you returned so quickly," Bulma exclaimed, cradling little Trunks, upon seeing number 17's protective barrier. "No, there was a bit of trouble. Are Vegeta and Trunks still at the training ground?" Piccolo, feeling somewhat awkward, directed his question towards Bulma. "Yes, they are still training." "And number 17, you were rather harsh, Vegeta." Before Bulma could finish her words, Piccolo sprang up and dashed towards the training ground. Without paying Bulma any further heed, number 17 hurriedly urged Gohan to take this opportunity to attempt his transformation once more. Deep down, number 17 understood that regardless of whether Gohan could transform into a Super Saiyan 2, he, along with Vegeta and Piccolo, needed to return to Namek. This was because their group already knew Kawaira's hiding place, and Kawaira was equally aware that number 17 and the others could return to Namek at any moment. In this scenario, Kawaira would undoubtedly go to any lengths to voraciously absorb the energy of Namek. The inevitable outcome would be that the insatiable Kawaira would lead to the complete annihilation of Namek. Should its strength prove inadequate, it would lie in wait, poised to strike with lethal precision when the opportunity arose. Thus, number 17 must seize the moment to eliminate the troublesome metallic Kawaira, ensuring peace of mind thereafter. Reflecting upon the consequences, number 17 regained composure, gazing at Bulma with an apologetic smile. "This isn't my fault. Vegeta took things too seriously. And you have the audacity to complain?" Bulma retorted, her irritation palpable, her instinct to confront evident if not for the presence of little Trunks in her arms. "By the way, Miss Bulma, where is number 18? Number 17 inquired, intending to involve his sister. "She and number 16 went shopping," Bulma replied coldly, visibly annoyed. "16 has been revived. How splendid. Is his strength the same as before? Upon hearing this delightful news, number 17 eagerly pressed for details, aware that every additional ally enhances their collective power. Not exactly. I've merely assembled a rudimentary body for him. At present, he is only slightly stronger than Yamcha. It is still the 18th. The results requested last night remain unfulfilled. Otherwise, to fully restore the strength of the 16th with such a meager blueprint, one cannot predict when that might occur. In that case, let it be. The fleeting joy of the 17th has turned into disappointment. At that moment, Piccolo hurriedly summoned Vegeta and Trunks from the training ground. Aware of the situation, Vegeta furrowed his brow, casting a complex gaze towards Gohan, who was struggling to transform. The terrifying Super Saiyan transformation was proving to be elusive. Silence enveloped the group as they focused intently, anticipating Gohan's remarkable display of power. Gohan, feeling the weight of expectation, understood that the primary force needed to defeat Metal Cooler rested upon his shoulders. In the depths of his mind, Gohan recalled the mission entrusted to him by his father to safeguard this world. Father, I will not let you down. Determined not to disappoint anyone, Gohan finally unlocked the shackles of his heart, unleashing the latent energy within him. When Gohan opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed warrior, with his hair standing upright and a golden aura surging around him, accompanied by crackling lightning in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Gohan, you have succeeded. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Gohan nodded decisively. Let us depart at once. With a sense of urgency, number 17 enveloped the group within a protective sphere before sensing the location of Namek. In the bewildered gazes of Bulma and Little Trunks, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 69. Unstoppable momentum. As number 17 had predicted with uncanny accuracy, Cooler witnessed the protective shield enveloping Gohan and Piccolo. In broad daylight, they disappeared without a trace beneath the watchful eyes of countless Metal Coolers. Even after scouring Namek to the core, the three remained elusive, which only heightened Cooler's anxiety rather than alleviating it. Having witnessed number 17's instantaneous movement, Cooler on Planet Cabbage immediately escalated his defensive measures, his expanding ambitions tinged with caution. The formidable power of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, combined with number 17's elusive abilities, posed a significant threat. This combination is akin to a ticking time bomb, its explosion unpredictable in both time and place. Yet, Kefira firmly believes that completing his greatest masterpiece will render even the formidable Gohan a mere triviality. Drawing from past experiences, even with the addition of Trunks and Vegeta, the protective shield of Android 17 effortlessly guided them back to Namek. However, upon landing, they found themselves surrounded by foes. As 17 retracted the shield, he immediately encountered a mechanical warrior charging towards him. In a flash, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly dispatching the mechanical foe with a powerful kick and soaring into the sky. With hands united, he unleashed a wave of golden energy that swept through dozens of mechanical warriors. Discarding the Namekian he had captured, the remaining mechanical warriors surged forward, converging on the radiant Gohan. Before Gohan could unleash his full power, 17 expanded the emerald shield around himself, deflecting the attackers with a swift rotation. Seizing the moment, 17 manipulated the shield to create a long aperture, skillfully enveloping the mechanical warriors within, which then coalesced into a sphere. This orb ascended into the air, and amidst the bewilderment of the others, it erupted into a breathtaking display of fireworks. Trunks was momentarily taken aback by the dramatic maneuver of 17, who had recently combined the shield with instant transmission. In contrast, Gohan and Vegeta regarded 17's display as child's play, their expressions devoid of Trunks' surprise. Upon landing near a group of Namekians, Gohan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, it's Dandi." His sudden shout drew the attention of several nearby. Dandi, the son of the Grand Elder of Namek and Gohan's ally during the Frisia conflict, was alive, albeit unconscious, along with the other Namekians, spared from fatal harm. Cursed Kefira, I shall eliminate him. Gohan seethed, observing the injuries inflicted upon Dandi and his companions. Gohan, first wake them up, Piccolo advised, leading Gohan to successfully rouse Dandi and the others. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gohan urged Dandi to find a secure hiding place while he and his companions prepared to confront Kefira on Bixta Star. Meanwhile, the metallic forces of Kefira, thwarted in their initial attempt, scattered to capture the remaining Namekians. Upon rediscovering 17's location, Kefira, filled with rage, felt mocked and retaliated by deploying a massive wave of metallic warriors for a renewed assault. The formidable metallic army surged towards 17 with relentless vigor. Having bid farewell to Dandi, Gohan and his companions advanced towards Bixta Star, its uniquely shaped form coming into view for Vegeta and Trunks. The mechanical planet, as described by Kefira, loomed ominously, devouring the energy of Namek below. How many metallic Kefira could possibly inhabit such a vast sphere? Trunks pondered with concern. Thus, we shall avoid entanglements with the metallic Kefira. Our objective lies within that mechanical planet, 17 declared. Once we reach the planet, I will unleash several annihilation spheres. He silently resolved, not voicing the thought. Kefira, foreseeing their path, dispatched all mechanical troops to intercept them. Soon, A dense cluster of mechanical warriors re-emerged in 17's line of sight. Hovering above, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan without uttering a word, while Gohan and Piccolo readied their energy waves with practiced ease. Under Kefira's command, the mechanical army abandoned strategy, locking onto their targets with crimson eyes. Charging forward with thunderous momentum. In mere moments, the distance of several kilometers was traversed with alarming speed. Vegeta, eager to engage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and declared, "Let me handle these pests." With a leap, Vegeta launched himself into the fray, striking down a towering mechanical warrior with a forceful blow that left its metallic form crumpled and shattered. The ground quaked beneath the impact as explosions erupted around him. As Vegeta carved a path through the mechanical tide, Trunks and Piccolo coordinated their attacks, closely following his lead. Meanwhile, Gohan and 17 engaged in fierce combat against the metallic Kefira. Unlike Gohan's targeted assaults, 17 utilized the protective shield, releasing Bojack's signature attack, the planet-shattering bomb, which detonated amidst the silvery chaos, creating mushroom clouds of destruction. Within the depths of Bixta's star, Kefira, now deranged, discarded the lifeless forms of the fallen foes, including the defeated Cell and Bojack, and raved, "Not enough. This is far from sufficient." Driven by his obsession with a so-called perfect masterpiece, Kefira began harnessing the energy of Bixta's star. Under the relentless bombardment from 17, the mechanical tide faltered. Positioned as the core of their team, Gohan faced wave after wave of metallic Kefira, while Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks provided crucial support. In this harmonious coordination, they forged a path through the sea of machines toward the heart of Bixta's star. Within the deepest recesses of Bixta's star, 17's seemingly boundless energy prompted Kefira to rue his earlier decisions, realizing too late the potential he had let slip away. The energy unleashed by 17 could sustain hundreds of metallic Kefira. As the mechanical fortress loomed ever closer, Trunks felt invigorated, grateful for Gohan's presence, knowing that without him, reaching Kefira's stronghold would have been a formidable challenge. Gasping for breath, number 17 wore a similar expression of joy. After an unrelenting barrage, the ordinary mech warriors had dwindled to mere handfuls, leaving behind only a few thousand metal Kawaira. Thanks to their self-repair capabilities, they remained largely intact despite the devastation wrought by Gohan, with only a few unfortunate souls lost. The reason for the minimal casualties among the metal Kawaira was Gohan's deliberate conservation of energy in anticipation of potential dangers lurking within the planet Bixta. Before them lay the Kawaira's stronghold, Bixta, teeming with a multitude of ferocious metal Kawaira. "What shall we do? Should we?" Number 17 inquired of Piccolo, as he contemplated relinquishing the energy spheres in his grasp. The unvoiced thought lingered because number 17 suddenly realized that there must still be surviving Namekians within this mechanical planet. If he chose to disregard this, he could, of course, unleash a colossal annihilation sphere to eradicate everything completely. "I will enter and deal with the Kawaira. You all hold off the metal Kawaira outside." There was no time to continue deliberating, as Gohan had already made his decision. A surging wave of aggressive metal Kawaira surged forth once more. With no alternative, the group had no choice but to allow Gohan to delve deep into Bixta alone. Resolutely, Gohan transformed into a streak of golden light and penetrated the mechanical shell of Bixta, plunging inside. Observing Gohan's entry into Bixta, the metal Kawaira remained unmoved. Their grotesque visages contorted as they brandished their fists and charged forward en masse. "Gather around me," number 17 proclaimed. As the overwhelming tide of metal Kawaira left him at a loss for strategies, he planned for them to cluster together for mutual support. While the intention was noble, the outcome was predictable, thousands against 4. Just as number 17 enveloped a few of them within a protective barrier, the advancing metal Kawaira utilized sheer numbers to obscure their vision entirely. In the shadows, cracks began to form in the barrier, and everyone knew it would not hold for long. As white flames ignited, number 17 prepared to unleash a powerful surge. Intent on repelling the metal Kawaira pressing down upon him, the barrier began to glow with a verdant radiance, swelling in intensity alongside number 17's low growl. With a sizzling sound, under number 17's formidable output, the barrier suddenly compressed to half its original size. With a thunderous roar, energy waves swirled around the surface, flinging the metal Kawaira that had been clinging to it away. In that fleeting moment, number 17 pondered whether this multitude of metal Kawaira represented the limits of Bixta. Seizing the opportunity before more Kawaira could surge forth, he spread his arms wide, channeling all his energy into his palms, forming 2 black annihilation spheres, each ablaze with a pale blue flame. He hurled the spheres into the densely packed throng of metal Kawaira. The searing heat radiating from the annihilation spheres melted the bodies of the Kawaira, visibly diminishing their recovery capabilities. "Number 17, gather more energy quickly," Piccolo urged, witnessing the effectiveness of the attack. In response, number 17 hastily summoned more of the burning annihilation spheres. The Kawaira, whose forms were being obliterated, were shattered to pieces under the explosive might of Vegeta and Trunks. Meanwhile, Piccolo valiantly defended number 17 against the assaults of the metal Kawaira. Inside Bixta, Gohan raced along the metallic corridors, swiftly discovering the imprisoned Namekians, easily dispatching the mech warriors guarding them. After freeing the Namekians, Gohan pressed onward towards the core of the facility. Observing Gohan's unimpeded progress towards the heart of Bixta, Kawaira ceased hesitating, releasing permissions for the metal Kawaira before him to absorb the planet's energy. Additionally, the primary chip from Bixta was relocated into the body of one of the metal Kawaira. Kawaira sought to resurrect himself through this metal form. With an inexhaustible energy supply, Kawaira could create more metal Kawaira at will. Wait. I must capture that human to ascertain whether he possesses infinite energy. As the metal Kawaira absorbed energy, everything within Bixta underwent a profound transformation. First, all mech warriors lost their mobility, reduced to mere heaps of scrap. Some unguarded cosmic warriors fled in panic. The once brightly lit corridors and chambers plunged into darkness, filled with swirling black smoke, followed by a cacophony of explosions. The colossal Bixta began to disintegrate, collapsing from its outer mechanical tendrils inward, crumbling onto the Namekian surface. What is happening? The collapsing structures outside compelled Gohan to accelerate towards Kawaira's location. Meanwhile, number 17 and the others outside also noticed the gradual disintegration of Bixta. Is Gohan successful? Trunks exclaimed with astonishment, witnessing the explosions rippling across the mechanical planet. We must first deal with these metal Kawaira. No sooner had he spoken than the previously menacing metal Kawaira froze mid-charge. What is this? Under the vigilant gazes of number 17, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks, the halted metal Kawaira erupted into a cacophony of explosions reminiscent of firecrackers. It must be Gohan. He has succeeded. Upon witnessing this scene, even number 17 found himself unwaveringly convinced by Trunks' deduction. After all, if the original Kvera had not perished, how could these metallic Kveras and Bixta Star have spontaneously begun their destruction? It appeared that everything was coming to an end. Chapter 71. The mightiest Kvera, a suffocating haze permeated Bixta Star, obscuring Gohan's vision, only to be shattered moments later by violent shockwaves from explosions. Due to Kvera's excessive energy absorption, Bixta Star had commenced its self-destruction. Various debris flew chaotically in the aftermath of the detonations. In the midst of this chaotic dance of destruction, Gohan unleashed his golden aura, enveloping himself to shield against potential harm. He then raced toward the end of the passage, leaving behind a tail of golden light that illuminated the dark corridor. Protected by the erupting golden flames, Gohan swept aside all obstacles, arriving unscathed in the core region of Bixta Star. Within this vast core area lay a sea of silver, where the lifeless bodies of the cosmic warriors, Bojack and Little Cell, were carelessly discarded upon the ground. Upon witnessing this sight, Gohan's verdant eyes widened in alarm, instinctively entering a defensive posture. Cautiously, he stepped forward, directing his attention towards the mysterious void at the center. Despite having reached the deepest point, he had yet to glimpse the Kvera that had merged with Bixta Star, causing a stir of unease within him. The closer he drew, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. With Bixta Star currently undergoing self-destruction, Gohan found himself torn between advancing further and retreating. Yet, since he had come this far, he was reluctant to halt his progress, albeit wary of proceeding recklessly. Thus, he resolved to ascend into the air for a vantage point, hoping to discern the secrets concealed within the shadowy abyss. Suddenly, Gohan was repelled by an unseen force, a tempestuous energy erupting from his exterior. The explosive shockwave tore through the air, striking the unsuspecting Gohan with devastating impact. The resounding explosion hurled Gohan to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In astonishment, he gazed towards the mysterious black abyss, from which, accompanied by a surge of energy, a figure began to ascend. Transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan's power surged, yet even against the metallic Kawaira, his ambush merely inflicted superficial wounds. "You are Kawaira," Gohan exclaimed, his voice echoing as he discerned the sinuous metallic tail dancing within the smoke. In the distance, flames illuminated the thick haze, shining like a constellation of stars in the night sky. Bathed in the fiery glow and swirling smoke, Kawaira reveled in his most exquisite creation, an expression of ecstasy upon his face. Unfazed by the encroaching flames and dispersing smoke, the silver-gray metallic form exuded a chilling radiance. To Gohan's eyes, the planet Bixta was slowly succumbing to ruin, yet Kawaira remained indifferent, laughing heartily, an utterly bizarre sight. Why did Kawaira laugh? Because he had laid eyes on Gohan. For Kawaira, such laughter was a celebration, a prelude to the joy of vengeance soon to be realized. No longer concealing his form, Kawaira strode forth with brazen confidence. Standing at a distance, Gohan observed that although this Kawaira bore a striking resemblance to others, he was significantly larger, radiating a continuous milky light from his body. Kawaira clenched his fists, the ground resonating beneath the impact of his tail, his eyes glowing crimson as if ablaze. Silently, Kawaira mused, "Damn you, monkey, perish." After uttering this venomous phrase, he fixed his gaze upon Gohan and erupted into raucous laughter. In confusion, Gohan confronted the advancing Kawaira, questioning, "Are you Kawaira merged with Bixta? You have been searching for me, yet you do not recognize me?" Upon hearing Gohan's inquiry, Kawaira offered no direct response, merely sneering in jest. Gohan initially evaded Kawaira's ferocious assault, engaging in a fierce battle. Recognizing the distinct power of Kawaira, Gohan declared, "Such strength confirms your fusion with Bixta." His assumption was correct. Yet Kawaira had no intention of responding, for he deemed it pointless to converse with those on the brink of death. A chilling cacophony resonated as Kawaira's shoulders expanded ominously, transforming his entire arm into a thickness comparable to a thigh. A visible milky light emanated from him, akin to coiling dragon-like metallic muscles that writhed subtly. At this moment, a torrent of energy surged through Kawaira, the pulsating milky light indicating his augmented form as struggle to contain the immense power. With a forceful exhale, he expelled a breath of non-existence, channeling formidable energy into his arm. Before long, a milky energy sphere began to swell in the air. Within this moment lies the full force of Metal Kurilla's assault. Gohan, now ensnared by Metal Kurilla, finds himself unable to evade, attempting to unleash a wave of energy to counter the onslaught. However, Gohan's golden energy wave is swiftly consumed by the ivory energy sphere of Metal Kurilla. Akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion drives Gohan deep into the grayish-white metallic wall, penetrating several layers in an instant. Moreover, the energy sphere, under Metal Kurilla's command, becomes even more ferocious. It is yet to detonate. Thus, the energy sphere, engulfing Gohan, pierces through the planet Bike Star, hurtling him away like a shooting star. Gohan, in such a disheveled state, comes into the view of the onlookers, with Piccolo rushing to his side, exclaiming loudly, "Do not approach, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan, straining to propel the energy sphere forward, speaks with urgency upon seeing Piccolo's approach. The Metal Quira, fused with the Big Star, not only differs in appearance but also exhibits an unparalleled disparity in strength. The energy sphere erupted with a force that was simply beyond the capacity of Piccolo to withstand. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Piccolo immediately bellowed at an earth-shattering volume to halt Vegeta and Trunks, who were poised to investigate. He swiftly turned and soared towards the side of Android 17, once assured that everyone had distanced themselves. Gohan prepared to unleash his full might to deflect the metallic energy sphere launched by Kawaira. With a resounding shout, a myriad of golden radiance surged forth from within Gohan. Channeling all his strength, he propelled the energy sphere towards the battered Piccolo star. In an instant, the energy sphere acted like a fuse, igniting countless explosions and flashes upon the immense form of Piccolo's star. The visible shockwaves rippled through the air as if pebbles had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating distinctly observable waves. The outermost smoke was dissipated entirely by the brilliant light and searing heat, accompanied by a thunderous roar. At that moment, Piccolo's star, this colossal entity, was utterly obliterated by Gohan. Chapter 72, A Turn of Fortune Well Done, Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed, his face aglow with joy upon witnessing the complete destruction of the menace that was Piccolo's star. Meanwhile, Android 17 restrained Piccolo, who was eager to charge forward, and calmly explained under the latter's perplexed gaze, "Do you know who launched that energy sphere?" Before he could finish his thought, 6 identical milky white energy spheres emerged from the ruins of Piccolo's star, eliciting a look of terror from Piccolo. With a protective barrier raised, Android 17 rushed to the forefront and, after a moment of sensing the situation, chose to absorb the energy spheres directly. He caught them with his hands, and then activated his absorption ability, causing the 6 milky white spheres to vanish one by one before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Unlike before, Android 17 felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him after this absorption. The operation of energy absorption left Vegeta in a state of disbelief, nearly halting his breath in astonishment. It was utterly ludicrous. Previously, he had thought that energy attacks were merely a product of protective barriers. Yet Android 17 could absorb energy spheres. Regaining his composure, Vegeta and Trunks remained vigilant, gazing at the obscured Piccolo star, wary of the entity responsible for the energy attacks. Be cautious, the one launching the energy spheres is the metallic Kawaira, merged with Piccolo's star. With Gohan's loud warning, the smoke suspended in midair was swept away by the overwhelming presence of metallic Kawaira. Gohan's keen intuition had already sensed the imminent arrival of Kawaira. Thus, before the radiant, milky white Kawaira could make a grand entrance, Gohan clasped his hands to his forehead, gathering energy that shimmered with dazzling golden waves, and launched it into the smoke. Piccolo recognized the technique employed by Gohan as the Magic Flash, a powerful move second only to the Kamehameha. The golden energy wave transformed into a sword of judgment, striking down upon Kawaira with unparalleled speed from above. Feeling the potency of Gohan's Magic Flash, Kawaira smirked and disdainfully uttered, "Trash." Upon uttering those words, Kawaira unleashed all the energy within him at the moment of contact with the golden wave. A milky white radiance erupted from his chest, enveloping his entire form. With an abundance of energy, Kawaira recklessly squandered it, confident that he could annihilate the so-called trash before him. As expected, Gohan's highly anticipated Magic Flash was swiftly eroded by Kawaira's milky white brilliance. Before Gohan could comprehend the situation, Kawaira charged forward with absolute force, shattering the air with a resounding boom. Despite Gohan's utmost effort to defend himself, he was violently slammed away, soaring through the air in an arched trajectory. This is still insufficient. With a thunderous crash against the ground, Metal Kawaira leaped forth, pursuing the advancing Gohan. However, in Gohan's eyes, he raised his arms, delivering a fierce blow to his heart. The impact elicited a mournful cry from Gohan, as Metal Kawaira's strike inflicted excruciating pain upon him. The assault was far from over. Having already positioned himself underground, Metal Kawaira awaited the opportune moment, once again expanding his arms. Another powerful punch struck Gohan's body, propelling him towards Piccolo and number 17. With a sizzling sound, the cerebral chip calculated, revealing a crimson data panel before Metal Kawaira, continuously locking onto Gohan's descent in both time and location, narrowing his eyes. Metal Kawaira unleashed an invisible wave of light, racing towards Gohan. As anticipated, Piccolo adeptly caught the hurtling Gohan. Boom. The previously draped sky, shrouded in ominous clouds and smoke, underwent a dramatic transformation. The darkened heavens tore apart, revealing the azure expanse above as Gohan's body exploded at the epicenter, generating a towering mushroom cloud that ascended into the atmosphere. The terrifying heat and shockwave surged forth, yet Metal Kawaira stood resolutely, adorned with an expression of unwavering confidence. Cough. Cough. Far from the explosion's center, Vegeta and Trunks, only slightly affected by the shockwave, were engulfed in relentless coughing fits. One can only imagine the harrowing experience that Gohan, Piccolo, and number 17 endured at the heart of the explosion. The inexplicable and sudden ferocious explosion left number 17 with no time to spare, as he was unable to pull Piccolo, who was rushing to greet Gohan, into safety. The powerful shockwave propelled number 17 1,000 meters away from within the protective shield. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, number 17 hurried to Gohan and Piccolo's side. Number 17, please take Uncle Piccolo away first. The heavy panting sounds echoed nearby. But number 17 did not question Gohan. He understood that any words spoken now would merely squander precious time. He swiftly lifted the half-destroyed Piccolo, whose indomitable spirit prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness, and immediately flew backward. In stark contrast to number 17's retreat, Gohan erupted with golden energy, dispersing the smoke before him. With fury in his heart, he aimed at the distant, grinning Metal Kawaira and engaged in battle once more. Vegeta and Trunks glanced at the grim state of Piccolo and number 17's grasp, and then at the dazzling array of attacks in the sky. The trajectory of the movements was nearly indistinguishable, indicating that this was a battle far beyond their capabilities. Resolute in not being a hindrance to Gohan, Vegeta and Trunks swiftly returned to number 17's side. With each fierce clash between Gohan and Metal Kawaira, the Namekian planet trembled slightly, and the wind that rushed past their ears seemed to wail in sorrow. With wide eyes, Vegeta exerted all his effort to catch every nuance of Gohan's movements. Yet he returned empty-handed. He realized that during his last encounter with Bojack, Gohan had not even employed his full strength. A slight tremor in his voice betrayed Vegeta's unparalleled astonishment. Previously, he had clearly observed Gohan's and Bojack's maneuvers and believed that with effort, he could soon surpass them. Now, witnessing Gohan unleashing his full power, Vegeta was profoundly aware of the chasm that separated them. Suddenly, he noticed Trunks beside him, his eyes darting with incredible speed. Trunks, you can keep up with their movements, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Barely. I can see a bit, Trunks admitted, regaining his composure. Such a response pierced through Vegeta's formidable spirit once more. The now recovered Piccolo, noticing Vegeta's embarrassment, kindly offered words of consolation. I too am unable to discern their movements. Humph. The 17th, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. He clearly observed that the transformed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, under the relentless onslaught of the metallic Kvila, was gradually succumbing to fatigue. If this persists, the situation is dire. Chapter 73, The Dragon Source, Shattering Namek. Under the tumultuous aftermath of Gohan's battle with Metal Cooler, the cerulean sky is rent asunder. The ominous gray clouds churn incessantly, a terrifying storm brewing, as the continuous mountain peaks crumble and collapse. The apocalyptic landscape evoked memories in the remaining Namekians of the recent clash between Goku and Frieza, prompting them to once again unite in fervent prayer. They beseeched that this golden-haired warrior could triumph over the terrifying and malevolent Metal Cooler, thus averting catastrophe and rescuing Namek from the brink of annihilation. Gohan, whose fate intertwined with that of Namek, engaged in a fierce aerial battle against Metal Cooler, soaring from the heights to the snow-laden mountains below. Sensing Gohan's energy, Trunks and his companions pursued him relentlessly. The light of the horizon had vanished entirely, heralding the imminent descent of devastating lightning and a merciless blizzard that loomed overhead. Beneath the white-capped peaks, Gohan, enveloped in a golden aura, faced Metal Cooler, who shimmered with a chilling radiance, suspended in midair. The overwhelming pressure of the moment caused Piccolo to visibly tense, instinctively holding his breath as he cautiously approached. The decisive battle was poised to commence. Lightning danced wildly across the firmament, and the piercing howl of the frigid wind grew increasingly unbearable in this cacophonous yet eerily silent world. Metal Cooler and Gohan found themselves enveloped in an eerie stillness. The ferocious wind whipped Gohan's orange martial arts GI, which crackled audibly as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Metal Cooler. This shall be your final resting place. Before the biting cold could carry his words to Metal Cooler, Gohan's penetrating stare pierced through the void, striking directly at his adversary. After an extended and intense battle, Gohan had discerned the fatal weakness of the metallic Kawaira, which lay in its self-repairing capabilities. If he could muster the strength to shatter its entire form in one decisive blow, he could halt the relentless restoration of Kawaira. Extending his palm, a fiery aura blazed forth, illuminating Gohan's youthful visage with a golden glow. Lightning crackled around him as he gritted his teeth, compressing every ounce of energy within to its utmost limits. Gohan was prepared to wager everything on a lethal strike, one that encapsulated his entire power. Aimed at the distant metallic Kawaira. In the biting cold, Kawaira observed Gohan's overconfidence and burst into laughter. It anticipated standing victoriously beneath the vast sky, surrounded by mountains. Triumphing over Gohan. Kawaira intended to make Gohan understand who truly ruled the universe. Unbeknownst to him, frost began to fall from the heavens, the chilling air causing involuntary shivers. Yet, this could not extinguish the fervor burning within Gohan's heart, nor the heated blood coursing through him. With an eruption of golden light and lightning encircling him, a furious roar erupted from Gohan's throat as he transformed into a beacon of brilliance. Harnessing the surrounding air currents over a radius of dozens of kilometers, he launched his final assault towards Kawaira. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of an explosion, a vivid and fearsome golden dragon manifested above Gohan's clenched fist. A massive white wave surged forward, compelling the others, including Android 17, to stagger back, their eyes squinting against the blinding light. To Kawaira. Gohan appeared as an arrow released from its bow, the fiery aura morphing into a divine dragon, soaring at an unfathomable speed that even Gohan struggled to comprehend. He pierced through Kawaira's form, and the golden dragon broke free from Gohan's grasp, ascending into the sky. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Kawaira's head and body became detached, plummeting under the force of gravity. As it tumbled, Kawaira beheld its own shattered metallic form, erupting in an explosion, and subsequently lost consciousness. Trunks, who had been watching the battle, was momentarily blinded by the shockwave and the dazzling golden light. Then, a thunderous explosion resonated from Kawaira's position, followed by a violent tremor that stripped the world of its colors, shattering the clouds, and dimming the once brilliant sun, casting the entire realm into darkness. Exhausted, Gohan struggled to maintain his stance, every muscle aching, as he forced a smile while gazing at the emptiness behind him. Had he succeeded? On the ground, a recovering Piccolo, alongside Trunks, was on the verge of exclaiming in astonishment when a chilling, mocking laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Although the power disparity is not vast, young one, your all-out strike has nearly cost me half my life. A white data stream enveloped the core chip of Kawaira, swirling in the air before weaving into a simplistic representation of the metallic entity. In the horrified gazes of onlookers, Kawaira, once reduced to mere circuitry, was restored to its former state. With a flick of its metallic tail, producing a sound that sliced through the air, Kawaira disregarded the terror etched on others' faces, continuing, fortunately. The core chip remained intact. The disparity in energy is now glaringly evident. It is clear that I hold the upper hand. With a cold gaze fixed upon the weary and nearly lifeless Gohan, Kawaira, now exuding confidence, remarked with a smirk. Trunks and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances, their mouths agape. Rendered speechless. You are still alive, Gohan, now returned to his ordinary state, uttered in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Kawaira's core chip had miraculously survived such an explosive encounter. Could it be that he was destined to disappoint his father's expectations? A heavy gloom enveloped Gohan as he pondered. Noticing Gohan's reaction, Kawaira couldn't help but smirk, thinking to itself that if it were in Gohan's position, facing an indestructible foe, despair would surely follow. However, the cost of revival from mere circuitry was that Kawaira's internal energy was now nearly depleted. Yet, dealing with a demoralized Gohan and a few remaining weaklings posed no challenge. Rest assured, I have no intention of ending your life. I still need your energy to restore myself, Kawaira said, swiftly darting towards Gohan, who was devoid of any means to resist. As Gohan screamed in agony, Kawaira snapped his limbs with ease and lifted him effortlessly. It then soared towards androids 17, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks below. Gohan. Piccolo and Trunks shouted in alarm at the sight of Gohan's dire predicament. Hearing their cries of concern, Kawaira increased its pace, looking down at Piccolo with a taunting grin. No need to rush. You'll soon find yourself in a similar situation. In a fit of rage, Piccolo was sent flying into the snowy mountains by Kawaira's kick, followed by a punch that struck Trunks, causing him to spit out bile. With a sinister grin, Kawaira seized Piccolo and slammed him back down, pulverizing the snowy peak beneath him. Chapter 74, Mutual Harm Android 17, What Shall We Do? Seeing Piccolo and Trunks easily dispatched by Kawaira, Vegeta anxiously urged 17. Feeling a surge of overwhelming energy, Android 17 clenched his fists, an uncontainable fury gleaming in his eyes. Observing Android 17's demeanor, Vegeta's brows furrowed in alarm, exclaiming, You don't intend to? Yes, regardless of the outcome, I wish to give it a try. Through the previous skirmish with Kawaira and the now vanished white light, Android 17 surmised that with Gohan's complete obliteration of Kawaira, the latter's internal energy must have significantly waned, given that Kawaira's strength was directly proportional to its energy reserves. 17 resolved to confront the metallic entity head-on to validate his hypothesis. He secretly yearned to bask in the limelight as the focal point of attention. Fear not. If it comes to that, I shall avenge you. In this critical moment, possessing the ability of instant transmission, Android 17 still found the time to jest with the serious Vegeta. I, Vegeta, will not simply stand by idly. Android 17's audacity struck a chord with Vegeta's pride, igniting his spirit as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. No need to rush, allow me to take the lead. After speaking, the resolute number 17 raised his protective shield and, under the gaze of Metal Kuvira and Vegeta, transformed into a dazzling streak of light, brushing past the bewildered Metal Kuvira, who was poised to attack. In that fleeting moment of evasion, number 17 successfully reached Gohan, utilizing instantaneous movement to rescue him. Although Metal Kuvira remained perplexed about how number 17 made the boy vanish from his grasp, this did not deter his subsequent relentless assault on number 17. Upon landing, number 17 hastily entrusted the barely conscious Gohan to Vegeta, urging him to swiftly locate the Namekian for Gohan's healing. Number 17 sincerely hoped that Gohan could harness the Scion's near-death trait to significantly enhance his strength and ultimately defeat Metal Kuvira. Instantly grasping number 17's intention, Vegeta wasted no time, firmly taking Gohan into his arms and nodding decisively. He then surged with energy, racing towards the sensed location of the Namekian. Had you rescued the boy sooner, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Now, I declare your doom, Metal Kuvira proclaimed with a maniacal laugh, his silvery form flashing past number 17's line of sight. Shattering the fragile shield, Metal Kuvira pierced through number 17's body with a single strike, swiftly retracting his arm and charging towards Vegeta, who was retreating. Coughing and acutely aware of the agonizing pain from the wound, number 17's complexion turned pale. His features contorted as he gasped for breath. Under the influence of his formidable consciousness, energy within him coalesced into white orbs, rapidly flowing towards the injury, halting the cascade of blood. With the warm embrace of the white light healing him, the sensation of pain gradually faded from number 17's mind. He reached out to touch his chest, now restored to its original state, and murmured to himself, even though I can recover, I must tread carefully. Losing my head would mean losing everything. Despite the lingering trepidation, number 17 did not hesitate. He swiftly rose to confront Metal Kuvira. Lifting his gaze, he met the cold, penetrating stare of Metal Kuvira, who fixated on the large hole in number 17's clothing with an air of newfound curiosity. Are you truly human? You possess an astonishing amount of energy and the ability to heal your wounds, Metal Kuvira observed, intrigued. Ignoring his words, number 17 gathered spheres of crushing energy in each hand and hurled them towards Metal Kuvira. The formidable energy orbs, if unleashed by the Metal Quila in its prime, would have been effortlessly dismissed. However, now, with its energy reserves nearly depleted, the Metal Quila is unable to exhibit such flamboyant prowess. With a calculated evasion, it gracefully sidesteps the barrage of energy orbs, steadily closing the distance between itself and number 17. Its voice drips with cold determination, proclaiming, this time, I shall shatter you into dust. The Metal Quila extends one hand in an attempt to grasp number 17, while the other ignites with a brilliant white luminescence, coalescing into a concentrated energy blast. The agonizing memory of the earlier chest wound compels number 17 to turn and flee as the Metal Quila advances, opting not to confront it head-on. After all, merely stalling for time until Gohan's arrival would suffice to vanquish the Metal Quila. Behind them, the pursuing Metal Quila smirks, its eyes glinting with an inscrutable glee. It seems I have deduced correctly, the limitations on this creature's healing abilities must be considerable. With newfound confidence, the Metal Quila surges forward, rapidly ascending above number 17's position. With an air of arrogance, it unleashes the energy orb downwards. Number 17, utilizing a protective shield to absorb the impact, hastens its escape, but the Metal Quila soon catches up. In a frantic bid for survival, number 17, shield raised, darts wildly, pursued relentlessly by the Metal Quila. Outmatched in speed, number 17 finds itself repeatedly struck by the Metal Quila's onslaught, only managing to launch a meager counter of energy blasts. As time progresses, even number 17's previously composed demeanor begins to fray under the intensity of the conflict. Anger ignited within, it resolves to confront the Metal Quila rather than flee. Ah, you little mouse, finally decided to stop running, the Metal Quila mocks. But before it can finish, number 17 delivers a powerful punch to its face. Once considered insignificant, number 17's strike alters the Metal Quila's strategy. A tremendous aura surges from the Metal Quila's form, rising toward the darkened clouds above. With its tail thrashing, the Metal Quila soars with agility, its silver hand poised to deliver a devastating blow to number 17's neck, armed with the force capable of rending steel. Yet, number 17, marked with self-repair capabilities, shows no hesitation. It steadies itself, erecting a protective shield and preparing for a counterattack. A radiant flash ensues, and a powerful shockwave cascades, causing the mountainside to crumble, with debris flying in all directions. The Metal Quila shatters the shield once more, its hand slicing across number 17's neck. Nevertheless, number 17 leaves a profound imprint upon the Metal Quila's formidable frame with its iron fist. With a fierce roar, number 17 gathers energy, white flames erupting, explosively severing a portion of the Metal Quila's arm. As the white data tendrils of the Metal Quila writhe, number 17 channels energy to mend its own wounds. In this moment, the furious Metal Quila and the irate number 17 were utterly at odds. Both unleashed the power within them and began to inflict harm upon one another amidst the swirling snowstorm. Chapter 75. A Desperate Escape. Boom. 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 Two lightning-like figures clashed fiercely in the icy expanse, engaging in a brutal brawl. Suddenly, in the frigid heights, a cascade of blood erupted into the air. Number 17. Displaying anguish, fixated on his shattered wrist, the result of his confrontation with Metal Kfira. His right arm, slightly contorted in a grotesque sight, bore a hint of yellowish-white amidst the carnage, although equipped with a self-repairing mechanism, ensuring his life remained unthreatened. The sharp pangs of pain caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down Number 17's brow, causing his entire being to tremble violently. Engaging in a body-for-body exchange of injuries with Metal Kfira proved to be a grave disadvantage. After all, the mechanical Kfira possessed no sense of pain, while Number 17, if he lost his will, would be rendered incapable of utilizing his tags to mend his wounds. Yet, as the sole protagonist of this tale, endowed with both striking looks and extraordinary abilities, how could Number 17 be so easily undone? Despite being on the receiving end of the assault, Metal Kfira was not faring much better. Deep indentations marred his metallic form, and his right eye revealed white lines as he stood aloft, much like Number 17, attempting to mend his own injuries. Under the control of his will and the self-repairing mechanism, a white luminescence enveloped his grievous wounds, while an aura of defiance emanated from his surface. Sensing the throbbing pain at his injury site, Number 17 endeavored to steady his breath, summoning all his strength. Within mere moments, his entire arm had returned to its former state. In the midst of the tempest, before Metal Kfira could react, a clear white flame, trailing a length of several hundred meters, surged forth. With unwavering resolve, Number 17 lunged once more at Metal Kfira. A white energy sword, entirely composed of energy, manifested in Number 17's grasp, poised to strike at the imminent Metal Kfira. From a distance, energy projectiles were launched, easily dodged by Metal Kfira due to the range. In close combat, Number 17 struggled to breach the formidable defenses of Kfira's indomitable metal frame. Thus, he devised a strategy to condense energy into his sword over a meter long, aiming to penetrate that seemingly invulnerable body, even if the sword were to shatter. The infinite energy at his disposal would allow Number 17 to restore it instantaneously. The white energy sword that Number 17 painstakingly forged was not only resplendent in its design, radiating a dazzling brilliance at every moment, but its power was also formidable. With a full-force strike, severing Metal Kfira's resilient form was well within reach. The white sword and Metal Kfira's silver silhouette intertwined once more, colliding fiercely amid the thunder and tempest. The high-speed clash between No. 17 and Metal Kfira generated a terrifying shockwave in their surroundings. The furious shockwave that transcended the speed of sound obliterated the mountains below, severed the rivers, and sent countless trees and boulders soaring into the air. Soon, a deluge of sword shadows descended upon the metallic Quira, leaving behind a tapestry of dense scars. What began as a leisurely domination transformed into a contest of equals, and now, it subtly appeared to be at a disadvantage. The metallic Quira was profoundly astonished, deeply shaken by the boundless resilience and energy exhibited by Number 17. The ability of Number 17 to recover from injuries is on par with its remarkable self-repair capabilities. In fact, while its own recuperation demands energy, Number 17 seemingly requires nothing at all, with a deliberate distance established. The metallic Kfira's gaze is sharp as it surveys the distance. Number 17 stands firmly in the air, a luminous sword extending from its arm, injuries healing continuously. Yet its aura remains undiminished. Could it truly be an immortal being? Despite exhausting every possible tactic, the metallic Kfira finds itself unable to rectify the increasingly lopsided situation. Acutely aware that its energy reserves are dwindling, the metallic Kfira senses impending doom. What appeared to be a trivial skirmish now holds the potential to jeopardize its very existence. After such prolonged combat, the current state of the metallic Kfira mirrors precisely what Number 17 had anticipated. Devoid of sufficient energy replenishment, the metallic Kfira's strength wanes steadily. The scales of victory are tipping in Number 17's favor. The title, I Am Coming. With an internal roar, Number 17, upon glimpsing the dawn of victory, raises a protective shield to preclude any last-ditch effort from the metallic Kfira. It erupts with an intensity far surpassing before, arriving instantaneously before the metallic Kfira. In its hand, the luminous sword now appears to burn with fervor, radiating searing light and heat. Raising its arm, it delivers a decisive strike. Every motion of Number 17 is perceptible to the metallic Kfira. However, in the absence of energy, it can only muster the scant reserves it has left. Raising its hands to block and wrapping its tail around itself. Bam, bam, bam. The metallic Kfira's hands and tail fall to the ground one by one. Its entire form cleaved open by Number 17's strike, leaving only a few white filaments intact. Gazing at the writhing strands, Number 17 withdraws the luminous sword, merging its hands to coalesce a planet-shattering energy sphere. A chilling frost disperses through the air as a glint flashes in Number 17's eyes. Under the relentless pressure of the energy sphere capable of obliterating planets, the metallic Kfira's chest is forcefully torn apart, exposing the frenzied dance of the white filaments. As the energy sphere bears down, the metallic Kfira is pushed back relentlessly, each step deepening the sphere's impact upon it, while desperately controlling the energy sphere. It also divides its focus to coalesce another energy blast, which number 17 then layers atop the first. Thoughts severed, actions halted. The metallic Gero watches in terror as its form begins to dissolve. The energy orb, layered upon itself, had become ensnared deep within the chest of Metal Kawira, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse. As number 17 attempted to coalesce the energy orb further, Metal Kawira was gripped by sheer terror, sacrificing half of his body to propel this formidable energy orb far into the distant sky, until it vanished from sight. The loss of half his body was of little concern to Metal Kawira, for as long as he had a source of energy, he could swiftly regenerate. Fixating on number 17, he unleashed a cataclysmic mushroom cloud of invisible energy. His fear and resentment towards number 17 propelled Metal Kawira to hasten towards Trunks and Piccolo in the distance. Convinced that absorbing their energy would enable him to vanquish number 17, Metal Kawira's unwavering belief drove him to expend his scant energy in a desperate flight. Transformed into a silver specter, he escaped the battlefield with an elusive speed, leaving number 17 momentarily stunned before erupting with energy to pursue him. It was imperative that Metal Kawira did not absorb any energy, or all of his recent perilous efforts would be rendered futile. Chapter 76. The invincible Vegeta in a frantic race against time. Metal Kawira's focus was solely on the unconscious forms of Trunks and Piccolo. In his rapid flight, he failed to notice Vegeta returning, intent on rescuing Trunks. Upon discerning the grievous state of Metal Kawira, Vegeta immediately surmised his intentions. The proud Saiyan would not tolerate such audacity. Instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, he clenched his fists and launched a devastating surprise attack aimed at the airborne Metal Kawira. Just as the sound of slicing air reached his ears, Metal Kawira was struck with overwhelming force, crashing violently to the ground. As he hit the earth, he heard Vegeta's furious voice ring out, cursing him with a promise of annihilation. Plummeting uncontrollably, Metal Kawira barely had time to react before Vegeta delivered a brutal kick that sent him sprawling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Gazing up at the struggling Metal Kawira, Vegeta growled menacingly, "You wretch, I shall send you straight to hell." Extending a hand, he gathered a sphere of destructive golden energy. With a roar of fury, devoid of any empathy, Vegeta prepared to unleash the energy wave. No, how could I, Kawira, possibly perish again at the hands of a Saiyan monkey? Bathed in golden flames, Metal Kawira's mind echoed with defiance, his face contorted with unyielding resolve. From afar, number 17, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt a pang of foreboding grip his heart. In a final act of desperation, Metal Kawira, sensing his imminent demise, stretched out his severed arm towards Vegeta. Countless white tendrils snaked around the energy wave, ensnaring Vegeta from all sides. The sudden assault caught Vegeta off guard, as the white tendrils constricted around him like a constrictor snake, thwarting his attack and rendering him immobile. Observing the entire ordeal, number 17 cursed under his breath. Sensing Vegeta's energy, and activated instant transmission. As Vegeta struggled to unleash his full power to break free from the white tendrils, Metal Kawira seized the opportunity, tightening the grip of the tendrils, which pierced through Vegeta's flesh, embedding deeply into his sinews and bones. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Metal Kawira began voraciously siphoning the energy from within Vegeta. The anguished cries of Vegeta echoed for miles, filled with despair and regret as he felt his life force waning. Meanwhile, replenished by Vegeta's energy, Metal Kawira's severed half began to mend rapidly. "Ah, I must express my gratitude," he cackled. Boom. Number 17, having reached Vegeta's side, conjured a light sword and unleashed a powerful strike, severing the tendrils that ensnared Vegeta. Realizing he had only absorbed a fraction of Vegeta's energy, insufficient to defeat number 17. Metal Kawira spat a venomous remark before rising to continue his pursuit of Trunks. "You will pay for this." With a renewed vigor, Metal Kawira transformed once again into a streak of light, but this time number 17 would not allow him to escape under his watchful gaze. The once bright sky, now dark and foreboding, was torn asunder by Metal Kawira's swift movement. In hot pursuit, number 17, glowing with energy, rapidly gathered energy orbs in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of energy orbs effectively impeded Metal Kawira's advance, allowing number 17 to close the gap, bursting forth in a blaze of light and thunderous sound. Number 17 collided with Metal Kawira, locking his arms around the latter's waist. The overwhelming force combined with inertia sent Metal Kawira crashing violently into the ground, creating a bottomless pit filled with spiderweb-like cracks and kicking up clouds of dust in all directions. With a single strike, even the metallic Vera's robust iron form bent at an astonishing angle. Letting out a furious roar, the metallic Vera unleashed countless white tendrils from its body, attempting to ensnare number 17 within their grasp. However, number 17 was no mere Vegeta. With one hand, he severed the tendrils with his sword, while the other unleashed a wave of energy directed at the metallic Vera. Retreating from the pit, number 17 afforded the metallic Vera no opportunity to counter. Within the depths of the pit, after enduring a relentless barrage from number 17, the metallic Vera was left with its head ensnared by innumerable white tendrils. Its crimson eyes, peering through the gaps, fixated intently on the figure of number 17. Merging its hands before its chest, the metallic Vera slowly pulled them apart, revealing a pitch-black annihilation sphere that materialized between them. As number 17 gritted his teeth and infused immense energy into the small black orb, it gradually began to swell. In no time, a vibrant, multicolored black annihilation sphere took shape, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the reconstituting form of the metallic Kvira. Die. X2 just before number 17 launched the annihilation sphere. Above him, Vegeta, who had managed to absorb energy and still stood defiantly, raised his arms high. A blinding golden light converged in Vegeta's hands, and with a mighty roar, he hurled a shockwave towards the metallic Kvira in the pit. Boom. The earth around the metallic Kvira erupted violently, the ground within a radius of several hundred miles shattering instantaneously. Countless rocks were propelled into the air, and the ferocious shockwave sent visible ripples through the atmosphere. Caught off guard, at the moment number 17 released the annihilation sphere, he was swept away by the searing shockwave. The explosion has yet to conclude. With the addition of Android 17's annihilation sphere, a towering inferno envelopes Metal Cooler. The burning black flames swiftly engulfed the entirety of Metal Cooler, igniting a fierce reaction with Vegeta, resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, the white lines on Metal Cooler shatter one by one, emitting anguished cries. As the searing light dissipates, the landscape has been irrevocably altered. Gasping for breath, Vegeta approaches Android 17, boasting, having endured my ultimate Gallic gun, anyone would be reduced to ashes. Metal Cooler is doomed. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Android 17 slowly removes his protective shield and instinctively checks the panel. With no kill notification, a glimmer of hope flickers in Android 17's heart as he opens the description for the title Legendary Power. Legendary Power. The tales that unfold upon you have become legend, destined to be eternally sung throughout the vast cosmos. Attributes. Unlocks after directly or indirectly saving the universe from crisis 3 times, 23. Patting Vegeta on the shoulder and observing the triumphant smile on his face, Android 17 also smiles in return. Chapter 77. The selection of the deities. The cold wind whips up blizzards, raising waves of white. Amidst the endless snowfields, Android 17 and Vegeta hasten through the frigid expanse. Fixated on Vegeta's figure ahead, Android 17 repeatedly ponders the opportunity to spar earnestly with him upon their return. Suddenly, Vegeta, flying ahead, feels a chill on his back. Perplexed by the sensation, given his strength, this mere cold should be inconsequential. Soon, they arrive at the snow-capped peak where Trunks and Piccolo lie buried. With the blizzard obscuring the rocky mound, Android 17 strives to sense the faint energy signatures of Trunks and Piccolo, accurately locating the two buried within the snow. Trunks is completely unconscious, while Piccolo, relying on his Namekian traits, barely maintains consciousness. Without hesitation, Android 17 supports Trunks and Piccolo alongside Vegeta. Closing his eyes to sense the direction indicated by Vegeta, he quickly perceives Gohan's energy. Utilizing instant transmission, Android 17 vanishes from the frigid wasteland. The sudden appearance of Android 17 startles the nearby Namekians, while others gather around Gohan. As he weaves through the crowd, he spots a familiar face among the throng. Moss, the Namekian. Upon seeing the unharmed Android 17 and Vegeta, Moss eagerly parts the crowd to speak with them. Sir, have you dealt with the villain who wreaked havoc on Namek? His question draws the attention of all Namekians to Android 17. Indeed, we have completely annihilated Metal Cooler. You may rest easy now, Android 17 replies, attempting to maintain a semblance of a smile while recalling the moment Vegeta claimed the kill. Upon hearing Android 17's definitive answer, Moss stands in awe beside him, exclaiming, "That is splendid news." As the Namekians celebrate, the Grand Elder of Namek pushes through the crowd to stand before Android 17. Bowing respectfully, "We sincerely thank you, great sir, for once again saving Namek and our people." Remembering his fondness for the title, Android 17 quickly assists the Elder, who wishes to kneel, and solemnly states, "I am not deserving of such praise. If gratitude is to be given, it should be directed towards the young man who lies unconscious beside us." Raising his hand to draw the Namekians' attention, Android 17 points to Gohan and continues, "It is he who truly resolved the crisis and saved your planet." Noticing the Grand Elder's eyes narrow in contemplation, Android 17 is momentarily taken aback before recalling Gohan's previous visit to Namek. His transformation into a Super Saiyan 2 marks a significant change. It is quite understandable that these Namekians may not recognize him. His father, whom you are undoubtedly familiar with, is none other than the Saiyan son Goku, who previously battled the tyrant Frieza. Reluctantly, number 17 mentioned Goku's name, and immediately, the Namekians present looked enlightened. Their gazes towards Gohan now held a mixture of respect and fear. Under Dandy's care, Gohan, who had previously been in a deep slumber, felt a sudden tremor in his once motionless hand. Summoning his willpower, Gohan opened his eyes, and upon seeing the figures of number 17 and Vegeta, his previously unfocused gaze sharpened instantly. Parting his lips, he rasped, "Where am I? Has Metal Cooler been defeated by you?" In response to Gohan's inquiry, number 17 nodded with a smile, "Yes, indeed. Rest assured, Metal Cooler has been vanquished by Vegeta and me, thanks to your utmost effort in delivering a powerful blow. We were granted the opportunity to eliminate Metal Cooler." Upon hearing number 17's clear words, Gohan's tension eased, his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, now returned to calm. That is good. He murmured to himself, collapsing onto the ground without regard for his appearance. Observing that Gohan was no longer in grave danger, the anxious Vegeta hastily handed Trunks over to Dandy for treatment. Dandy, drenched in sweat and faced with the intimidating presence of Vegeta, quickly raised his hands to attend to Trunks' injuries. Ultimately, under Dandy's remarkable healing abilities, both Trunks and Piccolo returned to normal, though they were still left with little strength. This is also the sole flaw in Dandy's healing abilities. It can mend injuries but cannot restore the physical strength of the injured. As the demise of the metallic Kawaira and the Bixta star unfolded, the apocalyptic scene on Namek gradually faded from view. Accompanying the Grand Elder to their abode, number 17 remained resolute in his purpose. Approaching the Grand Elder, he articulated the reason for his visit, casually mentioning his desire to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. Upon hearing number 17's intention to utilize the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder, without hesitation, ordered his subordinates to seek them out. However, he hesitated regarding sending one of his Namekian kin to serve as a deity on number 17's planet. Esteemed sir, it is not that I am unwilling to fulfill your request. It hinges upon whether any of my people wish to assume the role of your deity. The Grand Elder observed number 17's calm demeanor, paused, and continued, ultimately, I cannot compel them. It will depend on your ability to persuade my kin. Acknowledging the Grand Elder's explanation, number 17 did not press further. He merely nodded and calmly replied, no trouble at all, Grand Elder. I shall step outside and discuss this with them. Once outside, number 17 truthfully conveyed the situation to Piccolo, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks. I see. Then we should speak with these Namekians. After saving so many, surely one of them will be willing to go, Gohan remarked, scratching his head nonchalantly. Gohan. That may not be so simple. Leaving one's kin and homeland is no trivial matter, Trunks replied, envisioning the loneliness that such a choice would entail. There's no rush. I actually have two candidates in mind, Piccolo interjected, offering a different perspective. Moss and Dandy are likely candidates for the role of deity. Moss holds you in high regard. And Dandy has been acquainted with Gohan for quite some time, sharing a good rapport. Reflecting on Piccolo's insights, number 17 recalled a vague memory. Indeed, in the anime, it seemed that Dandy was the one chosen as the deity, as Piccolo had predicted. Chapter 78, Barunja. After deliberating with his companions, number 17 resolved to approach Moss alone, while Gohan and Piccolo would seek out Dandy for discussion. Once the tasks were assigned, number 17 walked toward Moss, met with the reverent gazes of the others. He gestured for Moss to follow him, leading him away from the crowd. After mentally preparing his words, number 17 spoke. Moss, I believe you are aware that our purpose in coming to Namek extends beyond merely escorting you here. Our primary aim is to resurrect the Dragon Balls from our side. So I ask you now, do you wish to become the deity of our planet? Moss, momentarily stunned, processed number 17's words before lowering his gaze in embarrassment. I am truly sorry, esteemed sir. I am unable to fulfill your request, as I have family to care for here on Namek, he replied. Unable to meet number 17's eyes. Such a response was anticipated on the 17th, and without putting any pressure on Moss, he was allowed to leave on his own accord. Bearing this unfortunate news, the 17th returned to the side of Vegeta and Trunks. Upon hearing the outcome, Trunks gazed at Gohan, who was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Dandy, filled with hope, saying, It's all right, the 17th. Given how long Gohan has been talking, there is a high probability of success. Under Trunks' prophetic insight, indeed, Gohan approached, his face beaming with joy alongside Dandy, with Piccolo giving an approving gesture. The 17th and Trunks took the initiative to speak, fostering a closer relationship. Observing their warmth, Dandy shyly glanced at Vegeta and, blushing, introduced herself. Hello, I am Dandy. Sensing Dandy's nervousness, the 17th reassured her kindly. Do not be afraid, Dandy. Vegeta is actually quite pleasant. After a brief pause, the 17th shifted the topic. Dandy, if you ever wish to return to Namek, just come to me. I can use instant transmission to bring you back. You can stay for a few months, and then I will take you back according to your wishes. Fixing his serious gaze on Dandy's petite frame, the 17th made a solemn promise. Thank you, sir. Dandy exclaimed with delight. Ha ha, it's nothing. And please, do not call me sir. Just call me the 17th, like Gohan and the others do, he replied, waving his hand. Slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing the 17th's words, Trunks suddenly recalled a question. By the way, 17th, what were your names before Dr. Gero captured you? He inquired tentatively. It feels rather odd calling you the 17th all the time. Looking around, Trunks expressed his curiosity. The 17th paused for a moment, delving into his memories, and nonchalantly responded. My sister and I were originally named Lapis and Lazuli, but that was a long time ago. I'm indifferent. You may call us whatever you wish. The group nodded in understanding. While the 17th and his companions were forging bonds with Dandy, the Elder arrived with the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek. Esteemed ones, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls of Namek. Would you like to make a wish now? Yes, let us make a wish at once, declared the 17th decisively. As he had several inquiries to pose to the Eternal Dragon, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta were astonished. What wish could the 17th be preparing to ask of the Eternal Dragon? Before the 17th lay 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a soccer ball, resplendent in orange with stars ranging from 1 to 7 inscribed within. The moment he beheld these dazzling orbs, a surge of emotions welled up within the 17th. Countless desires flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. The eternal dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes, but only one person can be revived at a time. Additionally, if a question is posed, the answer will also count as 1 wish, the elder kindly reminded, perceiving the 17th struggle in choosing. Taking a deep breath, the 17th addressed the elder calmly, "Please summon the eternal dragon of Namek." Upon the elder reciting the incantation in the Namekian tongue, the Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, and the sky darkened as a golden radiance soared upwards. Soon, the eternal dragon Purunga was successfully summoned, towering and majestic, with a vibrant green form adorned with arms, a row of fins along its back, and fierce red eyes. It emanated an imposing aura. "State your wish, any desire I can fulfill," boomed Purunga's deep and authoritative voice from above, gazing down at the elder. The elder quietly awaited the 17th's wish. "Could you inquire if Dr. Gero has been completely eradicated?" Upon hearing this question, the elder appeared puzzled but relayed the inquiry truthfully. However, Vegeta and Trunks behind him were unsettled. Had Dr. Gero not perished? Just as Vegeta was about to ask, Purunga interrupted. "In this world, Dr. Gero no longer exists." Upon hearing Purunga's unexpected answer, the 17th's expression shifted subtly. Previously, when they annihilated Dr. Gero in the hyperbolic time chamber, there had been no notifications on the panel, although it was done to confront Cell. The 17th had retained the memory. Purunga's response was intriguing. It implied that in this world, Dr. Gero had vanished. The others behind him felt a sense of relief upon hearing Purunga's words. It seemed that Dr. Gero had been revived at one point, which explained the 17th's caution. Internalizing this answer, the 17th turned back to the elder. "For my next wish, please remove the bombs inside me and my sister, the 18th. Despite the label of ultimate life form making the 17th feel akin to a normal person, he opted to include his name for safety's sake. Purunga's eyes glowed red as he emotionlessly stated, "You have one final wish remaining." The 17th pondered what to do with this last opportunity. Should he wish to return home? Upgrade the panel? Achieve immortality? Or perhaps request 3 additional wishes? In truth, the 17th understood that with Purunga's might, he would likely be met with a refusal. Turning earnestly to Gohan and the others, he inquired, "My affairs are settled. Do any of you have wishes to express?" Wishes? The group exchanged glances, and for a moment, none of them had any desires. Chapter 79. A good deed every day in the dim skies of Namek. The green dragon Purunga observed as the 17th and his companions hesitated to voice their final wish, his eyes flickering with anticipation. "How about we resurrect Goku?" Trunks suggested softly, glancing at Gohan's expression. "No, my father said not to resurrect him. He wishes to train with King Kai." Gohan's firm rejection left Trunks at a loss for words. After Goku's demise, could he still converse with Gohan? This question lingered unvoiced in Trunks' heart. The 17th signaled to Piccolo and Vegeta, who also shook their heads, indicating they had no wishes to fulfill at present. Noticing that everyone remained silent, the 17th approached the elder. "Elder, we have no wishes to make. Please take this final wish for yourself." Reflecting on the ravaged state of Namek, the 17th further suggested, "You could wish for Namek to be restored before the arrival of Metal Cooler." Upon hearing the 17th's first suggestion, the Namekians gathered around felt deeply moved. These individuals are indeed valiant warriors dedicated to the salvation of the galaxy. Upon hearing the words of number 17, the Grand Elder of Namek, who had been troubled, suddenly found clarity. He had assumed that number 17 would exhaust all 3 wishes, leaving Namek to wait 130 days for the opportunity to make another wish. A notion that the Grand Elder had not anticipated. His eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed deeply at the assembled crowd, and then he promptly articulated number 17's suggestion, urging Purunga to fulfill the wish. Purunga's eyes gleamed with a red light once more, and he uttered his farewell before retreating back into the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the Dragon Balls soared through the high skies of Namek, dispersing in all directions. Under the magnificent might of Purunga, Namek was rejuvenated, blossoming into a vibrant paradise filled with the sounds of nature. Due to the restrictions surrounding Purunga's resurrection, the Grand Elder decided to enhance his power first, intending to wish for the revival of his kin who had been cruelly slain by the metallic creature known as Kawila. Ultimately, he sought to resurrect the Dragon Balls to resolve the Kawila dilemma, ensuring that their journey to Namek would culminate in a complete resolution. Dandy and the others bid farewell to the Grand Elder, who assured them that the doors of Namek would always be open to them. Surrounded by his kin, the Grand Elder gathered around number 17 for a heartfelt send-off, enveloping them in a protective shield that soon vanished from Namek. Stepping out of the protective barrier, Dandy found himself before the opulent garden of Vegeta's residence. "Well," he exclaimed, captivated by the myriad of exotic flowers and plants he had never encountered before, their unique fragrances wafting through the air. Gohan, noticing Dandy's awe, hurriedly began to introduce him to the vastly different wonders of this new world. "What brings you back?" Bulma, still idly occupied in the garden, was playfully entertaining baby Trunks in his stroller. "Everything has concluded, so we returned. We've taken care of Kawila, and in doing so, resolved the Dragon Ball issue," Trunks explained. "Splendid. Does this mean the Dragon Balls can grant wishes again? The revelation that the Dragon Balls could once again be utilized astonished Bulma far more than the defeat of Kawila. For she considered Vegeta's triumph over Kawila to be a matter of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma abandoned her post beside Baby Trunks and rushed indoors to retrieve the Dragon Radar. Her frantic demeanor left number 17 speechless as he exchanged glances with Vegeta and Trunks, who, in mutual understanding, simply shrugged their shoulders in resignation. Number 17, you should find Android 18 and bring her back, then together seek out the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm, clutching the Dragon Radar. With a sigh, number 17 accepted the radar, only to be bombarded by Bulma's incessant chatter about 18's whereabouts in West City and her insistence that he hurry. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Trunks stepped forward to alleviate number 17's predicament. The Dragon Balls cannot be used just yet. They still require Dandy's assistance to be restored, he stated, gesturing toward the curious Dandy, who followed Gohan. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma remained undeterred. Then can't you at least retrieve the Dragon Balls for now? Number 17 presented the radar, which displayed no signals, to Bulma. With an unperturbed expression, Bulma coughed a few times before rushing back to Dandy, urging him to expedite the restoration of the Dragon Balls. Take this with you. Wait until the radar shows a signal before you go searching, she called out to number 17. Casting a glance at Bulma and Gohan engaged in conversation, Vegeta, with a stern expression, took Trunks by the arm and headed back to the training room. Trunks, it is time for you to return. Come, I shall give you one final test. Piccolo remained quietly in the hall, intending to await Dandy's acclimatization to this new realm before proceeding to the sacred temple. In the garden, only Baby Trunks and number 17 remained, exchanging wide-eyed stares. Accidentally causing Baby Trunks to cry, number 17 called out for Bulma to return before sulking away. Beneath the azure sky, the sun hung high, illuminating the bustling streets filled with people and bustling vehicles. The warm sunlight enveloped him as number 17, having resolved all matters, felt an exhilarating lightness. Stretching lazily and gazing at the vibrant streets, he found himself momentarily at a loss for purpose. Having vanquished Cell, Bojack, and Kawila, number 17 realized that he would not face trouble for the time being. Recalling the emergence of Majin Buu, he noted that Gohan had likely been in high school at that time, which was still quite distant. As for other cinematic adversaries, only vague memories lingered in his mind, and he was uncertain of the specific timelines. Perhaps in the future, he could attempt to summon the Eternal Dragon in secret to see if he could resolve those lingering issues. During this leisurely interlude, the objective set by number 17 on the 17th was to attain level 100, thereby enabling the equipping of 10 tags. He then resolved to devise various strategies to help Vegeta surpass Super Saiyan 2, considering that he had claimed the head of Metal Cooler. With such thoughts, number 17 began to envision a serene life of relaxation. As he wandered aimlessly along the streets, a sudden recollection struck him. He remembered Bulma mentioning the name of the street. Indeed, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he could seek out his companions, number 18 and number 16, who were out shopping, while also checking if he had any purchases to make himself. Resolute in his decision, number 17 murmured the street names, lifted his gaze toward the directional signs, and commenced his journey on foot. Chapter 80, A Heroic Rescue. Authentic 3-color watermelon, now at a bargain. A vendor called out, "Hey there, handsome. Don't miss out as you pass by. Come take a look at our latest snow-free ice cream." The street was alive with a cacophony of vendors' shouts, and as number 17 sought his sister, number 18, he naturally followed the throng to this unfamiliar locale. Although the vendors' cries resembled those from his past life, the wares being sold were markedly different. Particularly, there was the ice cream that claimed to be impervious to fire. Even number 17 was tempted to buy one to taste, yet found himself bereft of funds, and the steep prices dissuaded him. With a sigh of resignation, he hastily departed from this disheartening place. Before long, guided by the signs, number 17 finally arrived at the street where number 18 was located, as mentioned by Bulma. In contrast to the previous area, this street was significantly wider and more immaculate. Flanked by numerous luxury brand boutiques, the crowd surged with greater intensity. According to the descriptions, this was one of the most bustling thoroughfares in West City, aglow even at midnight, radiant as day. Wishing to conceal his abilities, number 17 made an effort to stand on tiptoe and gaze into the distance, hoping to locate number 18 by the tall silhouette of number 16. Suddenly, at the end of the street around the corner, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a towering figure. It was undoubtedly number 16. Swiftly maneuvering through the dense crowd, number 17 jogged forward, eager to catch up with the two. After much effort, he reached the street where number 16 had vanished. Pausing once more to search for any signs of the pair, fortune favored the diligent, despite the absence of any discernible energy from either number 18 or number 16. His heightened perception allowed him to spot number 18 from several hundred meters away. With a clear direction now established, number 17 no longer felt urgency, and he proceeded steadily toward number 18. Ultimately, through a large window, he beheld the elegantly adorned number 18, accompanied by the ever-dependable number 16, laden with bags. This scene evokes a profound sense of déjà vu for number 17. With a buoyant spirit, Number 17 strides across the road, eager to greet the newly revitalized number 16. Suddenly, a resounding roar disrupts the tranquility. A speeding car careens from the distance, veering off course and hurtling uncontrollably towards number 17. Confronted with this unforeseen peril, number 17 instinctively attempts to evade the impending danger, only to realize that a delicate, petite girl stands behind. Ah, help! The young woman clad in a pleated skirt noticed the out-of-control car hurtling towards her, unable to suppress a scream. If she had not evaded at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been struck by the speeding vehicle in the blink of an eye. However, the resolute 17 intervened. Refusing to stand by as chaos unfolded, he boldly returned to his original position, pretending to extend his arms to shield the girl. With a surge of invisible energy, he successfully took control of the runaway car. Amidst gasps from the onlookers, acrid white smoke billowed as the vehicle screeched to a halt mere centimeters from 17's outstretched arms. Relieved, 17 silently praised himself for averting disaster. He turned around, easing his furrowed brow, and gently patted the shoulder of the girl, who had been shielding her face from view, softly reassuring her, "You can open your eyes now. Everything is all right." Startled by the gesture, the girl, named Xian, hesitated before uncovering her face. As she revealed her innocent, lovely countenance, her large eyes flickered with remnants of fear. Her beautiful visage betrayed an expression of vulnerability and alarm, making her appear utterly pitiable. With her cherry-red lips parted, she gazed dazedly at the dashing 17 who had shielded her, as well as the now-still car that had moments ago threatened her life. She could hardly fathom her extraordinary fortune in narrowly escaping a fatal accident. Seeing that the girl appeared unscathed, 17 clapped his hands and prepared to depart. "Wait, please," Xian exclaimed, hurriedly retrieving her fallen bag and rushing to catch up with him, her sweet voice full of gratitude. "Thank you so much. In such a perilous moment, you bravely stood in front of me. By the way, my name is Xian. What about you?" With a habitual smile, 17 glanced at the charming girl he had saved. Yet, he remained impassive, his thoughts lingering on 18 and 16, and quickly clarified. "It's nothing. We were just fortunate that the car barely missed us." Having said that, he bid farewell to Xian, leaving her in their brief encounter. Though she opened her mouth to speak, watching 17's retreating figure filled Xian with a sense of conflict, yet ultimately, she said nothing. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, glaring at the vehicle before her, and picked up her phone to call for help. Navigating through the crowd of onlookers, 17 approached a shop, turning to face the tall figure of 16 with a smile. "16, you haven't changed at all," he called out. Hearing 17's voice, 16, laden with various packages, spun around, managing a smile upon recognizing him. This body was a perfect replica crafted by Bulma, as he had previously requested. "Is that so? By the way, what have you all bought?" 17 inquired, admiring Bulma's craftsmanship. At that moment, 18, who had been trying on clothes, rushed over, her face lighting up with excitement. 17. "You're back. Was everything resolved?" "Indeed. Not only did we retrieve a celestial being from Namek, but we also dealt with the hidden metallic creature there." 17 recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing that everything had concluded, 18 burst with enthusiasm. 16, 17, come see how stunning I look." She twirled around, eager for their approval. "Yes, you look lovely in anything," 17 replied, offering a casual compliment as he surveyed the array of garments, before joining 18 in selecting outfits. After all, for 17, there was no concern about expenses, as Bulma would cover it all. Thus, the trio embarked on a shopping spree, eagerly acquiring an assortment of intriguing items, swiftly processing payments, and arranging for delivery to Bulma's luxurious villa. By the time night fell, the three returned to Bulma's home, postponing any discussions of moving until the following day. Chapter 81. The death of 17 that evening, the moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow. Upon the trio's return, they found Gohan patiently explaining a myriad of questions to Dandy. After a long day's toil, everyone gathered in Bulma's dining room for a sumptuous dinner. During the meal, they reminisced about Trunks' final trial against Vegeta. As he observed the joyful camaraderie surrounding him, he couldn't help but recall the future world, where people still suffered under the tyranny of androids. The story here has reached its conclusion, and I must return to my own world. With a reluctant expression, Trunks proposed to use the time machine to journey back to the future tomorrow, to vanquish the malevolent androids 17 and 18. "Ah, Trunks, are you really leaving so soon?" Bulma inquired, her face reflecting shock at this unexpected news. "Indeed, I've lingered here for far too long, and I cannot help but wonder how the future world fares. Hence, I plan to depart at dawn," Trunks replied, his heart heavy with worry for Bulma, who would be left alone to face the androids. He pondered whether his mother was safe. "Will you be able to defeat those evil androids when you return?" Bulma asked, her concern evident as she remained uncertain of Trunks' exact strength. "Rest assured, I assessed Trunks' capabilities this afternoon, and he is more than capable of triumphing over those wretched androids." Vegeta's cold words cut through the air. "Yes, my strength has improved tremendously since my arrival, and I have no doubts about handling the androids," Trunks affirmed, his tone resolute, which moved not only Bulma but even Android 18. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bulma made no further attempts to dissuade him, and the group quietly finished their dinner. The night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha made their way from Korin Tower to bid farewell to Trunks. Having heard Bulma mention his imminent return to the future, upon learning of Trunks' sudden departure, they were taken aback, especially since the threat of Metal Cooler had yet to be resolved. After inquiring with Gohan and grasping the situation, they were all left astounded. Krillin, who had intended to lend a hand, wore a stunned expression. In just half a day, Metal Cooler had posed a significant threat to the safety of the galaxy. Yet he was effortlessly dealt with by Android 17 and his companions. As Gohan recounted the events, they regarded Vegeta, who had dispatched Metal Cooler with a single blow, with awe. They speculated that Vegeta's strength had undoubtedly surpassed Goku's. Trunks retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground, whereupon the familiar time machine materialized before Android 17. Remembering the origins of Cell from the anime, 17 took a step closer to Trunks and quietly advised him to be cautious of Cell in the future world. Trunks was initially taken aback by 17's warning but nodded earnestly in response. Meanwhile, 17 recalled the version of Cell created by Dr. Gero in this world. Although the lab had been destroyed in Dr. Gero's self-destruction, the uncertain 17 resolved to search for it upon his return. Better safe than sorry, he thought, from a distance. Noticing 17 conversing with Trunks, Android 18 approached with curiosity. Eventually, she discreetly whispered 17's weakness into Trunks' ear. The unexpected revelation left Trunks in disbelief. Casting a pleading glance at the composed 17, after receiving a nod of affirmation, Trunks reluctantly accepted this shocking information, secretly hoping he would not need it. Behind him, 17 was unfazed, as he had already overcome the weakness that 18 had mentioned with the aid of his panel. As Trunks opened the transparent cover of the time machine, he prepared for a final farewell. Farewell, everyone. I fear I may never see you again. With this thought, Trunks waved his arms, trying to imprint their faces in his memory. Take care, Trunks. You must defeat the androids. Trunks, do visit us whenever you can. Under the gaze of their reluctant goodbyes, Trunks closed the glass cover. Setting the time, he pressed the activation button, and the time machine transformed into a brilliant beam of light, vanishing before their eyes. Stepping out of the time machine, Trunks calmly retracted the device into the capsule. The desolate ruins before him filled his heart with a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. Clenching his fists, he gazed at the smoldering cityscape, murmuring, "Fear not, I shall bring this to an end." With a resounding boom, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring above the chaos, seeking out androids 17 and 18. In the ruins, 17 and 18 were aimlessly wreaking havoc as they searched for the elusive Trunks. Upon spotting him, 18's eyes lit up, and she bounced over to 17's side, exclaiming, "Finally, there he is. Let us eliminate him in one fell swoop." Upon hearing 18's words, 17's tone turned slightly displeased. "Patience, he is the last one left. If he dies too quickly, it will deprive us of much enjoyment. Let him hide, and we shall relish the hunt." As Trunks hovered in the sky, on the brink of an explosion, 17 continued to cackle derisively. Listening to the cruel remarks of 17 and 18, Trunks felt a chill creep into his gaze. "It seems I have underestimated them. These two are utterly unforgivable." With a golden aura igniting around him, Trunks unleashed his formidable power, forcing the air around him to part. Confronting the arrogant 17 below, Trunks clenched his fists and dove down. With a thunderous crash, he struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through 17's form. In an instant, Trunks had obliterated 17 with a single punch, leaving 18 in shock as she witnessed the dramatic transformation in Trunks' strength since their last encounter. This left Android 18 in a state of disbelief, her teeth clenched and her expression grim as she aimlessly fired energy blasts at the golden-haired Trunks. With an air of overwhelming authority, Trunks advanced step by step towards her, effortlessly deflecting the energy orbs. This is impossible," she stammered, anxiety creeping into her demeanor as Trunks remained unfazed, inciting a surge of panic that propelled her into the sky. You shall not escape." Chapter 82. What a small world. Boom. Relentlessly pursuing her, Trunks unleashed an energy blast that sent the frantic Android 18 crashing to the ground. Hovering high above, he gazed down at the terrified figure of 18 with a chilling gaze. With his hands brought together, a massive purple energy coalesced in his grasp. Sky Cannon. Radiating an enchanting violet glow, the energy wave was directed at Android 18 and released with great force. As it tore through the air, the surrounding atmosphere warped under the relentless surge of purple energy. Concentric shockwaves rapidly expanded from 18's position, producing a deafening roar that caused the already precarious skyscrapers to collapse. Amidst the swirling smoke, Trunks initially believed that Android 18 would be utterly obliterated by the might of the energy wave. However, a green figure darted past him, and suddenly, the screams of Android 18 were silenced. Realizing that something was amiss, Trunks hastily intensified his energy output. In this world, the formidable Cell emitted a triumphant laugh as he endeavored to engulf Android 18 with his tail. Upon recognizing the first form of Cell, Trunks felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the words of Android 17 would manifest so swiftly. Initially, Trunks surmised that given Cell's inherently timid nature, he would strike at the most unsuspecting moment. Yet, Cell was willing to take such a considerable risk to consume Android 18. Unbeknownst to Cell, as he attempted to devour her, Trunks had returned with a power that was astonishingly formidable. From the very first time Trunks traversed between worlds using the time machine, Cell had fixated on him. Aware that the strengths of androids 17 and 18 far surpassed his own, Cell had redirected his ambitions toward Trunks. Intending to seize the time machine, return to the past, and absorb 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. However, plans often falter, and upon re-emerging, Trunks displayed overwhelming prowess, dispatching Android 17 with a single, devastating blow. Consequently, in a desperate gambit, as Android 18 teetered on the brink of death and lost her ability to resist, Cell risked saving her, intending to consume her, transform into a second stage, and ultimately vanquish Trunks to commandeer the time machine and return to the past. This marks the moment when Cell transforms into his ultimate form. The only glimmer of hope remaining. The radiant white light of evolution envelopes Cell, rendering any attack theoretically ineffective at this juncture. However, Trunks resolves to shatter this rule today. He unleashes a golden aura, channeling immense power as he delivers a devastating punch that sends Cell hurtling away. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Cell, who has completed his second stage of evolution, crashes through several towering buildings. Trunks is striking towards Cell's grotesque visage, his sausage-like mouth grotesquely enlarged, spewing forth green liquid. The impact leaves a circular indentation in Cell's green form, eliciting an expression of unbearable disbelief from Trunks. To his astonishment, the previously absorbed Android 18 is expelled from Cell in a fit of uncontrollable retching. Consequently, Cell reverts to his first stage, clearly indicating the expiration of the author's second stage experience card. With a slow exhale, Trunks calmly merges his hands once more, reassured by the realization that Cell is considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Previously, Trunks had been wary of a potential ambush from Cell lurking in the shadows. Now, it matters not. As long as he unleashes his energy wave to eliminate both Cell and Android 18, everything can be restored to its rightful state. In this instance, Trunks has chosen to wield the ultimate Kamehameha, harnessing its unparalleled power. Amidst the howling winds, countless fragments of stone and dust swirl through the air. As Trunks' ultimate Kamehameha illuminates every corner of the neighborhood, the once dilapidated and scattered abandoned structures dissolve completely under the impact of Trunks' energy wave. With his tail, he continues to ensnare Cell, hoping to evolve once more, yet Trunks' ultimate Kamehameha offers Cell no respite. In a gaze filled with resentment and defiance, the beleaguered Cell and Android 18 succumb to the relentless barrage of the Kamehameha, ultimately transforming into mere ashes amidst the fireworks. No one knows what transpired in the future world after Trunks' departure. Android 18, accompanied by Androids 17 and 16, drives towards a villa, ready to settle into her own abode that very night. Following the directions on the map, 17 soon realizes that Bulma has arranged for him a luxurious villa in the bustling heart of West City. As they navigate through the lively city center and traverse a broad, shaded avenue, they arrive at a cluster of villas, successfully passing through security checks. 17 soon finds himself before a stunning standalone villa, guided by the navigation system. This is a 3-story villa, its faade reminiscent of European architecture. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one can behold the opulent interior decor. Upon encountering such an exquisite residence, number 18 eagerly descended from the vehicle, traversed the meticulously manicured lawn, and utilized the key bestowed by Bulma to unlock the grand entrance. Bulma's arrangements brought immense satisfaction to number 17, who followed closely in number 18's footsteps as they entered the villa. After familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, number 17 discovered that not only was the villa furnished with complete amenities, but many of the items were also from luxury brands. However, number 17 remained indifferent to such details, finding contentment in the comfort of their new abode. What delighted number 17 the most was the outdoor balcony, which offered a panoramic view of the distant artificial lake and the picturesque scenery of the nearby park. In the future, during moments of leisure, number 17 envisioned themselves lounging serenely in the sun, basking in warmth and savoring the beauty of the landscape. Having missed such experiences in a previous life, number 17 was determined to fully embrace every opportunity now presented.